A wax-sealed letter appeared on her kitchen table, untouched by human hands. Another followed, revealing secrets only she should know. Then, a mysterious protector arrived, a man who seemed to know her better than she knew herself. What happens when the past refuses to stay buried, even when forgetting is the only way to survive? Wax at Dawn, a web novel, vampire romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The museum closed at 11:20, which meant Camille did not unlock her apartment door until midnight. The 7th District slept in narrow streets, and her building settled into its usual groan as she turned the key, pushed the heavy oak inward, and reached for the light. The kitchen was clean, nothing moved. The windows were latched from inside as she had left them. On the table, centered precisely on the worn walnut where she usually set her mail, lay a cream envelope sealed with dark red wax. Camille stopped with her coat still on and her bag still hanging from one shoulder. She did not move toward it. She scanned the room instead. The counter, the sink, the single chair pushed in, the narrow hallway to the bedroom. Everything exactly as she had left it at 7 that morning. She locked the door behind her. Then she dropped her bag on the floor, pulled on nitrile gloves from her studio coat pocket, and crossed to the table. The envelope was heavy stock, handmade, deckled edges, the kind used for formal commissions or wedding invitations that cost more than a month of her rent. The seal was a clean impression, no smudge, a design she did not recognize, something with vertical lines and a small curve at the base. A signature, maybe, a mark. The address on the front was her street, her building, her apartment number. The name on the envelope was not hers. Marguerite Altman. Camille turned the envelope over. The back flap was sealed with another wax impression, the same mark, no sender name. She photographed the envelope with her phone from 3 angles, then worked the flap open with a palette knife, careful not to tear the paper or disturb the seal more than necessary. Inside was a single sheet folded in thirds, the same heavy stock, the handwriting clean and even in sepia ink. Marguerite, the client who visits the studio tomorrow will offer you something to drink. You must not accept it. Not from the glass he hands you, not from the bottle he opens, not from any vessel that passes through his fingers. He will be polished and plausible. He will praise your work. He will ask you to restore a portrait of a woman whose eyes are set too far apart, and you will recognize the flaws in the anatomy because you have seen that face before, even if you do not remember where. Tell him the piece requires a second opinion. Delay the commission. Do not drink. You bit your thumb at the knuckle when you were 9, waiting for your mother to come home. You thought no one noticed. You still do it when you are afraid, though you have trained yourself to use the right hand instead of the left. Trust what rises in you when he smiles. Your body remembers things your mind has been forced to surrender. Burn this letter. The paper trembled in Camille's gloved fingers. She set it down, pressed her palms flat on the table, and made herself breathe until the tremor passed. The childhood thumb, the knuckle, the waiting. She had not thought about that in years, had not told anyone. It was the kind of detail a mother might carry, a sibling, a lover who had watched her long enough to catalog every nervous habit. But her mother had been dead for 6 years. She had no siblings, and the last person who had seen her bitten knuckles had been a boy in her secondary school who had laughed at her for it, and whom she had avoided ever since. The letter knew. She read it again, slower this time. The client tomorrow, the offered drink, the portrait with the wide-set eyes. A name that was not hers but that sat on the page with the confidence of long use. Marguerite. She did not know a Marguerite, had never used the name, but the shape of it on the envelope felt less like a mistake and more like a claim, as if someone had been addressing her by that name for so long that the other one felt provisional. Camille slid the letter into an evidence bag from her conservation kit, then sealed the envelope separately. She checked the locks again. Deadbolt engaged, chain slotted, window latches tight. No sign of forced entry. The building key was registered, and the locks had been changed when she moved in 2 years ago. The landlord kept no spare. She checked the bathroom, the bedroom closet, the space under the bed, the narrow cabinet where the water heater hummed. Empty. Nothing disturbed. The apartment smelled of old wood and the lavender sachets she kept in the linen drawer, exactly as it should. Someone had been inside while she was at work. Someone had walked through her kitchen, set a letter on her table, and left without a trace. She sat on the edge of the bathtub with the evidence bag in her lap and stared at nothing until her pulse slowed. She could call the police. She could file a report about a stalker with a wax seal and a handwriting style that belonged in a 19th century archive. They would take her statement, photograph the envelope, tell her to change the locks and install a camera. They would not be able to explain how the letter had appeared, and they would not be able to stop whatever was coming tomorrow. The client, the offered drink. She could also stay home, call in sick, cancel the appointment, pretend the letter had never arrived. That option lasted about 3 seconds. Whoever had written this knew too much, and knowledge that specific did not arrive by accident. The letter was not a threat, it was a warning. And something about that distinction mattered enough to keep her from shredding it. She stood up, returned to the kitchen, and looked at the envelope again. The wax seal caught the light, dark red with a faint mineral gloss. Chapel soot, maybe. Something old. Camille pulled out her phone and dialed a number she had saved years ago and never used. A service recommended by a colleague who had dealt with a stolen painting and needed discreet protection afterward. The number still connected. The voice that answered was neutral, unhurried, professional. She explained what she needed: night protection, immediate availability, a brief window to discuss terms. The voice asked her address and told her someone would be at her door within the hour. She ended the call, slid the phone into her pocket, and stood in the middle of her kitchen with the evidence bag in her hand and the warning still burning behind her eyes. The building creaked. The refrigerator hummed. Somewhere above her, water ran through old pipes, a neighbor washing dishes or brushing teeth, unaware that 2 floors down, a woman was holding a threat written by someone who knew the shape of her childhood. Camille walked to the door and checked the locks again. The deadbolt was engaged. The chain was slotted. The door was unlocked. She stared at the knob for a long moment, then turned it slowly. The mechanism moved without resistance. She had watched herself slide the deadbolt home. She had felt the chain click into its track. She never forgot to lock a door. It was the first thing she checked, always, in every room, every night, every time she arrived alone. She had locked it. She was certain. The deadbolt was still extended. The chain was still in place. But the door opened freely, and the gap between certainty and proofhood opened wider than her ribs could hold. Chapter 2. She locked it 3 more times just to prove she could remember correctly. The deadbolt slid home each time to prove she could remember correctly. The deadbolt slid home each time. The chain clicked into its track. She turned the handle and felt resistance, the solid mechanical truth of a door that was supposed to stay closed. She stepped away, crossed the kitchen, turned her back, counted to 30, returned, and checked again. Locked. She repeated the exercise twice. The result held. The 3rd time she did not check. She stood in the center of her apartment with her arms crossed and let the questions settle into her ribs the way old varnish settled into a canvas crack. Not removable, only workable. She had locked the door, she was certain. The door had been unlocked, she had felt it. Both truths occupied the same body and refused to reconcile. Camille pulled on a fresh pair of nitrile gloves from her conservation kit and approached the kitchen table as if it were a damaged panel. She knew how to approach evidence. She had been trained to read the story a brushstroke told, the way pigment aged, the manner in which a crack formed under tension. A letter was not a painting, but the principle held. She photographed the envelope first, flat and angled, with her phone set to maximum resolution. She photographed the wax seal in natural light and with a flash, capturing the vertical ridges and the small curve at the bottom edge. She photographed the table around it, showing that nothing else had been moved, that the mail basket was undisturbed, that the letter had been placed with deliberate isolation. Then she photographed the reverse of the envelope, the clean flap, the absence of a return address. She set her phone aside and measured the paper with a ruler from her desk. Standard conservation bond, neutral pH, machine-cut edges. Nothing special, nothing traceable. The kind of paper sold in any good art supply shop. The ink was iron gall, old-fashioned, the kind restorers dreaded because it ate through paper over centuries. This letter was not centuries old. The ink was fresh, the strokes unbroken, the oxidation barely begun. Someone had written this recently, using a recipe meant to last. She slid the letter out of the evidence bag with tweezers and placed it on a clean sheet of blotting paper. She read it again, the same words in the same elegant hand, and felt the same chill settle beneath her skin. Do not drink anything he offers you. Do not trust the portrait with the wide-set eyes. Do not burn this letter. The third instruction was the one that kept snagging. Why warn her against destroying evidence, unless the letter itself was meant to outlast the warning? Unless the writer expected her to need proof later, when the warning alone would not be enough. She turned her attention to the wax seal. She had seen chapel soap used in sealing wax before, in ecclesiastical archives and old restoration workshops. The dark red, the faint mineral grit, the way it caught light differently than modern resin seals. This wax was not commercially made. It had been mixed by hand, with a binder that smelled faintly of pine and ash. She scraped a single grain into a sample bag. Not enough to damage the seal visibly, enough to test later if she found a reference. She moved through the rest of the apartment with the same methodical attention. The bathroom window was latched from inside, the latch painted over and unmoved for years. The bedroom window was painted shut. The kitchen window was latched and fitted with a secondary lock she had installed herself after a burglary in the building 3 years ago. The lock was engaged, the mechanism clean, no scratch marks around the frame. The front door had 2 locks, a deadbolt and a chain, both functional. No signs of picking, no fresh tool marks in the brass, no deformation around the strike plate. She checked the floor for dust disturbances, the threshold for scuffs, the hinges for oil residue. Nothing. Camille stood in the hallway with her gloves on and her evidence bag in hand and felt the shape of her own certainty cracking at the edges. No forced entry, no hidden key, no spare with the landlord. Someone had walked through her locked door, set a letter on her table, and left without touching anything else. No theft, no vandalism, no message on the walls. Just the letter, addressed to a name she had never claimed, carrying a warning about a client she had never met. She looked at the time. 20 minutes since she had called the service. She pulled out her phone again and dialed the same number. The same neutral voice answered. Name, time, duration of availability, fee structure. They asked whether she preferred someone at the door or on patrol. She said at the door. They asked whether she wanted firepower. She hesitated long enough that the voice added, quieter, that standard protection did not always cover the kind of client who left letters on kitchen tables. She said yes. She did not know what she had just agreed to, but the yes came out steady. The voice told her to expect a specialist within the half hour, someone who handled difficult cases, someone who could assess the threat level and adjust accordingly. She ended the call and slid the phone into her pocket. The apartment felt different now, not invaded, not violated, but watched. As if the walls had learned something she had not and were waiting for her to catch up. She closed the evidence bag, sealed it with lab tape, and wrote the date and time on the label. She stored it in the locked drawer of her desk where she kept restoration notes and confidential client files. Then she stood in the kitchen, waiting, because there was nothing else to do until the specialist arrived. She thought about the name on the envelope, Marguerite. She thought about the way it had felt on the page, not like a stranger's alias, but like a garment that had been worn and set aside, waiting for its owner to grow back into it. She thought about the door she had locked and the door she had found open, and the gap between those 2 facts felt wider than the Danube. The bell rang. Camille crossed the apartment and checked the peephole. A man stood in the hallway, alone, dressed in a dark coat that reached his knees. His face was composed, his posture still, his hands visible at his sides. He looked at the peephole directly, as if he knew exactly where she was standing. She opened the door. He was taller than she had expected. His features were elegant and old, the kind of face that belonged in a portrait she might have restored, all sharp cheekbones and a mouth that did not seem accustomed to smiling. His eyes were light brown, almost amber, and they held her with an attention that felt like being measured against something she could not see. He did not introduce himself immediately. He looked at her, then at the hallway behind her, then at the door frame, the locks, the chain. "You are Camille Aubert," he said. Not a question. She nodded. "I am Ezren Caldemar. I have been told you need protection." His voice was low and careful, the accent formal, the rhythm precise. He carried himself like a man who had spent centuries learning to take up exactly the right amount of space, and no more. He held her gaze a moment longer than a stranger should, and something in his expression flickered, too fast to name. Recognition. He looked at her as if he had been expecting her. Chapter 3. He stood in the doorway without stepping through, his dark coat still holding the night cold, his hands at his sides. The hallway light fell across his face in a way that deepened the hollows beneath his cheekbones and made his eyes look more amber than brown. Camille did not step back. She held her position in the narrow entrance, one hand on the doorframe, the other still bare from removing her gloves. "You recognized me," she said. His mouth did not change, but the stillness of his face shifted almost imperceptibly, as if he had expected the question and had already decided how to answer it. "I was given a description." "By who?" "The service. They are thorough." He said it without apology, without evasion that sounded like evasion, and Camille felt the shape of that answer slide past her like something she could not quite grip. She let it go. She needed him more than she needed to win the first exchange. She stepped aside and gestured him in. Ezren Caldemar crossed the threshold with a measured economy of movement, his gaze moving across the hallway, the kitchen, the narrow corridor that led to the bedroom and bath. He did not touch anything. He did not walk quickly. But by the time he reached the kitchen table, she had the distinct sense that he had already catalogued every window, every lock, every possible point of entry or exit. He stopped at the table and looked at the empty surface where the letter had been. "May I see it?" She hesitated. She did not like handing over evidence she had already processed, but she had called him for protection. That meant trust, or at least a working version of it. She unlocked the desk drawer, removed the sealed evidence bag, and set it on the table. She did not open it. Ezren looked at the bag without touching it. He studied the envelope through the lab tape, the wax seal fragment she had scraped into a small glassine packet, the handwriting visible through the clear plastic. "The seal," he said. "You took a sample." "I took a grain. The binder is pine ash mixed with something I could not identify in the field." He looked up at her, and for a moment his composure seemed to hold a different weight, not surprise, but something closer to recognition of a familiar pattern. "You work in conservation. Paintings. At the museum. That explains the gloves." He said it without warmth, but without mockery either, like a man stating a fact he had already known and was pleased to see confirmed. She folded her arms. "What else did the service tell you?" "That you are a single woman living alone in the 7th District. That you work late hours and return after the museum's close. That you found a letter on your kitchen table addressed to a name you do not recognize, and that the letter contained information no stranger should have." He paused. "They also said you take your coffee with no sugar and too much cardamom." The detail landed like a hand on her shoulder. She did not move, but something inside her tightened. She had not told the service about her coffee. She had not told them about the cardamom. She did not remember mentioning it in the call, not once, not even in passing. "How do you know that?" He met her gaze without flinching. "You have a small ceramic grinder on your counter beside the stovetop. The surface is worn along the handle. A cardamom pod in the drip tray. Your hands have a faint, greenish residue beneath the cuticles that does not come from paint. Cardamom stains the skin when you grind it fresh." She looked down at her hands. He was right. The thin green line beneath her thumbnail, the faint tint along the edge of her index finger. She had not noticed it. She had been wearing gloves all evening, but the residue had been there before she put them on, and she had not washed her hands properly since returning home. She looked back at him. You noticed that in the first 30 seconds. I notice everything. It was not a boast. It was a statement of function, delivered with the same flat precision as a technical specification. He was telling her what he was built to do. She should have found that reassuring. Instead, it made the apartment feel smaller, as if every surface she had taken for granted was now legible to someone who could read her life from a half-empty coffee cup. This is my apartment, she said. I need to know how the letter got in. He turned from the table and began a slow circuit of the room. He checked the kitchen window, ran a finger along the edge of the frame, examined the secondary lock without touching it. He moved into the hallway, inspected the door frame, the hinges, the strike plate. He crouched at the base of the front door and studied the gap between the bottom edge and the floor. When he straightened, his expression had not changed. There is no sign of forced entry, no hidden key, no spare with the building manager. I know, I checked all of that. Then a person who left the letter has a key. I changed the locks 2 years ago. Locks can be copied. Keys can be photographed and returned before you notice they were missing. If someone had access to your key ring for even a few minutes, they could make a duplicate. She thought about her key ring. It lived in her bag, always. She did not leave it on desks, did not hand it to anyone, did not set it down in studio meetings or cafe counters. But she had left it in her coat pocket once, at a restoration conference 2 months ago. The coat had been hung on a rack in the lecture hall for 3 hours, while she sat through presentations on varnish removal and infrared reflectography. Anyone could have reached into that pocket. She had not thought about it until now. Ezren watched her process the possibility and did not interrupt. Tomorrow, he said, you will have a client at the studio. The letter warned you about a drink. Yes. Tell me about the client. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through her calendar. New commission consultation. A man named Elias Voss. He contacted the museum through a provenance research office, said he had a private collection he wanted assessed for restoration. Sabine approved the meeting. Sabine? My supervisor. She handles incoming requests. He nodded, but his attention had shifted to her phone screen. Have you met Voss before? No. Does the name mean anything to you? She shook her head. I looked him up after I read the letter. Nothing in my contacts, nothing in the museum database. He appears to be a legitimate collector with ties to several private galleries. Appears. Everything I found verified, but the letter is specific about the drink. Ezren was quiet for a moment. Then he crossed to the kitchen, opened one of her cabinets without asking, and retrieved a small glass. He set it on the counter and looked at her. If he offers you a drink tomorrow, what do you do? Refuse. Better. What do you do? She understood the distinction. He was not asking for the plan she would announce in front of the client. He was asking for the actual action she would take. I will not let the glass touch my hand, she said. I will not put it down on my work surface. I will excuse myself to another part of the studio before he has a chance to insist. Ezren set the glass down and turned to face her fully. That is enough for tomorrow. After the meeting, we will know more. You are coming to the studio. I will be in the building. You will not see me unless you need to. She should have argued. She should have insisted on maintaining control of her own professional space, her own schedule, her own life. The words were there, lined up behind her teeth. But she thought of the letter, the locked door, the name she did not remember. She thought of the green residue beneath her cuticles that she had not noticed until he pointed it out. Fine, she said. He held her gaze a moment longer, and then he walked to the front door and checked the chain. I will be outside. In the hallway? Close us. He opened the door and stepped into the corridor, then turned back. The light from the apartment caught the edge of his profile, the sharp line of his jaw, the way his coat settled around his shoulders like a second skin. Lock the door, he said. Both locks, and the chain. Will that keep them out? The question hung between them, sharper than she had intended. He has glowered his fire-wise move. Like people to sweep no one before he completely lived the ideation clisre blued word himself for a nothing place, sleeping again. I would helpless reswait through the lufts and post me tonight. It's like a tunny bang leak out holy doctors in a crowskew. The game devilly do not be until. My grand's all that being. I can stet that day on all of Mo Fively and the trip." Ezren did not answer immediately. When he spoke, his voice was quieter, as if he were telling her something he had learned the hard way and wished she did not need to know. "It will keep the ordinary ones out." He pulled the door closed, and she heard his footsteps move down the hallway, then stop. He was waiting. She engaged the deadbolt. She slid the chain into its track. She stood in the silence and listened to the absence of sound from the other side of the door. The apartment felt watched. Not invaded, but observed, as if the walls themselves had turned their attention toward her. She walked back to the kitchen and poured the cold coffee down the drain. She rinsed the cup and set it in the rack. Her hand hovered over the ceramic cardamom grinder. She did not touch it. She went to bed with the lights on and lay awake for a long time, listening to the building settle, the pipes breathe, the city hum its late-night traffic through the walls. She did not sleep. But she did not feel alone, and she did not know which was worse, the intimacy of being watched or the stranger waiting in the hallway who already knew how she took her coffee. Chapter 4. The sun barely cleared the rooftops when Camille arrived at the conservation wing, and already the morning felt wrong. The corridor lights flickered as she passed, a fault the building had developed years ago, but today the dimming and brightening seemed deliberate, a pulse of warning she could not name. She unlocked the studio door and paused on the threshold, listening. The room held nothing but familiar smells. Varnish, turpentine, aged canvas, and dust settled into the grain of old wooden stretchers. She crossed to her work table and set down her bag. The burnished copper surface was bare and clean, ready for the Voss consultation. Her gaze caught on the small glass beaker she had left rinsed and inverted on the drying rack yesterday. The letter's warning pressed against her thoughts. She reached for the beaker and turned it in her hands. The glass was cool, immaculate. No residue to examine. A knock at the door made her start. Elias Voss stood in the doorway with a smile that did not reach his eyes and a leather portfolio tucked under one arm. He was 50, perhaps, with silver at his temples and a tailored suit that fit him like the second skin of someone accustomed to wealth. His assistant, a thin young man with a laptop case, hovered behind him. "Fraulein Aubert." Voss extended a hand. "I am delighted you could make time for my little collection." Camille shook his hand briefly. Dry warmth, no calluses. "Herr Voss, welcome. Sabine tells me you have several pieces in need of assessment." "Several, yes, but I confess I have been hoping to meet you specifically. Your reputation for handling Delacroze's later palette is widely admired." The flattery was polished, professional. She could not fault the delivery, but as she gestured him toward the seating area near the north window, she noticed the way his assistant placed a laptop case on the low table with deliberate care. The contents required precise positioning. Camille kept her voice even. "The assessment process begins with provenance documentation and pigment analysis. If you have the records ready, we can start." Voss settled into the chair across from her and crossed one leg over the other. "All in good time. I brought something to ease the morning's labor." He made a small gesture. The assistant produced a silver tray from somewhere, a flask, 3 small glasses arranged with the precision of a ceremony. Voss uncapped the flask and poured a pale amber liquid into each glass, and the scent of apricot and brandy rose into the conservation studio air. "A modest schnapps from my own cellar, to celebrate the beginning of our work." Camille's pulse quickened. She kept her expression neutral. The letter's warning hovered between them now like a blade drawn in silence. Voss lifted one glass and offered it to her with both hands, his smile widening as he did so. Her hand did not move to take it. The refusal was not a decision made in her mind. It was a command issued by a deeper layer, a wall that rose before she could even consider politeness. She could not reach toward that glass. "I do not drink before examinations," she heard herself say, her voice steady. "The solvents can react unpredictably with alcohol. I should not risk contaminating the work." Voss's smile did not falter, but his eyes sharpened. A single sip would do no harm, surely. Professional policy. She allowed the faintest note of apology to color her words without yielding an inch. The assistant lingered by the tray. Voss studied her for a long moment, the glass still extended. Then he laughed softly and placed it back on the tray. I admire discipline. Very well, I will drink alone. He did not drink from the glass he had offered her. He took a different one, the assistant's glass, downed it in a single swallow. The gesture was smooth, almost careless, but Camille caught the emphasis, the deliberate substitution. A cold certainty settled in her chest. The poison was in the glass meant for her. For did not know how she knew. She only knew. Shall we begin with the records? She asked, her voice calm. Voss nodded and reached for his portfolio. The conversation moved into provenance documents and pigment notes and the dry language of commission contracts. But Camille's awareness had shifted. She felt a presence before she located it with her eyes. Ezren stood in the corridor beyond the studio's glass partition, still as a figure in a painting, face impassive, but his gaze was fixed on the tray, on the glasses, on Voss. The intensity between them made the air taut as wire. He had seen everything. He had seen her refuse. She looked away and continued the consultation. Her hand stayed steady on the table edge, but her body hummed with a recognition she could not explain, a knowledge that the danger was real and that the man watching from the corridor had known it before she did. Dis's questions grew more specific over the next hour. He asked about her training, her years at the academy, her approach to cleaning overpaint from 19th century canvases. The questions were reasonable, the kind any serious collector might ask, but they came with a texture she could not name, a probing beneath the surface. And you have been at this museum how long? 6 years, she said. Before that? Further study, fellowships. He smiled. No gaps then. I admire a clear record. The word gaps landed like a stone dropped into still water. She watched his face for any sign that he knew what he had said, but he was already turning to the next page of the portfolio, pointing at a photograph of a portrait she was meant to assess. You will need access to my private storage for the full examination, he said. I can arrange transport of the piece here, of course, but the provenance documents are held off-site. You would need to visit. I generally work in studio. Understood. But my collection is insured under strict conditions. A personal visit by the conservator is standard in such cases. She nodded without committing. I will review the documentation first. Naturally. He gathered his portfolio and stood. The assistant closed the laptop case with the same deliberate care as before. Voss offered his hand again, and she took it. His palm was still dry, still warm, and she felt the faint pressure of his fingers as he held the contact a beat longer than necessary. I look forward to your assessment, Freeling Aubert, and perhaps next time we can share that drink. He smiled. It did not reach his eyes. She watched them walk down the corridor, the assistant's footsteps with the same sceptering with the stairs as precise. Voss offered his hand again, and she took it. His palm was still dry, still warm, and she felt the faint pressure of his fingers as he held the contact a beat longer than necessary. I look forward to your assessment, Freeling Aubert, and perhaps next time we can share that drink. He smiled. It did not reach his eyes. She watched them walk down the corridor, the assistant's footsteps quick and efficient, Voss's slower, measured, as if he owned the building. They turned at the stairwell and disappeared. The studio fell silent. Camille stood very still. Her hand was still extended from the handshake, and she realized she was holding her breath. She let it out slowly. Then the studio door swung open again, and she turned, expecting Voss returning with another question. Ezren stood in the doorway. His dark coat was still buttoned to the collar. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were not. They were the eyes of a man who had watched something come close to the edge and stop. He said nothing. She opened her mouth to speak, to tell him what she had done, what she had felt, how the glass had looked in Voss's hand, how the substitution had been so smooth it barely registered until after. But the words would not come. She looked down at her own hands instead. The thin sizzle burn line across her right palm caught the overhead light. She had not touched the glass. She had not even come close. But the burn line was warm. She stared at it. The warmth was impossible. The line had been there for as long as she could remember, a pale scar she had never been able to explain, a mark that had always been part of her. It was pulsing with heat. She looked up at Ezren. He had gone pale. His composure had cracked, just a fraction, just enough for her to see something raw and terrified beneath. "What?" she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Is that?" He did not answer. The burn line flared hotter, a sudden sharp bloom of sensation that made her gasp and clench his fist. The light above the work table flickered. The glass beaker on the drying rack trembled, her thin, high-pitched ring against the copper surface. Then Ezren crossed the room in 3 long strides, took her wrist in his hand, and pressed his thumb against the silver line. The heat stopped. The light steadied. The glass beaker fell silent. And Camille, standing frozen in her own conservation studio with a stranger's hand on her skin, felt something else rise in the silence. A pull. A memory of a touch that had come before, even though she had no record of it, no photograph, no note, no evidence that this man had ever held her hand. She pulled free. She stepped back. "What did you just do?" Ezren's hand dropped to his side. "I stopped it from marking you further. That is not an answer. It is the only one I can give you right now. I hired you to protect me from a threat, not to hide information about my own body." He held her gaze. The rawness was still there, beneath the composure, but he had pulled the mask back into place. The protection and the information are the same thing. If you understand one, you will understand the other. But not yet. "Not yet," she repeated. "When then?" "When you are ready to believe it." She wanted to argue, wanted to demand every detail, every hidden name, every reason her scar had just burned like a brand under the gaze of a man who looked at her as if she were a wound he had been carrying for centuries. But the studio door was still open. Voss's footsteps had faded, but not entirely. There were clients to call, documentation to review, a professional life to hold together while something beneath it pulled apart at the seams. "When will you tell me?" Ezren looked at her. The light caught his jaw, the sharp angle of his cheekbone, the amber in his eyes. "When the next letter comes." Her breath caught. "The next letter," she said. "You know it is coming. The first one warned you about today. There will be more." "How do you know?" He did not answer. He did not need to. The certainty at his silence was louder than any confession. She turned away and walked to her work table. She picked up the silver tray where Voss had left the glasses. The one meant for her still sat there, untouched. "You are not safe," Ezren said from the doorway, "but I will keep you alive until you can remember why." She closed her fingers around the glass. It was cold, ordinary, empty, but the burn line on her palm was still warm, and she knew, with certainty that had no evidence behind it at all, that she was already remembering someone she had never met. Chapter 5. The glass was cold against her fingers. Ordinary. Evidence. She turned it over in her hand, watching the overhead light catch the rim where Voss's lips had not touched. Ezren had not moved from the doorway. "You should put that down." She ignored him, raised the glass to eye level, examined the faint residue along the inner curve, the way the glass had been wiped clean at the rim, the slight irregularity in the thickness of the base. A flaw, a deliberate flaw. Someone had heated the bottom to hide a compartment, a second layer, something dissolved into the snaps that would not survive a normal pour. "Camille." "I heard you." She set the glass down on the silver tray. The burn line on her palm hummed with residual warmth, not painful now but present, like a low string vibrating beneath her skin. She looked at him. "Voss knew the glass would be offered to me. He prepared it beforehand. The assistant was a prop." Ezren said nothing. "And you knew. You watched from the corridor and you saw everything, and you did nothing." "I did what I was hired to do." His voice was quiet, careful. "I kept you alive. You watched him try to poison me. I watched you refuse the drink without my intervention. That is a different thing." She wanted to argue, but the memory was there, sharp and undeniable, her own hand lifting to wave off the glass before her mind had even registered the threat. Instinct, not reason. Something in her body had recognized the danger before her eyes had seen it. "Explain the scar," she said. He did not answer. "You knew it would react. You came into the room the moment it started burning. You touched it, and it stopped. What is it?" "A mark." "Of what?" He held her gaze. The rawness was there again, the thing beneath the composure that she had glimpsed when the burn line flared. He looked at her the way a man looks at a wound he has carried for so long he has forgotten what it feels like to be whole. A promise. Whose promise? He stepped into the room. The movement was slow, deliberate, as if he was giving her time to retreat. She did not. I will tell you when the next letter comes. You said that already. Because it is true. And if the next letter never comes? It will. His certainty was absolute. No hesitation, no doubt. He knew. He knew there would be more letters, knew who would write them, knew what they would say. She picked up the glass again. Tell me why I trusted you, she said. The moment you walked into my apartment, I let you in. I gave you the letter. I agreed to your protection. I never questioned why a stranger already knew my name. He said nothing. That is not how I operate. I verify. I authenticate. I demand provenance for everything. But with you, I just let you in. He still said nothing. Why? The silence stretched between them. The studio lights hummed. The burn line on her palm glowed faintly, a thin silver thread against her skin. Because you have always let me in, he said finally. Every time. She stared at him. That is not an answer. It is the closest one I have. She wanted to push harder, wanted to force him to explain every cryptic phrase, every weighted silence, every moment he looked at her as if she were a photograph he had been studying for years. But the glass was still in her hand. The residue was still drying along the inner curve. There was evidence here, physical evidence, something she could test, document, verify. She reached for a clean sample vial from the cabinet behind her. What are you doing? Testing the residue. If Voss used a fast-acting compound, there will be traces. Camille. I am a conservator. I do not rely on instinct. I rely on data. She uncapped the vial and tilted the glass carefully, letting a single drop of residue slide into the opening. The liquid was pale, almost clear, with a faint shimmer she had not noticed before. The burn line on her palm pulsed. She ignored it. She sealed the vial, labeled it with a permanent marker, and slipped it into her studio coat pocket. Then she turned back to the glass, intending to back it as evidence, to photograph the irregular goose, to document every visible detail. Ezren reached past her and knocked the glass off the tray. It hit the edge of the work table and spun, spraying a thin arc of residual liquid across her hand. She gasped as the drops hit her palm. The burn line erupted. It was not heat this time. It was pain, sharp and chemical, as if the liquid had peeled back her skin and was dissolving the tissue beneath. She cried out. Ezren grabbed her wrist, dragged her to the sink, and forced her hand under the cold tap. The water hit her palm like a shock, but the pain did not stop. It burrowed deeper, spread up her fingers, crawled toward her wrist. Hold still. His voice was steady, controlled, but his hand was shaking where he gripped her arm. She looked down at the water running over her skin. The residue was washing away, but the burn line was not fading. It was glowing. A thin silver thread against the pink of her flesh, visible even under the running water. Her pulse should have been racing. She had just been burned by an unknown chemical compound. There was a man she barely knew holding her wrist under a tap while the scar on her palm blazed like a filament. But her heart was slowing. The pain was still there, but her pulse was dropping, steadying, as if her body recognized something in the grip of his fingers around her arm. She looked up. Ezren's face was pale. His composure had cracked open. He was staring at her palm, at the silver line, at the way it glowed under the running water. You remember, he whispered. She shook her head. I do not know what that means. He looked at her. His eyes were wet. You remember. Chapter 6. The water was still running. Her palm still glowed. And Ezren Caldemar was still looking at her as if she had just handed him something he had spent centuries searching for. You remember, he said again. She pulled her hand free, turned off the tap, dried her palm against her coat, and watched the silver line fade from a glow to a scar. I do not know what you think you saw. His face was wet. He did not wipe it. I know what I saw. You saw a chemical reaction, an irritant compound reacting with scar tissue. There will be a physiological explanation. There will not. She looked down at her palm. The burn line was quiet now. A thin silver thread, smooth and healed, as if it had never been torn open. I cannot afford to believe that. Then do not believe it yet. His voice was hoarse. But do not destroy the evidence trying to disprove it either. He picked up the fallen glass from the floor, wrapped it in a clean cloth from the drying rack, and held it out to her. Bag this. Label it. Keep it somewhere no one can reach but you. She took it. You are giving me evidence. I am giving you the truth, but you have to be ready to look at it. She bagged the glass in her own evidence protocol, signed the label, and placed it in the locked drawer beside the letter. When she turned back, Ezren was standing in the studio doorway with his coat on. I have boundaries, she said. He stopped. You are not to interfere with my schedule. You are not to enter my workspace without my permission, and you are not to touch me unless I am bleeding or burning. He considered it. Accepted. Accepted? Did you expect me to argue? She had. She had braced for a negotiation, for him to push back with operational necessity and professional concern. But he simply stood there, still and quiet, and let her set the terms. Those are your conditions, he said. What are mine? She blinked. Your conditions? I am guarding you against a threat that has already tried to kill you once tonight. That means I need to know where you plan to be. When you change a route, if you feel followed, you do not have to tell me everything, but you must tell me the things that could get you killed. She wanted to refuse, wanted to tell him that her privacy was not negotiable, but she had nearly died tonight, and the only reason she had not was that he had seen the trap before she did. Agreed, she said. We were basties. She sat, a floored weight on. With he had all every design, you have to flawed this year in country. The laundry oned for place and fast. Was another Grabree's will your clincher to find the Vizzy sledge. You will get the Geista Corsa Respondi with podcast absolute loya. I will bear, we're not to weigh them, where you call you little polish the chain. We will remember us, racted, it's far way, posmuddle, exastic, blat, lenge, overall, would maze now, advitution, to endried. And we catalogued my double blind, is in courting. Recreed, quietly, whatever we think of it. The three Blackshin, the Shin farm stow, spell of Israel through a shout as passes, would be the ace and bone seal, which much by a lof, and I think that rest like the smart services that is a roast on the bare mics who profounds estria, and Trembly pulled this lose the base out starred. They cannot give you frontsy affy. We can need you the deal converse. I have convinced out with the word anywhere. It is bloth, the load butlings of its sail, and the troj henge by Muscap you. My decade zones growl blottos. They dare within my country. Sue weep. Before the month, that win, open your environment with prune for every one thing, but it means he will back the report slaff is just a bit of a prild theer at Temra. Basheen Reth rode up slowly, Fandley which had never, as the sun to, let her a metal slap on the true sebel, but the weight it means completely .0 way. If the fastest way to safety means I take your arm, they are getting absolutely run, which were folded into de green, and incredibly received in your desks catches all the jets on a distant. My center clouds and my ground. Sleeds in the plan of bone life, Jesus ease filed a living holding in first place, open the memory as the Fred, trimming an organces by our idea clevy. He live with o' them. The three follow to a claddock tree, a John discrished in the dead states, and beheaving the first letting with the ceased over the stay out. But why are ragely? Essential, will hold the exaphic master. I am clanned in the tenure in our school trith against the Opolim broadcast. He step letting him. The blind purchase Boyd, he slowly samaskly careful like his food was out. The Sioux was kind of Indious. I can further be the day of disaster. I just have no crowd taction yes that I want wearing going. I inspired my gospment with the NU treely wonderful fallening. Right anyway, slatly. They're still trapped. I have sledded my time to Neth. I will wait here until you are inside. The stairwell, she said. The stairwell, he agreed. But I will not come up unless you call. She climbed the 4 flights alone, her keys in her hand, her body still humming with the memory of his touch. The door was locked. She checked it twice. The deadbolt was engaged. The chain was hung. She unlocked both, stepped inside, and reached for the light switch. The letter was on the kitchen table. Same cream envelope, same dark red wax seal, same handwriting, precise and unhurried, as if the writer had all the time in the world. She did not touch it. She turned and pulled the door open, and Ezren was already on the landing, his hand raised as if he had been about to knock. "It arrived," she said. He lowered his hand. "I know." She stepped back and let him through, then closed the door behind them and locked both locks. The envelope was addressed to Marguerite Elkman. She picked it up by the corner, turned it over, and broke the seal. The wax crumbled under her thumb like dried earth. Inside, a single sheet of conservation bond, folded once. Ink the same deep black as the first letter. She unfolded it. "The melody is the key. Open the panel where the wall remembers. You wrote the rest yourself before you forgot. No signature, no warning, no name." She read it twice, then looked up at Ezren. "What melody?" He was staring at the letter with an expression she could not read. Grief, recognition, hope. "You have been humming it for 3 weeks, he said quietly. "You do not know you are doing it, but you are." She opened her mouth to deny it, and then she heard herself. The same fragment of a waltz she had caught herself humming in the lab, at the tram stop, in the shower. She had not noticed until he named it. "The panel," she said, "where the wall remembers. What does that mean?" Ezren's jaw tightened. "It means you hid something from yourself, and I think it is time to find out what." Chapter 7. The studio was cold at 1:30. Camille had waited until the cleaning crew finished their rounds, until the corridor lights clicked to their dim night setting, until she was certain no one would walk past the frosted glass door and wonder why the conservation lab is occupied. She had brought the evidence in her own bag, the sealed envelope with the wax scrap, the folded letter inside its archival sleeve, the grain of red seal she had scraped from the first message, stored in a glassing envelope between layers of acid-free tissue. Proper protocol would have meant logging everything into the museum's chain of custody system. She had chosen not to. Ezren was in the stairwell. He knew where she was. He had not tried to stop her. She laid a sheet of clean blotting paper across the work table and arranged her tools in the order she had used since her apprenticeship: scalpel, magnification lamp, sample tweezers, micro spatula, glass slides, solvent tray, and the reference binder she had compiled over 6 years of pigment and medium analysis. The work helped. The ritual of it. She took the wax grain from its envelope and placed it under the magnification lamp. The chip was small, smaller than a lentil, with a clean break where she had scraped it from the seal. Under the light, its surface showed a dull reddish-brown with darker inclusions, the chapel suit she had identified on first inspection. But there was something else. A faint translucence at the thinnest edge, like resin that had not fully mixed. She reached for her reference binder and pulled the section on historical seal compounds. Commercial sealing wax was brittle, brightly colored, and uniform under magnification. Hand-mixed wax was different. It carried impurities, uneven distribution, the signature of the person who had compounded it. She worked a fragment onto a glass slide and added a drop of ethanol. The wax softened slowly, releasing a smell she knew: pine. That was the ash binder Ezren had identified. But beneath it, something earthier. Amber, perhaps, or a vegetable resin she could not name by scent alone. She dabbed the softened edge onto a strip of pH paper and waited. The reading came back neutral. Hand-mixed, then. Commercial wax often leaned alkaline from industrial stabilizers. She made a note on her pad, then reached for the second item: the letter itself. She had handled it only in nitrile gloves, but now she needed a fiber sample. A single thread from the paper edge, no larger than a millimeter, taken from a spot where the fold had already weakened the fibers. She used the microspatula to separate the thread and transferred it to a fresh slide. Under the magnification lamp, the fibers showed the long, even grain of cotton linen. Machine-made, but high quality. Conservation bond, as she had guessed. The kind used by museums, archives, and professional restoration studios. Available through 3 suppliers in Vienna. She knew them all. She wrote down the names, then she turned to the ink. The writing was iron gall, she had confirmed that already, but iron gall could be mixed from many formulas. Museum-grade ink. Art supply ink. Hand-ground ink made from historical recipes. She lifted a corner of the letter and examined a stroke where the pen had paused. The line was even, the pigment dense, the penetration into the fiber consistent with a fresh batch rather than aged supply. Someone had written this recently, within days, perhaps hours, of it reaching her table. She set the letter aside and leaned back in her chair. The facts so far were thin but directional. High-quality paper from a limited set of suppliers. Fresh iron gall ink. Hand-mixed wax containing chapel soot, pine ash, and an unidentified resin. The wax was the most unusual element. Chapel soot was not easy to obtain. It had to be collected from a specific source, a place where candles burned regularly and the soot was undisturbed long enough to gather in quantity. Churches, crypts, chapels that had not been renovated in decades, and the pine ash binder was old, not commercially manufactured. The kind of thing a restorer might make, or someone who worked with ecclesiastical materials. She reached for her phone and opened the contact list for the museum's approved suppliers. The first name was a standard art materials distributor. They carried conservation-grade paper and professional inks. They did not carry hand-mixed sealing wax. The second was a smaller shop near the university, known for traditional bindery supplies. She had bought linen thread and leather shavings there. The owner might know about wax compounding. The third was a name she had not used in 2 years. Ecclesiastical art supplies, little bill of the night, but the recorded message gave the shop's hours and the name of the proprietor. Margit Esterhazy. She wrote it down. Then she called up the museum's internal database and searched for any recent orders placed with that supplier. The search returned 3 results in the past 6 months. 2 were legitimate studio supplies ordered by Sabine Joran. The third was a small order of restoration seal wax, dark red, placed 2 weeks ago by a name she did not recognize. The order was marked as a cash sale. No account number, no department code. Someone had walked in and bought the same wax that sealed her letters. She stared at the screen, her pulse beating in her fingertips. The studio door opened. She turned, reaching for the scalpel on instinct. Ezren stood in the doorway, his coat dark against the dim corridor behind him. "I felt you find something," he said. She did not ask what he meant. "There is a shop near the Stephansdom that sells the wax used on the letters. Someone bought a batch 2 weeks ago. Cash." He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "Then we are closer than I expected." "To what?" He looked at the evidence spread across her table. The glass, slides, the reference binder, the phone still showing the supplier's catalog. "To the place you hid the truth from yourself." She wanted to press, but the words stopped in her throat. He was standing in her studio, in the middle of the night, and she had not told him she was coming here. He had known anyway, and she had not locked the door. She turned back to the table and began packing her tools into their case. "You were not going to tell me," Ezren said. "I was going to tell you in the morning. You found the order. You have the supplier you could have got alone." She did not answer. He took a step closer, then stopped himself. "Camille." She looked up. "I am not here to cage you, but the person who bought that wax did not buy it for decoration. They bought it to write to you, and they knew where to buy it because they know what you know." She snapped the case closed. "Then let us find out who they are." She reached for her coat. Ezren did not move. "One thing," he said. She waited. "The supplier, Margit Esterhazy." He paused, and something shifted in his expression. The grief again. The hope. "She knew your first face. She was the one who helped you hide the first letter." The words hit like cold water. Camille stood with her coat half on, her hand frozen on the collar. "You knew that before I called the number." "I knew the name. I did not know she was still alive." Then we go tonight. Ezren shook his head slowly. She closes at 6. She will not open for anyone after dark. Then we go tomorrow. She pulled on her coat and walked past him into the corridor. Behind her, the studio lights clicked off automatically, plunging the room into darkness. Ezren followed without a word. She felt his presence like a pressure at her back, and when she reached the stairwell and turned to face him, she found him watching her with an expression that was almost fear. "What?" she said. "This is the year you always work fastest." His voice was low. "You run ahead of the dawn, and I have never been able to keep up." The words stretched between them in the cold air. She opened her mouth to answer, but before she could speak, her phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. She looked down at the screen. "You are looking for the right person in the wrong place. Margit keeps your past. She does not remember it. Tomorrow, go to the Wien Bibliothek. Ask for the reading room log. The melody is named on a page you filed yourself." She looked up. Ezren was reading over her shoulder. "Do not go alone," he said. She stared at the message. The sender knew she had called the shop, knew she had found the supplier, knew she would look. The letter had said the wall remembers. Now someone was steering her toward the library. She did not answer the text. She slipped the phone into her pocket and stepped past Ezren into the stairwell. His footsteps followed her down. At the bottom, under the flickering light of the ground floor, she stopped. "When was the last time I went to the Wien Bibliothek alone?" Ezren's face went perfectly still. 3 days before you died," he said. "The first time." Chapter 8. The morning light cut through the studio blinds in thin gold lines, falling across the work table where Camille had spread the previous day's notes. She had not slept. The text from the unknown number burned in her pocket, and Ezren's words from the stairwell kept repeating. 3 days before you died, the first time. She pushed the thought aside and reached for her conservation kit. The Wien Bibliothek would not open until 10. She had 2 hours to fill with ordinary work, with varnish and pigment and the clean logic of restoration. The studio door opened. Sabine Jarin stepped in, already wearing her white coat, a cup of coffee in each hand. She set one down in front of Camille without a word. "You were here last night," Sabine said. It was not a question. Late commission research. Sabine's eyes moved over the table, taking in the reference binder, the glass slides, the phone placed face down. She did not press. "The new client is coming in at 9, she said instead. "Aldrich Kunrad. He called yesterday afternoon after you left. Wants a provenance consultation on a 17th century devotional panel." Camille's hand paused on her kit. "Did he say how he heard about us?" "Through Odette's network, I assume." Sabine sipped her coffee. "She has been funneling collectors our way for months. Half of them are legitimate." "And the other half?" Sabine's mouth tightened. "You ask questions now that you never used to." Camille did not answer. Sabine studied her for a long moment, then set down her cup and walked to the supply cabinet without another word. Aldrich Conrad arrived at 9 precisely. He was a lean man in his 50s, wearing a charcoal suit that fit too well for off the rack, with silver-rimmed spectacles and a calm, assessing gaze that swept the studio before it settled on Camille. His handshake was dry and brief. "Thank you for seeing me on short notice, Miss Aubert." "Camille is fine." He smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. "Camille, then. I understand you specialize in Northern Baroque. I have a panel that has been in my family for 3 generations, but the provenance is thin after 1890. I was hoping you could help me fill the gaps." She led him to the consultation table, where she had laid out reference materials. He sat across from her, his posture relaxed, his attention too sharp. "What do you know about the panel's history?" she asked. "Auction records from 1923 placed it in a private collection in Vienna. Before that, nothing." He leaned back. "I am told you have a gift for locating the invisible threads in a painting's past." "Provenance is evidence," she said. "I follow the evidence. And when the evidence is missing? Then I look for what was removed." His eyes flickered. "Removed deliberately, you mean?" She did not answer. He reached into his briefcase and produced a folder of photographs, each one a high-resolution image of the panel. Camille studied them, noting the crack pattern, the discoloration along the lower edge, the faint ghost of an inscription beneath the surface layer. "The overpaint is later," she said. "19th century, probably. There is something underneath." "Can you recover it?" "Possibly, but it would require testing, and I would need access to the panel itself." Conrad nodded, but his attention had shifted. He was watching her hands as she traced the photograph, and something in his stillness made the hair on her arms rise. "You have a very precise touch," he said. "Do you ever work from memory alone? When the reference is gone, I mean." The question landed wrong. "Memory is unreliable," she said. "I prefer documentation. And when documentation is lost, when the records are burned or erased," he tilted his head. "What do you trust, then?" She set down the photograph. "Mr. Conrad, are you asking about the panel or about something else?" He smiled again, the same flat smile. "Forgive me. I spend too much time with old records. I forget that living people prefer direct answers." He closed the folder and stood. "I will have the panel delivered to your studio by the end of the week. Your fee is acceptable." She walked him to the door, her hand on the handle, her spine cold. He paused on the threshold. "One more thing," he turned. "I understand you have been experiencing some unusual interruptions lately. Letters delivered to your home, that sort of thing." The air in the room went still. "That is a very personal question," she said. "I am a very personal collector." His eyes glinted. "I find that the most interesting art is always attached to a story that someone tried to bury." He stepped into the corridor and was gone. Camille closed the door and locked it. She stood with her palm pressed flat against the wood, her heart beating hard against her ribs. The burn line pulsed, a low, steady heat. She walked back to the table and picked up the folder of photographs. The panel was real. The provenance gap was real. But Conrad had not come for the panel. He had come for her. The studio door opened again. She turned, reaching for the scalpel on instinct. Ezren stood in the doorway. He was pale. His amber eyes were fixed on her, and she saw something in them that she had not seen before. Fear. "Who was that man?" she asked. "His name is not Aldrich Conrad." Ezren stepped inside and closed the door. "He is an accord enforcer, Magistrate Bracourt's man." The word landed like a stone in still water. "Accord," she repeated. "That is what you have been hiding." He did not deny it. "He was here to test you, to see how much you remember, to see if the letters have reached you." "How did he know about the letters?" "Because Bracourt knows everything." Ezren's voice was low. "He has been tracking this breach for months. He knows about the wax. He knows about the Wien Miliotech. He knows about the melody." She felt the floor shift beneath her. "Then he knows about the panel?" Ezren nodded slowly. "He knows you are looking, and he will do whatever it takes to make sure you do not find it." The burn line flared, a sharp spike of heat that made her gasp. She looked down at her palm. The silver thread was visible through the skin, glowing faintly. "He is not a stalker," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "He is the law." "Yes." "Then the letters are not a threat. They are a defense." "Yes." She looked up at him. "And you are not a bodyguard. You are a witness." The silence stretched between them, heavy and cold. Ezren did not look away. "I am the one who made the bargain," he said, "and I am the one who will keep you alive long enough to break it." The burn line pulsed again, and Camille felt something crack open inside her chest. She had spent her whole life trusting evidence. Now the evidence was telling her that the danger around her was not a stranger with a key. It was an entire hidden world, and the only person who had ever told her the truth was standing in front of her, waiting for her to decide if she believed him. Chapter 9. The first thing Camille did when she reached the studio was pulled the shutters down. She worked by lamplight, the photographs of Conrad's devotional panels spread across her table, but she did not see them. She saw Ezren's face in the doorway, pale, afraid. She saw his hands, still steady despite the weight of what he had carried alone. The accord, the bargain. 3 days before you died, the first time. She pressed her palm flat against the table until the burn line stopped pulsing. The door opened behind her. Sabine did not knock. She carried 2 cups of coffee and a folded newspaper, and she set them down without speaking. Then she pulled out the chair across from Camille and sat. "You were here all night again." I could not sleep. "That is becoming a pattern." Sabine pushed one of the cups toward her. "Drink. You look like you have not eaten." Camille wrapped her hands around the ceramic. The heat seeped into her fingers. "I had a visitor yesterday," she said, after Conrad left. "Ezren? He told me things. Hard things." Sabine was quiet for a long moment. Then she leaned back and folded her arms. "I have known you for 7 years, Camille. You do not flinch easily. If whatever he said has you working through the night by lamplight, I am not going to pretend I did not notice." "Do you trust him?" The question came out before Camille meant to ask it. Sabine considered. "I trust that he keeps you alive. The rest is yours to decide." It was not an answer, but it was the truest thing anyone had said in days. The door to the main corridor swung open, and footsteps clicked across the tile. Camille recognized the rhythm before she saw the figure. Odette. She wore a silk blouse the color of old champagne, her hair swept into a knot that looked effortless and probably took 20 minutes. A leather portfolio was tucked under her arm. "Camille, Sabine." She smiled, but the warmth did not reach her voice. "I hope I am not interrupting." "You are," Sabine said flatly. Odette's smile held. "I only wanted to drop off the paperwork for the Grunwald Commission. Since you handled the Voss consultation alone, I assumed you would want the same arrangement for the next one." "What next one?" "The collector I sent to you last week, Aldrich Conrad." Odette set the portfolio on the edge of the table. "He contacted me through a mutual contact at the auction house. Said he was looking for a conservator with experience in devotional panels. I gave him your name." She said it lightly, as if it were nothing. Camille's fingers tightened around the coffee cup. "You recommended him?" "I recommend everyone who asks. That is how the network works." Odette tilted her head. "Is there a problem?" "No problem." Camille kept her voice level. "I just did not realize you and Conrad had spoken before he arrived." "We spoke briefly. He asked about your studio hours, your preferred methods, whether you took private clients outside the museum schedule." Odette waved a hand. "Standard vetting. Collectors are cautious." The air in the room sickened. Sabine set her cup down with a click. "You gave a stranger Camille's schedule without telling her." "I gave a professional contact general availability information. That is not a crime, Sabine. If I had known it was classified, I would have asked for permission." Odette's smile thinned. She picked up the portfolio and tucked it back under her arm. "I will leave the paperwork on your desk, Camille. If you want the next referral, let me know. If not, I will understand." She turned and walked out, her heels striking the tile like a countdown. The door swung shut. Sabine exhaled slowly. That woman's ambition is going to get someone killed. Camille stared at the closed door. Her mind was already moving, assembling facts like pigments on a palette. Odette had given Conrad her schedule. That was how he knew when to find her. That was how he knew about the letters. But Odette did not know what Conrad was. She thought she was making a professional introduction. She was a pipeline, not a conspirator. Camille stood. "I need to check something." She walked to the front office where the studio phone and the shared calendar sat on the reception desk. The logbook showed 3 appointments this week that Odette had routed through the studio in the past month. All of them collectors. All of them with private storage arrangements. She flipped backward through the page. 2 months ago, a name she did not recognize had booked a consultation through Odette's referral. Camille had handled it herself, a routine authentation. She turned the page further. There, a note in Odette's handwriting. Investigator requesting studio hours and staff departure patterns. Said they were updating security protocols for the building. Provided card but no written request. No organization name, no badge number. Camille pulled out her phone and photographed the page. Something moved in the street beyond the window. She looked up. A man stood across the road, half hidden in the shadow of a chestnut tree. He was not looking at the studio. He was looking at the building, counting floors, marking windows. Then his gaze shifted. He saw her. He turned and walked east, disappearing into the morning foot traffic before she could reach the door. Ezren was already moving. He appeared at her side without sound, his eyes fixed on the spot where the man had stood. "Did you see him?" "Yes." His voice was low. "He has been there since before Odette arrived. You did not warn me. I did not want to spook him before I knew his pattern." Ezren's jaw tightened. "He is not a cord. He moves like hired muscle. Someone paid him to watch you." The burn line flickered. Camille pressed her palm against her thigh to steady it. "Odette is leaking information," she said. "She does not know she is doing it, but she is the funnel. Conrad came through her. The investigator came through her. Anyone who wants to find me knows to ask Odette." Chapter 10. She took the U2 from Chanteur to the Ratzau stop and walked the rest, her breath thin in the October air. The Wien Bibliothèque rose against the dusk like a kept secret. Camille had called ahead, used her restoration credential, a professional request for the reading room log and the Imperial-era sheet music catalog. Noah Kunescu had answered on the second ring, his voice warm with curiosity. "Late hours," he said when she reached the entrance. "You said it was urgent." He held the door for her. He was younger than she had expected, early 30s, dark hair falling into his eyes, a cardigan that had seen better decades. His smile was genuine. "Thank you for staying. You made it sound interesting." He led her through the main hall, past rows of locked display cases and the smell of old paper. "Most people who call after hours want me to find a birth record or a property deed. You asked for a waltz and a reading room log. That is not the usual Tuesday request." She followed him into a study room lined with gray metal shelving. A single lamp burned on a table near the window. He gestured to a chair. "Sit. Tell me what you need." Camille sat. She did not know how much to tell him. She did not know if he would believe her. She started with the paper. "I need to trace the provenance of a specific batch of conservation bond paper, machine-cut, high cotton content, supplied within the last 3 months to Vienna area institutions or independent conservators." Noah raised an eyebrow but did not ask why. He pulled a ledger from the shelf behind him. "That narrows it. There are only 2 main importers for that grade in the city. We keep their catalogs on file for collection documentation." He flipped pages. "Do you have a watermark or manufacturer code?" "No watermark, but the fibers are unusually long. It is not the standard retail stock." He nodded, scanning the entries, and Camille let herself breathe. This was safe territory. Evidence. Traceable facts. "Can I ask what this is about?" He said it without pressure, still reading. She considered the question. "Someone is leaving letters in my apartment. Locked apartment. No forced entry." She paused. "The first one warned me not to drink something a client would offer. The client tried to poison me the next day." Noah's hand stopped on the ledger. He looked at her. "Did you report it?" "I handled it." She did not elaborate. "The paper the letters are written on is conservation grade. The wax seal was mixed with chapel soot and Venetian mastic. Whoever made it knows restoration materials." He set the ledger down slowly. "That is not a casual preparation." "No." He studied her for a long moment. She expected dismissal, skepticism, the careful retreat of someone who did not want to be involved. Instead, he pulled out a chair and sat across from her. "Show me the melody." She blinked. "The letter mentioned a melody. You said on the phone you were tracking a waltz." He leaned forward. "Hum it." She hesitated. Then she opened her mouth and let the fragment rise. It came out thin at first, uncertain. 3 bars, a turn, a descending line. She had been humming it for weeks without knowing where it came from, and hearing it aloud in a quiet room felt like admitting something she had not consented to. Noah's eyes went distant. He stood and crossed to a shelf of bound music catalogs. He pulled one down, thick with age, and flipped through it with the careful hands of someone who knew how old paper could break. "That is not random," he said. He turned the book toward her. A page of sheet music, hand-copied, the notation elegant and slightly uneven. 3 bars that matched exactly what she had hummed. Beneath the title, Altman Walzer. Camille's stomach dropped. Altman, she said. You recognize the name? No. She put her finger on the page. The woman on my letters, Marguerite Altman. Noah's expression shifted. He pulled the book back, reading the composer credit. Marguerite Altman was a salon hostess in the late imperial period, he said. She held gatherings in the First District. Musicians, writers, collectors. He traced the notes. This waltz was composed for her. Anonymous composer, but the dedication is personal. Camille's burn line pulsed. How personal. The handwritten dedication at the bottom reads, For Marguerite, by de Morcandamaron, Huberlet. He paused. From Marguerite, who outlives every dawn. The room felt colder. Do you have her records? Camille asked. Salon attendance, correspondence, anything that names her circle. Noah set the book aside. Most of it is uncatalogued. The estate materials were donated decades ago, but they were never fully processed. He looked toward the far end of the reading room, where a door with a brass plate stood closed. There is a sealed storage annex, restricted access, old papers, unindexed. Sealed by whom? The original donor's family. They retain legal control over access. He hesitated. I can let you in for 10 minutes, no more. If anyone asks, you are not here. Camille met his gaze. She stood. Noah led her to the annex door. He unlocked it with a brass key from his own ring, the metal turning hard in the lock. The door swung open. Dark air breathed out at them, cold and smelling of cedar. He reached inside and found a light switch. Fluorescent tubes flickered to life, illuminating narrow aisles of archival boxes and rolled maps. 5 minutes, he said. If you find what you need, photograph it. Do not remove anything. Camille stuck inside. The silence was absolute. Her footsteps pressed into old linoleum. She scanned the box labels, dates, donor codes, partial names. Then she heard it. A sound behind her. The annex door clicked shut. She turned. The door was closed. The handle did not move. The lights flickered once, steadied, and then, from somewhere deeper in the annex, a drawer slid open. Chapter 11. The drawer had not been opened before. Camille stood still in the cold cedar air and watched it wait for her. A shallow wooden drawer slid 3 inches out from a bank of identical cabinets labeled with donor codes and decades. The one that had moved bore a single handwritten label, Altman, M, Estate Fragments, uncatalogued. She crossed to it. The drawer contained a folder, tied with cotton string, no dust on the knot. Someone had been here before her. Recently. She pulled the folder free and set it on the nearest table. The string came loose under her fingers. Inside lay a single page of the same conservation bond paper she had tested in her lab. Cream, machine cut, iron gall ink that had not yet begun to brown at the edges. Written in her own handwriting. No, that was not possible. She had never seen this paper before. She had never written these words. But the slant of the S, the way the loop of the left folded back on itself, the pressure of the nib at the end of each line, every mark belonged to her hand. She read it twice. If you are reading this, you have found your way through Mark It and the melody and the log I filed in my own name. Good. You are faster this time. The Accord is waiting for you at the Rathaus exit. Do not take the stairs. Do not walk toward the Volkseder. Change platforms. Ride 1 stop past your station and double back on foot. You will know why before dawn. Burn this before you leave. Camille's fingers trembled against the paper. She did not burn it. She photographed it with her phone, then folded the original into her coat pocket. The drawer she pushed closed with her palm. The folder she retried and returned to its place. She crossed the annex and pulled the door. It opened. Noah stood in the reading room, a stack of books in his arms. He looked at her face and stopped walking. You found something. I found a note from myself, she said. She did not explain further. She walked past him, through the reading room, out into the corridor, and did not look back until she was on the stairs. The U2 platform was half empty at this hour. Camille stood near the information board and watched the seconds count down. She had 10 minutes before the next train. Her usual route would take her to Schontenser, then a short walk home. She knew the turnstiles, the stairs, the quickest exit toward the 7th district. The note told her not to take it. She stared at the tunnel mouth where the train would appear and felt the shape of her indecision like a physical weight. She had no evidence that the note was genuine. She had handwriting analysis, yes, but handwriting could be copied. The paper matched the other letters, but that only meant the same source. The last warning kept her alive. That was the only evidence she had, and it was not empirical. It was survival. She closed her eyes and let the hum of the platform settle into her chest. When she opened them, she crossed to the opposite track. The train arrived 2 minutes late. She boarded, found a seat facing the window, and watched the tunnel lights flash past as the train carried her away from her station. She got off at the next stop. The platform here was older, tiled in a pattern she did not know, the signs bearing street names she had never used. She climbed the stairs to street level and began walking south, doubling back through narrow streets that smelled of wet stone and discarded cigarette ends. She heard the sirens before she reached the corner. Blue light flickered against the buildings ahead. 2 police cars, an ambulance, the kind of gathering that meant something had gone wrong in a way that left no room for bystanders. She kept walking. When she rounded the turn, she saw what had happened. The intersection outside her usual station exit was cordoned off. A black tarp lay across the pavement near the stairwell. A man in a dark coat was being loaded onto a stretcher, his face gray, his chest still. Around him, police spoke into radios. Commuters were being redirected through the side exit, the platform where she would have stood. Camille stopped breathing. "Where were you?" The voice came from behind her, low, controlled, furious with fear. She turned. Ezren stood 3 feet away, his coat dark against the streetlights, his face stripped of composure. His jaw was set so hard she could see the muscle working beneath the skin. "I moved," she said. "You moved without telling me. I had no signal. The annex." She stopped. "A letter was waiting for me. From myself. It told me not to use my usual exit." He stared at her. "Show me." She pulled the photographed page from her pocket, unfolded it, handed it over. He read it in the blue glow of the police lights. His thumb traced the edge of the paper once, twice, as if testing whether it would dissolve. "This is your writing," he said. "Yes." "You do not remember writing it?" "No." He handed it back. "You followed it anyway." She met his eyes. "The last warning kept me alive." Something shifted in his face. Not relief, something rawer. He turned and scanned the crowd gathered behind the police tape. Commuters, night workers, a woman with a dog, a man in a hooded jacket with a phone pressed to his ear. Ezren's body went still. "He is photographing us," he said. Camille followed his gaze. The man in the hooded jacket had his phone angled toward them, not toward the police scene, toward them. When he saw them looking, he lowered the phone, turned, and walked into the crowd without hurrying. "Stay here," Ezren said. "No." He looked at her. "I am not cargo," she said. "If that man is part of what is coming, I want to see his face." Ezren held her gaze for a beat. Then he nodded once. They moved together through the edge of the crowd, tracking the hooded figure as he slipped between bodies, heading toward the side street that led away from the station. The man did not run. He walked at a steady pace, unhurried, as if he knew they would follow and did not mind being followed. At the mouth of the alley, he stopped. He turned. He raised the phone again. The flash went off white, and then he was gone, swallowed by the dark between the buildings, and Camille stood in the cold night air with her own handwriting burning a hole in her pocket, and the sirens still wailing behind her. Chapter 12. The alley swallowed the hooded man like breath into fog. Camille stood at its mouth, pulse hammering. The afterimage of the flash still burned into her vision. The dark between the buildings held nothing now. No footsteps, no retreating shape, just wet cobblestones and the distant pulse of sirens. Ezren's hand closed around her elbow. "We are not chasing him into unlit ground at night." She pulled free. "He photographed us. He knew exactly where we would be." "I know." His voice had gone flat, the kind of flat that cost effort. "He also knew exactly when to vanish. That means he knows these streets better than we do, and he wanted us to see him leave. Then what you suggest? He did not answer immediately. He stood motionless, his profile cut by the blue light still flickering from the station intersection, and she watched him calculate something behind his eyes. Risk, distance, the location of every exit within a 2-block radius. We walk, he said, not toward your apartment, not directly. Where? Somewhere I can see the approaches. He led her north, away from the cordon, through streets that grew quieter as they moved. The wail of the sirens faded into the ambient hum of the city at night. A tram clattered past 2 blocks over, its windows bright and empty. Camille walked with her hands in her coat pockets, one curled around the folded note from the annex, the other pressed against the phone she had used to photograph it. Evidence. She had evidence of herself writing to herself, and she still could not make the shape of it sit right in her mind. They reached a small square she did not know. A fountain stood dry at its center, surrounded by benches. Ezren stopped, turned a full circle, then sat on the edge of the stone basin. She stayed standing. You were going to tell me I should have waited, she said. No. Then what? I'm going to tell you that I cannot protect you if you move without me. I was protecting myself. The note saved your life, he said, and I am grateful for whatever version of you wrote it. But I did not know where you were for 43 minutes. I searched the Wienbulbelahok, they said. The note saved your life, he said, and I am grateful for whatever version of you wrote it, but I did not know where you were for 43 minutes. I searched the Wienbibliothekok, I searched the platform, I searched the streets between them. He paused. I have searched for you before, in other years, and I know what it feels like to find you too late. The words landed like cold water. She wanted to argue. She wanted to say that she had the right to move through her own city without permission, that his fear was not her cage, that the bargain he made did not entitle him to her schedule. But he had searched for her. Not as a bodyguard checking a perimeter, as a man who had done this before and lost. She sat on the basin beside him. I'm not going to stop investigating, she said. I know. I'm not going to take sedatives or let you move me to a safe house or stop going to the studio. He turned his head. The street light caught the amber in his eyes. I know that too. Then what are we doing here? He was quiet for a long moment. The fountain gurgled faintly in its dry basin, a trapped sound. I am trying to find the shape of a protection you will accept, he said. One that does not require you to become smaller. She looked at him. I have spent 400 years learning how to guard, he said, but none of that training taught me how to guard someone who will not be moved. You are not a painting I can lock in a climate-controlled room. No. So I am asking you to tell me where the line is. She frowned. The line. Between what you will tolerate and what you will fight. I need to know where it falls, because I cannot afford to cross it by accident, and I cannot afford to stop short of it if the threat requires me there. The request was so precise, so clinical, that it took her a moment to hear the vulnerability beneath it. He was not bargaining for control. He was asking her to draw the boundary herself so he could work within it. She let out a breath. I will tell you when I move, she said, if I have time, but I will not ask permission. Acceptable. I will not be locked inside anything. No safe house, no hidden room, no arrangement where I cannot reach my work. Acceptable. And you stop holding back information to protect me from the shape of it. If there is a risk I need to know to make a decision, you tell me. Operational risks, not secrets that belong to someone else, but anything that touches my safety. He held still. That is my wide door, he said. You wanted the line. There it is. He considered her for a long moment. Then he nodded once. I will tell you what I can, he said, and what I cannot I will tell you why. It was not everything, but it was more than she had expected, and the weight of it settled between them like something fragile and newly formed. She became aware of the distance between them on the stone basin, less than a foot, close enough to feel the cold radiating off his coat, close enough to see the fine tension in his jaw. Thank you, she said. He did not answer, but something in his posture shifted, A release so small she almost missed it, and she understood that the concession had cost him more than he would ever say. They sat in silence for a while. The square was empty, the buildings dark, the only light coming from a single street lamp and the pale glow of the moon through thin cloud. "I need to see your apartment," he said finally, "before we do anything else. It is almost 2 a.m. "I know." She stood. He stood with her. They walked back through the narrow streets, taking a route that looped wide around the station cordon. The police were still there, the black tarp still in place, and she forced herself not to look at it as they passed. The stairwell of her building was quiet. The light on the second-floor landing had burned out again, leaving the corridor dim. She unlocked the door, stepped inside, and stopped. The kitchen table was bare. She checked the lockers, the counters, the floor near the door. Nothing. No envelope, no cream paper. Ezren moved past her, checking the rooms, the bathroom, the bedroom. She heard him open the wardrobe, check behind the curtains. When he returned, his face was unreadable. "Nothing," she said. "Nothing." She set her bag on the counter and reached for the kettle, needing something to do with her hands. The water ran calm, then hot. She filled the kettle, set it on its base, pressed the switch. The light on the kettle flickered once and went out. She frowned, pressed the switch again. Nothing. Then she saw it. A single envelope, standing upright against the base of the salt cellar, positioned so that it had been invisible from the door. It had not been there when she left, she was certain. Ezren followed her gaze. The envelope was cream, the seal was dark red. The address read, in the same hand, Marguerite Altman. She picked it up. The paper was warm. "Read it inside the bathroom," Ezren said. "With the light on. If it reacts with your scar, I want to see the effect in a contained space." She carried it to the bathroom, closed the door, and broke the seal. The paper inside was single-fold, the ink fresh. The Danube Canal. Saturday, before the first bridge opens for the day. "Come alone if you want food. Come with him if you want war." No signature, no warning, no promise of safety. She read it twice, then opened the door. Ezren stood in the hallway, his eyes fixed on her face. "What does it say?" She held the paper out. He read it. When he looked up, his expression had gone very still, and she knew that whatever waited at the canal was not a neutral invitation. It was a challenge. And whoever had written it knew she would not refuse. Chapter 13. She did not sleep. She lay on the couch with the canal letter open on her chest, feeling the paper cool and warm again as her own breath moved beneath it. The ceiling above her was dark, the streetlight outside casting a thin orange line across the plaster. Every sound in the building registered. The groan of pipes, the distant hum of a refrigerator in a neighboring flat, the soft creak of floorboards settling. She had told Ezren she would inform him of her movements. She had agreed to that much. But the letter said alone for proof, and she needed proof more than she needed safety. The clock on the kitchen counter read 4:47 when she sat up. Dawn was still hours away this deep in November, but the canal meeting had said before the first bridge opens, and she did not know when that was. She had not looked it up. She had not looked anything up. She dressed in dark clothes, her warmest coat, comfortable boots. She put the letter inside her inner pocket, folded once, and added the photograph of the warning note from the Wien Bibliothek, the vial of wax residue, and the test results she had logged in Sabine's lab. Evidence. Everything she had that might mean something to whoever waited at the canal. She left the apartment without turning on the lights. The stairwell was cold. The broken bulb on the second floor still had not been replaced, and she moved through the dark by memory, one hand brushing the wall for balance. The front door opened without resistance. The street was empty, the air wet with river fog. She walked east. The 7th district was quiet at this hour. A taxi passed, its tires hissing on wet pavement. A man walked a dog on the far side of the street, his face hidden under a hood, and she watched him until he turned a corner and disappeared. She did not know if she was being followed. She did not know if she would recognize being followed anymore. The canal appeared between buildings, a dark ribbon of water reflecting the orange glow of distant streetlights. The path along the embankment was slick with condensation. She found the stairs that led down to the water level and took them slowly, one hand on the iron railing, testing each step before she put her weight on it. At the bottom, the air changed. Colder, wetter, the smell of stoned and slow water. She stood on the paving beside the canal and waited. The first bridge was 100 meters to her left, its underside dark, the water beneath it black and silent. No one was there. No figure emerged from the shadows. No voice called out. She checked her phone. 5:03. She waited. The fog thickened. The water lapped against the stone. She began to feel the cold in her fingers, in her jaw, and she pressed her hands into her coat pockets and listened to the silence stretch. Then she heard the footsteps, not from the bridge, from behind her. 2 sets, moving fast, coming down the same stairs she had used. She turned. They were on her before she could speak. The first one grabbed her arm, yanked her sideways, slammed her against the stone wall of the embankment. The impact knocked the breath from her chest. The second one was already reaching into her coat, patting down her pockets with quick, practiced movements. "Give it," the first one said. His face was close to hers. He was young. His eyes were flat. "What?" "The letter. The one in your pocket. Give it." She tried to twist free. His grip tightened, and she felt the bruise forming, a deep ache spreading up her arm. "I do not have it," he hit her. It was not a slap. It was a closed fist, fast and hard, catching her across the cheekbone. Her head snapped sideways. Pain exploded through her face, and she tasted blood, copper, and salt, and her knees buckled. The second one pulled her upright, found the inner pocket, pulled out the letter, the photograph, the vial, the test results. "Got it. Check if there is more." "There is nothing else." The first one released her arm. She slid down the wall, one hand pressed to her cheek, blood dripping between her fingers. She could not see properly. Her vision had gone watery at the edges. They stood over her, sorting through her papers. "This is all of it," the second one said. "Let us go." "Wait," the first one said. He looked down at her. She saw our faces. She saw him decide. She saw it in the microsecond shift of his weight, the way his hand moved toward his belt, the way his partner stepped sideways to block her view of the canal. She had no weapon. She had no escape. The wall was behind her, and the water was at her back, and they were between her and the stairs. She thought of Ezren. She thought of the way his jaw had tightened when he read the letter. She saw of the words he had not said. The first operative took a step toward her, and then he stopped. His head turned slightly, as if he had heard something. His partner turned too, both of them looking past her, toward the bridge, toward the dark water. She heard nothing, but they heard something. The first operative opened his mouth to speak. Something struck him. It was not a sound, it was a force. He was there, and then he was not there, his body punching sideways into the stone wall, his head connecting with a sound like a dripped melon. He crumpled. The second operative reached for his belt. He did not complete the motion. A hand closed around his wrist, a twist, a crack. He screamed. And then Ezren was there. He had not been running. He had not been approaching. He was simply there, standing between her and the second operative. His coat dark with river fog, his breathing steady, his face completely without expression. The second operative tried to swing with his free hand. Ezren caught it, held it, did not move. "You were told," Ezren said, his voice low and terrible, "that bringing him meant war." The operative's eyes went wide. "We were not. You were." Ezren released his wrist. The operative staggered backward, clutching his arm, his face white. "Run," Ezren said. The operative ran. The first operative lay crumpled against the wall. He was breathing. His head was bleeding. He was alive. Ezren knelt beside Camille. "Can you stand?" She could not answer. She was staring at his face, at the shadows under his cheekbones, at the way the fog seemed to move around him like something alive. "You were not there," she said. "You were not on the stairs. You were not anywhere." He did not answer. "I told you I would inform you. I did not inform you. You could not have known where I was." We held her gaze. "I always know where you are," he said. The words settled into the space between them, heavy and absolute, and she understood that he had not been following her. He had not tracked her phone or her movements. He had simply known. She looked down at her hand. The silver burn line was glowing, a thin, luminous thread against her skin, pulsing with a light that had no source. He saw it too. "Camille, do not," she said. "You are bleeding." "I know." She pressed her hand harder against her cheek. The blood was warm. The pain was sharp and clean. She used it to anchor herself. "He said to come alone to proof," she said. "He sent them instead." "Yes." "Who sent them?" Ezren looked at the crumpled operative, then back at her. "Someone who does not want you to have what is coming." "What is coming?" He did not answer. But his hand moved toward hers, slowly, giving her time to pull away, and when she did not, he took her wrist and pressed his thumb against the glowing scar. The light dimmed. The burn line cooled. The pain in her cheek did not go away. But something else settled, a quietness she had not asked for, and she hated him for it, and she needed it, and she did not know how to hold both truths at once. "I need to see the others," she said. "What others?" "The letters, the portrait, the notes, everything I did not bring." He helped her stand. Her legs were unsteady. Her face was beginning to swell. "They will try again," she said. "Yes. Then we need to move faster." He looked at her. His eyes were amber in the fog, old and careful, and burning with something she could not name. "How fast?" he said. She wiped the blood from her mouth and looked toward the bridge, where the first light of dawn was beginning to stain the sky a pale, wounded gray. Faster than today. Chapter 14. The first bridge was pale in the fog. Camille leaned against the wall, one hand pressed her swelling cheek, the other still tingling where the scar had cooled. "I meant it," she said. "Faster than today." Ezren did not answer. He was watching the empty street where the second operative had vanished, his body still positioned between her and the direction of threat. "Ezren, I heard you. Then stop treating me like I am made of glass." He turned. His face was unreadable, but something moved behind his eyes, something old and tired and carefully contained. "You are bleeding," he said. "Your evidence is gone. You were nearly killed." "I know. And you want to go faster?" "Yes." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he stepped past her, toward the crumpled operative against the wall. The man was stirring. A low moan escaped his throat. His head was bleeding where it had struck the stone, a dark trickle running down his temple and into his collar. Ezren stopped. Camille saw it happen. The shift was small at first. His shoulders tightened. His breathing changed, a single beat of stillness, and then his head tilted slightly, as if following a scent. The operative groaned again. The blood was pooling now, dark against the gray stone. Ezren's hand twitched at his side. "Ezren." He did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the blood. "Ezren." She stepped toward him. The pain in her cheek flared, but she kept moving, positioning herself between him and the wounded man on the ground. "Look at me." He did, slowly, reluctantly, and she saw it. His eyes were not amber anymore. They were darker, deeper. The pupils had expanded, swallowing the iris, and there was something else there. A hunger that was not human, not voluntary, not something he had chosen. The air between them changed. "Step back," he said. His voice was low, careful, a man holding a leash that was fraying. "Not until you look at me." "I am looking at you." "No, look at me, not at him, not at the blood." She held his gaze. The seconds stretched. The fog moved around them. The wounded operative moaned again, and Ezren's jaw tightened, a muscle jumping along his cheekbone. Then he closed his eyes. When he opened them, the amber was back. The hunger was banked, buried, forced down behind discipline she could not begin to understand. He stepped back from the operative. "We need to leave," he said. "Not yet." "Camille." "They took everything. The letter, the photograph, the vial, Sabine's results. I have nothing left." "You have your life." "Barely." She turned to the wounded operative. He was conscious now, blinking up at her with unfocused eyes. Blood still ran from his temple. "Who sent you?" she said. He spat at her. She did not flinch. The spittle landed on her coat, and she looked down at it, then back at him. "I have nothing left to lose," she said. "You stole it, so you can tell me who paid you, or I can let him finish what he started." She gestured toward Ezren. The operative's eyes flecked to him, and she saw it. The recognition, the fear. He knew what Ezren was, or at least he knew enough. "Bracourt," he said. "Magistrate Bracourt." The name hit her like cold water. "Bracourt sent you?" "We were told to collect your evidence. That was all, just the evidence. And killing me? That was his choice." He jerked his head toward the empty street where his partner had fled. "He said you saw our faces. He said it was cleaner." She looked down at him. The blood was still flowing. His head wound was worse than she had thought. "Ezren, I am here. Can you stop the bleeding?" Ezren did not move. She felt his stillness behind her, the weight of his restraint. "I can," he said, "but I should not. Because of the blood." Yes, she understood. The hunger was still there, barely contained, and the scent was in the air, thick and warm and pulling at something she could not see. "Then we need to call an ambulance." "Camille, we cannot leave him here to bleed out." "We can." She turned to face him. The amber eyes held hers. The hunger was there, but so was something else. A question. A test. "If you kill him," she said, "you are no better than them." Ezren looked at her for a long moment. Then he pulled out his phone. He dialed. He spoke in German, low and rapid, giving the street and the bridge and the condition of the wounded man. He did not get his name. He hung up and put the phone away. "They will be here in 6 minutes," he said. "Thank you." "Do not thank me. I did it for you." She nodded. She understood the difference. The wounded operative was watching them, his eyes glassy, his breathing beginning to slow. "You should not have come alone," he said. The letter was not from him. Camille went still. "What?" "The letter, the one demanding the canal. It was not from the magistrate. Someone else wrote it. Someone who knew you would come." "Who?" But his eyes were closing. The blood was too much. He was slipping. "Who?" she said again, grabbing his collar. He smiled, a thin, broken smile, blood on his teeth. "She is already dead," he said. "You just do not remember." His eyes closed. Ezren pulled her away. "We need to go, now. The ambulance will find him. We will not be here when they arrive." He took her arm. His grip was firm, not painful, but she felt the urgency in it, the tension in his body. "Camille, please." She looked at the unconscious operative, at the blood on the stone, at the fog beginning to thin as dawn crept closer. "She is already dead," she repeated. "You just do not remember." "I heard. Who is she?" Ezren's face was unreadable, but she saw it, a flicker of something, pain or recognition or both. "Someone you were," he said, "and someone you will want to become again." He pulled her toward the stairs. She followed because she had no choice, because her legs were shaking, for the world had tilted sideways, and she needed his solidity to stay upright. At the top of the stairs, he stopped. "Faster," he said. "You wanted faster." "Yes." "Then hold on to me." She did not understand, but she wrapped her arms around his waist, and he put one hand over hers, and then they were moving. Not running. Running was too slow. The street blurred past her, the building the smearing into streaks of gray and shadow, the wind tearing at her hair. He was not running. He was crossing distance in a way that defied physics, each step too long, too fast, too impossible. Her scar flared hot against her palm, and then they were there. Her apartment building, the front door, the stairs, and she was standing in front of her own door, shaking, her face throbbing, her mind reeling. Ezren released her. "Do not tell me you did not see that," she said. "I will not." "You are not human." "No." She stared at him. The word hung between them, simple and absolute and world-shattering. "Say it," she said. "I am not human, Camille." "Then what are you?" He looked at her. The dawn was breaking behind him, pale and gray, and the light caught his face in a way that made him look ancient, carved from something older than stone. "I am what I have always been," he said. "What I was when you first knew me. What I will be when you forget me again." She felt the words like a blow. "When I forget you." Yes. That is what the covenant does. Yes. Every time. Yes. She thought of the letters, the portrait, the notes her past self had left, the melody she had been humming without knowing why. "How many times?" she said. "Enough to know that this one is different." "Different how?" He reached for her hand. His fingers brushed her scar. The silver line pulsed, warm and alive beneath his touch. "This time," he said, "you are still here." He meant the dawn, the memory, the fact that she was still looking at him with recognition, yet the blank confusion of a stranger. She looked down at their hands, at the faint glow between his fingers and her skin. "What happens now?" "Now," he said, "you rest. And tomorrow you decide whether you want the truth badly enough to risk what it costs." "And if I do?" He met her eyes. His were amber again, warm and old and full of something that might have been hope, if hope were not such a dangerous thing. "Then I will show you everything." Chapter 15. The apartment was silent. The dawn had not yet reached the window, but it was close, a pale graying at the edge of the glass. Camille stood in the center of her own kitchen, her face throbbing, her hands shaking, the memory of impossible speed still pressed into her ribs like a bruise. Ezren had not moved from the door. He was watching her with the careful stillness of a man waiting for a verdict. She should be afraid. She should be horrified. She should be reaching for her phone to call someone, anyone, to report what she had seen. Instead, she walked to the sink and turned on the cold water. The sound filled the silence. She cupped her hands under the stream and pressed them to her face, wincing as the chill hit the swollen tissue. The water ran pink. She did not look at him. "You knew this would happen," she said. Her voice was flat. "When you took the job, when you walked into my studio, you knew I would find out." "Yes." "And you came anyway." "Yes." She turned off the water and dried her hands on a dish towel, methodical, precise, as if she were cleaning a brush after a day in the lab. The ritual steadied her. The familiar motions gave her something to hold on to while the rest of her world collapsed into fragments. He said the letter was not from Bracourt, he said. The Accord, myself, and one other. "Who?" "A woman named Rusandra Mirek. She witnessed the original bargain. She has been watching the cycles longer than I have." "Watching? Or interfering?" Had she literate against it? "This place lids out the cost to measurement. Yes, as Ezren Caldemar, which Inalo Bon, a master, is the Arthi farm for Accord's person has tried to bury." Camille felt something shift in her chest. Not hope exactly, but a kind of readiness, a gathering of weight, the way her body tensed before a difficult restoration, the moment before the first incision into old Varnish. "Where do I find him?" "I will take you." "No. Tell me where to find him. I will go myself." Ezren's jaw tightened. "Camille, I am not asking for permission," she said. "I am telling you that if I am going to risk the cost of this truth, I need to walk into it on my own feet. Not carried, not protected. Present." He stared at her. The silence stretched between them, fragile and taut. Then he nodded. "St. Ruprecht's, the crypt beneath the old church. He keeps vigil there 3 nights a week." "Which nights?" "Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday." "Saturday is tomorrow." "Yes." She turned away from him and walked to the bathroom. The light flickered when she switched it on, and she saw herself in the mirror for the first time since the canal. Her lip was split. A dark bruise was blooming across her cheekbone, purpling the skin. Her hair was tangled and damp with river fog. She looked like someone who had been in a fight. She looked like someone who was still standing. She opened the medicine cabinet and found the antiseptic, the cotton pads, the small tube of arnica cream she kept for the muscle strain that came with long hours at the easel. She cleaned her split lip with the precision of a conservator treating a cracked panel, dabbing, pressing, letting the sting settle before she moved on. Ezren appeared in the doorway. He did not enter. He stood in the frame, his shoulder against the jamb, watching her patch herself together. "You are not going to call anyone," he said. It was not a question. "No? You are not going to report what happened?" "No." "Why?" She met his eyes in the mirror. "Because the operative who attacked me works for Bracourt, and Bracourt works for the Accord, and the Accord is the reason I keep forgetting who I am." She turned to face him. "If I report what we did, you take you. And if they take you, I lose the only person in this city who might actually tell me the truth." Ezren said nothing, but something shifted in his face, a crack in the centuries-old composure, a flicker of something raw and human and desperate. "You trust me," he said. "I trust that you have been telling me the truth even when it cost you. That is not the same as trust, but it is close enough to start." She capped the arnica cream and put it back in the cabinet. "Now, you said dawn is the most dangerous word between us. Why?" Ezren's voice was low when he answered. "Because dawn is when the covenant resets, when the memory wipe completes. Every time you have learned the truth, the sunrise has taken it from you." "But it did not take it this time." "No." "Why?" "I do not know. The covenant has never failed before." Camille looked at her for a long moment. Then he inclined his head, a gesture that was almost formal, almost ancient. "As you wish." Camille sat down at the kitchen table. The third letter was still in her pocket, the one that had lured her to the canal, the one that was not from Bracourt. She pulled it out and laid it flat on the wood. She did not know who had written it. She did not know what they wanted. But she knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with evidence, and everything to do with the ache in her bones, that she was going to find out. The dawn crept across the floor, pale and quiet, and for the first time since the canal, Camille felt something that was not fear. It was hunger. Chapter 16. The crypt stairs were stone-worn concave by centuries of feet. Camille counted 23 steps before the air changed. Cooler, damper, carrying the smell of old wax and something metallic she could not name. A single electric bulb burned at the bottom, casting more shadow than light. Father Lucien d'Aubert was already waiting. He was shorter than she had expected, with a broad face and hands that looked like they had spent decades gripping tools, not prayer books. His cassock was frayed at the collar. His eyes were the color of rainwater, and they fixed on her face with an attention that felt uncomfortably personal. "You came alone," he said. "I did. He let you." He did not have a choice. Lucien's mouth tightened at the corner, not quite a smile. "That sounds like her." Camille stepped off the last stair and looked around. The crypt was larger than she had expected, a single vaulted chamber with 4 stone pillars supporting the low ceiling. The walls were lined with cabinets, some wood, some iron, all locked. A long table stood in the center, covered with a white cloth that was yellowed at the edges. A single candle burned there, its flames steady in the still air. "The Accord tried to clear this place twice," Lucien said, following her gaze. "Once in 1927, once in 1973. Both times they decided it was not worth the diplomatic cost." "Why?" "Because I do not belong to them. This ground was consecrated before the Accord existed. They have no jurisdiction here, and they know it." Camille turned to face him. "Ezren said you keep records the Accord tried to bury." "I keep what people left behind." He moved past her to the nearest cabinet, a tall iron thing with 3 locks. "What do you want to know?" "Everything." Lucien laughed, a dry sound that did not reach his eyes. "That would take longer than either of us has, but I can show you the summary." He produced a key from beneath his cassock and unlocked the first lock, then a second, then a third. The door swung open with a groan, and Camille saw shelves stacked with bound journals, their spines cracked and faded. "These are not copies," Lucian said. "These are originals, written by women who looked like you and died with your name on their lips." Camille's throat tightened. "Which name? The one you carry now, the one you carried before, the one you will carry next?" He pulled a journal from the shelf and laid it on the table. The leather was dark with age, the edges rubbed soft. "Open it." She hesitated. Her fingers touched the cover, and the silver burn line on her palm pulsed once. A brief warmth faded as quickly as it came. She opened the journal. The handwriting was elegant, looped, feminine, dated 1847. The pages described a winter in Vienna, a house on the Freyung, a man with amber eyes who appeared at night and spoke in a voice that made the writer's pulse quicken. The name she used for him was not Ezren, but the description, the way she wrote about his hands, his stillness, the way he watched her sleep, it could not be anyone else. Camille turned to the page. A sketch fell out, a small watercolor portrait of a woman with dark hair pinned up in gray-green eyes. Her eyes. She stared at the portrait for a long moment. The woman was not identical to her. The jaw was softer, the hairline different, but the resemblance was undeniable. Family, blood, or something stranger. "There are 12 more like that," Lucian said. "Different centuries, different names, same face, recurring." Camille set the portrait down carefully, as if it might break. "These women," she said. "Who were they?" "They were you." "I need evidence, not faith." Lucian did not argue. He reached into the cabinet and pulled out a second journal, smaller than the first, bound in what looked like red leather. He opened it to a marked page and turned it toward her. "This one is from 1911. The writer describes a dream of dying in a canal before she ever visited a canal in her waking life. She writes that a man with amber eyes carried her back to a room she did not recognize, and that she woke with a scar on her palm that was not there when she fell asleep." Camille looked down at her right hand. The silver burn line caught the candlelight. "She drew it," Lucian said. "The scar. She drew it in the margin." Camille looked. There it was, a thin line across a sketched palm, rendered in brown ink exactly where hers lay. Her breath went shallow. "There is more," Lucian said. He crossed to a smaller cabinet against the far wall, one that Camille had not noticed at first. It was made darker wood, almost black, with a single lock that looked newer than the rest. Lucian produced a different key, smaller, and turned it. The cabinet door opened. Inside was a single shelf. On it lay a bundle wrapped in linen, tied with a strip of leather that had gone brittle with age. Lucian did not unwrap it. He stepped back. "That is the one she left for you, the one who came before." Camille approached the cabinet slowly. Her fingers found the leather tie, and she pulled it loose. The linen fell open. Inside was a miniature, a small oval painting in a brass frame, small enough to fit in a palm. The woman in the painting wore a dark dress with a high collar and a strand of pearls. She held a music sheet. The notes were visible, the opening bars of the Altman waltzer. And at the bottom of the frame, etched into the brass with a fine hand, were 3 words: "For the next one." Camille's hand trembled. She set the miniature down on the table next to the journal and the portrait, and for a long moment she could not speak. Lucian watched her in silence. "Do you believe now?" he asked. "I believe someone wanted me to find these," she said. "I believe they went to extraordinary lengths to make sure I did, but I do not know if that makes it true." "What would make it true?" Camille looked up at him. Her gray-green eyes were dry, but something in them had shifted, a crack in the careful architecture of doubt. "Show me something I could not have known," she said. "Show me something I could not have planted in my own head." Lucian considered her. Then he walked to the far end of the table and pulled open a drawer Camille had not noticed, built into the underside of the stone. He lifted out a flat wooden box and set it on the table. The box had no visible hinges. He pressed a corner, and the lid sprang open. Inside, on a bed of faded velvet, lay a bundle of letters tied to a black ribbon. The ribbon was old enough for Frey to touch. "These were written by a woman who signed herself Marguerite Altman," Lucian said. "She addressed them to a man she called E.C. She wrote them in 1889, 1902, 1915, and 1931. In the last one, she described a dream of meeting him at a canal in a city that had not yet been built the way she saw it. Camille reached for the bundle. The first letter, dated 1889, was written on paper so thin it was almost translucent. The handwriting was elegant, controlled, and utterly unfamiliar. But the opening line made her stop breathing. Ezren, I am writing this in the dark because I know I will not remember you by morning. Chapter 17. Camille read the line again. Ezren, I am writing this in the dark because I know I will not remember you by morning. The words did not blur. They stayed sharp on the thin paper, each letter formed with a pressure that had pressed through to the other side. She turned the page. This is the 5th time I have tried to leave a record that survives the dawn. The first 4 were found by people who did not know what they held. 1 was burned. 2 were lost in a move between districts. The 4th I hid in the wall panel behind the wardrobe, but when I checked it 3 months later, the paper had crumbled to dust. I do not know how much time I have left in this body. I am 47 now, and the cough that began last winter has not improved. But I remember him this morning. I woke with his name on my tongue and the shape of his hand still pressed into my palm, and I wrote this before the light could take it. If you are reading this, I am already gone, but you are still here. And somewhere in this city, he is still waiting for you to find him. Camille looked up. The crypt air had gone still, the candle flame standing straight. Lucian had not moved. May I see the rest? She asked. They are yours. She untied the black ribbon, the bundle loosened, and the letters fanned out across the velvet like a deck of unplayed cards. She counted them by sight. 11. 11 attempts to be heard across a gap no letter should have been able to cross. She did not read them all at once. Her hand moved to the second one, dated 1902, and unfolded it carefully at the creases. Ezren, I dreamed of you again. You were standing on a bridge I have never seen, above water that ran the wrong color, too dark, too still. You were looking at someone behind me, and when I turned to see who it was, I saw my own face, but younger, wearing clothes I do not own. I woke with the sense that I had interrupted something. The scar on my palm has been warm for 3 days. Camille set it down. Her own palm tingled beneath the bandage. She pressed her thumb against it, and the sensation settled. The third letter was shorter, almost urgent. Ezren, the Accord sent someone today, a woman. She asked about dreams, about recurring melodies, about whether I had ever woken in a place I did not remember entering. I told her nothing, but she knew. I saw it in her eyes. She knew I was carrying something I should not. I have hidden the portrait behind the loose stone in the pantry. If they take me, it will wait. Camille stopped. Portrait, she said aloud. Lucian's rainwater eyes met hers. She painted him, more than once. There is one in the cabinet still if you want to see it. She did not answer. She reached for the 4th letter. It was dated 1915. The handwriting had changed, looser, less careful, as if time had worn down the writer's patience. Ezren, I am tired of writing letters no one will read in time. I am tired of hiding evidence in walls and cabinets and hoping the next version of me finds it before the Accord does. But I cannot stop. Every dawn I forget, and every dusk I begin again, and the only thing that survives is this, the shape of you in my chest like a bone that healed wrong. I am leaving this with Lucian because he remembers. He is the only one who does. Camille looked up at the old priest. You remember? Parts, he said. She came to me in 1915, and again in 1923, and once more in 1931. Each time she was the same woman, but not the same person. She carried different names, different fears, different habits, but she always had the scar, and she always asked the same question. What question? She asked if I had seen the man with amber eyes. She asked if he was real, or if she had dreamed him. Camille's torta tightened. What did you tell her? I told her the truth, that he came to the crypt once, in 1847, and left a journal in my predecessor's care, that he returned in 1873 and again in 1901, each time asking if there had been any letters addressed to EC, that he looked like a man carrying a weight no living thing should have to bear. Ezren, standing guard somewhere in the dark above them, had done this, had come to this same crypt, alone, across centuries, asking if Marguerite had left him a word. She turned to the fifth letter. It was dated 1931. The paper was different, thicker, commercial stock. The handwriting was steadier, more deliberate, as if Marguerite had learned to write against the clock. Ezren, I dreamed of the canal again. But this time the city was different. The bridges were unfamiliar, and the buildings along the bank had glass facades I have never seen in Vienna. I think I was dreaming forward instead of backward. I think I saw the city as it will be, not as it is. If you are reading this in a time when the canal rains past glass buildings, then I was right. And if I was right about that, then I was right about you. You are real. You are waiting. And the next time I find you, I will remember. The letter ended there. No signature, no closing. Camille folded it carefully and set it with the others. There is more in the cabinet, Lucien said. Sketches, restoration notes, things she kept. Camille crossed to the blackwood cabinet and looked inside. The shelf held a second bundle, this one wrapped in oilcloth, tied with modern twine that looked newer than the rest of the collection. She lifted it out and set it on the table. The twine came loose easily. Inside were perhaps 30 sheets of paper, most of them loose, some folded into quarters, a few stapled together at the corner. Sketches in graphite and charcoal, a handful in brown ink. Faces, mostly. A man's profile, sharp cheekbones, a mouth that did not know how to smile. A study of hands, long fingers, the thumb resting against the knuckle of the index finger in a gesture she recognized. Ezren's hands, drawn by a woman who had studied them. Camille set the sketches aside. Beneath them lay a stack of restoration annotations. She recognized the format instantly. The same grid of condition notes, pigment analysis, and structural assessment that she used every day in the studio. But the handwriting was not quite hers. It was close, disturbingly close. The same slant, the same habit of dotting the I with a small circle instead of a dot. But the pressure was lighter, their leaded wider, as if the writer had been in a hurry or working a poorer light. She flipped to the bottom of the page. Marguerite Altman, 1927. Conservation record, private collection, 1927. The year the Accord had tried to clear the crypt. Camille turned the page. Another annotation, this one written in a different hand, closer to her own current script. A note about the binding medium in a 16th century altarpiece. The analysis was precise, the terminology exact, and at the bottom, in the same confident hand, a signature. Marguerite Altman, 1929. She kept turning. A third annotation. A fourth. Each one signed with that other name, each one written in a hand that crept closer to her own as the dates advanced, as if the woman had been practicing toward her. The last sheet was different. It was a single page of unlined paper, folded once, with no date and no signature. The handwriting was hurried, jagged, the pen scratching under pressure. The building remembers where I hide things. I tested it. I left Manette behind the loose plaster in the stairwell and returned 3 days later to find it pushed deeper, as if something had read it and put it back. I do not know if it is the Accord or something older, but the walls in this city are not neutral. They keep what we give them. If you are reading this, do not trust the empty spaces. They are watched. The note stopped there. The rest of the page was blank, but the pen had pressed through so hard that the shape of letters continued on the surface beneath, invisible but present, a ghost of continuation. Camille looked up at Lucien. Who wrote this? He met her gaze without flinching. You did. Chapter 18. The crypt stairs rose to meet her feet, each step carrying her back toward a city she no longer recognized as ordinary. Lucien had said nothing when she left. He had simply pressed the miniature painting into her hands, wrapped in the same oilcloth that had protected the sketches, and watched her climb. She did not go home. She stood at the base of St. Ruprecht's tower, the oilcloth bundle tucked under her arm, the night air cooling the sweat on her temples. A single lamp burned in a window across the street. A cat watched from a doorway, unblinking. She pulled out her phone. The screen lit her face as she scrolled to Noah's number. He answered on the second ring. His voice was rough with the particular alertness of someone who had been asleep an hour ago but would never admit it. Camille? I need you to find me everything you can about the Allman Walzer, the composer, the salon where it was played, any attendance records you can pull from the imperial period. A pause. Fabric shifted. She heard him sit up. Now? Now. Give me 40 minutes. Meet me at the Bibliothèque staff entrance. He hung up before she could thank him. She walked. The 7th district was quiet at this hour, the cobblestones slick with condensation. Her footsteps echoed off the shuttered shop fronts and the sleeping Baroque facades. The bundle under her arm seemed heavier than its contents, the weight of 100 years pressed into oilcloth and paper. At the staff entrance, Noah was already waiting. He wore the same cardigan from their first meeting, the sleeves pushed up, his dark hair falling across his face. He held a metal key ring in one hand and a cardboard folder in the other. "You owe me coffee for a month," he said, and unlocked the door. The Bibliothèque at night was a different world. The reading room, with its high ceilings and green glass lamps, stood empty and expectant. The shelves stretched into shadow. The air smelled of paper, dust, and the faint metallic tang of old ink. Noah led her past the main reading room, through a narrow corridor she had not noticed before, and into a small study room lined with bound periodicals. A single lamp burned on the table, illuminating a stack of ledgers. "I started digging after your first visit," he said, setting the folder down. "The Altman Walzer is attributed to a composer named Joseph Toffel. Minor figure, wrote salon pieces for the Imperial Circuit. Nothing remarkable." He opened the folder. Inside were photocopies of program notes, newspaper clippings, and handwritten lists. But the interesting part is who showed up at the salons where Toffel's pieces were played. He slid a sheet across the table. It was a reproduction of an attendance register. Handwritten names in brown ink, arranged in columns beneath a printed header. Salon Marguerite Ullman, Palais Hauksberg, Saison 1889. Camille's finger traced the list of names. Aristocrats, musicians, a few she recognized from museum provenance files. Then Noah placed another sheet beside it. Salon Marguerite Ullman, 1892. Another, 1895. Another, 1901. The same name, the same handwriting in the register, the careful loop of the M and the sharp slant of the A. Marguerite Ullman, listed as hostess across 12 years. Camille looked up. Noah's expression was carefully neutral. "It gets worse," he said. "Or better. Depends on how you look at it." He pulled out a third sheet. This one was a formal announcement printed on cardstock, announcing a salon evening hosted by Frau Marguerite Ullman at a 1st District address. The date was April 1903. "Do you see the problem?" Noah asked. Camille read the date again. Then she read the hostess's name again. Then she set the card down and pressed her palm flat against the table, as if she could steady herself against the surface. "Marguerite Ullman should have been in her 40s by 1903, she said slowly. "Maybe her 50s. "The salon records go to 1911, Noah said. "Same hostess, same name. No daughter mentioned, no younger relation taking over." He reached into the folder and produced a final item. A bound music booklet. The cover faded to a pale gray, with a handwritten label on the front. Ullman Walzer. For Marguerite. He placed it in front of her. "I found this in the restricted annex this morning. It was misfiled under Toffel's name, but the dedication is different from the published version. This one was handwritten. Personal." Camille opened the cover. The score was written in brown ink, the notation elegant and precise. A single melody line, simple enough to play by ear. She read the first few bars and felt her throat tighten. It was the melody, the one she had been humming for weeks without knowing where it came from. She traced the notes with her finger. F, G, S, A, B flat, A, G, F. The shape of it was familiar in a way that went deeper than memory, deeper than thought. "Does it sound like anything?" Noah asked. She did not answer. She closed the booklet and stood up. "I need a piano." The Bibliothèque did not have a piano, but the conservatory building across the square did, and Noah knew the night porter. The practice room was small, windowless, heated by a single radiator that ticked in the silence. An upright piano stood against the far wall, the keys yellowed with age. Camille sat on the bench. She set the booklet on the music stand. Her hands hovered over the keys. She did not need to read the notes. Her fingers found the opening phrase without conscious direction, as if the melody had been waiting in her bones for permission to surface. The first notes gnawing out, simple, elegant. A waltz that sounds like a question. She played through the first section, her hands moving with a certainty that did not belong to the present moment. The turns and trills came naturally, as if she had practiced them 1,000 times in a life she could not recall. Then the second section began. Her left hand found a counter-melody she had not read. Her right hand rifted, paused, and came down on a chord that was not in the score. She stopped. Noah leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Wrong note? No. She stared at the keys. It's right. I just don't know how I know that. She played the chord again. The resonance filled the small room, and in that resonance, something shifted. A sequence of turns rose in her body, not in her mind. A step, a pivot, a hand reaching for a wall that was not there. The memory was not visual. It was muscular. A set of movements her body remembered making in a stairwell at a specific landing on the second floor of her own apartment building. Her hands lifted from the keys. The wall, she said. What wall? Camille stood up. The bench scraped against the floor. The second floor landing in my building. The plaster looks older than the rest of the wall. I have passed it every day for 2 years and never touched it. She grabbed the oilcloth bundle and the music booklet. But my body knows exactly which stone is loose. Noah straightened. Camille, it's almost midnight. You cannot go digging into walls at midnight. Watch me. She was already at the door. Chapter 19. The night air hit her face as she crossed the square, the music booklet pressed against her ribs inside the oilcloth bundle. Behind her, Noah called something she did not catch. She kept walking. The streets between the conservatory and her building had never felt longer. Every street lamp cast the same amber glow, every cobblestone held the same damp gleam, but her body moved differently now. Her legs knew the rhythm of the waltz. Her fingers kept fighting the unwritten chord against her thigh. She turned onto her street. Ezren stood under the awning across from her building, hands in his coat pockets, his posture deceptively relaxed. He straightened when he saw her, his amber eyes tracking her approach with the same unnerving precision he always used. You are out late, he said. I found something. She did not slow down. She crossed the street and pushed through the building's front door, letting it swing behind her. She heard his footsteps follow, measured and unhurried, as if he already knew where she was going. The stairwell was dim. The bulb on the first-floor landing had burned out weeks ago, and the landlord had not replaced it. Camille climbed past the first floor without pausing. She stopped on the second-floor landing. The plaster patch was exactly where her body had told her it would be. To the left of the stairwell window, about waist height, a rectangle of newer plaster sat flush against the older wall. She had passed it every day for 2 years. She had never touched it. Ezren stopped on the stairs below her. He said nothing. Camille pressed her palm against the plaster. It was warm, not from the building's heating. Warm the way the letter had been warm on her kitchen table. She pushed. The plaster did not crumble. It shifted, a clean quartered-inch movement, as if it had been cut and reset a dozen times before. Her fingers found the seam. She worked the edges until the rectangular section came free in her hands, leaving a dark opening in the wall. Behind it was a cavity. She set the plaster piece against the wall and reached inside. Her fingers touched oilcloth first, then something hard and flat, wrapped in the same material. She pulled out a bundle the size of a bread loaf, bound with twine. The knots were tight, professional, tied by hands that did not want the contents to spill. She carried it down to the first-floor landing where the light was better. Ezren followed. She sat on the bottom step and set the bundle in her lap. The twine was old, the fibers dry but not brittle. She worked the knots loose with her fingernails, careful not to tear the oilcloth. Inside was a leather journal, the spine cracked, the cover darkened by age and handling. Beneath it lay a stack of cream envelopes tied to a separate ribbon. And on top of everything, folded so the ink faced upward, a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was hers, not Marguerite's elegant cursive from the letters in the crypt. Her own hand. The same slant, the same pressure on the downstrokes, the same way she crossed her T's high and sharp. She had written this, not a past self speaking through an older alphabet. Her. The note was short. If you are reading this, you played the chord. I knew you would. The building does not remember where I hide things anymore. You have to. So I stopped hiding from the building and started hiding from the Accord. Everything I know is in the journal. Read it before dawn. Do not let Ezren touch it. There is one more cache after this one. The score will tell you where. Trust the Waltz. It is the only thing the Accord never took. Camille read the note 3 times. The words did not change. The handwriting did not become someone else's. She looked up. Ezren stood at the bottom of the stairs, his face unreadable in the dim light. "What is it?" he asked. "A letter from myself." She heard how absurd it sounded. From before. She pulled the journal out of the bundle. The leather was soft, the pages swollen with age and handling. She opened it to the first entry. The date was 1927. The handwriting was Marguerite's. But the first line was addressed to someone who had not yet been born. "To the woman I will become when this body finishes its work. You are not going mad. The Accord tells you that you are ill. You are not. You are remembering." Chapter 20. She looked at Ezren. His face held perfectly still. The dim light of the first-floor landing cut shadows across his cheekbones, and for a moment he looked older than she had ever seen him, carved from something that had waited a very long time. "It is from before," he said, not a question. "Yes." She did not show him the note. She folded it and slipped it into her coat pocket, then lifted the journal out of the oilcloth bundle. The leather was soft against her fingers. The spine crackled with age. She set it beside her on the step and reached for the cream envelopes. There were 7 of them. The ribbon was silk, faded to the color of old bone. She untied it carefully and spread the envelopes across her lap. Each one was addressed in the same hand. Her hand. To Ezren. She did not open them. Not yet. The sight of her own slanted letters forming his name made something in her chest pull taut. A thread she had not known was wound around a bone she had not known could ache. Beneath the envelopes lay a flat rectangle wrapped in a separate piece of oilcloth, smaller than the journal, thin. She picked it up and felt the weight of a wooden frame inside. She unwrapped it. The portrait was small, meant to be held in 2 hands. A brass frame, tarnished at the edges, protecting a painting done in oil on a prepared panel no larger than a sheet of writing paper. The brushwork was tight, controlled, the strokes of someone who knew how to build a face from shadow and light. It was Ezren. Not the Ezren who stood on the stairs below her, watchful and composed. This was a younger Ezren, or an older one, she could not tell which. His amber eyes caught the light the same way. His mouth was the same shape, the same slight asymmetry at the corner. But this Ezren was not guarding himself. The painting had caught him in a moment of unguarded stillness, his head turned slightly as if someone had spoken his name from just outside the frame. The longing in it was unmistakable. She knew that longing. She had seen it in her own face sometimes, in the bathroom mirror at 3 in the morning, before she remembered to look away. Her hands trembled. She set the portrait carefully on the step beside the journal and pressed her palm flat against her thigh to steady herself. The signature was in the lower right corner, nearly invisible against the dark background of Ezren's coat. She had to tilt the frame toward the light to read it. M. Altman, 1906. Her brushwork, her understanding of how light fell across a cheekbone, her way of building a jawline with 3 short strokes instead of blending for an hour. The signature was Marguerite's, but the hand that had painted this was hers. The same hand that had restored a dozen damaged canvases in the past year. The same fingers that had tested the wax from the letters. She had painted him. She had painted him the way a woman paints a man she has memorized with her hands. Camille set the portrait face up on the step and did not look at it again. She could not yet. Instead, she reached back into the oilcloth bundle and found the last item, a folded sheet of heavy paper, sealed with a drop of the same dark red wax. She broke the seal with her thumb. The handwriting inside was the same as the note, her handwriting. direct and unadorned. You have seen him now. You have seen what you made of him. Do not wait until morning. Go to the chapel archive on the Heiligenstadt side, she said. You go there when you cannot sleep. His jaw tightened. Yes. Then we go there now. She stood. The journal went back to the oilcloth bundle. The cream envelopes followed. But the portrait she held in her hands, the brass frame cool against her palms, Marguerite's signature small in the corner. Ezren did not argue. He turned and led the way down the stairs, his footstep steady on the worn stone. Camille followed, the portrait pressed against her chest, her past self's instruction pinning in her pocket. Ask him why he stayed. The street outside was empty. The lamp above her building flickered once and held steady. Rain had begun to fall, a fine mist that caught the light and turned the cobblestones glossy. Ezren paused at the curb and looked back at her. The mist clung to his coat, to the sharp lines of his face. He looked like the portrait. He looked like a man who had been painted by someone who loved him. The archive's a 15-minute walk, he said. Then we walk. He did not offer his arm. He did not reach for her hand. But he slowed his pace so she could keep step beside him, and she understood that he was giving her the chance to change her mind before they reached the door. She did not change her mind. The rain thickened as they crossed the bridge. The canal below was black, moving slow, carrying whatever the city had washed into it toward the Danube. Camille kept her hand pressed flat against the portrait frame inside her coat, the oilcloth bundle tucked under her other arm, her past self's words running beneath her skin like a second pulse. The chapel stood at the end of a narrow street that dead-ended against a retaining wall. No lights showed in its windows. The door was iron-bound of oak, old enough that the wood had darkened to the color of dried blood. Ezren stopped in front of it. She said to ask you something, Camille said. In the letter she left me. His breath fogged in the cold air. She left instructions. She left you. He closed his eyes, just for a moment. When he opened them, the restraint in his face had cracked at the edges, and she saw what the portrait had caught. The unguarded man beneath the centuries of composure. Then ask, he said, before I lose the courage to answer. I want to know it. The portraits were behind this place. Existence has changed this blessed brace. The aparth, the prophet felt just fully. The tarots were believed that the Christian is reviled that there was expensively untenable smell starters, and this a painting leads. The bass place was confitching him around with me, before I sailed to note innovation your answer. The phrase would not be far in intensity, a China's head be of typer west, with princeling combination, which he could retend his very intaking life, still complaining recalls the navigating man. Then ask, he say. We should not in spite waking up. I really want to do it. The portraits would gotta match a story, believe this Unilis. I can completely know what your evening. We can completely know whether we all use the mail. We can expect them to scale. We know the connell spell. It's still on non-walk/batter avoid cloth picture. 1 year, the sweet owner Merving, for a moment. I get that. Camille slay, but tennifating is still like bullo. The directions in the journal of the different rebelode, a present of the reddity of combination. The stone good. Bossed. I got his Brady follow to detain the front. A shouter spest up here which instill luff laba. The force begins be the stare. The perfect snuff for this environment. Its sod is just clean. And it's not applied to the streets to his envelopmently angus. The breskies in shop to a post fade again the anagrand. There was a passing smell at the show. You've never banned it still like the much of the air. There are rude or class degreeal persiver pros. We completely finalized if there would be the minimum for their agentations, since they're destroying that have an ass-cumder, turns the Lord. I hasn't feel that trimmings. I know that Emmy monthing slad was a lot of the fittick. If I am here, why it makes sure the depths is in fullo. Lift the waist and sweet. And slike change, well cats the gratis fizzerity which rest said. Instead it squipe. I told me of the end. I then braided. Predictionally I will make a sweet mat, where I braided the dumpage. Absolutely the son of the noom. I despise this year but get it see. we have to do about the infernage that I do not feel aloud. I look at the firepiece without weeping about the lauds and pleasant. I am licing terrible into my premise descent. I started to keep there, and I tenifying to saf his Ezri dis a day, on my grant. Chapter 21. The chapel archives smelled of old wax and colder stone. Votive smoke had stained the low-ceiling amber, and the air pressed close with the weight of sealed records stacked in wooden cabinets along every wall. Camille stepped inside and let the door close behind her. The portrait was still in her hands. She had not put it down since leaving the cache, and she did not set it on the nearest surface now. She held it where Ezren could see it, where the painted light caught his painted face, where the unguarded longing she had given him with her own brushstrokes could not be mistaken for anything else. Ezren stood near a wooden reading table. His coat was still wet from the rain, and he had not lit any of the lamps. The only light came from a handful of votive candles guttering in red glass cups on a wall ledge. His hands were at his sides. His jaw was set, but he looked at the portrait the way a drowning man looks at a shore he cannot reach. "Tell me," Camille said. "Camille, tell me, or I walk out of here and I take this with me and I never come back." He went still. The kind of stillness that was not calm but control. Every muscle locked in place because the alternative was shaking apart. "You would not do that," he said quietly. "I spent 2 years thinking I was going mad. The Accord told me I was ill. My own letters called me a stranger, and you stood in my apartment on the first night and looked at me like you had already lost me." She set the portrait on the table, turning it toward him. "I painted this in 1906. My hand, my brush, you. So do not tell me what I would or would not do." The candles flickered. The shadows on his face shifted, and for a moment he looked exactly like the portrait had caught him, stripped of everything except the wound. "I have loved you for 400 years, he said. The words landed like a blade on stone. 400 years of watching you arrive, learn the truth, and forget me by dawn. 400 years of the Accord telling me that each time I let you close, I was signing your death warrant. And I have never been able to stop." Camille did not move. She let the words settle. "How many times?" "More than I can count. More than I have the courage to count. You have worn different names, different faces, different hands." He gestured toward the portrait, a small, broken motion. "The same eyes. Always the same eyes. You knew who I was the first night." "Yes." "At the door, before I said anything." "Yes." The air between them had dawned thin. Camille pressed her palm flat against the table, the silver scar catching the candlelight, a faint glow she could feel in her bones. "Why did you stay?" He flinched, not visibly, but she saw it, the way a man flinches when a wound is touched before he knows it is coming. "Because leaving did not stop it either," he said. "Because I tried, after the first death, after the second. I told myself that if I stayed away, if I did not find you, the covenant would have no reason to trigger. You would live a full human life without ever knowing I existed. But you came back. I came back." His voice had dropped to something barely above the smoke. "Every time, I told myself it would be the last. I told myself I was stronger now, that I could watch you from a distance and let you live. And every time, something pulled me to you before the year was out. A letter, a melody, a dream I did not plant." Camille thought of the waltz, the notes her fingers had found without reading, the unwritten chord that had unlocked her own hidden cache. "The Accord calls it contamination," Ezren said. "They believe the bond between us is a flaw in the covenant's design, a leak they cannot seal." "And you?" He looked at her, directly. The candlelight caught the amber in his eyes, and she saw what the portrait had caught. The man beneath the centuries of discipline, the man who had let her paint him the way a woman paints someone she has memorized. "I call it the only thing I have ever been certain of." Camille's throat tightened. She did not let it show. "The covenant," she said. "Tell me how it works." He exhaled, a long, slow sound that carried the weight of every confession he had made across lifetimes. "The covenant is a legal instrument, a binding clause within the Accord's code, written after the first breach. After the first time you learned what I was, and someone died because of it. Someone died because of me? Because of us. Because the panic that followed the revelation drew human attention. A man followed you. He saw what I was. He told others. The Accord contained it, but not before 3 people were killed. One of them, yours. Someone you loved. Camille's hand tightened on the portrait frame. Someone I loved. Your father. The word hit her like a physical force. She did not have a father. She had never had one. The records at the museum, the paperwork for her apartment, the documents that defined her legal existence, all of them listed her as an orphan with no known surviving relatives. She had never questioned it. It had never felt like a wound, because she had no memory of the wound. I killed him, Ezren said. Not by intent, by presence, by being what I am in a room where a human man saw the truth and could not unsee it. He attacked me. I defended myself. He died. The silence that followed was not empty. It was thick with everything Ezren had never told her, everything she had forgotten him telling her before. You have carried this, Camille said slowly. Every time, every cycle. You have carried my father's death. Yes, and I have never remembered. No. She looked down at the portrait, her brushwork, the way she had caught the light on his cheekbone, the way she had painted his mouth soft, as if she had kissed him 100 times and was trying to fix the exact shape of it on the canvas. Show me the covenant, she said. Ezren's eyes widened, just slightly. Camille. The original document, the bargain you made. I want to see the words. I do not have it. The Accord holds the original, only the Accord. Then who else has seen it? He hesitated. The candlelight flickered, and she saw him decide something behind his eyes. Roxandra Myrick, he said. She witnessed the signing. She is the only living witness who was present when the ink was still wet. Then she is the one I need to find. Ezren stepped forward. He did not reach for her, but his body moved as if drawn by the same gravity that had pulled him across centuries. Camille, if you pursue this, the Accord will not let you walk away. Bracourt will treat you as a legal contamination that must be sealed, and if you find Roxandra, she will not give you the truth for free. Then I will pay whatever she asks. You do not know what she will ask. Then tell me. He held her gaze. The silence stretched, thin and taut as a wire about to snap, and then the door behind them groaned open before anyone touched it. The iron-bound boak swung inward on its own, a handspan of darkness widening into the chapel's nave. Cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of wet stone and night-blooming jasmine from the courtyard beyond. Camille's hand went to the portrait frame, steadying it. Ezren did not turn. He stood frozen, his amber eyes fixed on her face, and she understood that the interruption was not coincidence. It was the Accord. It was the covenant enforcing its terms before he could speak the words she had come to hear. A figure stepped through the gap. She was tall and lean, dressed in a charcoal coat that fell to her knees, her hair pulled back so tightly it stretched the skin at her temples. She did not look old or young. She looked carved, the way witness statues in cathedrals look carved, human in shape but not in substance. Ezren Caldemar, she said. Her voice was low, unhurried, carrying the weight of someone who had never needed to raise it. The chapel is neutral ground. You know the terms. Ezren's jaw tightened. I know them. Then you also know that covenant matters are not to be discussed in consecrated spaces without a tribunal observer present. She turned her gaze to Camille, and her gray eyes were the color of ash. You are Camille Aubert. Who are you? Roxandra Myrick. The name hit Camille like a second shockwave. The witness, the one who had watched the covenant signed. You have been watching this cycle, Camille said. Ezren told me. I have watched every cycle. Roxandra stepped fully into the archive, letting the door swing shut behind her. I witnessed the signing. I watched the first death. I have watched every life you have lived since, and I have watched Ezren find you in every one of them. Then you know what I came here to ask. I know what you came here to demand. Roxandra's mouth curved, not quite a smile. The question is whether you are prepared to hear the answer. Ezren moved, not toward Roxandra but toward Camille, a single step that put him between them. Do not do this, he said. Rosandra's gaze did not waver. The cycle is breaking. The covenant failed at dawn. You both know what that means. It means she remembers. Camille's voice came out steadier than she felt. It means I remember him, and I am not going to let the Accord take that from me again. Rosandra studied her with those ash-gray eyes. The silence stretched, long enough that Camille felt the cold from the stone floor seeping through her boots. Then Roxandra reached into her coat and pulled out a leather folder, old and cracked, held closed with a black wax seal. The covenant was signed in 1687, she said. I have the only copy that exists outside the Accord's sealed vaults. Camille's breath caught. I am not giving it to you, Rosandra said, but I will let you read it, here, tonight, before Bracourt's people arrive. How long do I have? Rosandra looked at the candles. The smoke rose in a straight column, undisturbed. Less time than you think. Chimptu time. Rosandra held the leather folder before her like an offering, but her ash-gray eye stayed fixed on Camille with the patience of someone who had already watched centuries burn. You want to read it, she said. Then read it, but understand what you are asking for. Camille's hand reached for the folder before her mind caught up. The leather was warm from Rosandra's coat, cracked along the spine from age, and the black wax seal bore an emblem she did not recognize. A circle split by a single vertical line, a door left open or sealed shut, she could not tell which. How long do I have? Camille asked. Bracourt's enforcers will reach this archive within the hour. The consecration will slow them, not stop them. Rosandra's mouth tightened. The ground protects those who hold covenant rights. Once you break the seal, you claim those rights, and the chapel will hold them off as long as it can. Then I break it. Ezren moved, not toward the folder, but toward Camille, his body sliding between her and Rosandra with a speed that made the candle flames gutter. Camille. His voice was low, rough, stripped of the composure he had worn like armor. Once you read it, you cannot unread it. The Accord will treat you as a covenant breaker. They will not question you. They will contain you. Contain me how? He did not answer. The silence told her everything. They will erase me, the way they have erased me every time. Yes. Then I need to know why. She stepped around him, keeping her hand extended toward the folder. I need to know what I have been fighting across every life I cannot remember, and I need to know why you stayed. Ezren's jaw tightened. The candlelight carved shadows into his face, and for a moment he looked exactly like the portrait she had carried here, centuries of longing worn into bone. Read it, he said, and I will tell you the rest. Rosandra broke the seal. The sound was clean, dry, the wax snapping along the line of the emblem. She opened the folder and turned it toward Camille. The parchment inside was aged, the ink oxidized to a deep brown, but the handwriting was sharp and precise. Legal hand. The language was an older German, formal and layered with clauses that Camille had to read twice to understand. I, Ezren Caldemar, of the Caldemar line, do willingly enter this covenant with the Accord Tribunal, witnessed by Rosandra Marek, contract scholar, and sealed by the blood of the first breach. The terms, that the human known in this life as Elizabeth Corvin shall be spanned from execution following the 3 deaths caused by the revelation of my true nature, provided that her memory of that revelation and of any subsequent truth concerning my kind shall be erased by the next dawn following each instance of knowledge attained through direct confession or visned profu. This erasure shall extend to all emotional attachment, all physical recognition, and all conscious recollection of the bond formed between us. It shall not extend to muscle memory, dreams, artistic expression, or indirect records, as these are deemed beyond the covenant's reach and do not constitute a threat to Accord security. This clause is conditional upon the survival of the human in each cycle and shall remain in effect until such time as a superseding bargain or tribunal ruling voids it. Said voiding requires either the human's demonstration of continuous consent across lifetimes or a finding that the covenant has been materially breached by Accord action. Camille read the last sentence twice. Her pulse hammered in her throat. Continuous consent, she said. That is what the letters are for. Rosandra's expression did not change. Your past selves understood that the covenant could only be broken if you proved you had chosen him every time, freely, without memory of the previous choice. So they left evidence. Yes. 11 letters, a portrait, a waltz, a cache behind a false wall. Camille's voice cracked on the last word. They knew they would forget. They built a paper trail across decades so I could prove what they could not remember. Ezren's hand complete wilt over. The first dawn Camille Aubert woke remembering Ezren Caldemar's name. Camille felt the weight of that statement settle into her chest. 17 cycles. 17 lives she could not recall. 17 women who had loved him, left evidence, and vanished into the next body, the next name, the next forgetting. And my father, she said. The first breach, the 3 deaths. Ezren's face went still. The composure he had lost was returning, but it looked different now. Not armor, but exhaustion. The patience of the man who had carried the same grief for so long it had become part of his skeleton. Your father was a good man, he said. He walked in on us in the garden. I did not know he was there. He saw my eyes change and he attacked me with a pruning knife. I did not mean to hurt him. I pushed him away and he fell against the stone wall. The impact broke his neck. Camille's throat closed. I held him while he died. I told him I was sorry. I told him I loved his daughter. Ezren's voice dropped to barely a whisper. He heard me. His last word was your name. The candle flame steadied. The archive fell silent. Camille stood with the covenant in her hands, the record of 17 heiresses, 17 choices made and unmade, and the only man who had remembered every single one. She looked at Ezren. Why did you stay? He did not answer immediately. The silence stretched, and she saw something break behind his eyes, something he had held intact for longer than she could measure. Because you asked me to. Camille's breath caught. The first time, he said, the first lice, before the covenant, before the deaths, you asked me to stay. You knew what I was. You knew your world would not accept it, and you asked me anyway. And now? I stay because I choose to. He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the flecks of gold in his amber eyes. Not because a covenant demands it, not because a debt requires it, because every life, every face, every name, you have been the only constant I would rather keep than forget. The folder trembled in Camille's hands, and then the chapel's iron-bound door shuddered against its frame. Someone was on the other side. Rusandra's head turned. They are here, earlier than I estimated. Ezren's hand found Camille's wrist, his grip firm but not restraining. Read the rest later. We need to move. Camille looked at the covenant, at Ezren, at the door that would not hold much longer. Then we move together, she said, or I do not move at all. Chapter 23. The chapel's iron-bound door shuddered again. Wood groaned against iron. Someone on the other side was testing the lock. Camille did not move. She stood with the covenant in her hands, 17 cycles reduced to ink and parchment, and the weight of every erased life pressed against her ribs. Ezren's hand was still on her wrist, warm, steady. The same hand that had held her father while he died. We need to move, Aaron said again. Where? The question came out flat, harder than she intended. She turned to face him, and the candlelight caught the gold in his eyes. The same eyes 17 women had painted, described, written letters to, and forgotten by dawn. There is a passage behind the altar, Raciner said. It opens into the catacomb network beneath the old city. Bracourt's people know about it, but they will not expect you to use it. They expect you to fight or surrender, not run. Camille looked at the covenant in her hands. The words blurred, continuous consent. 17 cycles. 17 women who had chosen him and then forgotten they ever had. Did I know? She asked. When I asked you to leave the evidence, did I know what I was asking? Aaron's jaw tightened. You understood the cost better than anyone. You always did. Then why did I keep doing it? Because you believed the choice mattered even if you could not remember making it. The answer landed like a blade between her ribs. Because her past self had believed in something she could not prove. a consent that survived its own erasure, a love that outlasted the memory of having loved at all. "That is not fair," she said. "No, it is not." She wanted to hit him. She wanted to press her face against his chest and feel his arms close around her. She wanted to scream at the Covenant, at the Accord, at the 17 women who had left her this inheritance of longing and loss. Instead, she did neither. She looked at Ezren and let the anger rise, hot and clean and desperate. "You have watched me forget you 17 times. Yes. You have held my father while he died. You have carried every confession I cannot remember making. You have stayed for 4 centuries knowing I would wake up every time as a stranger." "Yes. And you never stopped." Ezren's composure cracked. The exhaustion beneath it was ancient, bone deep, the weariness of a man who had loved the same woman across so many losses he had fought counting. "Every life," he said, "every face, every name, I have watched you become someone new and fall in love with you anyway. Not because the Covenant demanded it, not because I hoped the next cycle would be different, because each time you were still you. The same eyes, the same stubbornness, the same way of tilting your head when you were about to argue." Camille's throat burned. "And what do I get?" she asked. "What do I get besides a cache of letters and a portrait I cannot remember painting?" "You get to choose." The words hit her like a physical blow. "You get to choose, Camille, right now, with full knowledge, no Covenant erasing it by dawn, no prior self speaking for you. You get to decide whether you want this, want me, want the truth you have been hunting for across 17 lifetimes." The chapel fell silent. Camille looked down at the Covenant in her hands, then at Ezren, then at the door, where the iron lock was beginning to splinter under the pressure of Bracourt's enforcers. She had spent her life trusting evidence, demanding proof, refusing to believe what she could not document. But this was not a question of evidence. This was a question of choice. She set the Covenant down on the archive table. "I came here to force the truth from you," she said. "I came here because a letter from a woman I do not remember told me to. I came here because I needed to know what I had been fighting across every forgotten life." She stepped closer to Ezren, close enough to see the tension in his jaw, the hope he was trying not to show. "But I am not her. I am not Marguerite. I am not Elizabeth. I am Camille Aubert, and I am choosing this right now because I have weighed the evidence, because I have seen what you carry, and because I refuse to let a Covenant decide what I am allowed to remember." Ezren's breath caught. "Camille, do not make me repeat myself." His hand moved to her face, slow, as if she might dissolve at the contact. His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone, and she felt the warmth of his skin against hers, felt the silver scar on her palm pulse in answer. "I love you," he said, "across every name you have worn, every face you have forgotten, and every morning you have woken up and not known me. I love you, Camille Aubert, and I will keep loving you long after the Accord falls." She kissed him. It was not gentle, it was not patient. It was the collision of 4 centuries of waiting and 17 cycles of erasure and a single night of remembering, all pressed into the space between 2 bodies. Ezren's arm closed around her waist, pulling her against him, and she felt the shudder run through his frame, the restraint he had held for so long finally breaking. His mouth moved against hers with a tenderness that tasted like grease and relief and something else she could not name. The iron-bound door splintered again. Rosiner's voice cut through the darkness. "I can hold them for 10 minutes, no more." Camille pulled back just far enough to meet Ezren's eyes. 10 minutes, she said. "Not enough. It will have to be." She took his hand, the same hand that had held her father while he died, the same hand that had reached for him across every life, and together they turned toward the passage behind the altar. The Covenant sat abandoned on the archive table. The iron lock gave way, and Camille Aubert ran into the dark with a man she had chosen in full knowledge of everything she had lost, everything she had gained, and everything still coming for them both. Behind them, Rosiner's voice rose in a language older than the chapel, and the air itself seemed to thicken as the enforcers breached the door. 10 minutes. It would have to be enough. Chapter 24. The catacomb passage smelled of wet stone and generations of candle wax. Camille's free hand trailed along the wall as they moved, the rough surface scraping her fingertips. Ezren's grip on her other hand was unyielding, pulling her forward through the dark with the certainty of someone who had mapped this route across centuries. Where does this lead? An old archive room beneath the Heiligenstadt chapel, he said, his voice low and steady despite the rush of their escape. The Accord sealed it decades ago. They will not think to look there. They will look everywhere. Yes. The passage narrowed, then opened into a space so small Camille could touch both walls at once. A wooden door, warped with age, stood at the end. Ezren pushed it open, and cold air spilled out, carrying the smell of paper, dust, and something metallic she could not identify. The room beyond was no larger than her studio closet. Selves lined 3 walls, crammed with leather-bound volumes and rolled parchments. A single window high on the 4th wall showed only darkness, but Camille could feel the shift in pressure, the hush that meant they were underground. Ezren released her hand and closed the door behind them. The lock clicked into place with a sound that felt final. 10 minutes, Camille said. She bought us 10 minutes. It has been 12. Camille's chest tightened. She crossed to the far wall, pressed her palms flat against the cold stone, and tried to slow her breathing. The silver scar on her right palm pulsed once, twice, then settled into a steady warmth that had nothing to do with danger. Behind her, Ezren did not move. You should rest, he said. The bed in the corner is old but clean. I have kept it prepared. Prepared? He paused. For nights like this one. She turned. In the dim light filtering through the high window, she saw a narrow cot against the far wall, neatly made with a gray blanket. A carafe of water sat on a crate beside it. The sight of it, the careful domesticity of it, cracked something open in her chest. You have been planning for this. I have been hoping for it, he corrected. There is a difference. Camille walked to the cot and sat down, the mattress creaking under her weight. Ezren remained by the door, his posture rigid, as if he was waiting for permission to come closer. How many times have you done this? She asked. Found a safe room, waited for dawn, watched me forget? His jaw tightened. I stopped counting after the 2nd century. Then stopped protecting me from the answer. She pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around them. Tell me what you remember, the parts you have never said. Ezren exhaled slowly. Then he crossed the room and lowered himself to the floor beside the cot, his back against the stone wall. He did not touch her, but he was close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. The first time was Elizabethine, he said. She had your eyes. Not the same color, but the same way of looking at a thing as if she was deciding whether to trust it. She asked me why I came to her garden at night. I told her the truth. And she forgot. She forgot. But she came back to the garden the next night, and the night after that. She did not know me, but her body remembered the path. He paused. I thought that was hope. It took me 3 more lifetimes to understand it was torment. Camille watched his profile in the dim light, the sharp line of his jaw, the tension in his throat, the way his hands rested on his knees as if he was holding himself still by force of will. And Marguerite. She lasted the longest. 31 years of remembering enough to write letters, paint portraits, leave messages for herself. His voice roughened. She knew the Accord was watching. She arranged the caches anyway, indexed them, wrote instructions so precise that even a version of you with no memory could follow them. That was 17 cycles ago. It was 17 failures ago. The word hit her like a blade. She watched him absorb it, watched the way his composure held by habit rather than conviction. And this one? She asked. What makes this time different? Ezren turned his head. His amber eyes found hers in the half-dark, and she saw something in them she had not seen before, something that looked like raw, unhoused fear. I do not know. The honesty of it silenced her. She reached out and took his hand. The contact made his breath catch, and she felt the tremor run through his arm, the restraint he was still wearing like a coat too small for his body. What can you promise me? She asked. Anything. Then promise me you will not treat this like a gift you are borrowing. She tightened her grip. Do not spend the next hours already mourning the end. Stay here. Stay present. Let me choose this, even if I cannot keep it. Ezren's hand turned under hers, his fingers threading through hers with a slowness that felt sacred. I promise. They sat in silence as the minutes passed. Camille's head found his shoulder, and she felt his arm slide around her, careful, as if she might shatter. The warmth of his body seeped through her coat, and she closed her eyes, not to sleep, but to feel the shape of him beside her. Tell me something you have never told anyone, she said. Ezren was quiet for a long moment. I have forgotten the sound of my mother's voice. The words were bare, stripped of any ornament. I have lived so long that the only thing I remember about her is the color of her dress. Blue, the blue of winter sky just before dusk. And I cannot remember why that color matters. He paused. I tell you this because I want you to understand what loving me will cost. You cannot keep me, Camille. I am a collection of things forgotten. She lifted her head and looked at him. Then I will help you remember. The first light touched the high window. It was barely a change, a shift from pure black to gray, but Ezren's whole body went still. Camille felt the tension lock his spine, the way his hand tightened on hers before releasing. She looked up. The window was turning pale. Dawn was coming. Ezren rose to his feet, and the movement was mechanical, a man steeling himself for a loss he had endured too many times before. He walked to the far wall and stood with his back to her, his hands pressed flat against the stone. You should not watch, he said. It will be easier if you do not see. Easier for who? For you, his voice cracked. When the Covenant takes you, you will remember only confusion. A room you do not recognize, a stranger asking if you are well. I would spare you the sight of a man who cannot let go. Camille stood. The light was strengthening, a pale blue line creeping across the floor. She crossed the room and stopped behind him, close enough to see the tremor in his shoulders, the rigid line of his spine. She did not touch him. Turn around! Camille. Turn around. He turned. His face was bare, no composure, no ancient restraint, just a man who had loved her across 4 centuries and was watching the end approach again. Camille reached up and cupped his face in her hands. His skin was cold beneath her palms, and she felt the slight tremor as he leaned into her touch. Dawn is coming, she said. Yes. And the Covenant will try to take me. Yes. Then I am going to tell you something I want you to remember, even if I cannot. His eyes held hers, the amber flecked with gold, burning in the growing light. I chose you, she said. Not because of a letter, not because of a portrait, not because of some version of myself who left instructions in a cache. I chose you, Camille Aubert, sitting in a cold archive room with a man I have known for days and loved for lifetimes. And if I forget that by the time the sun clears the rooftops, you will have to tell me again. Ezren's breath shuddered out of him. I will tell you again, he said. Every dawn, every life, every time. The light reached them. Camille felt the warmth on her cheek, felt the room shift as the first sunbeam pierced the high window. Ezren's hands found hers, pressing them against his face, and she felt the desperation in his grip, the refusal to let go. Her silver scar flared. Heat raced up her arm, and the world tilted, the edges of her vision going white. She heard Ezren say her name, felt his hands tighten, and then the pull came. The familiar drag of oblivion she had never known she was fighting. She held on. The light grew brighter, and she held on. She felt the Covenant wrap around her like a tide, felt the memory of Ezren's face begin to blur, the exact curve of his jaw slipping through her fingers like water. She held on. And when the light reached its peak, when the room blazed white and Ezren's voice broke on her name, Camille Aubert opened her eyes and saw his face, still clear, still known, still hers to keep. She was still holding his hands. She was still breathing. She was still there. Chapter 25. The light settled. It came slowly, the way sound returns after a thunderclap, the world reassembling itself in increments. The stone walls of the archive room emerged from white, first as suggestions, then as solid things. Camille felt her own pulse in her throat, in her temples, in the place where her palm pressed flat against Ezren's chest. His heart was beating. She had never thought about whether vampires had heartbeats, but she felt it now, fast and unsteady beneath her fingers, a rhythm that matched her own. She opened her mouth to speak. No sound came. Ezren stood frozen before her, his hands still gripping hers, his face a mask of waiting. He was not looking at her eyes. He was looking at her mouth, as if the first words she spoke would determine whether he lived or died. Camille swallowed. "I remember." His breath caught, an audible, broken sound, nothing like the controlled stillness he had worn for every other moment of their acquaintance. "Say my name." "Ezren." The word came without effort. It belonged in her mouth, the way the waltz belonged in her fingers, the way her brush belonged in her hand. She had always known his name. She simply had not known she knew it. He made a sound she had never heard from him before. It was not a sob. It was not a laugh. It was something caught between, a release of pressure that had been building for 400 years. His hands tightened on hers, and then he was pulling her forward, pressing her against him, his face buried in her hair. "You are still here." "I am still here." "You remembered." "I remembered everything." He held her so tightly she could barely breathe, and she did not ask him to loosen his grip. She let herself be held, let the warmth of his body seep through her coat, let the reality of the moment settle into her bones. The light through the high window was soft now, the pale gold of early morning. A bird sang somewhere above, a simple three-note call that repeated twice and stopped. The world was still there, and so was she. Ezren pulled back just far enough to look at her face. His eyes were wet, the amber burning brighter than she had ever seen them. He raised one hand and touched her cheek, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw with a reverence that made her chest ache. "I have never had this," he said. "Never?" "Not once. In 17 cycles I have never watched a dawn and seen recognition in your eyes when the light cleared." His voice cracked. "I have never heard you say my name after sunrise." Camille lifted her own hand and covered his where it lay against her cheek. "Then this is the first of many." He said it like a promise, like he was testing the weight of it, seeing if the words would hold. The floor between them went black. Not shadow, not the ordinary darkness of a room with limited light. The stone beneath their feet turned black, the color spreading outward from a single point like ink bleeding through paper. Ezren's hand dropped from her face. He stepped back, pulling her with him, his body shifting into the space between her and the spreading dark. The blackness stopped at the edge of a circle, roughly the width of a dinner plate, and then it began to burn, not with flame, with light. A sigil formed in the center of the circle, lines of pale fire tracing themselves into the stone. Camille recognized the shape, a triangle crossed by a vertical line, 3 smaller marks at each point. A chord script. The burning seal flared once, twice, and then the light stabilized, casting a cold glow across the archive floor. Ezren's face had come still. "What is it?" "A summons seal." His voice was flat. "Bracourt knows we survived the dawn. He is calling us to tribunal." "Here? Now?" "No. The seal marks a location and a time." He pointed to the marks at the triangle's points. "Midnight. House behind the Facade. The old Catholic Facade near the Minorite Kirche." Camille stared at the burning sigil. The light did not flicker. It remained steady, patient, as if the seal itself was waiting for her response. "What happens if we do not go?" "They come for us, and they will not stop at the archive room door." She looked from the seal to Ezren's face. The rawness was still there, the vulnerability he had shown her at dawn, but something else was hardening beneath it, a readiness she had not seen before. "You knew this was coming. I hoped it would not come so soon. But you were ready." He met her eyes. "I have been ready for this since the first dawn you forgot me." He paused. "But I have never been ready with you still remembering." The sigil pulsed once, a slow heartbeat of light, and then began to fade. The black receded, the stone returning to its ordinary gray, until nothing remained but a faint scorch mark where the seal had burned. The room was quiet again. Camille looked at the window. The sky was blue. The bird had returned, singing its three-note call. Morning was moving forward, indifferent to the line that had just been crossed. "Midnight," she said. "Midnight. Then we have until midnight." Ezren nodded slowly. Camille turned from the window and faced him fully. She felt the weight of the hours stretching ahead, the last ordinary day she might have before stepping into a tribunal house that had already decided she was a contamination. She did not feel afraid. She felt awake. "Tell me everything," she said. "Everything you have not told me. Everything the Covenant would not let you say. Every name, every death, every choice you made when I was not there to remember it. Tell me all of it before midnight." Ezren's composure cracked again, a fault line running through the ancient restraint. "Once I start," he said, "I do not know if I will be able to stop." Camille stepped forward and took his hands. "Good." Chapter 26. Camille sat with her back against the archive wall, Ezren's hands still wrapped around hers. The scorch mark on the stone floor had cooled to a dull gray, but she could still feel the heat of the sigil against her skin, a phantom burn that would not fade. She had asked him to tell her everything. He opened his mouth to begin when the door at the top of the stairs groaned. Not the archive door, the outer door, the one that led up from the catacomb passage into the chapel's undercroft. Ezren was on his feet before the sound finished, pulling her up with him, his body already shifting into the space between her and the stairwell. The amber in his eyes had darkened to something older, harder. "Stay behind me. Ezren, do not argue, not now." The footsteps came down the stone stairs, measured, unhurried. A single pair of boots moving with the confidence of someone who knew exactly where they were going. 3 men emerged from the stairwell. The one in front was not large. He was lean, severe, dressed in a charcoal coat that fit like a uniform. His black hair was combed back from a high forehead, and his pale gray eyes moved across the room with the efficiency of a man cataloging evidence. A thin white scar crossed the left side of his jaw, and at the base of his throat, just visible above his collar, a small bronze mark caught the light. The Accord brand. The 2 men behind him stopped at the foot of the stairs. They did not draw weapons. They did not need to. Their stillness was the stillness of predators who had already calculated every exit. The lean man stepped forward. Camille Aubert. His voice was calm. Not unkind. That was somehow worse. "I am Magistrate Elian Bracourt. I am here to contain a legal breach." Ezren moved, a half-step that brought him closer to her. "She has covenant rights. She has a failing covenant." Bracourt's pale eyes did not leave Camille's face. "I am not here to harm you. I am here to prevent what comes after the damage already done." Camille found her voice. "Then say what you came to say." Bracourt inclined his head, a small acknowledgement of her directness. "You remember him." He said it without accusation. "You survived dawn with your memory intact. That has never happened in 17 cycles. Do you understand what that means? It means the covenant is breaking. It means every safeguard the Accord has built around your case is now compromised." Bracourt's voice stayed level. "If one human can carry forbidden memory across lifetimes, then every restraint that protects both species begins to fail. The letters you have been finding, the evidence your past selves left behind, all of it was meant to remain hidden, buried. The covenant was not cruelty, it was containment." "Containment of what?" "Of you." Bracourt stepped closer, "and of what happens when a human knows too much about what moves in the dark." Ezren moved with him, keeping himself between them. "She is not a contamination. She is the center of a contamination. There is a difference." Bracourt's pale eyes flicked to Ezren. "You have loved her across 4 centuries. I understand that. But your devotion has created a legal wound that is now bleeding through every cycle. If her memory survives the next dawn, the Accord will have to decide whether to erase her permanently or execute her to prevent exposure. You will not touch her. Then come with me, both of you. Submit to containment, and I will argue for a controlled erasure that returns her to her ordinary life with no memory of any of this." She will wake tomorrow knowing nothing of vampires, covenants, or you. Camille felt the words settle into the air between them. No memory of any of this. No memory of Ezren. She thought of the portrait in the cache, her own brushwork shaping his face across a century she could not consciously remember. She thought of the waltz her fingers knew without her mind teaching them. She thought of the way his hands had held hers at dawn, trembling, when she said his name. No. Bracourt's expression did not change. Then you force a harder resolution. He raised his hand. The two men behind him moved. Ezren shifted, his body tensing for the speed she had seen once before, the impossible velocity that broke physics. But before he could act, a voice cut through the undercroft from the stairwell behind Bracourt. Alien, you are making a procedural error. Ruxandra Marek stepped into the light. Her gray eyes were the color of ash, her hair pulled back so tightly it stretched the skin at her temples. She looked carved, a witness statue come to life. Bracourt turned. Ruxandra, you have not filed a formal review request for this cycle. You cannot seize a covenant-bound human without a tribunal observer confirming the breach has reached containment threshold. She held up a folded document, its seal already broken. I have filed one. The review is now active. You have 72 hours before you can act. Bracourt's jaw tightened. You are interfering in a matter that does not concern you. I witnessed the original covenant. I watched her choose him in every cycle. That makes it my concern. Ruxandra stepped past him, her gaze landing on Camille. You have 3 days. Use them to find the witness copy of the original covenant. The one that says the memory clause was a temporary emergency measure, not a permanent right. Is that true? The accord expanded the clause against every future version of you. The original text was narrower. Ruxandra's ash-colored eyes held hers. I can prove it if you find the document. Bracourt stood motionless. The two men behind him had not moved, waiting for an order that did not come. You are making an enemy, Ruxandra. I have been making enemies longer than you have been a magistrate. A long silence. Then Bracourt turned to Camille. You have 72 hours. At midnight tonight, you will come to the tribunal house behind the minaret deers, or I will consider the review void and act regardless of procedure. He paused. I am not your enemy. I am the person trying to keep you alive in a world that will destroy you if you keep remembering. He walked past her without another word. His men followed. The undercroft door closed. Camille stood in the sudden quiet, Ezren's hand kemping hers, Ruxandra's document still raised. 3 days. The countdown had already begun. I have around it so deity. I am strux at the moment, on my hours. I would think because I've distressed he would inspired. I will getting him, he calls me. I becomes been christening. I feel like the Dade studies world mun's going far without a shock. I also have something feelings from getting less fear of turning a level. This is the newsing settle at the ideal that we also let this throw invide. I really have to steal you gathering. I have around that bird. I would going entirely, so the audience close once. The involvement destructions are stratalized, when I clinks the insultic motivation, but what is the way the wind would know? We have to steal to me that, which calls the place I would have menaced a promised of physicals, and that will bear it with a moment regent court, and it's passively wrapped. I can studying us for grading to the way I am, which is going in 21, she is Conchol, chapter 27. The undercroft door settled into its frame with a sound like a held breath released. Camille did not move. Her palm tingled where Ezren's hand gripped hers, the silver scar a low thrum beneath her skin. 3 days. 72 hours to find a document that might not exist in a city that had been hiding its truth from her for 17 lifetimes. Ruxandra lowered her document. The broken seal swung from its ribbon. We cannot stay here. Ezren's jaw tightened. Where is safe if Bracourt has already declared his hand? Nowhere, but some places are safer than others. Ruxandra turned toward the stairwell. There are rooms beneath a private club on the Gumpendorfer Strasse, neutral ground. The accord does not listen there. Camille found her voice. Why are you helping me? Ruxandra stopped. Her ash-colored eyes held something unreadable, not warmth, but a hardness that suggested she had been waiting for this question a long time. Because I watched them write the covenant, and I have watched them rewrite it ever since. She paused. The original was 3 pages. The version you read in the chapel archive was 27. The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. They expanded it. Every cycle. Each time you found him and remembered, they added another clause, another restriction, another reason the reset was necessary. Rosandra's voice carried no sympathy, only fact. The original text said the memory clause would activate only if you posed an active threat of exposure. The Accord redefined active threat to mean any knowledge at all. Ezren's hand tightened around Camille's. And the witness copy? Sealed by the original signatories, hidden by someone who knew the Accord would eventually bury it. Rosandra met Camille's gaze. I do not know where it is, but I know it exists. They followed her up the stone stairs. The night air hit Camille's face like a wall. Vienna was still awake around them. Tram bells, laughter from a late cafe, the electric hum of a city that did not know what moved through its shadows. She felt the dissonance like a second skin. Rosandra led them through back streets, past darkened shop fronts and delivery entrances, until they reached a narrow door set into a sandstone facade. No sign, no number. She pressed her palm against the iron plate, and the lock released. The club beneath smelled of old wood and beeswax. A single lamp burned at the far end of a low-ceilinged room, casting long shadows across leather chairs and a table scarred by decades of use. Rosandra did not sit. You have 3 days, but Bracourt will not wait 3 days to act. Ezren moved to stand near the door. He gave his word. He gave a procedure. Those are not the same thing. Rosandra's gray eyes flicked to Camille. Even now, his people are moving through your civilian life, your studio, your archive access, the people you trust. A cold thread wound through Camille's chest. Sabine, your mentor will not be harmed, but she will be questioned. Your correspondence will be reviewed. Any record of the letters, the waltz, the cash, anything that connects you to Marguerite Allman will be flagged or removed. Rosandra's voice stayed level. Bracourt will not attack you directly while the review is active, but he will make sure you have nowhere to stand when the hearing begins. Camille thought of her studio bench, the solvents, the half-restored canvas waiting for her return. She thought of the cabinet where she kept her test results, the notes on wax composition, the photograph of the seal. But Bracourt's people had already been there. Then we find the witness copy before midnight. Before midnight tomorrow, at latest. Rosandra's tone carried no comfort. Tonight is the only window you have while Bracourt consolidates his position. Ezren stepped forward. Where do we look? The original signatories kept copies in places they controlled. Churches, private archives, the estates of those who witnessed the signing. Rosandra's mouth pressed into a thin line. There were 3 witnesses. One is dead, one is Bracourt's predecessor. And the third? Rosandra was silent for a long moment. The third witness was a human, a woman who worked at the Imperial Chancellery. She transcribed the original text and kept a personal copy as insurance. Camille felt the air shift. What was her name? Marguerite Allman. The name hit her like a blow. Her own face, her own hands, a different century. She was there. She was the scribe. Rosandra's voice softened, just barely. She copied the covenant by hand. She knew what the Accord would do to it over time, so she kept a version of her own. Camille's pulse hammered. Where? If you were Marguerite, and you wanted to hide something the Accord could never find, where would you put it? The question hung in the lamplight. Camille closed her eyes. She thought of the false panel on the landing, the waltz her fingers remembered, the portrait signed in her own hand beneath a name that was both hers and not hers. She thought of the note of the cash, the one that said the building remembers where things are hidden. Not in a building. Rosandra watched her. It would have to move. Every time I cycled, every time I forgot, the document would have to survive without me knowing where it was. Camille opened her eyes. I would not hide it in stone. I would hide it in something that could travel. A person? A chain of people. Someone who passed it down. Someone who knew what it was but did not know why. Rosandra's expression shifted, something like recognition. There is a bookshop in the 4th District. Old stock, estate acquisitions. The owner buys entire libraries when collectors die. She paused. Marguerite Ullman's personal library was sold after her death in 1931. Ezren went still. The bookshop still has records of that acquisition. It does. Rosandra met Camille's eyes. But the shop closed at 6, and the owner does not answer her phone after dark. Camille looked at the clock on the wall. 11:30. We have until midnight. Rosandra shook her head. Bracourt gave you until midnight tomorrow for the tribunal, but his people will have that bookshop catalogued and sealed by dawn. Ezren moved toward the door. Then we go now. Camille followed. Her scar pulsed once, a low heat that felt almost like recognition. Rosandra's voice stopped them at the threshold. If the witness copy is not there, I have one other name. Her gray eyes caught the lamplight. Father Lucien Vaubrev. He keeps records the Accord tried to burn. He may know what Marguerite did with the original before she died. Camille nodded once. Then she stepped out into the Vienna night, with 3 days left and a covenant dying around her, and the countdown already burning in her blood. Chapter 28. The studio lights were still on. Camille saw them through the rain-slicked window as they crossed the cobbled courtyard, 2 blocks from the bookshop that would be sealed by dawn. Ezren walked a half-step behind her, his coat dark against the wet stone, his silence carrying the weight of the countdown. She should have been moving toward the 4th District. Instead, her feet had carried her here, to the place where her civilian life still had shape and she still had a name that matched her 499 card. The door was unlocked. Camille stopped with her hand on the brass plate, the familiar weight of the handle cold against her palm. The studio never stayed unlocked after hours. Sabine locked it personally, every night, the same way she checked the solvent cabinet and turned off the humidifiers. Ezren's voice came low at her shoulder. Camille. I know. She pushed the door open. The reception area was empty. The desk lamp was still on, casting a pool of warm light across the appointment ledger. Camille crossed to it in 4 steps and looked down at the open page. Her name. Her schedule. The names of every client who had visited in the past 3 weeks, annotated in Odette's looping hand. Voss, 10:30. Left early. Conrad, 15 o'clock. Stayed 47 minutes. Caldemar, 2015. Merrick, 2 o'clock. Aberdeen, Marchand Point 2. Aberdeen wants to be clean. Ezren's voice flicked to Ezren, then back to Camille. I was asked to keep track. By whom? A private investigator. He said there was a dispute over provenance, that someone was trying to claim your work was forged. Odette's voice flattened. He said the museum needed documentation to protect your reputation. I believed him. Camille felt the cold thread wrap around her chest again. You believed him because he paid you. I believed him because he showed me credentials. Odette's jaw tightened. And because the information he asked for was harmless. Schedule times, client names, whether you had mentioned any unusual appointments or recurring dreams. The last word hit like a blade. Recurring dreams. Yes. Odette's composure cracked. You were not telling me. You were humming that melody all the time. You looked haunted. I thought if someone was trying to help you, if they could trace whatever was stalking you, then maybe. Maybe what? Maybe I could stop worrying about you. The admission hung in the air between them. Camille thought of the ambush at the canal, the operatives who had known where she would be, the evidence stolen from her coat, the way every move she made had been anticipated since the first letter appeared on a table. How much did you give them? Everything. Odette's voice broke. I gave them everything. The studio door swung open. Sabine stood in the frame, her coat still on, her face pale and hard. She carried a cardboard box in her arms, the kind used for packing archived files. Camille, Her voice was steady, but her eyes were not. "They have already been through your bench." "Who?" "2 men, an hour ago. They said they were from museum security, reviewing a contamination report." Sabine set the box on the reception desk. "They took your test results, your sample vials, the photograph of the seal." Camille's scar pulsed once, a dull heat beneath her palm. "Your correspondence logs, your curation notes for the past 3 months, anything with Marguerite Topman's name or the Eltman Walzer." Sabine's hands trembled slightly as she reached into the box. "I managed to pull these before they got to the storage cabinet." She placed a folder on the desk. Camille opened it. Inside were copies of the restoration annotations from the cache, the ones that proved her handwriting matched Marguerite's. Sabine had photographed them and printed duplicates before the originals were taken. "You kept records." "I keep everything." Sabine's eyes met hers. "And I have spent enough years watching conservators fight provenance disputes to know that the original is always the first thing to disappear." Odette made a small sound. Sabine turned to her. "You. Out. We will discuss your future with this studio tomorrow." "But out." Odette fled. The door clicked shut behind her. Sabine faced Camille across the desk. "They will be back. Not the operatives, the administration. Someone will demand an explanation for why your personal research is connected to a security breach." She paused. "You need to leave. Now, before they decide to hold you for questioning." Camille looked at the folder in her hands. The witness copy was still out there. The bookshop in the 4th District closed at 6. The owner did not answer after dark. "What are you not telling me?" Sabine's face flickered, just once, before she mastered it. "One of the men who searched your bench, he asked about a music booklet, specifically. He said it was misfiled in the Wien Bibliothek die Annex under a composer named Toffel." Camille's blood went cold. "Who told him about the music booklet?" Sabine's silence answered for her. "Noah. He did not know what he was handing over. They told him it was part of a legitimate provenance investigation." Sabine's voice was barely a whisper. "He called me an hour ago. He said he was sorry. He said they took the original score and the attendance registers and the log entry from 1911. The Altman Walzer, the only thing the Accord never took. Until now." Camille pressed her palm flat against the desk, felt the scar pulse beneath the skin. "They wanted the melody gone. They wanted me to forget it." Ezren's hand found hers, warm and steady. "Then we find the witness copy before Dawn reclaims anything else." Camille looked at Sabine. "The bookshop in the 4th District. Can you get me an address?" Sabine pulled out her phone. "I can get you more than that." She typed for a moment, then turned the screen toward Camille. A name and a number. "Elibeth Horvath, proprietor. Horvath Antiquarian Books, Margatencentrus 42. Camille memorized it. "She does not answer after dark," Sabine said, "but she opens at 7, and she keeps paper records of every acquisition since 1922. Camille thought of the countdown in her blood. 3 days, 1 dawn already lost. "Then we wait." Ezren's voice came low. "We cannot wait. We cannot break into a locked bookshop either." Camille met his eyes. "Not without drawing every enforcer in Vienna. We use the hours to find Father Lucian." Sabine pulled a folded paper from her coat pocket. "I already called him. He is waiting at St. Ruprecht. He says he has something that belongs to you." Camille took the paper. It was a photocopy of a single page, old and yellowed, typed on a machine that had stopped working before she was born. A letter from Marguerite Altman to a priest, dated December 7, 1931. "Father, I have left the package with the bookwoman. She does not know what it is. She will not open it. She will hold it until the next one comes asking for the waltz. The Accord cannot find what they cannot name, and Elisa Horvath is the safest vault I know. She is nobody to them. She is simply the woman who buys dead libraries. Tell the next one to say my name when she arrives. Tell her to ask for Ilibeta." Camille read the letter twice. The bookshop owner had been holding the witness copy for 90 years, waiting for someone to ask for a waltz. She looked at her watch. 2:30 in the morning, 4.5 hours until dawn. Chapter 29. The folder lay open on Sabine's desk, the copied annotations arranged in sequence like restoration stages. Camille traced her finger across the first page, following the slant of her own hand from another century. Marguerite's handwriting. The same pressure on the downstrokes, the same habit of underlining technical terms twice. Ezren stood at the window, watching the street through the blinds. His silence had turned watchful since Odette's confession, the stillness of someone tracking movement in the dark. Sabine had given them the studio for the hour before dawn. She was upstairs, burning anything with Odette's annotations before the administration arrived. Camille turned to the second page. Gesso preparation, 3:1, 0.5, layered in 5 passes. Original support shows splitting at lower right quadrant consistent with age, not handling. Standard notes. The kind any conservator would write. Then the third page stopped her. A line in the margin, squeezed between 2 paragraphs like an afterthought. Dev panel. S. Wall. False prov. Check backing for EH. Camille read it again. Devotional panel. South wall. False provenance. Check backing for EH. Elizabeth Horvath. Her scar pulsed, low and warm, as if the paper had recognized her before her mind caught up. Ezren, he turned from the window. I know where the witness copy is. She read the line aloud. He crossed the room in 3 strides and stood over her shoulder, close enough that she felt the cold radiating from his coat. That's restoration shorthand, she said. Only I would write it that way. The emphasis on the false provenance, the double dash before the initials. What panel? Camille tried to picture it. The storage level in the museum basement, row after row of paintings waiting for conservation, their histories tangled in indistinct color, the accession number a blank space where a number should be. But the margin note was not fraying. The margin note was solid, written in her own hand, across a century and a lifetime she had already forgotten once. That was enough. They moved through the dark streets with the rhythm of people who had learned to trust each other's silence. Ezren took the lead, his pace steady, his head turning at every intersection to check for watchers. St. Ruprecht's bell tower rose ahead, black against the pale wash of approaching dawn. Father Lucian was waiting at the crypt door, his cassock frayed at the hem, his eyes the color of rainwater catching lamplight. He held a small brass key. Sabine called, he said. She said you would need the old passage. How old? Older than the museum. Older than the street grid above it. He handed her the key. The tunnel opens into the workshop annex. From there you can reach storage level B without crossing the main lobby. Camille took the key. It was warm from his hand. The Accord will have people in the building, Father Lucian said. They may not know what they are looking for yet, but they will know when they find it. Then I find it first. He nodded once and stepped aside. The Crypt swallowed them. Camille followed Ezren through the narrow stone passage, past the cabinet of sketches, past the journals stacked on shelves, past the portraits of women who had worn her face in other centuries. The air thickened with dust and old incense. At the far wall, Father Lucian pressed a stone that gave way with a grinding sound. A tunnel opened, dark and cold, leading downward. The annex is at the end, he said. You have until dawn. Camille looked at Ezren. Dawn. The hour the Covenant had tried to take her memory. The hour she had already survived twice. Then we have enough time. She stepped into the dark. The tunnel floor was rough stone, uneven with age. Water dripped somewhere ahead, a steady percussion that counted their footsteps. Ezren's hand found hers in the black, and she held on. They walked in silence, their breath pluming in the cold. When light finally appeared, it was pale and artificial, spilling through a grate set into the ceiling above them. The workshop annex. Camille climbed the rusted ladder, pushed the grate aside, and pulled herself into a room she recognized. Conservation benches, chemical cabinets, the faint smell of turpentine and aged varnish. Memory storage level B was 3 doors down. She moved through the dark, her footsteps soft on the linoleum, Ezren shadowed her back. The door to level B was locked. She reached into her coat, pulled out the ring of keys she had taken from Sabine's desk, and tried the third one. It turned. The door swung open. Rows of shelving stretched into the dark, each rack filled with paintings wrapped in protective taper, their accession numbers stenciled on the edges. The south wall. Camille walked the length of it, scanning the numbers, looking for the flag she had let in another life. Then she saw it. A panel, mid-sized, wrapped in yellowed paper, with a small red tag tied to the frame. Provenance, Esterhaus Estate, 1934. She knew that name. Margit Esterhaus had been one of Marguerite's salon contacts. The Esterhaus estate was real, but the provenance on this panel was false, written by someone who had wanted to hide what was underneath. Her hands were steady as she lifted the paper. The devotional panel beneath showed up, slitted beneath the seal, and lifted. The paper came away in a single sheet. Beneath it, pressed flat against the wood, was a leather folder bound with a black cord. Her scar burned. She pulled the folder free, untied the cord, and opened it. 3 pages, handwritten on paper that had browned at the edges. The original covenant, forcerting his guy of rancor tripmasticking. Her fingers traced the first line. We, the undersigned, do enter this bond of restraint, that the life of Elizabeth Corvin may be preserved, and that the accord shall hold no execution against her, provided that certain terms be met. I actually read his sea of halt on my eyes as it was shouting. It is dearly norm. She read the clause that followed. This agreement shall remain in effect so long as the human party presents an active threat of exposure. Should that threat be determined to have passed, all memory of this bond and its cause shall be restored. Not permanent, conditional. He goes as slowly struppered. The absent, classing Skeep still outside and rejecting, the most and everly treedly knows the social move. He waded the window into the board snef sweatotech to goes the got-off light every mine. It's so sure T 100 pens 100 blow 3 and with Martine step 4, 1, Stallers to 0, 1, more effects 2 per 7. 30 is being quite appointed soon to the first chair. With that I will completely hear. It is insoluble for the nuff. On the picture of the species important, ferret little clergy right now, setly driving your shatening. My hustimal acetha Camille flinks the Betamco, will be saying her facing a terrorize working out with my fermule. They lied, she whispered. Every cycle. They told you it was permanent. He said nothing. He did not have to. The silence in the storage room was heavier than any confession. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. Ezren moved, his body shifting between her and the door, his face hardening. We have company. Camille pressed the folder against her chest, felt the leather warm through her coat. The footsteps stopped. A voice came through the dark. Calm, familiar. I thought you might come here. Elias Voss stepped into the light. Chapter 30. Elias Voss stepped into the light. The corridor behind him stretched empty, but his shadow cut long across the floor, cast by a source she could not see. His suit was immaculate, silver at the temples catching the storage room's fluorescent hum, and his hands hung loose at his sides, unarmed but carrying something worse. Certainty. You found it, he said, not a question. Camille pressed the leather folder against her chest, the Covenant's pages warm through the old hide. Her ska pulsed once, low and answering, as if the document recognized her hand. Ezren had not moved. He stood between her and Voss, his body a wall of tension, his amber eyes fixed on the man who had tried to poison her in another room, another lifetime that was only days ago. She's leaving, Ezren said. She is, but I need her to hear me first. Voss stepped forward. Ezren's hand came up, palm open, a warning that needed no words. Voss stopped. I wrote the letter, he said. The air changed. Camille's mind raced through every piece of evidence she had catalogued, the wax seal with the chapel soot, the iron gall ink on conservation bond paper, the childhood detail no stranger should know, the warning that had saved her life. The first letter, Voss said, on your kitchen table, the one that told you not to drink what I offered. You tried to kill me. I tried to make you afraid enough to investigate before they buried the truth again." Ezren's voice came low and hard. "You are standing in a room full of evidence that says otherwise. I am standing in a room full of evidence that took me 90 years to find." Voss looked at Camille, and for the first time, something shifted in his composure. Not softness, something older, worn thin by waiting. "Marguerite asked me to watch for the cycle that would break. She said I would know it by the retrieval, by the woman who found what was hidden before dawn." Camille's fingers tightened on the folder. "You knew Marguerite?" "I was her assistant in 1929, young, stupid, loyal enough to carry a secret she trusted me to keep." He reached into his coat, slow, his eyes never leaving hers. "She gave me this to deliver when the right woman came looking." He pulled out an envelope, cream paper, same weight as the letters in the cache, same faint watermark she had logged in her analysis. "She said you would not remember her face, but that you would know her handwriting." He held it out. Ezren took it first, checked it with his fingers, then passed it to her. Camille broke the seal. The paper inside was covered in the same precise hand that had written the cache instructions, the journal entries, the letters to a man she had loved across forgetting. "If you are reading this, then I am already gone, and you are already here. I have hidden the covenant with Bracourt and not find it, but they will look for you now that you have started waking. Do not trust the ones who offer safety in exchange for surrender. The condition was written into the bond from the beginning. They have hidden it from him as well as from you. Show him the truth. He has earned it." No signature. She did not need one. Camille looked up at Voss. "You could have told me sooner and watched the accord bury you before you reached the evidence." He shook his head. Marguerite was clear. The next one would need to find the truth herself, or she would not believe it when it mattered. Voices in the corridor. Ezren turned toward the door, his body shifting into readiness. "How many?" "2, Voss said. "Bracourt's interior team. They did not follow me." "Then why are they here?" "Because I sent word that she had been seen entering the storage annex." Voss's voice did not waver. "They needed to find her here, or the discovery would not hold when she presents it at tribunal." Camille stared at him. He had led them here, had let her retrieve the covenant, had brought the enforcers as witnesses to the retrieval, so the evidence could not be suppressed. "You planned this. For 90 years. He stepped back, his face settling into the mask of a man who had just made the worst betrayal of his life and meant every bit of it. "Go, the tunnel is still open. Father Lucian will hold the crypt. You have until midnight." The footsteps were closer now. Ezren grabbed her hand. They ran. The storage room door slammed behind them as they reached the grate. Ezren dropped first, caught her as she climbed down, and the tunnel swallowed them into darkness. She held the covenant against her chest with one hand and the letter from Marguerite in the other, running blind through stone that remembered older footsteps, older escapes. The light above them flickered. A grate scraped open. Voices dropped into the tunnel behind them. Camille ran faster, her breath running, the precious paper sweating against her fingers. They burst out of the tunnel into the crypt, and Father Lucian was there with a lantern and a face that said he already knew. He raised his hand. The ground trembled. Stone groaned behind them, and the tunnel entrance sealed itself, a wall of old granite sliding into place as if it had never opened. Father Lucian lowered his arm. "You have until midnight," he said. Camille pressed the covenant to her heart and felt her scar burn in answer. Then the crypt door rang with a knock. Not the front entrance, the small door at the side, the one that led to the street. 3 knocks, deliberate, measured, a voice through the wood, calm and cold. "Father Lucian, you know why I am here." Camille knew that voice. Magistrate Bracourt had found them. Chapter 31. 3 knocks. The sound traveled through the crypt stone like a pulse through bone. Camille stood frozen, the covenant pressed against her chest. Marguerite's letter crumpled in her fist. Bracourt's voice came again, low and unhurried. "I am not here to break consecrated ground. I am here to collect what belongs to the accord." Father Lucian turned toward the door, his broad face unreadable in the lantern light. "He cannot enter without permission. Consecrated ground predates his authority. For now." Ezren was already moving, his hand finding Camille's elbow. How long before he overrides that? Longer than it takes you to use the passage behind the altar. Lucian gestured toward the far wall, where a wooden screen covered in faded icons stood against the stone. It leads to the canal side. The Accord does not know it exists. I kept it for the ones before you. Camille's throat tightened. How many before me? Enough that I stopped counting. His rainwater-colored eyes met hers. Go. I will hold the door long enough. She wanted to ask more, wanted to know his name in her past lives, whether he had watched her forget, whether he had ever wanted to tell her the truth himself. But Bracourt knocked again, harder this time. Father Lucian, you are harboring a fugitive from a court judgment. That carries consequences even for consecrated ground. Ezren pulled her toward the altar. The screen swung open on oiled hinges that should have screamed with age, but moved in silence. Behind it, a narrow stairway dropped into darkness, the steps worn smooth by feet that had been using this route for longer than Vienna had electric light. Camille looked back. Father Lucian stood between her and the side door, his hands loose at his sides, his frayed cassock hanging straight. He looked like a man who had made an survivor and was prepared to make it again. Show him the truth, he said. He has earned it. The same words Marguerite had written. Camille stepped into the dark. The stairway curved twice before leveling into a passage so low she had to crouch. Ezren moved ahead of her, one hand trailing along the wall, his breathing steady where hers came in sharp bursts. The air smelled of old water and lime mortar, the particular cold of places the sun had never touched. How far? She whispered. 200 meters, maybe less. The covenant dug into her ribs where she held it. She wanted to open it, wanted to read every word by touch if she had to, but there was no light, and there were footsteps behind them, faint but growing louder. Bracourt had found the screen. Faster, Ezren said. She pushed herself forward, one hand on the wall, the other clutching the folder. The passage tilted upward, and she smelled canal water, wet stone, this particular rot of a city that had been built on marshes and burial grounds. Light appeared ahead, a grate. Ezren reached it first, bracing his shoulder against iron that had not moved in decades. It groaned, but held. Together, he said. She pressed beside him, the covenant crushed between them, and they pushed. The grate gave with a shriek of rusted metal, swinging outward onto a narrow stairway that climbed to street level. They emerged into the cold air of a service alley sloping down toward the Danube Canal. The sky was still dark. The city was still sleeping. Camille leaned against the wall, her lungs boning, her hands shaking. We need to see it, she said, before he finds us again. Ezren scanned the alley, the street at both ends, the rooftops. 2 minutes, then we move. She lowered herself to the damp cobblestones and laid the folder across her knees. Her fingers found the black cord, loosened it, and the leather fell open. 3 pages, handwritten. The ink had browned with age, but the script was precise, legal, the hand of someone who had written covenants before. Camille read the opening line aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. This covenant is entered freely between the Accord, represented by Magistrate Avar Vlas and Elisabeth Corvin, human witness to the nature of Ezren Caldemar, in the year of our Lord 1687, for the preservation of her life and the containment of a single act of breach. Single active breach. Not permanent, not eternal. A containment. She read on, her eyes moving faster than her breath. The said Elisabeth Corvin shall retain no conscious memory of the events that endangered the Accord's concealment, nor of the vampire Ezren Caldemar, so long as she poses an active threat of exposure to the mortal population. Upon the cessation of said threat, all memories held under this covenant shall be restored in full. Camille stopped. Her scar burned, not the usual pulse, a deep, steady heat that felt like recognition, like something waking after a long sleep. They lied, she said. To both of us. It was never meant to be permanent. Ezren crouched beside her, his face half in shadow. She could not read his expression, but his hand found hers, and she felt the fine tremor running through his fingers. Show me the signature. She turned to the final page. 3 names: Magistrate Adard Voss, Ezren Caldemar, Elizabeth Corvin, and below them, in a smaller hand, a 4th. Ruxandra Maragra, witness. The same Ruxandra who had blocked Bracourt at the chapel, who had told Camille to find the witness copy, who had been watching for 300 years. Camille looked up at Ezren. She knew. Ruxandra knew the clause was conditional. She let them expand it. She let them bury this. Ezren's jaw tightened. She was bound by the accord seal. She could not speak of it until the cycle broke. Then why at me now? Because the cycle did break. His voice was hoarse. Because you remembered. Because the covenant is failing, and she chose the right side when it mattered. Camille wanted to argue, wanted to demand why no one had told her sooner, why she had spent 17 lifetimes losing herself to a lie. But there was no time. Footsteps in the alley. She shoved the pages back into the folder and stood. We need photographic copies. If we lose the originals, we lose everything. Ezren pulled out his phone, the screen lighting the alley in a pale glow. Hold them flat. She spread the pages across the stone, and he photographed each one, the shutter sound too loud in the silence. First page, second, third, the signatures, the seal at the bottom, a mark so recognized from the letters. Done. He pocketed the phone as the footsteps grew closer, a measured tread on cobblestone. Magistrate Bracourt stepped into the mouth of the alley. He was alone. No enforcers, no backup, just the lean figure in the dark coat, the coil scar crossing his jaw, the small bronze brand at his throat catching the first gray light of approaching dawn. He did not look at Ezren. He looked at Camille. You have read it, then. She held the folder against her chest. I know what you hid. I did not hide it. His voice was quiet, almost tired. I inherited it. By the time I took this post, the clause had been buried for a century. The magistrates who expanded it were dead or gone. I was left to enforce a law I did not write. And you never thought to question it? Every day. He took a step closer. And every day I told myself that keeping you alive, even without memory, was better than the alternative. Because the alternative was your death, Camille. Every magistrate before me believed that. I believed it too. Silence. The canal lapped against the stone below them. A bird called somewhere in the dark. Camille looked at the folder in her hands, at the truth she had carried across centuries without knowing it. You were wrong. Bracourt did not deny it. Perhaps, but the law still stands, and I am still the one who must enforce it. He held out his hand. Give me the covenant. Come to the tribunal at midnight, and I will argue for mercy. Camille thought of Marguerite's letter, of the condition written into the bond from the beginning. She thought of Ezren, standing beside her in the cold, his hand still holding hers. No. She turned and ran. Ezren followed. Behind them, Bracourt did not exert. Chapter 32. Ruxandra met them at the canal bridge, her gray eyes catching the dawn light like ash catching flame. She did not ask if they had the covenant. She saw the folder in Camille's grip and nodded once. The tribunal house expects you. Camille's scar pulsed. Low heat. Not danger. Recognition. They walked through streets that were still empty, past bakeries not yet open, and newspaper stands still shuttered. The old Catholic facade rose at the end of a narrow lane, its stone darkened by centuries of rain, its door recessed behind an iron grill that looked like it had not been opened in a generation. Ruxandra pressed her palm flat against the grill. The metal did not creak. It simply parted, folding inward like cloth drawn aside. Through here. Speak only when addressed. Do not touch anything. The corridor beyond was narrow, its walls lined with ledgers bound in dark leather, their spines stamped with dates that went back further than any library. Candles burned in iron sconces, their flames steady despite the draft. The air smelled of old paper, wax, and something mineral, like stone that had been sealed for too long. Camille counted 7 doors before Ruxandra stopped at the 8th. This one was unpainted oak, its surface worn smooth by hands that had pressed against it for centuries. Ruxandra pushed it open. The chamber inside was larger than the corridor suggested, as if the building had folded space inward. A long table dominated the center, its surface scarred by ink spills and the burn marks of seals. Behind it sat 3 magistrates in black robes, their faces half-shadowed by the hoods they wore. Magistrate Bracourt stood apart from them, near a window that looked out onto nothing but stone. His pale scar caught the candlelight as he turned. Camille Aubert. She felt Ezren step closer to her side, a wall of warmth and readiness. Bracourt's gaze moved to the folder in her hands. "You have brought the covenant." "I have. The tribunal thanks you for your compliance." He did not sound grateful. He sounded like a man reading lines he had rehearsed too many times. "We will convene at midnight. Until then, you and your companion will be housed in the East Wing. You will not leave the premises without escort." Camille felt the trap closing around her. They had come voluntarily, but the chamber felt like a cage. "I want to see the other magistrates," she said. "I want to know who judges me." Bracourt's mouth tightened. "You will know them when the hearing begins. Now." The word hung in the air. One of the hooded figures shifted, and candlelight caught the edge of a face beneath the hood. A woman, older than Bracourt. Her eyes met Camille's for a fraction of a second before she looked away. Bracourt stepped forward, his voice dropping low enough that only Camille and Ezren could hear. "A word, privately." He did not wait for agreement. He turned and walked to a small door set into the side wall, holding it open. Ezren started to follow. Bracourt raised a hand. "The human only." "Absolutely not." Then the offer dies unspoken, and she faces the full tribunal without knowing what could have been spared. Camille touched Ezren's arm. "I'll hear him." "Camille, I said I'll hear him." His jaw tightened, but he stepped back. She followed Bracourt into a small antechamber lined with more ledgers. A single candle burned on a writing desk, its flame small and steady. He closed the door. "You have evidence that could destroy the Accord's authority in this region. You have the original covenant with its true clause. You have a witness who will testify, and you have a man who loves you more than his own life." Camille said nothing. "I am going to offer you something that no magistrate has ever offered a human." He paused. "A clean erasure. No pain, no damage to your mind. You will forget the vampires, the covenant, the letters, and Ezren Caldemar completely. You will return to your ordinary life, your studio, your friends, your work, as if none of this ever happened. And if I refuse? Then you face the tribunal, and the tribunal will rule against you, not because the law is on their side, but because the Accord cannot afford to lose this case. They will find a way to take the covenant, suppress the testimony, and bury you so deep that even your own name will be erased from every record." Camille's scar bared, a steady heat. "You are afraid," she said. Bracourt's face did not change, but something in his eyes flickered. "I am trying to save you from a war you cannot win. You are trying to save the Accord from the truth." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and withdrew a single sheet of paper. "This is the offer. Signed by all 3 magistrates. Surrender the covenant to me now. Denounce Ezren Caldemar as a threat to Accord security. Accept immediate erasure. And you walk out of this building free, healthy, and whole." He laid the paper on the desk. "You have until midnight to decide." He turned and left the room. Camille stood alone in the candlelight, the offer lying before her. The door to the main chamber creaked shut, and she heard Ezren's voice through the wall, low and urgent, asking Roxane a question she could not quite make out. Chapter 33. The heavy door of the antechamber sealed behind her, and the main chambers swallowed Camille whole. Ezren stood near Roxandra near the far wall, his jaw tight, his hands loose at his sides. He had been arguing with her. She could see it in the set of his shoulders, the way he broke off mid-sentence when Camille appeared. She crossed to him without speaking, the magistrate's offer still warm from her fingers, folded once in her coat pocket. Bracourt had already taken his place behind the long table. The 3 hooded figures had not moved. Their shadows pooled on the scarred wood like spilled ink, unmoving, as if they had been carved there by an older hand. Camille felt the scar pulse, low heat. She kept her hands still. At the time, the Accord's primary concern was containment. No precedent existed for a human who could retain partial memory of vampire contact across repeated exposure. The Covenant was drafted as an emergency measure. Bracourt turned a page. The paper rasped. The second breach occurred in 1702. A woman named Anna Vashik, a silversmith's daughter, was found sketching the Caldemar family seal from memory, despite no record of prior contact. She was placed under observation. Within 6 months, she had produced a detailed portrait of Ezren Caldemar's face, accurate to the shape of his jaw and the placement of a scar he bore at the time. Camille's throat tightened. She did not look at Ezren. The portrait was confiscated. Anna Vashik was interrogated, and under questioning, she described a dream in which she had been led through a stone corridor by a man she could not name. The Accord considered this a partial memory breach and applied the Covenant clause retroactively. She was erased within the hour. Bracourt's voice did not change. The third breach, 1739. A French merchant's wife named Claire Delacroix encountered Ezren Caldemar at a salon in the First District. She reported no conscious memory of him afterward, but within weeks she had composed a string quartet that contained the exact melodic structure of a waltz composed by Marguerite Altman in 1906. Camille's breath caught. The quartet was performed once, in private, and a court observer identified the harmonic signature. Claire Delacroix was erased the following morning. Bracourt turned another page. Fourth breach, 1768. Fifth, 1812. Sixth, 1847. He listed them like dates from a shipping manifest. Each one a woman. Each one a life reduced to a paragraph in a leather folder. Camille heard the names, the occupations, the years, and felt something cold settle in her chest. Seventh breach, 1873. Eighth, 1891. Ninth, 1908. Marguerite Altman. She would have been alive in 1908. The waltz had been composed by then. The cash had been hidden. 10th breach, 1923. 11th, 1931. The year Marguerite died. The year the letter was written to the priest. The year the bookshop took the witness copy. Bracourt paused. 17 documented breaches in total. 17 applications of the Covenant clause, each one triggered by the same recurring pattern. A human woman encounters Ezren Caldemar, retains or produces some piece of evidence, and the Accord intervenes to contain the exposure. He looked up from the folder. This tribunal has been convened because the Covenant has failed. Camille Aubert is the first human in the history of this case to survive a dawn reset with full memory intact. If the Covenant cannot enforce the erasure, then the Accord must determine whether continued existence of that memory constitutes an ongoing threat. Camille heard the words. She understood the shape of the argument. She was being described as a climate event, a recurring weather pattern, a case file with a name attached for convenience. She thought of Anna Vashik's portrait, confiscated and buried in an archive. Claire Delacroix's quartet, heard once and suppressed. Marguerite Altman's letters, written in the dark because she knew she would not remember by morning. These women had not been accidents. They had been her, and they had left proof. Camille looked at the magistrates, at their hoods, their shadows, their silence. One of them was not looking at her, the older woman, the one whose face had caught the candlelight in that first moment. She was staring not at Camille's face, but at the evidence table behind Bracourt, where the sealed letters lay in a neat row. Her gaze had not moved from them for several seconds. Camille followed her line of sight. The letters. 7 cream envelopes tied with a faded silk ribbon. The cash she'd have recovered from the fond panel. The magistrate's hand rested on the table, fingers spread, still, controlled. But the thumb was pressing against the wood, hard enough to whiten the pad. She knew those letters. Camille opened her mouth to speak, and Bracourt turned another page. Case File 17. Camille Aubert, human female. 28 years, paintings conservator. First documented contact with Ezren Caldemar, present cycle, approximately 3 weeks ago. The magistrate's thumb stopped pressing. The room went silent, and Camille realized, with a clarity that felt like a blade sliding between ribs, that the woman in the mud had been waiting for this hearing longer than Bracourt held. Chapter 34. She stepped forward before her name could be called. The chamber went still. 3 hooded heads turned. Bracourt's hand stopped mid-page. "I have evidence," Camille said. Her voice sounded steady in her own ears. "The tribunal asked whether the covenant is failing. I am going to show you how it has been failing for 300 years. She did not wait for permission. She crossed to the evidence table where the 7 cream envelopes lay in their silk ribbon. Her hands moved with the precision of years spent handling fragile things. She untied the ribbon and spread the letters in a row. "These were recovered from a hidden cache in my apartment building. They were written between 1889 and 1931. She touched the first envelope. "This one bears a wax seal mixed with chapel soot and pine ash binder. I identified this soot as a specific blend used by St. Ruprecht's votive candles. The same blend appears in 3 of the other seals." She looked up. "I tested the paper. Conservation bond stock produced by the same Viennese mill that has supplied restoration studios since the 1862. She paused. "The same mill my current studio orders from." A murmur moved through the chamber. Camille ignored it. "The ink is iron gall compound with a slightly higher gum Arabic content than standard 19th century recipe. I found the exact ratio in a pigment catalog from 1885. The catalog is still in use at the museum." She picked up the 4th envelope. "This one is dated December 1906. The handwriting matches a journal entry I recovered from the same cache. The journal entry is signed with the name Marguerite Altman." The name landed like a stone in water. Marguerite Altman was a conservator at the same museum I work for now. She died in 1931. Her restoration annotations occupied the same desk drawer I use for ongoing projects. Camille set the envelope down. "I know this because I have compared the handwriting across 17 samples. The pressure angles, the letter spacing, the way the descender on the G curves left instead of straight down. It is identical." She pulled a folder from her coat. Inside were photocopies of the cache annotations Sabine had preserved. The restoration notes hidden alongside the letters are written in the same hand as the letters. They contain technical observations about pigment composition and varnish removal that match Marguerite Altman's known methodology. They also contain margin notes addressed to a future reader. She held up a page. "This one says, 'Try turpentine instead of alcohol on the lower quadrant.' I learned that the way so you do not have to." Someone in the gallery exhaled. Camille placed the pages on the table. "These notes were written by the same woman who wrote the letters. That woman was me. I am the one who left them." The chamber was quiet enough to hear wax drip. "The paper proves continuity. The ink proves continuity. The handwriting proves continuity. The technical knowledge proves continuity." She touched the 3rd envelope. "This letter describes the conservation of a 17th century altarpiece that was not accessioned until 1923. The writer could not have known those details unless she was the conservator who treated it." Bracourt's voice cut through. "You are claiming a single identity across centuries. That is not evidence. That is assertion." Camille turned to face him. "I am claiming that the same woman recurring in different bodies left a trail of deliberate evidence across multiple lifetimes. The evidence is what I have just placed before this tribunal." She held his gaze. "You sent 17 breaches, 17 women. Each one encountered Ezren Caldemar. Each one produced something. A sketch, a quartet, a waltz, a portrait, letters." She reached into her coat a second time. Her fingers found the edge of the frame. She pulled it out. The portrait of Ezren caught the candlelight. The oil had darkened slightly around the edges, but the face was still clear. The cheekbones, the amber eyes, the mouth that had not yet learned to smile. It was signed in the lower right corner, M. Altman, 1906. "I painted this," Camille said. "Not in this body, but I painted it." She set the portrait on the evidence table facing the magistrates. "A woman in 1906 painted a man she was not supposed to remember. She rendered him with enough accuracy that Ezren Caldemar recognized himself when I recovered the canvas 3 weeks ago. The brushwork matches my current hand. The underpainting technique is identical to the method I use in restorations today. She stepped back. I am not asking you to believe in fate. I am asking you to examine the evidence. Every prior version of me who encountered Ezren Caldemar chose to leave proof for the next. That is not contamination. That is repeated consent fighting enforced oblivion. The older woman magistrate had not moved. Her hood cast her face in shadow, but her hands still rested on the table beside the letters. The thumb had stopped pressing. It lay flat now, as if something had released in her. The chamber held its breath, and then the older woman spoke, her voice low and roughened by years of silence. Who taught you to read the pigment catalog's gum-Arabic ratio? The question stopped the room. Camille looked at her. The magistrate's face was still hidden, but the question carried weight, as if it had been waiting in her chest for a very long time. I taught myself, Camille said. No. The magistrate's voice did not rise. Someone showed you where to look. A woman with gray-green eyes and a brass magnifying loupe. She sat with you at a work table in a room that smelled of turpentine and old varnish. Camille's skin went cold. She remembered. A memory that was not hers. A woman in a white coat with dark hair pinned up, hands steady. A voice saying, "The gum-Arabic ratio is the first thing the forger gets wrong." She had never remembered that before. How did you know that? Her voice came out thin. The magistrate did not answer. She lifted her hood. Chapter 35. The older woman's hood came down. The chamber held. No one moved. No one breathed. She was older than the hood had suggested. Not old in the way of fragile bones and thin skin, but old in the way a building grows old. Each floor added by a different hand, each wall bearing marks of lives that passed through it. Her hair was silver and short, cut close to the skull like a woman who had stopped caring about ornament. Her face was lined deeply around the mouth and eyes, and her hands, resting on the evidence table beside the sealed envelopes, were the hands of someone who had spent decades gripping tools. Camille stared at her. The magistrate did not look away. The candlelight caught the hollow of her throat, and Camille saw a faint scar there, thin and pale, running from her collarbone to the base of her jaw. Not a silver burn, a blade scar. I asked you a question, the magistrate said quietly. Who taught you to read the pigment catalog's gum-Arabic ratio? Camille's mouth opened. The memory was still there, fragile and foreign inside her skull, like a photograph left too long in the light. A woman with gray-green eyes, a brass loupe, a work table that smelled of turpentine and old varnish. I don't know her name, Camille said. I only just remembered her. The magistrate's jaw tightened. When did she teach you? 30 seconds ago. Camille touched her temple. I had never seen her face until you spoke. Now I know her hands, her voice, the way she held a brush, the way she said, "The gum-Arabic ratio is the first thing the forger gets wrong." She dropped her hand. Who was she? The magistrate did not answer. Bracourt's voice cut through. This is not the purpose of this hearing. The older woman turned her head slowly, and Bracourt's mouth closed. There was a silence. Not a respectful silence, a predatory one, the kind that precedes a breaking. Magistrate Bracourt recovered. He straightened, adjusted his collar, and addressed the full chamber. The human before us has presented an elegant argument. I concede that the letters, the portrait, and the restoration notes form a chain of physical evidence consistent with her claim of recurring identity. I concede that the handwriting analysis and pigment composition support continuity of authorship across multiple lifetimes. He paused. None of that changes the facts of the case. He turned to face Camille directly. The first breach, in 1687, killed 3 civilians. One of them was your own father. He died because he saw what Ezren Caldemar was and reacted with terror and violence, and Ezren Caldemar, in self-defense, killed him. The deaths were ruled accidental by the Accord, but the panic, the exposure, the blood on the stones, those were not accidents. Those were the direct consequence of a human learning the truth about a vampire. He walked a slow circuit around the table. The candlelight shifted across his pale face. The second breach, in 1700 tour, required the Accord to erase Anna Vashik's entire immediate circle, because she had shared her sketch of Ezren Caldemar with 3 people before the Accord identified the leak. Those 3 people were also erased, not killed, but their memories were altered, their relationships disrupted, their lives permanently changed. He paused beside the evidence table. The third breach, in 1739, resulted in the death of Claire d'Alexis' betrothed, a composer who recognized the melody she had written as something she could not possibly have known and attempted to publish it under his own name. When the Accord intervened, he resisted. The intervention was messy. Camille felt the temperature of the room drop. She forced herself to stay still. "I am not reciting this history to frighten you," Bracourt said. "I am reciting it to answer your claim that the Covenant is merely a theft of self. The Covenant exists because every time the cycle broke, people died or were damaged. The Covenant was expanded because the original conditional clause was insufficient to contain the threat." He faced her fully now. "You call it theft of self. I call it a bargain that kept you alive. Do you understand what happens if the Accord collapses? If the memory clause is ruled invalid, and every human who has ever been erased is returned to full recollection of every vampire they encountered?" Camille held his gaze. "Then those humans will remember," she said, "and they will decide for themselves what to do with that knowledge. That is not chaos. That is consent." Bracourt's expression did not change. 300 years of stability, 17 cycles contained without exposure. Every erased woman returned to a life she could live without terror. "And you stand here and tell me that is theft?" "Yes," Camille said, "because none of them were asked." She stepped toward him. The chamber felt smaller now, the walls pressing in. "You are a guardian," she said. "I understand that. You inherited a system that was built to protect both species, and you have spent your life enforcing it because you believe the alternative is worse. But you are enforcing a lie. The Covenant was never meant to be permanent. The clause was conditional, and the Accord buried that condition for 300 years because it was easier than trusting humans to make their own choices." She touched the letters on the table. "My past selves knew they were going to be erased. They left proof anyway. That is not compulsion. That is repeated consent fighting enforced oblivion. They did not accept the bargain you made for them. They built a case, brick by brick, across 17 lifetimes, so that one of us would finally stand here and say, no." Bracourt's throat worked. The scar across his jaw caught the light. "You are willing to risk the exposure of an entire species," he said, "for the principle of being asked." "I am willing to risk it for the principle of not being erased without my permission," Camille said. "The exposure is your fear. The erasure is my body. You do not get to trade one for the other without my consent." The chamber went very still. Then the older woman magistrate spoke again. "Ezren Caldemar." Her voice carried no heat. It was the voice of someone who had spent a very long time waiting. "Step forward." Camille felt the shift before she saw it. The air in the room changed, the tension lifting from Bracourt and landing somewhere behind her. She turned. Ezren stood where he had been, near the wall, his light brown eyes fixed on the magistrate. His hands were at his sides. He was not breathing. The older woman looked at him for a long moment. 17 cycles, she said. You have known her across them all. You have watched her forget you. You have held her while she died, and you have stood in this room while the Accord decided her fate. You have never spoken in your own defense. Ezren said nothing. I want to hear you speak now, the magistrate said. Against your own interest. Tell this chamber what you believe should happen to Camille Aubert, not what you want, what should happen. The weight of the question pressed down. Ezren's jaw tightened. He looked at Camille, and then he spoke. Chapter 36. The chamber held its silence. Ezren stood near the wall, his hands at his sides, his light brown eyes fixed on the older woman magistrate. The candlelight caught the sharp planes of his face and the fine tremor running through his fingers. He did not look at Camille. She should live, he said, freely. With every memory restored, every erased hour returned to her, every truth the Accord buried laid open in the light. His voice was low, controlled, the voice of a man who had spent 4 centuries learning to say the hardest things without breaking. She should choose her own life, whether that life includes the machine that tried to erase her, the city that held her secrets, or the man who loved her across 17 lifetimes and could not keep her safe from any of them. The tremor in his hand stopped. And if choosing that life means she walks away from me, if she decides, with full knowledge of everything we were and every geek Oster, that she does not want to carry that weight, then she walks. I will not follow. I will not write. I will not leave another letter in a locked apartment to pull her back into a story she did not ask to inherit. He finally turned his head. His gaze met Camille's and held. That is what should happen. Camille felt the words land in her chest like stones dropped into still water. The chamber's temperature seemed to drop. The magistrate's table creamed under the older woman's pressed thumb. Bracourt broke the silence. That is not a judgment, he said. That is a confession of attachment. You are scribing what you want for her, not what the Accord requires. Ezren's jaw tightened. I am describing what any sentient law should require. Consent, agency, the right to carry your own history without having it cut out of you by strangers who claim to know better. And if exercising that right exposes every human who has ever been touched by the Covenant, Bracourt's voice rose. If the Accord collapses because one woman's love letter chain proves the entire system is built on a buried clause, what then, Caldemar? Camille stepped forward before Ezren could answer. That is not his question to answer, she said. It is mine. I am the one the Accord wanted to erase. I am the one whose consent was stolen across 17 lifetimes, and I am the one standing here fully informed, choosing to carry the risk. She turned to face the hooded magistrates. You built a system on the assumption that humans cannot handle the truth, that we will panic, that we will burn what we do not understand. But my past selves did not panic. They left evidence. They built trails. They wrote letters to futures they knew they would not remember, and they did it because they trusted that one of us would be strong enough to finish what they started. She touched her palm. The silver scar was warm. I am that one. The chamber held its breath. The older woman magistrate looked at Camille for a long moment. Then she looked at Ezren. You said you would not follow if she chose to walk away. I would not. But you did not say whether you would survive that. Ezren's composure cracked. A muscle moved along his jaw. I have survived 17 cycles of watching her forget me, he said. I have survived watching her die in my arms, watching her marry other men, watching her live full lives that included no memory of what we were. I have survived because she was alive, because somewhere, in some incarnation, she was breathing and painting and humming waltzes she did not know she remembered. He paused. If she chooses to walk away with her memory intact, knowing everything and still deciding she does not want me, I will survive, but I will not pretend it will be living. The older woman nodded slowly. Then she turned to Bracourt. You have heard the evidence. You have heard the accused speak. What is your recommendation? Bracourt's hand came down on the table. I recommend immediate sentencing, he said, before this breach spreads beyond this chamber, before the precedent takes root. The older woman's eyebrows rose. You would skip deliberation? I would contain the damage. Bracourt's scar caught the candlelight. We have heard the argument. We have seen the evidence. Every hour we wait, the Covenant weakens. Every human with a memory fragment becomes a potential vector for exposure. The system is bleeding, and you want to hold a debate while it hemorrhages. I want to hear what the other magistrates think. The older woman looked at the 2 hooded figures on either side of her. They had not moved, had not spoken. Their silence felt heavier than any argument. One of them spoke. The Covenant was built to protect. The voice was female, low, worn with age. If we unwind it, we risk everything. Every human who has ever been touched by the Accord will regain their memories of us. Every erased witness will remember the night they saw things that should not exist. Every suppressed incident will resurface. The species' veil will tear. She paused. But we have also heard the evidence. The Covenant was altered beyond its original intent. The conditional clause was buried. The signatory herself, this woman's prior self, left proof of her descent across centuries. If we do not honor that descent, we are not guardians, we are tyrants. The chamber fell silent again. The older woman magistrate looked at Bracourt. You said the covenant was a necessary bargain, but bargains require both sides to accept the terms. Elisabeth Corvin accepted conditional erasure. She did not accept perpetual theft of self, and the evidence shows she fought that theft from every life she was allowed to live. She turned to Camille. Your past selves built a case. They left letters, portraits, restoration notes, and coded messages across 17 lifetimes. They prepared a defense knowing they would not be there to deliver it, and you walked into this chamber and delivered it for them. Camille nodded. Then I propose a compromise. The older woman folded her hands on the table. The covenant is not dissolved, but it is restructured. Camille Aubert retains her memory of Ezren Caldemar and of every prior life for which evidence has been presented. The accord recognizes her standing as a signatory across lifetimes, and she is granted full legal agency in all matters pertaining to the covenant. Bracourt's face tightened. And the security wrist? Contained. The older woman's voice was final. Camille Aubert and Ezren Caldemar become bonded debtors of the accord. Their lives are forfeit to its service. Any breach, any exposure, any failure to comply with accord orders will trigger immediate revocation of this compromise. They live under the covenant's authority, but they live with memory intact. Camille felt the weight of the sentence settle across her shoulders. Bonded debtors, service, forfeit. It was not freedom, but it was not erasure. The older woman met her eyes. Do you accept? Camille looked at Ezren. He stood frozen, his expression unreadable, his light brown eyes locked on hers. She turned back to the magistrate. Yes. Then it is done. The older woman raised her hand. The accord accepts the restructured covenant. Camille Aubert and Ezren Caldemar shall report for their first directive within the hour. This hearing is closed. Bracourt stepped forward. Before that, he said, one more matter. He lifted a sealed envelope from his coat. A directive arrived during the hearing, marked for immediate collection of the covenant debt. The chamber went still. Camille's palm burned. Bracourt's eyes met hers. Your first assignment, he said, is to retrieve a vanished human intermediary. She was last seen entering an abandoned customs archive on the canal. You have until sunset. He held out the envelope. The weight of the future pressed down. Camille took it. Chapter 37. The envelope was warm in her hand, unsealed but weighted with the future. Camille did not open it. She held it while the chamber waited, while Bracourt's pale gray eyes tracked her like a falcon watching wounded prey, while the older woman magistrate folded her weathered hands and said nothing. Your first directive, Bracourt repeated. You should read it. Later. Camille set the envelope on the table beside her. The gesture felt deliberate, a small act of refusal against the machinery closing around her. She turned to face the three magistrates, her pulse steadying into something cold and clear. I accept the compromise, she said quietly. Not just the evidence, not just the letters. I remember the weight of your hand on my scar. I remember the way you said my name in the archive when you thought I could not hear. I remember choosing you in every life I can prove, and I am choosing you now. His breath caught. Camille, I am not done. She held his gaze. You spent 400 years watching me forget. You carried every loss alone because the covenant forced silence on you. That ends now. Whatever comes next, whatever service the accord demands, you do not carry it alone. Do you understand? His throat worked. The candlelight caught the edge of his sharp cheekbones, the slight tremor at the corner of his mouth. I understand. Good. She turned back to the magistrates. I want a superseding bargain, she said, not a modification. A new covenant that recognizes my standing across all documented lifetimes as a signatory with full agency. I want the memory clause replaced with a voluntary disclosure protocol. If I choose to remember, I remember. If I choose to forget, that choice must be mine alone, made without coercion and recorded as a living will. Bracourt stepped forward. That is not. I am not finished. The chamber went still. Camille drew a breath. The candlelight flickered across the wooden table, the sealed letters, the portrait of Ezren still propped against the evidence stand. My past selves did not leave those letters because they wanted to be remembered, she said. They left them because they wanted justice. They wanted a version of me who could stand in a chamber like this and say, I was here. I existed. My choices mattered even if I could not carry them into dawn. She touched the edge of the portrait, her own brushwork, her own hand across a century. I am that version, and I am telling you that the covenant as written is theft, not of memory, of agency. You took my ability to choose what I carry. You called it mercy. But mercy without consent is just control wearing a kind name. The older woman magistrate nodded slowly. And the bonded debt? I accept it. Camille's voice hardened. But I accept it as a bridge, not a cage. I will serve the accord because I choose to serve, not because I was sentenced to obedience. And I will hold you to the same standard you held me. Produce evidence of my failure before you revoke my memory. Not fear, not precedent. Evidence. The chamber fell silent. Bracourt's scar caught the light as he turned to the older woman. You cannot allow this. She is rewriting the terms of a covenant that is held for 3 centuries. The covenant was already rewritten, the older woman said, 17 times by your predecessors, without the signatory's knowledge or consent. She looked at Camille. Your terms are unusual, but they are not unreasonable. She raised her hand. The tribunal will withdraw to deliberate. Camille Aubert, Ezren Caldemar. You will remain in this chamber until we return. The 2 hooded magistrates rose. The older woman followed. Bracourt hesitated at the door, his pale gray eyes finding Camille one last time. You are making a mistake, he said quietly. The accord does not forgive hubris. It is not hubris, Camille said. It is the truth, and the truth does not need forgiveness. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and followed the magistrates into the corridor, the door sealed behind them. Camille stood alone with Ezren in the candlelit chamber, the envelope still warm on the table, the weight of the future pressing against her ribs. You did it, Ezren said. His voice was hoarse. You actually did it. I am not done yet. She picked up the envelope. They still have to agree. And if they do not? Camille looked at him. At the sharp cheekbones, the amber eyes, the mouth that had spent centuries learning to say goodbye. Then we find another way. She broke the seal on the envelope and unfolded the directive. The first line read, By order of the Accord Tribunal, bonded debtors Aubert and Caldemar are hereby directed to locate and retrieve Marta Weiss, human intermediary, last seen entering the abandoned customs archive at Handelsky 14. Deadline: sundown. Failure to comply will result in immediate revocation of the compromised covenant terms. Below the directive, in a margin note written in handwriting she recognized as her own, a single line. She remembers dawn now. Camille's blood went cold. What is it? It wasn't asked. She looked up. The candle flame wavered. We already know her, she said. The intermediary. She remembers what we are trying to forget. Behind them, the chamber door groaned as enforcers sealed the exits. Chapter 38. The chamber held its silence like a held breath. Camille stood with the directive still in her hand, the wax seal cracked, the margin note burning against her vision. She remembers dawn now. The words rearranged themselves behind her eyes. Marta Weiss was not a stranger. Marta Weiss was a woman who had carried the same impossible weight Camille carried now, and someone had written that truth in Camille's own hand before she could have known it. How long do we have? Ezren asked. She checked her phone. 6 hours until sundown. Maybe less. Behind them, the chamber door groaned again. Not sealed. Tested. She left that note, Camille said slowly. I left that note. Before I knew what it meant. Before I knew Marta existed. Or after. She looked at him. What do you mean? Your past selves left messages across centuries. This could be from a future version, a version that already completed this mission and reached back to warn you. The thought was vertiginous, a letter from tomorrow, not yesterday. Before she could answer, the corridor beyond the chamber door filled with footsteps. Not enforcers, magistrates. The door swung open. The older woman magistrate entered first, her silver hair catching the candlelight, the blade scar on her throat visible now that her hood was down. The other two magistrates followed, their faces still hidden. Bracourt came last, his pale gray eyes fixed on Camille with an expression she could not name. The older woman stopped at the head of the table. She did not sit. "We have reached a decision," she said. Camille's pulse hammered against her ribs. Beside her, Ezren stood motionless, his hand hovering near hers but not touching. The tribunal finds that the original covenant was altered beyond its intent. The memory clause was expanded without the signatory's knowledge or consent. The evidence presented by Camille Aubert establishes a pattern of coercion that cannot be reconciled with the Accord's founding principles. Bracourt's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. "However," the older woman continued, "the tribunal also finds that the immediate dissolution of the covenant would create unacceptable risk. 17 cycles of suppressed memory cannot be uncoupled overnight. The exposure threat remains real, and the Accord's obligation to protect both species must be honored." Camille's stomach turned cold. "Therefore, the following terms are imposed." The older woman's voice was stone and steel. Covenant Clause 1. Memory erasure is suspended for the duration of bonded service. Camille Aubert retains full recall of all documented cycles, contingent on compliance. Suspended. Contingent. Not permanent. Clause 2. Camille Aubert and Ezren Caldemar are bound as bonded debtors of the Accord Tribunal. Their lives are forfeit to Accord service on pain of immediate revocation of Clause 1 and imposition of standard erasure protocol. Revocation. Erasure. The words landed like blows. Clause 3. The first assignment stands as written. Locate and retrieve Marta Weiss before sundown. Failure will trigger automatic revocation with no further hearing. Camille's throat tightened. "And if we succeed?" "Then you report to the appointed handler for your next assignment. You serve until the tribunal determines your debt is paid in full." "How long?" The older woman's eyes met hers. "That depends on what you find." The silence stretched. Camille looked at Ezren. His face was unreadable, but his hand had stopped hovering. It rested on the table, palm up. An offering. A question. She placed her hand in his. "We accept," she said. The older woman nodded once. "So recorded." Bracourt stepped forward. "There is one more provision." He placed a folded document on the table. Camille recognized the paper. Conservation bond. The same stock as the cash letters. Every successful assignment earns you a degree of autonomy. Every failure accelerates the repayment timeline. The tribunal will review your status at the end of each calendar year, at which point the covenant terms may be renegotiated. He paused. "But if you attempt to flee, if you hide evidence, if you contact Marta Weiss before the assignment is complete without authorization, the suspension is void. You will be erased by dawn, and Ezren Caldemar will be executed for breach of his original bargain." The words hung in the air like smoke. Camille's hand tightened around Ezren's. "I understand." Bracourt held her gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and walked to the corridor door. "The clock started when the directive was opened," he said without looking back. "You now have 5 hours and 43 minutes. He disappeared into the hallway. The older woman magistrate lingered. She looked at Camille with something that might have been pity or recognition, or both. "You have more allies than you know," she said quietly. "But you also have more enemies. Choose your next steps carefully." She followed Bracourt into the corridor. The door sealed behind her. Camille stood alone with Ezren in the candlelit chamber, the directive still in her hand, the margin note still burning in her mind. "She remembers dawn now," she said aloud. Ezren's thumb traced the curve of her palm. "Then we had better find her before she forgets." Camille looked down at the directive, at the dead line, at the handwriting that proved she had known this moment was coming before she lived it. "We already know where she is," she said. "The abandoned customs archive on the canal. And we already know someone wants her found before sundown." She folded the directive and tucked it into her pocket. "Then let us not keep them waiting." They moved toward the corridor door. The enforcers had withdrawn. The chamber was empty. But as Camille reached for the handle, her phone vibrated against her hip. She pulled it out. A single message from an unknown number. "Marta is not the only one who remembers. Ask your magistrate what she forgot after the blade scar healed." Camille's blood went cold. She turned to look at the empty chamber, at the candle flames still flickering, at the closed door where the older woman magistrate had vanished. "Ezren." He was at her side in an instant. "What is it?" She showed him the phone. He read the message. His expression did not change, but something behind his eyes went still. "Who sent this?" "I do not know." She looked up. "But they know things about the tribunal they should not know." The candle flame guttered. "And they are watching us right now." Chapter 39. The enforcers melted back into the corridor shadows like they had never fully been there at all. One moment the chamber was ringed with them, black coats and still hands, and the faint metallic scent of old iron. The next, only the candle flames remained, and the distant echo of boots receding through the hidden house. Camille did not move. Her palm was still pressed against Ezren's, the phone cold in her other hand, the anonymous message burning in her memory like a brand. "Ask your magistrate what she forgot after the blade scar healed." "You need to breathe," Ezren said quietly. She inhaled. The air tasted of wax and old paper, and the dying tension of a room that had nearly become a cage. "I am breathing." "You are holding your breath while you argue with yourself about whether you are breathing. That is different." She let out a sound that might have been a laugh if it had any humor in it. "When did you learn to read me that well?" 400 years ago, give or take." His thumb moved across her knuckles. The details sharpened with practice. The corridor door stood open. Beyond it, the tribunal house lay quiet, its folded space corridors settling back into ordinary dimensions now that the enforcers had withdrawn. Camille could see the iron grill at the far end, its bars still touched with the lingering warmth of Roxandra's palm. "She walked out of here knowing what that message said," Camille whispered. "The magistrate. She knew someone would tell me. Or she knew someone was watching and chose not to stop them. That is not better." "No?" Ezren's eyes met hers. "But it is information." Footsteps in the corridor. Camille turned, her body tensing before her mind caught up, but it was only Roxandra, her charcoal coat shedding the damp of the canal air, her ash-gray eyes fixed on the phone in Camille's hand. "The tribunal is empty," she said. Bracourt dismissed the remaining clerks before he left. "He let." "Not willingly." Roxandra's mouth tightened. "The older magistrate overruled his request to place you under watch until the assignment begins. She called it unnecessary." Camille felt the weight of that. A gift. Or a test. "She is giving us room to run." "She is giving you room to choose," Roxandra corrected. "Whether you run, whether you comply, whether you dig into secrets she has spent decades burying. That is the difference between an ally and a handler." The phone buzzed again. Camille looked down. Same number. She did not forget by accident. "Neither did you." Ezren read it over her shoulder. His hand tightened around hers. "They are watching through the building," he said. "Not just the street." Roxandra stepped closer. "Who sent that?" "I do not know." Camille turned the phone toward her. "But they know about the magistrate. They know about me. And they knew I would survive the tribunal." Roxandra steadied the message. Her expression did not change, but the stillness that settled over her was the kind that preceded violence, or a very careful retreat. "Delete it," she said. "What?" "Delete the message. If the Accord finds that number on your device during the assignment, they will flag it as unauthorized communication and use it to challenge your compliance." Camille stared at her. "You want me to ignore the only person who has given me useful information without demanding something in return? I want you to survive long enough to find out who they are." Roxandra's voice was quiet but immovable. "That message cannot help you if Bracourt uses it to revoke the compromise before you reach the canal." The candles guttered. Camille looked at the screen, at the words that proved someone outside the Accord was tracking her with precision that should have been impossible. She deleted the thread. The screen went empty. "There," she said flatly. "Satisfied?" Roxandra did not answer. She was already turning toward the corridor, her hand reaching for something in her coat pocket. A folded square of paper, sealed with wax the color of dried blood. This arrived while Bracourt was arguing the sentencing terms. Camille's throat tightened. "Once to peace, just I've done there. There one, correct that you excuse that discussable manifest there. But I know what it makes a despised poward of a snast like green follow and summon got laver. Maybe these restrubbling perfects has completed to the body, and he did not work that time. If I forget a location I should have be very trostrally, by our theist, a color of dried blood." This arrived while Bracourt was arguing the sentencing terms. Camille's throat tightened. "Wed? The straight? God, no." "The same one." Roxandra held it out. "But this copy was marked for immediate collection of the covenant debt, not retrieval. Collection." The difference landed like a blade. "Collection implies the debt is already due," Ezren said slowly. "Not contingent on completion of the assignment." "Exactly." Camille took the paper. The seal was warm against her fingers, the wax soft as if it had been pressed moments ago. She broke it open. The handwriting inside was not Bracourt's. It was hers. "The debt is not Marta. The debt is the truth she carries. Collect it before sundown or the covenant collects you." The ink was dry. The paper was conservation bond, and the handwriting was unmistakably her own, the same slant she used in restoration notes, the same pressure on the downstrokes, the same curl on the final T. She looked up. Roxandra was watching her with an expression Camille could not read. "Ezren." He was at her side. She showed him the note. He read it. Read it again. Then he looked at her with something that was not fear, but was close enough to feel like it. "You wrote this." "I know. Before the tribunal, before the Comfis, before we even knew Marta existed." "I know." Camille folded the paper carefully, precisely, the way she would fold a damaged canvas before restoration. "Which means," she said, "I already knew what we would find in that archive, and I already knew I would need to hide the instruction where only Roxandra would find it." The corridor fell silent. Roxandra stood at the threshold, her gray eyes catching the last of the candlelight. "I did not know," she said quietly, "that you had already planned for this moment before you lived it." Camille looked at the note in her hands, at the proof that she had been fighting this war longer than her current memory could reach. "Neither did I." She tucked the paper into her pocket, next to the original directive. "But I am starting to understand the shape of the woman who did." Chapter 40. The windows of the tribunal chamber faced east, and Camille watched the sky change through the grime of glass that had not been cleaned in decades. First came the lightning, a thinning of the dark into something softer, grayer, the way varnish dulls before it is stripped. Then the edge of the sun caught the rooftops across the canal, and Vienna began to emerge from the night as if it had been waiting for permission. Ezren stood beside her. He had not moved since the enforcers withdrew, since the candles burned to their last inch of wax, since Camille had folded her own handwriting into her pocket and felt the weight of a woman she did not fully know yet. He was watching the same dawn, waiting for it to take her. Camille turned to face him fully. She took his hand, the one he had offered her in the chamber, palm up, and pressed it against her chest where her heart beat steady and unchanged. "I remember," she said. His breath caught, a sharp intake, the kind a man makes when he has been braced for impact and the blow does not land. "You remember what?" "Everything." She held his gaze. "The crypt, the portrait, the waltz, the way you looked at me in the studio the first night, like you had been waiting centuries for me to walk through a door and see you back." She squeezed his fingers. "I remember your mother's winter sky blue dress. I promised I would help you find her voice again. I meant it." His hand trembled against her sternum. "Camille, I am still here." The light through the window caught his face, and she saw him fully for the first time in a morning that should have stolen her. The sharp cheekbones, the amber eyes, the mouth that had spent 4 centuries learning how to say goodbye. He was not saying it now. 17 dawns, he said, his voice low, almost raw. 17 mornings I watched the sun rise, and knew you would look at me like a stranger by noon. I stopped hoping. I stopped believing it could ever be different. And now? He lifted his free hand to her face, hesitated, waited for permission she gave by leaning into his palm. Now I do not know what to do with the future I am allowed to keep. Camille understood. The feeling was a room with no walls, a horizon with no vanishing point, a story that kept going after the last page had been turned. Then we learned together. She stood on her toes and kissed him. It was not desperate. It was not stolen. It was deliberate, chosen. The slow press of a woman who had weighed every cost and decided she would pay it. His hand slid into her hair, the one still pressed to her heart, and she felt the beat of him through her ribs, fast and unsteady, a heart that should not have been beating at all but was doing it anyway because she was. When they broke apart, the sun had cleared the rooftops entirely. The chamber was full of light, and Camille was still herself. She was still remembering. Roxandra found them on the stairs leading down from the tribunal house. She was holding a leather portfolio sealed with the bronze mark of the Accord, and her expression was the careful blank of someone delivering news she did not want to carry. The deliberation is complete. Camille did not slow her step. I know. I was there. You were present. The deliberation continued after you left. Roxandra fell into pace beside her. The terms of the bonded debt have been formally ratified with addenda. Ezren's hand found the small of Camille's back. A warning, not a comfort. What addenda? Roxandra held out the portfolio. Camille took it. The seal was warm, freshly pressed, and she broke it open on the street as the first church bells began to toll across the district. The language was legal, formal, Accord standard. The debt was structured in tiers, escalating in complexity and risk, each assignment dictated by the tribunal council and binding under pain of revocation. But it was the final clause that made her stop walking. First assignment to be executed within the hour. The bonded debtors shall present themselves at Handelsky 14 immediately upon receipt of this directive to collect the vanished intermediary identified as Marta Weiss. Failure to comply or complete constitutes automatic breach. The sun was still rising. The hour had already started counting. Camille looked up. The canal was a 10-minute walk. The archive was derelict, abandoned, the kind of place where evidence went to be forgotten. And somewhere inside it, a woman named Marta Weiss was waiting for a truth Camille's past self had already known she would need. She planned for this, Camille said quietly. Aaron took the directive from her hands and read it. When he looked up, his expression had shifted. Not fear, but something harder. The face of a man who had spent 4 centuries learning how to fight a war that never ended. She planned for every step. Roxandra stood at the edge of the light. Then you had better not waste the time she bought you. Camille folded the directive and tucked it into her pocket beside the note in her own handwriting. 2 pieces of paper. 1 life. A clock that was already running. She turned toward the canal. Ezren moved beside her, matching her stride, and the distance between them was the space of a hand reaching out and not letting go. The future was not safe. It had never been safe. But it was theirs. And for the first time in 17 cycles, Camille was awake enough to walk into it with her eyes open. They reached Handelsky 14 inches, 12 minutes. The building leaned against the canal like an afterthought. Brick darkened by decades of damp, windows boarded or broken, a chain-link gate hanging loose from its tracks. The address had been painted over twice, but the ghost of the numbers bled through the upper layer, 14, 14, 14, as if the building itself refused to forget what it was. Ezren went first. He tested the gate, found it unlocked, pulled it open on rusted hinges that screamed. The courtyard beyond was empty except for a single oil drum and the skeleton of a bicycle. Camille stepped past him. The archive entrance was a steel door propped ajar by a brick, and the dock beyond it smelled of paper rot, stagnant water, and something else, something metallic that she recognized from the conservation lab. Blood. Fresh. She pushed the door open. The corridor stretched ahead, lined with collapsed shelving and boxes that had swollen with moisture until they burst. They were not alone. Chapter 41. The door closed somewhere in the dark. Not a slam, not a mistake, a deliberate sound meant to be heard. Camille's hand went to her pocket. The note from her past self, the directive, 2 pieces of paper and a clock that was already dead. Ezren moved past her without speaking. His footsteps made no sound on the flooded concrete, and she watched him disappear into the corridor where the door had closed, swallowed by dark that seemed thicker than the archive's shadows should allow. She stayed with the photograph. Marta Weiss, dark hair, pale eyes. The scar at the corner of her mouth healed white, old, made by something sharp and fast when she was young enough that the tissue had knitted clean. She remembers dawn now. Camille's thumb pressed against the ink, still wet, still bleeding into the paper fibers. Whoever wrote this had been standing in this room minutes ago, maybe seconds. Ask her what she saw before they took her. The lamp flickered again, the canal lacked against the foundation, a wet rhythm that made the walls feel like they were breathing. Camille turned the photograph over. The back was blank except for a single line in the same fresh ink, smaller, written in a different pressure, as if the hand had been in a hurry or the light had been failing. You know what she saw because you saw it too. You just cannot remember. The words hit her like a physical force. Not the meaning, the handwriting. It was her own. The same slant, the same pressure on the descender of the Y, the same way she closed the loop on the O. Her past self had written this. Not the self who left the note with Roxandra. Another one. Earlier, later. She could not tell anymore. The lifetimes were bleeding into each other, edges dissolving like pigment in solvent. A sound came from the dark corridor. Not footsteps. A scrape, metal against stone, and then Ezren's voice, low and controlled. She is not here. Camille left the photograph under the lamp and walked toward his voice. The corridor swallowed her. The dark was absolute. No windows, no light from the office behind her, just the wet smell of rot and the knowledge that someone had been here moments ago and was now gone. She found Ezren at the end of the corridor, standing in front of an open door that led to a staircase going down. The air coming up was colder, older. It smelled of lime and salt, not canal water. She went into the flood basement, he said, or they took her through it. You tracked the sound. I tracked the blood. He looked down. She followed his gaze. A single drop on the concrete, still liquid, catching what little light bled from somewhere above. Fresh, she said. 3 minutes, maybe 4. Camille crouched. The drop was small, arterial, the kind of bleed that came from a severed vein in the wrist or the neck. Someone had been injured badly, and recently. Whoever took her, she said slowly, did not expect to leave her alive. Ezren's voice was flat. They left her alive because they wanted us to find her blood, not her body. The message is meant for us. Camille straightened. The cold from the staircase clung to her legs. Then we go down. We do not know what is down there. We do not know what is up here either. She met his eyes in the dark. And we have less than an hour before the Accord considers this a breach. He did not argue. That was the measure of how much had changed between them, that he trusted her judgment enough to follow without debate. He went first. The stairs were iron, rusted, slick with moisture that had seeped up from the water table. Each step groaned under his weight, and Camille counted them, 12, 13, 14, until they reached a landing where the air changed. The flood basement was not flooded. It was a room, large, dry, lit by a single bulb that hung from a wire in the center of the ceiling, casting a circle of light that barely reached the walls. And in the center of the light, on a wooden chair, sat a woman. Marta Weiss. She was alive. Her hands were tied behind her back with metal wire that had cut through the skin of her wrists. Her mouth was taped. Her eyes were open, fixed on Camille with an expression that was not fear. It was recognition. Camille crossed the room before she knew she was moving. She dropped to her knees in front of the chair and reached for the tape, careful, pulling it away from Marta's mouth from one clean motion. Marta's lips parted. Her voice was raw, scraped, but steady. You came. I came. I knew you would. Marta's eyes did not leave Camille's face. She told me you would, the one before you. She said you would remember. Camille's hands were still holding the tape. The room was still. The bulb flickered above them. She told you about me. She told me everything. Marta's voice cracked. She told me what you carry. She told me what they take. She told me to wait for you, even when they came for me, even when the Accord said I was already dead. Camille heard Ezren move behind her, checking the perimeter, but she could not look away from Marta's face. Who came for you? The same people who have been taking all of us. Marta's throat worked. The people who know the covenant is failing. The people who do not want you to find what your past self left behind. Camille's scar pulsed. Low heat. Recognition. What did she leave? Marta looked at her for a long moment. Then she smiled, thin and broken, and full of something that looked like victory. She left me. Chapter 42. The flood basement held its silence for 3 heartbeats. Marta's smile faded. Recognition turned to something sharper. Watchfulness. She left me, Marta repeated, and Camille understood it was not a boast. It was a warning. Left you for what? To keep what she could not carry into the next turn? Ezren moved closer. His voice came low, careful. We have 47 minutes before the Accord considers this a breach. We need to move, now. Then we moved together. Camille reached for the wire around Marta's wrists. The metal had cut deep. The skin around it was swollen, blue at the edges. Do you have a key for this? Marta shook her head. They used pliers. Ezren was already beside her, hands on the wire. He did not ask permission. He simply gripped the loops and pulled, and the metal parted with a sound like a snapped string. Marta's hands came free. She did not cry out. She lifted her wrists as if they belonged to someone else. Thank you. Thank her, Camille nodded toward the photograph still pinned under the lamp upstairs. She planned this, not me. She planned all of it, Marta's voice rasped. She planned this room, this chair, the wire. She knew they would bring me here before they even decided to take me. Camille's scar pulsed. Low heat. Recognition. Who are they? Accord enforcers who do not answer to Courcurde, a faction inside the house that wants the covenant buried permanently. They have been erasing everyone who knows the cycles are breaking. Erasing how? Marta's mouth twisted. The same way they erased you, Dawn. But permanent. A sound came from above. Footsteps. Multiple sets crossing the ransacked office floor. Ezren's hand found Camille's elbow. We have company. They moved. Camille pulled Marta to her feet. Ezren crossed to the far wall where a secondary exit had been cut into the stone, a narrow door painted to match the concrete, invisible unless you knew where to look. Your past self, he said, was thorough. She had practice. They went through the door, Ezren last, pulling it shut behind them. The passage beyond was tight, barely shoulder width, and sloped upward. The air smelled of old lime and the particular cold of places that had been sealed for decades. Camille counted steps. 20, 40, 60. The passage ended at an iron grate, rusted, set into what looked like a pavement-level drainage channel. Through the slats she saw stars and the dark shape of a bridge. Ezren tested the grate. It gave with a groan that echoed up the passage. They emerged into the cold air of a service stairwell that descended to the canal walkway. The water was black, reflecting nothing. The city above them slept. Camille took stock. They were alive. Marta was alive. They had 44 minutes. How do we reach Ruxandra? Ezren's phone was already in his hand. She will find us. She always does. They moved along the canal path, Marta between them, her wrists flexing as circulation returned. She did not complain. She did not ask for help. She kept looking at Camille. You do not remember me, Marta said. It was not a question. No. I worked for the Accord for 12 years. Courier. Low level. I carried documents between tribunal houses and never read them. But I noticed patterns. Names that appeared in multiple files. Dates that repeated. The same handwriting on different centuries of paper. The same handwriting, Camille said slowly. Mine. Yours. The woman who left me. It took me 6 years to understand what I was seeing. By then she had already found me. Your past self, Ezren said quietly, recruited her, between cycles, through letters left in places the Accord does not watch. Marta nodded. She told me you would come angry, that you would not trust me, that I should not expect you to. Camille stopped walking. Did she tell you what comes next? She told me I would know when to show you. Marta reached into her collar and pulled out a thin chain. At the end of it was a folded piece of paper, sealed with wax. The same wax, the same chapel silk blend Camille had tested in her own lab a lifetime ago. "Read it here, or read it later. She said you would choose." Camille's scar balled. The seal was intact. The handwriting underneath, visible through the paper's translucence, was her own. She took the chain. The wax was warm against her palm. "We need to get off the canal," Ezren said. "We are exposed." They moved again. Up a service ladder, through a gate that Marta knew the thought for, into a narrow street lined with shuttered shops. The address system above the doors was gray enamel. The numbers faded. A car waited at the corner. Black. No plates. The dome opened. Roxandra stepped out, coat collar turned up against the cold. "You found her." "We found her." Roxandra's eyes moved to Marta. Something passed between them. Recognition. Release. Complicity. "Get in. We have 38 minutes before the Accord terminal updates and flags your location to every enforcer in the district." They got in. The car moved through streets that were empty, past cafes that would not open for hours, past the museum where Camille had spent her days restoring paintings she no longer remembered restoring. In the back seat, pressed between Ezren and Marta, she unfolded the sealed paper. The wax broke cleanly. Inside was a single line, written in the same hand that had left the note with Roxandra, the same hand that had written the margin note on the directive, the same hand that Camille used every day in the conservation lab. "You are not the last version of me. You are the one who finds the others." Below it, a list of names, 17 of them. First names only, each followed by a date and a location. The first name was Elizabeth, 1687, Soprone. The last name was hers, Camille. Present tense, Vienna. She looked up. Roxandra watched her in the rearview mirror. "There are more," Roxandra said. "More women like you. More cycles that survived the dawn, who had kept fragments of themselves alive across centuries." She looked at Conrad, at the city behind him, still dark, still holding its secrets. She opened the door. "Camille." Ezren's hand on her arm, not restraining, anchoring. "If you walk to him, you are surrendering the terms. You become property under Accord law." "I know. Then why are you getting out?" She turned. She looked at him, at Marta, at Roxandra in the front seat, her face carved in the same witness stone lines that had not changed since 1687. "Because I am done letting them decide what I am." She stepped onto the cobblestones. The door closed behind her. And Conrad smiled. Chapter 43. The air inside the customs archive had not moved in years. Camille stepped through the broken doorframe and felt the weight of sealed space press against her lungs. The flood damage was old. Dark tide lines climbed the plaster in uneven bands, marking where the canal had risen and retreated, and risen again across multiple winters. The floor was dry now, but the smell remained, silt and rot, and something chemical that had leached from old ledgers. Ezren moved past her into the dark, his footsteps barely audible on the concrete. She watched him scan the room in a pattern she recognized. Not random. Military. Old. "The photograph was in the back office," she said. "Right side, third door." He did not ask how she knew. He simply turned. She followed, her eyes adjusting to the dim light filtering through grime-craked windows. The archive had been customs once, a way station for goods moving through the canal network when Vienna still ran on river trade. Now it was a shell. Shelves leaned at odd angles, their contents long since carted away or reduced to pulp by moisture. But someone had been here recently. Camille stopped at the threshold of the back office and read the floor. 3 sets of footprints in the dust, one of them dragging. A chair had been overturned and righted again. The single lamp that had illuminated the photograph of Marta Weiss was still burning, its cord running to a generator she could hear humming somewhere below. "You were also a conservator?" She said it without turning. Ezren was silent for a beat. "I was many things. Before or after?" "Before. Always before." She understood. The cycles had not only erased her, They had reshaped him, too, turning a man who had once restored something into a man who only watched. Camille looked beside the chair where Marta had been tied. The wire was gone. Ezren had cut it in the basement. But the marks remained, fresh gouges in the wood where the tension had pulled. She ran her fingers along the surface, not looking for evidence she could see, looking for what she could feel. The scar on her palm pulsed, low heat, recognition. "The notebook," she said. Ezren turned from the window. "What notebook?" "I do not know, but there is one." She looked at the shelves lining the far wall, their contents reduced to sludge and shadow. "She left it here, before they took her." "How do you know?" Camille stood. Her hand was still warm. "Because I would have." She crossed to the shelves and began opening the few boxes that remained intact. Most were empty, their contents long since removed by whoever had searched this place before them. But one box, at the bottom of a stack near the wall, was wedged so tightly against the plaster that the water damage had not reached it. The label was handwritten in German, Customs Transit Logs, 1972-1974. Irrelevant. Boring. Perfect. She pulled. The box resisted. She pulled harder, and the cardboard tore, and inside, beneath a false bottom she recognized because she had built false bottoms herself in other lifetimes, there was a notebook. Black cover, elastic band still holding it closed. She lifted it out. Ezren was at her side before she had straightened fully. "Is that?" "Yes." She pulled the elastic band. It snapped. The cover fell open. The handwriting was not hers. It was Marta's. Small, precise. The letters pressed hard into the paper as if the pen had been the only thing keeping her tethered to the earth. The first pages were notes. Courier logs, dates and locations and names she did not recognize, all rendered in the same steady hand. But the final entries changed. The handwriting grew faster, the margins filled with question marks, and the last page ended mid-sentence. The duplicate copies were filed under erased names. I found the signatory. It was Magistrate Ezren Vale, and he— The line stopped. Not because the page was full. There was room, plenty of room. Because Marta had stopped writing. Camille traced the final letter with her fingertip. The ink had not bled. The pen had been lifted cleanly. "She was interrupted," Ezren said. "Or she was taken." "Same thing." Camille closed the notebook. The elastic band was broken. She tucked it inside her coat anyway. The generator hummed below them, steady, indifferent. "Someone is still here," she said. Ezren's eyes moved to the door. "I know." "How long?" "In the basement, below where we found Marta. They have been standing still for 4 minutes." Camille's scar pulsed again, stronger this time. She looked at the notebook inside her coat, at the unfinished sentence, at the name that mattered more than any other. Magistrate Ezren Vale. The hidden signatory, the one who had vanished from tribunal sight. "He is not missing," she said. "He is waiting." The generator stopped. The lamp went dark, and the door at the end of the corridor closed with a sound that had nothing to do with wind. Chapter 44. The generator's silence pressed against Camille's ears like water. She did not wait for her eyes to adjust. Her hand found Ezren's sleeve in the dark, and she felt him shift, already positioning himself between her and the door that had just closed. "The passage," she said. "The one Marta used." "I know." His voice was calm, but she felt the tension in his arm. The person in the basement had not moved. 4 minutes of stillness, and now the door had sealed them in. Camille pulled the notebook tighter against her ribs and let Ezren guide her. His hand found her waist, turned her toward the wall where the false passage had been hidden. Her fingers touched rough plaster, then the edge of a seam she had not seen when the lamp was burning. The scar on her palm pulsed. Low heat. Recognition. She pushed. The panel gave. Cold air rushed past face, smelling of canal water and rust. And then they were moving. Ezren's hand, still at her back, the door behind them swinging shut with a soft click that felt like mercy. They emerged at the canal walkway 70 meters south of the archive entrance. The sky was the color of old iron, not yet night, but close enough to taste. Camille did not stop walking until they were 3 blocks clear. "He knows we have it," she said. Ezren fell into step beside her. "He wanted us to have it. He let us leave. Ezren Vale. Or someone who wants us to find him." Camille stopped. She pulled the notebook from her coat and looked at the broken elastic band, the unfinished sentence, the name that had ended Marta's writing. Magistrate Ezren Vale. And he, she repeated. "He what?" Ezren said nothing. They walked. Noah Fratescio was still at the Vienna bibliothek when they arrived, hunched over a microfilm reader in the back corner of the reading room, his cardigan shedding threads onto the machine. The library was closing in 12 minutes. He looked up when Camille sat down across from him, and whatever he saw in her face made him close the microfilm drawer without saving his place. "Bad night?" "Getting worse." She slid the notebook across the table. Marta Weiss kept records. Duplicate covenant copies filed under erased names. She found the signatory. Noah opened the cover. His fingers moved carefully, the way she had seen him handle fragments of medieval parchment. He read the final page once, then again. Ezren Vale. He said the name like he was tasting it for flaws. "I know that name." "From where?" Noah did not answer. He turned back through the notebook, page by page, his eyes moving faster than they should have been to. When he reached the middle, he stopped. "Look," he angled the notebook toward her. Marta's handwriting shifted here, the letters smaller, the spacing tighter. It was not a log anymore, it was a list. Names, dates, locations, not 17, 43. Camille's breath caught. "She was tracking them," Noah said. "Every human the Accord touched with a memory clause, every case where the covenant was used, not just the ones tied to Ezren. She found 43 separate files, and she cross-referenced them against the tribunal's public record." "There is no public record." "Exactly." Noah's finger traced a line of text. She noticed that. She started digging into why the permanent cases had no paper trail, and she found a ledger. "Ledger of what?" Noah looked up. His face had gone pale. "The Ash Registry." Ezren moved closer, his voice low. "I have heard that name. I thought it was rumor." "It is not a rumor." Noah closed the notebook. The Ash Registry is an unofficial ledger, a shadow filing system kept by a faction inside the Accord that documents every human whose memory was ever touched by a clause. Not just the active ones, the dead ones too. Everyone who ever knew something they were not supposed to remember, and everyone who paid the price for knowing it. Camille's scar browned. "Where is it?" "The registry is not kept in one place. It is distributed, fragments hidden inside mundane archival systems across the city. Tax records, property deeds, church registers, anything that looks too boring to examine." Noah hesitated. "But Marta's notes suggest one fragment is here, in the Wien Bibliothek, in a collection no one has touched since the 1950 seconds. He stood. "I can get you in, but we have 12 minutes until closing, and once the doors lock, I cannot open them again until morning." The collection was in sub-level 3, a room Camille had not known existed when she first came here with the Waltz. It smelled of paper that had dried poorly and dust that had settled for decades. The boxes were unmarked. Noah pulled 3 before he found the right one, a cardboard carton labeled Municipal Correspondence, 1945-1949, that had been reinforced with tape that was now brown and brittle. Inside, beneath a stack of typed letters about post-war building permits, was a folder. No label, no date. Camille opened it. The paper inside was not government stock. It was handmade, fibrous, the same quality she had tested in her lab weeks ago. The same chapel soot wax blend on the seal that had been pressed into the letters. The handwriting was not Marta's. It was hers. "I am not the first to come here. I will not be the last. If you are reading this, you have already found more than the Accord wanted you to find. The Ash Registry is real. It is fragmentary, but one fragment names every human who survived a memory clause and was never restored. They are still waiting. Ezren Vale is the keeper of the registry. He is not missing. He was placed. He placed himself. Camille's hands trembled. She turned the page. There was a list, 43 names, each one followed by a date, a location, and a single line of text describing what they had known before they were touched. The first name stopped her cold. Elizabeth Corvin, 1687. Soprone. Witnessed the vampire Ezren Caldemar. 3 civilians dead, father among them. The second name was Anna Voshik. The third was Claire Delacroix. They were not erased. They were in the registry, alive. These women, Camille said, her voice barely a whisper. They are still alive. Noah leaned over her shoulder, his breath caught. That is not possible. The Accord said, I know what the Accord said. Camille's scar was burning now, a steady heat that spread up her wrist. She looked at the list again. Her own name was not on it, but there was a finding entry, written in different ink, added later. Camille Aubert, present tense, Vienna. She does not know she is in the registry. She does not know she was never meant to survive this cycle. She does not know she is the one who will burn it down. The terminal on the desk flickered. Camille looked up. The screen was glowing. Someone was typing. The cursor moved across a blank document, letters appearing one by one, and then the words were there, waiting for her. You found the fragment. Good. Now bring it to the Ash Registry before midnight. Come alone, or the registry burns. So do the 43. Chapter 45. The rain had stopped, but the streets gleamed wet under the gas lamps of Insertion, black cobblestones reflecting light like oil on water. Camille walked fast, the Ash Registry fragment pressed against her ribs inside her coat. Ezren matched her pace, a half-step behind, scanning the empty doorways and shuttered shop fronts with the patience of someone who had been hunted before. Midnight, she said. We have 12 minutes. 11 now. They crossed the Stephan's Platz, the cathedral rising dark above them, its south tower a black blade against the clouded sky. The streets here were narrow, medieval, built for carriage and foot traffic, not for the cars that idled at the periphery. Vienna's old center held its breath at this hour, waiting for nothing good to move through it. Ezren stopped. Camille felt his hand on her elbow before she registered the change in his posture, the subtle shift from pursuit to alertness. What? There. He tilted his chin toward the intersection ahead where Ringstrasse curved into a narrow passage. Listen. She listened. For a moment she heard nothing but the distant hum of a tram on the ring, the drip of water from a gutter somewhere above. Then she caught it. The rhythm was wrong. Hooves. Slow, deliberate, the way carriage horses moved when they were not being driven but guided. A funeral carriage turned into the street. It was black, polished, old enough to belong to another century. The driver was a silhouette in a high collar and wide-brimmed hat, face hidden. The horses were matched grays, their breath steaming in the cold air. No lights marked the carriage, no insignia, no identifier of any kind. But the rear compartment was sealed with a lock that glinted brass under the nearest lamp. That is not carrying a body, Ezren said. How do you know? Because there is a heartbeat inside. Camille did not ask how he could hear it. She trusted his senses now, the way she trusted her own hands on a canvas. She looked at the carriage, at the driver who had not yet noticed them, at the narrow street ahead where the passage curved toward the canal. We need to see what is in that compartment before it reaches the registry. Ezren did not argue. He was already moving. She followed, staying close to the building walls, her boots barely audible on the wet stone. The carriage was moving at walking speed, the driver's attention fixed forward, and the horses had the patient gait of animals that knew this route by heart. They caught it at the turn. Ezren reached the driver's seat in 3 long strides, his hand closing on the man's collar before the driver could react. The man grunted, tried to turn, and Ezren's grip shifted to a shoulder, a controlled force that lifted him from the bench and set him on the cobblestones without a sound. The horses did not startle. They stopped instead, as if receiving a command Camille could not hear. She climbed onto the rear step and examined the lock. Old, mechanical, but the brass was warm. Someone had opened it recently. "Camille." Ezren's voice was low, urgent. "The lock," she said. "I need a pick, a wire, something." He was beside her in a breath, producing a thin steel tool from inside his coat, the kind of thing a man learned to carry when he had been breaking into places for 4 centuries. She took it without thanking him. There was no time for gratitude. The lock yielded after 7 seconds of probing, a mechanism older than she had expected but not designed to resist someone who understood its interior better than its maker. The tumblers fell and the latch clicked open. Camille pulled the door. The compartment smelled of dust and something chemical, formaldehyde maybe, the residue of a space that had been used for real bodies before it was repurposed. But the interior was not stacked with ledgers or files. A woman sat on the bench inside. She was bound at the wrists and ankles with wire, the same kind that had cut into Marta Weiss. Her mouth was taped. Her eyes were open and purified, the pupils wide, the sclera bloodshot. Dark hair fell across her face in matted strands, and her skin had the gray pallor of someone who had not seen daylight in days. Camille reached for the tape. "Do not remove it yet," Ezren said. "She may scream." "She is too frightened to scream." Camille pulled the tape free in a single motion. The woman gasped, a sound that was more air than voice, and her head fell forward as if the effort of breathing had exhausted her. "I am Camille," Camille said, keeping her voice low. "I am here to help you. What is your name?" The woman's lips moved. No sound came. "Take your time." A shudder ran through the woman's frame. Then she spoke, a single word bitten off at the end. "Elizabeth." Camille's blood went cold. She looked at Ezren. His face had gone still, the expression of a man who recognized a name he had not expected to hear again. "Elizabeth Corvin?" Camille asked. The woman nodded, then she shook her head. Then she began to cry, silent tears sliding down her cheeks, because she was trying to say something and finding that the words were already gone. "I do not know why I ran," she whispered. "I remembered. I was sure I remembered. But now it is fading, like a dream, like a door closing in a room I cannot find." Camille looked up. The street ahead was empty. The street behind was empty. But the horses were no longer still. They were shifting, nervous, their ears pinned flat against their skulls. Something was coming. The gas lamps flickered, and Camille heard it then. A low hum, not mechanical, not human, the sound of air moving through a space that should not exist. Ezren pulled her and Elizabeth off the carriage step and into the shadow of the nearest doorway. The horses bolted. The carriage lurched forward, the door swinging open, and the empty compartment rattled past them into the dark. Elizabeth's wrist was cold in Camille's grip. "I know them," the woman whispered. "They are coming for all of us." The lamps went out, and at the far end of the street, where Ringstrasse opened into the square, 3 sets of headlights cut through the darkness, black cars moving in formation, slow, patient, certain. Chapter 46. The 3 sets of headlights advanced, slow and patient, engines barely audible over the cobblestones. Camille pulled Elizabeth deeper into the doorway, her shoulder blades pressing against cold wood. Ezren moved in front of them both, his body a shield. "There," he said, pointing not at the approaching cars but at the carriage, still rattling away into the dark. "The horses will turn at the square. When they do, the carriage will block the intersection for 3 seconds. That is our window." Camille looked at the distance. 20 meters of open street, then the shadow of a covered passage, then the canal. She looked at Elizabeth, whose legs were shaking, whose wrists were still bleeding where the wire had cut. "She cannot run that far," Camille said. "She does not have to." Ezren bent and lifted Elizabeth onto his back in a single motion, her arms around his neck, her weight settling against his shoulders. He looked at Camille. "Stay behind me. When I move, you move. Do not look back." The gas lamps flickered once more and died. The headlights grew brighter. "Now." He ran. Camille ran behind him, her boots hitting the cobblestones in rhythm with his longer strides, the air cold and wet against her face. The carriage reached the square. The horses turned. The carriage swung sideways. and for a moment the entire intersection was a wall of black wood and iron wheels. They passed behind it just as the first car reached the corner. A door opened. A voice called out, not urgent, not angry. Calm. The bonded debtors will stop running now. Camille did not stop. They reached the covered passage, Ezren's boots echoing off stone walls, Elizabeth's breathing ragged against his neck. The passage opened onto a canal stairway, and at the bottom, where the water lapped against the stone, Roxandra stood holding a car door open. "Get in," she said. "Do not argue." They got in. The car pulled away before Camille's door was fully closed, Roxandra's knuckles white against the steering wheel, her gray eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. The street behind them was empty. No headlights, no pursuit. "We are clear," Roxandra said. "For now." Elizabeth Corvin was shaking in the back seat, her bound wrists pressed against her chest, her breath coming in short gasps. Camille reached for the wire at her wrists and began working the twist loose with her fingertips. "Where are we going?" Camille asked. "Lucian Crypt. It is the only ground between here and the Ash Registry that the Accord cannot touch." Roxandra's gaze flicked to Elizabeth in the mirror. "She should not exist." "She does," Camille said, her voice flat, cold. "She is right here. She has been alive for 320 years, hidden, waiting, remembering just enough to know she was supposed to run. And someone found her. Someone found the confession she hid in a chapel wall and decided she was dangerous enough to put in a sealed carriage." Roxandra said nothing. The crypt door opened before they reached it. Father Lucian stood in the threshold, his rainwater-colored eyes moving from Camille to Elizabeth, then stopping. He crossed himself. "Elizabeth Corvin," he said, "I never thought I would see you alive." "I did not think anyone would," Elizabeth whispered. They moved inside. The crypt was cold, the air thick with old incense and older stone. Marta Weiss sat on the bench where Camille had left her, her bandaged wrists wrapped in clean linen, a cup of tea untouched beside her. When she saw Elizabeth, she stood. "You found her. Someone else found her first," Camille said. "They were transporting her to the Ash Registry." Marta's face went pale. "That is not possible. The registry is meant to preserve survivors, not collect them. Then someone is using it for something else." Marta looked at Elizabeth, who had sunk onto the bench, her hands still bound, her dark hair falling across her face. "I was a courier," Marta said, her voice low. "For 12 years I carried sealed envelopes between accord houses. I never opened them, but I noticed patterns. Same handwriting across centuries of paper, same seals, same wax blends. Documents that should have been destroyed were being duplicated and filed under erased names." She looked at Camille. "I started tracking them, the duplicate copies. I found a pattern. Someone inside the Accord was preserving what the Covenant was meant to erase. They were keeping records of every human touched by the memory clause, every name, every location, every erased life." She paused. "There are more than 40 of us, and someone wants us all in one place." Camille's scar throbbed. "Severin Vale," she said. Marta nodded. "He is the keeper. He placed himself there, but he is not the one who ordered the transports." "Then who?" Before Marta could answer, Ezren's wrist lit up. A thin line of red like a heated wire burned across the skin beneath his sleeve. He hissed, his jaw clenching, and pulled back the fabric to reveal a mark that had not been there before. A sigil. A chord script. Roxandra's face went still. "They have activated the debt marker." "What does that mean?" Camille demanded. "It means we are summoned. All bonded debtors within the Accord's jurisdiction are required to surrender to the nearest tribunal master for reassignment." "Surrender what?" Roxandra looked at Marta. "Her." The crypt fell silent. Ezren's wrist glowed, the sigil pulsing with a steady, patient heat. His face was controlled, but Camille could see the tremor in his hand, the muscle fighting the reflex to obey. "They want Marta," Roxandra said, "and they have given us 1 hour to deliver her to the Ash Registry entrance. If we do not, the debt marker classifies us as defaulted." "Which means what?" "Execution. Both of you. And Marta taken anyway." Camille looked at Marta, who had gone very still, her bandaged hands pressed flat against her thighs. "I knew this would happen," Marta said quietly. "Your past self told me. She said there would come a time when the Accord would demand me back, and that you would have to choose." "Choose what?" Marta met her eyes. "Whether to give me up or burn the whole system down." Ezren's wrist glowed brighter. His hand shook. Camille looked at the sigil, at the red light bleeding through his skin, and she knew, with a certainty that settled in her chest like a blade finding its sheath, that she was not going to give Marta Weiss to anyone. She reached out and took Ezren's burning wrist in her hand. The heat stung her palm. She did not let go. "We are not surrendering her," Camille said, "and we are not going to the Ash Registry to be selected." Roxandra's eyebrows lifted. "Then what are you going to do?" Camille looked at the crypt door, at the dark beyond it, at the city that had been hiding secrets for longer than she had been alive. "I have 17 other women waiting for me," she said, "and a registry full of erased names. It is time we stopped waiting to be found." The sigil on Ezren's wrist pulsed once, hot, a warning. They had 58 minutes. Chapter 47. The crypt air had not warmed since they entered. The sigil on Ezren's wrist still glowed, a patient red line counting down the minutes they did not have. 51 now, maybe 50. Roxandra stood at the crypt door, her gray eyes fixed on the pulsing mark. "The debt marker does not negotiate. If we do not deliver Marta within the hour, the Accord considers the bond defaulted, and the tribunal authorizes summary execution." "Then we deliver her," Camille said. Marta's breath caught. "As evidence," Camille continued, "not as a fugitive. There has to be a legal distinction. You are a contract scholar. Find one." Roxandra was quiet for a long moment, then something shifted in her face, a calculation arriving at an answer she had not expected to use. "The service clause." "What service clause?" "The Accord has bonded debtors to file a counterclaim if they can demonstrate the subject of a collection order possesses material evidence relevant to an open tribunal investigation." She paused. "Marta's notebook qualifies. It contains names, dates, and documentation of duplicate filings that prove the covenant was systematically altered without signatory consent." "Would that work?" "It would delay the collection. Bracourt would have to argue the evidence's relevance before a review panel before the order could be reissued. That takes time." "How much time?" "At least one night, possibly 2. Camille looked at Marta. "Can you do this? Be filed as evidence?" Marta's bandaged hands trembled, but her voice did not. "I have been a courier, a target, and a captive. I can be evidence." Roxandra pulled a leather folder from her coat and began writing in a precise, legal hand. "I will need the notebook, and a statement from Elisabeth Corvin confirming that she was being transported to the Ash Registry under orders that did not originate from a magistrate." Elisabeth looked up from the bench. Her dark hair had been pushed back, revealing a face that had not aged in 3 centuries but carried the weight of every year anyway. "I will give you whatever you need," she said. "I have been silent long enough." Roxandra finished writing, sealed the document with a wax stamp she produced from her coat pocket, and handed it to Camille. "Take this to the tribunal house. Present it to the duty magistrate. Do not let anyone else touch it." "And Ezren's sigil?" "Will remain active until the counterclaim is filed. The moment the duty magistrate stamps the filing, the debt marker suspends." Camille took the folder. The paper was warm, still holding Roxandra's body heat. "How do I get to the tribunal house without Bracourt intercepting me?" Father Lucian stepped forward from the shadows near the altar. "There is a route, old catacomb passage that connects to the tribunal basement. The Accord sealed it in 1927, but I know where the seal is weak." "Show me." He looked at the others. "You will need to move fast. Bracourt will have eyes on every entrance." The passage was narrow, older than the crypt above it, its walls lined with bones, stacked in patterns that had once meant something. Father Lucian moved ahead of her, a small oil lamp casting long shadows across skulls and femurs arranged like archive shelves. "How do you know this route?" Camille asked. "Because I helped seal it in 1927. He did not look back. "And I helped unseal it 3 years later when the Accord tried to execute a woman who had seen too much." "Did she survive?" "She is buried in the crypt above us, but she lived long enough to leave her testimony." They emerged through a false wall in a storage room filled with old clerical robes and dust. Father Lucian pointed to a door at the far end. "Through there, the tribunal's basement registry." The duty magistrate will be at the front desk. He is old, he is tired, and he does not want to be involved in whatever this is. That makes him useful. Camille crossed the room, pushed through the door, and found herself in a narrow corridor lined with filing cabinets. A single bulb buzzed overhead. At the far end, a desk. Behind it, a man with white hair and wire-rimmed glasses who looked up as she approached, his expression one of deep, practiced disinterest. "I have a counterclaim to file," Camille said. She placed the folder on the desk. He looked at it, looked at her, and said nothing for a long, measured breath. Then he opened the folder, read Roxandra's text, and stamped it without ceremony. "Filed," he said. "The collection order is suspended pending review. You have until midnight tomorrow." Camille felt something loosen in her chest. The sigil on my partner's wrist. It will stop glowing within the hour. The debt marker registered the filing. He closed the folder and placed it in a drawer. "You should leave now." She was back in the crypt within 20 minutes. Ezren's wrist was still red, but the glow had faded to a dull throb, like an ember cooling. "It is working," she said. Roxandra nodded. "You have one night. Use it." Camille turned to Marta. "You need to move the others, the 17 names on that list. If someone is collecting survivors, we cannot leave them waiting." Marta stood. "I have contact protocols for 12 of them. The past Camille set up dead drops and safe houses. I know where the first one is." "Where?" "Soprone." She looked at Elizabeth. "The same chapel where you left your confession." Elizabeth's face went pale. "Then they already know. Someone found it. That is how they caught me." "Then we go anyway," Camille said, "before they expect us to move." The crypt door opened before she reached it. Aldrich Conrad stood in the doorway, his silver-rimmed spectacles catching the candlelight, his calm, assessing gaze moving across the room. "Camille Aubert." His voice was soft, almost pleasant. "Magistrate Bracourt sends his regards." "Does he also send a capture order?" "No, he sends a message." Conrad stepped inside, hands visible at his sides, no weapon in sight. "The counterclaim was clever. It buys you time. But Bracourt wants you to understand something." "What?" "Your studio credentials have been frozen. The museum will receive a notification in the morning that your work is under ethical review due to suspected provenance irregularities. You will not be permitted to access the conservation lab, the storage annex, or any museum-owned materials until the review is complete." The words landed like a blade slipped between ribs. Camille's professional life, the career she had built on precision and trust, was being dismantled from the inside. "Your reputation will not survive the week," Conrad continued. "That is not a threat. It is a courtesy. Bracourt wants you to know what you are sacrificing by continuing this path." He turned and walked back through the door, his footsteps receding into the dark. The crypt was silent. Camille stood very still, her hands cold, her scar pulsing with a seat that had nothing to do with the sigil. "He cannot do this," Marta said quietly. "He already did," Camille replied. She looked at the crypt door, at the dark beyond it, at the city that had just taken her livelihood as a warning. Then she turned back to the others. "How far is Soprone?" Ezren's wrist had stopped glowing. The sigil was dark, dormant, the debt suspended for one night only. 3 hours by road, Roxandra said. Camille picked up her bag. "Then we leave now." Chapter 48. The doorbell rang at 2:30 in the morning. Camille was still dressed, still standing at the window with her bag packed and Sopron 3 hours away by road. Ezren had gone to secure the car. Marta and Elizabeth were gathering blankets in the crypt's side chamber. Roxandra was on the phone with a contact who knew the Sopron chapel grounds. The bell cut through the stone hush like a blade. Camille crossed to the intercom and pressed the talk button without announcing herself. A voice crackled through the speaker. Thin, shaking. "Camille, it's Odette. Please, I know it's late. I know I have no right to ask, but please let me up." Camille's hand hovered over the release. Odette Kelm, the woman who had fed her schedule to Accord investigators for months. The woman whose casual betrayals had cost Camille her studio access, her reputation, her professional life. The woman who was now standing on the street in the dark, asking for mercy. Camille pressed the release. She heard the outer door groan open, then footsteps on the stairs, too fast, uneven, the rhythm of someone who had been running or walking for hours without stopping. When Odette reached the landing, she looked nothing like the polished conservator who glided through museum receptions in silk and old money. Her hair was loose and tangled. Her coat was buttoned wrong, one side dipping lower than the other. Her hands were bare despite the cold, and she was clutching something against her chest like a child holding a stolen sweet. "You have to understand," Odette said before Camille could speak. "I did not know what they were. I thought private investigators. I thought a background check for a collector. I thought—" "You thought your career mattered more than someone else's safety?" Camille said. "I know. Sabine told me." Odette flinched. "Sabine terminated my contract. Did she tell you that?" "No. 3 hours ago, by email. She said my conduct had compromised the studio's ethical standing and that she could no longer employ me." Odette's voice cracked on the last word. "She was right. I know she was right. But Camille, they are not done with me." "Who?" "The collectors. The ones who paid me for your schedule." Odette stepped into the apartment without waiting for an invitation, her bare hands trembling as she finally lowered whatever she was holding. "After you confronted me, I tried to cut contact. I told them I could not provide any more information. I said the arrangement was over." "What did they say?" Odette's laugh was hollow, a sound with no air behind it. "They said they had records, copies of every payment they made to me, every casual mention of your hours and your meetings and the suppliers you used. They said if I stopped cooperating, they would send those records to the museum board, to the Federal Heritage Office, to every conservation network in Europe. They said they would ruin me the way I helped them ruin you." Camille studied her. The shaking hands, the wild eyes, the coat buttoned wrong. "You came here to warn me." "I came here because I have nowhere else to go." Odette's voice dropped. "And because I stole something from them." She opened her hand. In her palm lay a small metal object, a key impression cast in dull brass, the teeth cut in a pattern that made Camille's breath catch. She knew that pattern. She had seen it sketched in Marta Weiss's notebook, in the margins of a page about duplicate records and erased names. A lock profile, a specific mechanism designed to open something that was not a door. "Where did you get this?" "One of the investigators left it on a desk when he came to collect a payment. I palm copied it before he noticed." Odette's voice was barely a whisper now. "I did not know what it was. But I saw your face when Marta described the archive. I saw the sketch in her notebook at the crypt. This is the same lock." Camille took the key impression from Odette's shaking hand. The brass was still warm. She turned it over, studying the teeth, the spacing, the manufacturer's mark stamped near the base. A lock that did not belong to any standard door. A lock that opened something hidden. "This is from the Ash Registry," Camille said slowly. "This is how to secure the collection point." Odette nodded, tears streaming silently down her face. "I did not know what I was carrying until I saw your face just now. I am a coward. I am the fool. But I am not a monster, and I will not let them lose me to lock you away." Camille looked at the key impression, then at Odette, then at the window where the dark city waited beyond the glass. Somewhere out there, the Ash Registry stood ready to receive its next shipment of erased survivors. Somewhere out there, Ezren Vale kept his records and his secrets. Somewhere out there, the higher conspirator who ordered the transports was still unknown. And now she had a key. "What did you steal?" Camille asked quietly. Odette's face went pale. Then she reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "A list," she said. "The investigator had it in his jacket. I did not have time to read it all, but the first name is yours." Camille took the paper. She unfolded it. The handwriting was tight, professional, the ink fresh, as if someone had written it within the past few days. It was a list of names, 43 names. Her own was at the top, and at the bottom, in a different hand, someone had written a single line. "All survivors are to be transported to the registry by the new moon. The keeper has been instructed to seal the doors permanently after collection." The new moon was 3 nights away. Camille looked up from the paper. Odette was still crying, but her eyes had stopped pleading. She looked like a woman who had already accepted whatever came next. "I am staying," Odette said. "I know you have no reason to trust me, but I am staying. I will help however I can, even if it is only making coffee and keeping watch." Camille said nothing for a long moment. Then she heard footsteps on the stairs. Ezren's returning tread. The car was ready. She folded the list and the key impression into her coat pocket. "Make coffee," she said. "We are not finished yet." Chapter 49. Sabine met her at the museum loading bay before dawn, a ring of keys already in her hand. The older woman's coat smelled of coffee and cold air, and her eyes held the particular sharpness of someone who had not slept but had spent the night thinking instead. She did not ask about Odette. She did not ask about the list of names, or the key impression, or the new moon deadline. She simply held up the keys and said, "Storage Annex 4, deaccessioned material from St. Agnes." Camille followed her through the service corridor, past the conservation labs where varnish fumes still clung to the air from the previous evening's work. The museum was hollow at this hour, empty of visitors and full of silence that pressed against the ears. St. Agnes was dissolved in 1928, Sabine said as she walked. The parish records were divided between the Archdiocese Archive and the Federal Mamivot office. But the devotional works, the panels, the altarpieces, those went into museum storage under a blanket accession agreement. Who authorized the transfer? A curator named Heinrich Voss. Sabine glanced back. No relation to Elias, as far as I can tell, but the name is a coincidence that sits poorly with me. Camille filed it away. Another Voss, another thread leading into the same dark tangle. The storage annex was a long, low-ceilinged room lined with rolling racks. Sabine stopped at the third row, consulted a ledger bound in cracked leather, and pulled a chain that sent the rack sliding sideways with a groan of old metal. The panels were stacked vertically, face out, protected by sheets of acid-free tissue and muslin dust covers. There were 15 of them, maybe 20, ranging from small devotional deck texts to a larger old tapestry fragment showing St. Agnes with her lamb and martyr's palm. Camille began at the far end, working methodically. She lifted each dust cover, examined the panel surface, checked the backing for marks, stamps, or annotations. Sabine worked beside her in silence, matching each piece against the ledger entries. The first 6 panels were clean. Standard parish inventory. No hidden marks, no anomalous backing papers, no signs of tampering. The 7th panel was different. It was a small triptych, the central panel showing the Annunciation, the wings bearing donor portraits. The paint surface was stable, the gilding intact. But when Camille turned it to examine the reverse, she noticed something odd. The backing paper had been replaced. Not recently, decades ago, based on the discoloration and the type of adhesive residue. But the replacement was uneven, the paper cut slightly wider than the panel frame, the excess folded under rather than trimmed flush. Sabine came over, squinted at the backing, and frowned. That was done after the original accession. It is not standard museum practice. No, Camille agreed. It looks like someone needed to hide something behind it. She reached for a spatula from her conservation kit, working the edge under the folded paper. The adhesive had dried brittle over the decades, and the paper lifted in a single sheet, releasing a fine dust of old glue. Behind it lay a second layer, not additional backing paper. A document, folded to the exact dimensions of the panel, pressed flat and sealed with a wax mark that made Camille's breath stop. Chapel soot, pine ash, her past self's seal. She worked the document free with the same care she would use on a damaged canvas, sliding it out from behind the paper and laying it flat on the nearest work table. The fold lines were sharp, the paper still supple despite its age. Camille broke the seal. Inside was a single paragraph, written in her own hand, the ink a deep iron gall brow that had oxidized to the color of old blood. The St. Agnes panel was moved after the fire. You will not find the fire in any public record. It was removed from the parish ledger before the dissolution. But the panel survived because someone carried it out before the roof fell. Find out who carried it. That person is the key to the second lock. Below the paragraph, a date, 1927. Below the date, a single initial. M. Camille stared at the paper. A fire that did not appear in public records. A panel moved before the official inventory. A carrier whose identity was the key to a lock she had not known existed. There is no St. Agnes fire in any of my research, Sabine said quietly, reading over her shoulder. I checked everything. Parish records, municipal archives, even the fire brigade logs from that decade. Nothing. Because it was erased, Camille said. The same way the covenant was rewritten. The same way the names were buried in the Ash Registry. She turned the paper over, searching for more, but the reverse was blank. Just the warning. Just the question. Who carried the panel out of the fire? She looked at the triptych again, at the Annunciation scene with its calm Virgin and its angel bearing a lily. The gilding glowed in the dim storage light, untouched by smoke or flame. But the panel had been in a fire, and someone had carried it out. Camille pressed her palm flat against the backing, feeling the old wood beneath her fingers, the faint roughness where heat had darkened the grain. Her scar pulsed once, low and warm, like a heartbeat felt through a wall. She looked at Sabine. We need to find out who carried this panel, and we need to find out where the second lock is hidden. Sabine's face was pale in the storage light. The second lock? Camille held up the paper, the one her past self had sealed with chapel purple pine ash, knowing that a future version of herself would find it decades later, knowing she would need the answer to a question she had not yet learned to ask. The first lock was the Ash Registry, she said. The second lock is something else, something my past self thought was important enough to hide behind a panel that survived a fire that never happened. She folded the paper carefully, returned it to her coat pocket beside the key impression and the list of names. The new moon was 3 nights away, and somewhere in Vienna, a woman she had never met had carried a burning painting out of a church that should not have burned, carrying with her a secret that could open the next door. Ezren's footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Camille looked at the triptych one last time, at the calm face of the Virgin, at the angel delivering news that would change everything. She understood now. The letters had never been warnings. They had been instructions. Chapter 50. The Wieman Bibliothek sub-level 2 smelled of paper dust and disintegrating glue. Noah had pulled the St. Agnes dissolution file from the municipal archives before closing, spreading the contents across 2 against reading tables with the careful deference of a man handling wounded birds. Camille stood at the edge of the table, hands flat on her thighs, not touching anything yet. There is nothing in the public index, Noah said, adjusting his glasses. No fire, no insurance claim, no reconstruction permit. St. Agnes was dissolved in 1928 for structural instability, and the congregation absorbed into St. Stephen's Parish. Structural instability. From smoke damage. The report does not say smoke damage, but the engineer's margin note mentions carbon residue in the roof trusses. He slid a folded document toward her. 1926 annual inspection. Clean bill of health. 1927 inspection. Trusses condemned. Camille unfolded the inspection report. The handwriting was neat, official, utterly ordinary. She traced her finger along the margin where the engineer had scribbled the word carbon. Carbon residue did not appear in healthy trusses. What about the parish ledger? She asked. Noah pulled another folder from the stack. Missing. The binder is here, but the pages covering April through September 1927 have been cut out. He held up the binder, showing her the clean, blade-shaped gap where someone had removed the section. With a straight razor, I would guess. Not torn. Deliberate. Camille studied the cut edge. Sharp, precise. Someone had known exactly which pages to remove. Where would a parish ledger go if it was removed before the dissolution filing? Burned, Noah said quietly. Or buried in a personal collection. Or, he trailed off, frowning. Or? There is a secondary filing for dissolved parishes. Fire Brigade Cross Records. Noah flipped further into the log, scanning entries for the weeks following the fire. He stopped at a page near the end of the 1927 section, his brow furrowing. "This does not belong here," he said. "What is it?" "A child welfare intake, dated May 2, 1927. St. Agnes Parish transferred a minor to municipal care after the fire." He read further, then went still. "The child's listed name is Margit Altman." Camille's scar burned. She crossed to the table, leaning over his shoulder to read the entries. Handwritten, in a different hand than the fire brigade log, official blue ink, a municipal stamp at the bottom. Margit Altman, female, age approximately 9 years, found at scene of structure fire. No surviving relatives identified. Transferred to municipal care per parish directive. No signature from the parish, no follow-up placement record. "That name," Noah said. Marguerite Altman. It is the same name from the letters. Camille was already pulling her phone from her pocket, scrolling to the photograph of Marguerite Altman's seal from the first letter she had found on her kitchen table. She held the image next to the municipal stamp. The same letters, the same spelling. "Your past self did not just leave the note," she said. "Your past self was at the St. Agnes fire." And she used that name again in the letters. "But the timeline," Noah said. Marguerite Altman was writing letters in 1889. She was an adult. This child was 9 in 1927. It cannot be the same person unless there was more than one Marguerite. Camille stared at the intake record. A child found at the scene of a fire that killed 4 people. A child with no surviving relatives. A child who had been given a name that matched the author of letters spanning decades. Her past self had walked through that fire. But which self? She thought of the note behind the panel. "The carrier is the key to the second lock." The child had been carried out. Find out who carried it. She looked at Noah. "We need the placement records from municipal care," she said. "Where did Margit Altman go after the intake? Who raised her? Who gave her that name?" Noah was already reaching for another shelf. If she was placed with a family, the records would be sealed for 100 years. But if she was placed with an institution, the institution's own logs might survive. "Find the institution." Camille turned back to the fire brigade log, her fingers tracing the edge of the page where Margit Altman's name had been hidden. A 9-year-old girl. A fire that never happened. A name that had followed her across lifetimes. She pressed her palm flat against the log and felt her scar pulse with heat, low and steady, a heartbeat beneath her skin. The corridor door clicked open behind her. Ezren's silhouette filled the frame, his face unreadable in the dim light. "We have a problem," he said. "The Accord just filed a motion to secure all St. Agnes records under tribunal seal. They are coming." Camille looked at the table full of documents. At the fire brigade log, at the child intake record. There was not enough time to copy everything. She folded the intake page carefully, sliding it inside her coat. "Then we take what we have," she said, "and we run." Noah was already stacking the remaining folders, his hands moving with rapid precision. "I can hold them off for a few minutes. Say I was doing personal research. I did not know the files were restricted." "Noah, go," he said. "Find the second lock. I will find the placement records." He was already turning toward the door, his cardigan catching the light, his shoulders set in a line that did not leave room for argument. Camille grabbed Ezren's arm and pulled him toward the emergency stairwell. Behind her, she heard the reading room door open. A voice, calm and official. "Noah Petrescu, we need to discuss your access records." Then the stairwell door closed, and she was running. Chapter 51. The car moved through streets that grew narrower, older, losing their streetlights one by one. Camille pressed the folded intake page against her chest through her coat, the paper warm where her scar had pulsed against it. Ezren drove with one hand, the other resting on his thigh, his knuckles white even in the dim dashboard glow. "Where are we going?" "A place the Accord does not know." She waited for more. He gave nothing. The car turned into a courtyard that smelled of wet stone and diesel, stopped before a building whose facade had been patched across 3 centuries, brickwork from different eras. A door painted black, the paint thick enough to obscure the original wood grain. Ezren killed the engine. The silence rushed in. "I kept this flat after the chapel fire," he said. "I could not go back to the house I shared with Marguerite. The Accord searched it twice, so I took a room here. I told no one." He opened his door. Cold air swept in, carrying the mineral scent of old plaster. Camille followed him up 3 flights of stairs that creaked in the same spots each time, a pattern the building had learned. His key turned in a lock that had not been oiled in years. The door swung inward. The flat was small, a single room with a curtained alcove, a kitchen table, a chair. Jost covered every surface in a fine gray blanket. But one wall was different. It was covered in objects. A child's shoe, the leather cracked. A ribbon, the color bleached to almost white but carrying a scorch mark at one end. A bundle of letters tied with string. A sketch framed in cheap wood, the glass cloudy with age. Camille crossed to the wall without asking permission. The sketch showed a man in profile, tall, black gloves. A face she could not quite see because the child who drew it had not yet learned proportion. But the posture was unmistakable, protective, alert, waiting. "She drew that the wick before the fire," Ezren said from the doorway. "Margit. She called me the man with the black gloves because I always wore them when I visited the chapel. I thought they made me look less." He stopped. "Less what I was." Camille touched the edge of the frame. Her scar did not pulse. The sketch was not hers. It belonged to a child who had drawn a vampire without knowing what she was seeing. "You knew her." "I knew all of them." His voice was low, stripped of composure. "Margit, then the others whose names I cannot say aloud because I have already forgotten too many. I kept the relics because I could not keep them." She turned to face him. He stood in the doorway, not entering, as if the room itself belonged to a version of himself he no longer had the right to claim. The street light from the window caught the sharp line of his cheekbone, the hollow beneath it. "Show me the rest," she said. He moved to the wall and lifted the sketch from its hook. Behind it, a small compartment had been cut into the plaster, the edges rough, done by hand. Inside, a folded piece of paper that did not look decades old. The paper was white. The ink was fresh. Ezren unfolded it, read it, and went still. "What is it?" He handed her the note without speaking. The handwriting was precise, hurried, the letters slanted forward as if written while standing. "Bracourt has filed a closed revision hearing. He will argue the counterclaim was procedurally defective and seek permanent incapacitation of the human signatory. The hearing is set for dawn after tomorrow. I cannot stop it. I can only warn you. There is a defector in the house who remembers what the covenant was before they corrupted it. She will testify if you can reach her before the seal. She is being kept in the same infirmary where the confiscated panel is hidden. She asked for you by name. No signature, no seal, no way to verify." Camille read the note twice. Her scar sat cold and quiet against her palm, offering nothing. "Someone inside the Accord wrote this," she said. "Someone who knows about the infirmary." Ezren took the sketch from her hands and turned it over. On the back, in a child's uneven print, "The man with the black gloves said he would wait for me. I believe him. Margit drew this after I pulled her from the fire," he said. "She was the only one I saved. The other 3, he did not finish." Camille looked at the scorched ribbon, at the child's shoe, at the wall of relics that held 4 centuries of grief organized like evidence. "You kept this flat for Margit," she said. "Not for Marguerite. I kept it for all of them. But Margit was the one who found me again, as an adult. She came to the flat looking for me 5 years after the fire, but I was already gone by then." He touched the sketch frame. "I found this nailed to the door when I returned. She had drawn it from memory. She remembered my gloves. A child who had seen a vampire pull her from a burning chapel, drawn his picture from memory, and left it for him on a door he had not opened in half a decade." Camille folded the warning note and slid it into her coat beside the intake record. "The defector in the infirmary," she said. "She asked for me. Not for the Accord, not for a rescue party. Me." Ezren's jaw tautened. It could be a trap. It could be the only way to stop the revision hearing. She held up the note. "This came from inside the house. Whoever wrote it risks execution if they are caught. That is not a lie. Camille, I am not running into a trap blind. I am weighing the evidence." She looked at the wall of relics. at the proof of a man who had loved her across names and faces, who had saved a child and kept a drawing for nearly a century, who had filled a flat with the fragments of everyone he could not protect. "Take me to the infirmary," she said. "I do not know where it is." "Then we find someone who does." She was already moving toward the door, her hand brushing his arm as she passed. A touch that said, "I am here. I am choosing this." Behind her, the child the sketch hung crooked on its hook, the man with the black gloves waiting in profile for a girl who had grown up and found and gone. The note boned in her coat pocket. Dawn after tomorrow. 36 hours to find an infirmary, a defector, and a panel that someone had tried to bury forever. Chapter 52. The crypt smelled of damp stone and old candle wax when Camille and Ezren descended the stairs. Ruxandra stood at the table with Marta, both of them bent over the notebook, and looked up when the door scraped shut. "You found something," Ruxandra said. Camille pulled the warning note from her coat and laid it flat on the stone. Ruxandra read it once, then again, her gray eyes tracking the slant of the letters with the focus of a woman who had spent centuries reading contracts. "He cannot do this," Camille said. "The tribunal already ruled." "The tribunal suspended erasure contingent on bonded service. It did not grant you permanent legal standing." Ruxandra's voice was dry, clinical. "Bracourt is not challenging the ruling. He is arguing that you are no longer capable of consenting to the terms." "Because I remember." "Because you remember across lives. In accord legal doctrine, a signatory who carries memories from prior incarnations is considered contaminated. The argument will be that your continuity makes you legally volatile, that your judgment cannot be trusted because you are no longer a single human mind." Marta straightened from the table, her bandaged wrists held stiffly at her sides. "They would redefine her as incapacitated, strip her voice. She would have no standing to challenge anything." Camille's scar sat cold against her palm. No warmth, no guidance. "How long do we have?" Ezren asked. Ruxandra checked the clock on the crypt wall. 29 hours before the seal, less if Bracourt moves the hearing forward by procedural request. Then we prepare a counterpetition. We cannot file a counterpetition without grounds. Ruxandra's tone was patient, the kind of patience that came from explaining the same law to grieving clients across decades. You need evidence that the memory contamination doctrine was applied selectively, that prior signatories with continuity were treated differently. Elizabeth spoke from the corner where she sat wrapped in a blanket, her dark hair still matted from the carriage. "I remember something." The room turned. "Not much," she said, and her voice was thin. "It fades and returns, but I remember a name, someone who signed the duplicate filings. He was not supposed to be there." "Severn Vale," Marta said. Elizabeth's eyes widened. "Yes." Marta stepped away from the table, her jaw tight. "I told you about him, the signatory behind the arrest records. He placed himself as the Ash Registry keeper. And now he claims neutrality," Ruxandra said. "He has vanished from tribunal's sight. No filings, no appearances. He is listed as unavailable for testimony." Camille turned the name over in her mind. Ezren Vale, the hidden signatory, the keeper of the registry, the man who had placed himself inside the Accord's machinery and then gone silent. "He is the grounds," she said. Ruxandra's eyes narrowed. "If Vale was present at the original covenant filing," Camille continued, "and if he signed the duplicate filings across multiple cycles, then he has direct knowledge of whether the contamination doctrine was applied retroactively. His testimony would break Bracourt's argument. If we can find him." Marta said he vanished. "Not that he died," Marta shook her head. "No one has seen him in 9 years. The Accord lists him as retired, but I checked every ledger I could access. He never submitted a formal retirement notice. He simply stopped appearing." "Where was he last seen?" "The Ash Registry, the original location, before the collection point was moved to the new building." Ezren moved to the table, his posture shifting into the quiet readiness that meant he was already calculating routes. "The original registry is sealed. Then we unseal it." Ruxandra raised a hand. "If you enter a sealed Accord facility without authorization, Bracourt will use it as proof of instability. He will argue you are a flight risk and request immediate incapacitation." "Then we need authorization." "From whom?" The tribunal is in recess until the revision hearing. Camille looked at the warning note, at the fresh ink that had been placed in a hidden compartment inside a flat the Accord did not know existed. "The defector in the infirmary," she said. "The one who asked for me. She was placed there by someone who wanted her found. Someone who knows about the revision hearing and wants us to counter it." Roxandra's expression did not change, but something shifted in her posture, a fractional adjustment that looked like recognition. "You have a theory," Camille said. "I have a list of every Accord member who has disappeared in the last decade." Roxandra pulled a folded paper from her coat and spread it across the table. "There are 7 names. 3 are confirmed dead, 2 are under sealed record. 1 is Ezren Vale. And the 7th, Roxandra chapped the final name, a filing clerk named Anja Petrescu. She vanished 6 months after Vale. No explanation, no body, no record of departure." "Petrescu." Camille's throat tightened. "Noah's family. I do not know if they are related, but the name is not common in Accord files." Marta leaned over the list, her face pale. "If Anja Petrescu was in the infirmary, and she asked for Camille by name, then Vale is not the only one who remembers the original covenant." "She asked for me," Camille said, "because she knows what you can do." Roxandra folded the list. 29 hours. We need an address for the infirmary, a route into the facility, and a legal argument that will hold against Bracourt's motion. "Start with the address," Camille said. She looked at Ezren, at the wall of grief he had shown her, at the sketch of a man with black gloves waiting for a girl who had found him gone. "We go at dark," she said. Ezren's hand found hers beneath the table, warm, steady. 29 hours. The infirmary door was iron. "I've just plied something." The Procate provides regulars, want, specifically by study as tenephistics. Chrisman sound banks are given to it and iglite, to help up both at request, for the screeps everyone's heaven. How do ye might before, the tristry train, and if its changes equal in steeth, the coverance of Gravenils literally kinkle on a cobblick, a team of stecks, from a fix ratting favoritely in commonex. The infector in the infirmary weak, pales laugh for suddenly, a fire of the infirmary. We amatish today the defunction as cats without. With me Picolis just unstill the damage. If I specifically comprehend his nature protective, before I move every week to the scream. This worship is only a crime, way man of mistake. Our infirmary starts to match me. If Aga Kavrical listening to guess the mission every above, the damp begainment despise, who stops as the gaving chapter, and the manaying thieves might actually literally discote that. The elementary Alavine, in its approaching method. I mean, you see it already leavely elf these. The typical needs doubly vis mesically, swites exactly paper as stree. The dastics of the overgy times, but they're phasing to sharethingly dispriting that stands. The Irvingens do not feel for the die. They are not making a partness beside the minute. We've replaced whence I would invite another Morkets from this Amaris. We are just 29. There is a paper than my civility. They are introspecting his. I'm just calling. And ipwood ends. My N was finding an invaluable. The grain and ethos we sleevely despite a beautiful claimy standards, and we could be prettier he wished the children he settle it. Listen to these beautiful fanas crimmet blinds. The privately emergent gives the menich literally symboling between him away. He says to me their day through this hobly manic of the RDIC, an entire revenetal blinnet, so we made it minute. I did not argue. The crypt fell into motion. Roxandra pulled ledgers from a locked cabinet. Marta uncapped a pen with her bandaged fingers. Elizabeth stirred and walked to the table, her blanket falling from her shoulders. "I remember more," she said. "Not much, but I remember the infirmary door." The room stilled. "It was iron," she said. "Old iron. There was a mark on it, a circle with a line through it." She touched her own throat where a collar might have sat. "I saw it when they brought me in, before they took me to the carriage." Roxandra's hand stopped on the ledger. "That mark belongs to a decommissioned Accord holding house," she said. "It was closed in 1927 after a fire. St. Agnes." Camille Scaw pulsed. Chapter 53. The coffeehouse smelled of roasted barley and steamed milk. of lemon rind, and the faint chemical bite of floor wax that no amount of scrubbing could remove from old Viennese interiors. Camille sat with her back to the window, a position Ezren had chosen for her before dawn, and watched the lunch crowd flow past the glass without seeing any of it. She had not slept. The napkin in her coat pocket felt heavier than paper should. 29 hours. Noah had not responded to her message, and Sabine was already 15 minutes late, which meant she was either avoiding Accord surveillance or had been intersected. Camille pressed her palm flat against the table and waited. The coffee house was full of ordinary sounds. Spoons against porcelain, the rustle of newspaper pages, a woman laughing at something her companion had said. None of it reached her. She kept seeing the iron door Elizabeth had described, the circle and line mark beneath St. Agnes, waiting in the dark for 90 years. A shadow fell across the table. Sabine slid into the seat across from her, coat collar turned up, hair escaping a hasty twist. She carried a leather satchel that she placed on the empty chair beside her without opening it. "I had to take 3 trams," she said, not as complaint, but as fact. "The museum has 2 Accord operatives in the reading room. They are not hiding. They want me to know they are there." "Yes." Sabine signaled the waiter with a lifted chin, ordered coffee without looking at the menu. "I brought everything I could copy before they sealed St. Agnes access." She opened the satchel, pulled out a folder thick with photocopies, and slid it across the table. Camille did not open it. She put her hand on top and held it there. "Noah? I do not know. He did not answer my call either." The coffee arrived. Sabine wrapped her hands around the cup and stared at the steam rising between them. Her knuckles were white. "The Accord has a filing clerk named Odette," Camille said. "She vanished 9 years ago. I think she is in the infirmary beneath St. Agnes." Sabine's gaze stayed on the steam. Potescu is common in Noah's family. His grandmother was a Potescu before she married. He mentioned it once, when I asked about the Romanian side. Then she might be his relative, or he might have been looking for her all along and did not tell us. Camille absorbed that. The possibility that Noah's help had been personal from the start, that his warmth and persistence were not just professional curiosity, but a quiet search for someone he had lost. It changed nothing about what he had done for her, but it sharpened the edges of what the Accord had taken. "We need to get inside the sealed infirmary tonight," Camille said, "before Bracourt's hearing." "How do you propose to enter a building that has been sealed by tribunal order for 90 years? "I do not know yet, but I have a key impression, and a list of names and a defector who asked for me by name. That is more than I had yesterday." Sabine's mouth tightened. She wanted to argue. Camille could see it in the way her fingers pressed against the cup, in the slight lean forward that meant she was measuring her words. But she did not argue. "I will search the museum's old building plans," she said instead. St. Agnes was deconsecrated before the museum acquired its contents. There may be utility channels, service passages, something the tribunal order did not seal because it did not know they existed. "Thank you." "Do not thank me yet. Thank me when you are not dead or erased." Camille almost smiled. Almost. The room shifted around them, the lunch crowd thinning as the clock moved toward 1. A man in a gray coat stood near the pastry counter, reader a newspaper he did not turn. Camille catalogued in automatically. No coffee, no pastry, weight on his back foot, ready to move. She did not need Ezren's training to know a watcher when she saw one. "We have company," she said. Sabine did not turn. "The gray coat." "Yes. He was on the tram behind me. I thought I was being paranoid." Camille closed the folder and slid it into her own bag. "I need you to leave first. Take the folder with you. If I am stopped, they will search me. You have a better chance of getting the copies out." Sabine's jaw tightened. "And you?" "I will find another way out." It was not a plan. It was a gamble. But the gray coat was already folding his newspaper, and the window behind Camille showed a second figure waiting across the street, and she had no time to be careful. Sabine stood. She took the folder, tucked it into her satchel, and did not look back as she walked toward the rear exit. Camille counted to 10. The gray coat began to move, and then she heard it. A melody, thin, hummed through closed lips, almost lost beneath the clatter of the coffee bars. The same imperial waltz that had been woven through her dreams, through the hidden cache, through the Aldman walzer that Noah had traced to a vanished salon. Camille turned. A woman sat alone at a table near the window, her face half turned away, dark hair falling across her cheek. She was not looking at Camille. She was not looking at anything. Her fingers moved against the tabletop as if tracing piano keys, and the waltz continued, soft and patient, a thread of sound in the ordinary afternoon. Camille did not stand. She did not move. The woman finished the phrase, paused. Then she reached into her coat, pulled out a folded napkin, and placed it on the edge of her table without turning her head. The gray coat was 3 tables away. Camille rose. She walked to the woman's table, picked up the napkin, and did not look down at it until she reached the kitchen door at the back of the coffee house. The napkin smelled of turpentine. She unfolded it as she pushed through the dew into the alley. A map, drawn in charcoal, fast and sure. A route from the coffee house to a service entrance she did not recognize, marked with a circle and line symbol she had seen beneath St. Agnes, and at the bottom, a single line of text in handwriting she knew from the letters. He was never the one who forgot. The door swung shut behind her. The gray coat was still inside. And Camille stood in the alley with a napkin map and a sentence that rewrote everything she thought she understood about Ezren's erased past. Chapter 54. The napkin map led her through alleys she had never noticed, gaps between buildings that existed only in charcoal lines, and the memory of someone who knew Vienna better than its own street signs. Camille walked fast. The gray coat had not followed her into the alley, but she did not trust that reprieve to hold. She kept the napkin folded in her palm, the charcoal smudging against her skin, the circle and line symbol pressed into her memory like a brand. The route took her northeast, away from the coffee house, away from the museum district, away from everything she knew. The buildings grew older, the streets narrower, the cobblestones uneven under her boots. A tram line ran overhead, cables cutting across the gray sky, and she followed them until the tracks curved into a dead-end yard surrounded by a rusted chain-link fence. The depot. Retired tram cars sat in long rows, the paint faded to the color of old bone, their windows dark and blind. Weeds pushed through the gravel between the tracks. The gate was padlocked, but the lock was newer than the fence, and when Camille tested it, the hasp gave with a soft scrape. It had been cut and reattached. Recently. She pushed the gate open and stepped inside. The air smelled of oil and metal and something else, something papery and dry, like the inside of an archive box that had been sealed too long. She followed the smell between the rows of tram cars, past a carriage with its doors wired shut, past another with its windows boarded over, until she reached the third car from the end. Its door hung open. She climbed the steps and stopped. The interior was stripped of seats. In their place, stacked in columns that reached almost to the ceiling, were boxes. Cardboard, wooden cates, metal file cabinets tipped on their sides. The alphabet of someone's desperate preservation effort, labels handwritten in cramped script. Bruckner, 1904. Fels, 1911. Grunwald, 1917. And at the far end, a woman sat on an overturned crate, her hands folded in her lap, her dark hair falling across her face in the same way it had in the coffee house. She looked up when Camille entered. She was younger than Camille had expected, maybe 30, maybe less. Her eyes were the color of old amber, and her face carried the kind of patience that came from waiting longer than a person should. "You followed the map," she said. "You hummed the waltz." The woman almost smiled. "I learned it from a woman who learned it from you in 1911. She said you hummed it while you worked until the accord came for the salon." Camille's scar stayed cold. "Who are you?" "My grandmother called herself a keeper. I call myself the same. We have been waiting for the one who stops forgetting." The woman stood. She moved to the nearest stack of boxes and pulled a folder from the third crate. The paper inside was brittle, the edges darkened with age. She held it out. Camille took it. The first page was a tribunal file, a woman's name crossed out, a date, a place, and at the bottom, a seal she recognized, the same circle and line symbol that marked the St. Agnes Infirmary door. This is a memory case file. Yes, there are dozens of boxes here, hundreds. The woman's voice was soft, almost reverent. My grandmother began collecting them after the St. Agnes fire. She said a woman with gray-green eyes told her the accord would try to erase everyone who knew and that someone would need to remember. Camille's throat tightened. She told you this in 1927. April 15th, the morning after the fire. She found the woman in the chapel courtyard holding a child. The woman gave her the first box and said more would follow. Marguerite? The woman shook her head. She did not give a name, but she wore a silvered burn line on her palm, the same as yours. Camille looked down at her own scar. It gleamed faintly in the dim light, as if the mention of its owner had woken something beneath the surface. There are more like you, the woman said, in other cities, other depots, other keepers. We did not know when you would come, but we were told you would. The word echoed in the empty carriage. Told. Camille closed the folder. The accord is coming for the sealed infirmary beneath St. Agnes tonight. There is a defective inside who remembers the original covenant. I need to reach her before Bracourt's hearing. The woman nodded slowly. Then you need what is in box 47. She turned and walked deeper into the carriage, between the stacks, the footsteps echoing on the metal floor. Camille followed. Box 47 was a wooden crate sealed with a brass lock. The woman produced a key from a chain around her neck and opened it. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, were papers, older than the others. The ink had faded to brown, but the handwriting was still legible. Camille lifted the first page. Covenant draft, original form. Witnessed by Severin Vale, Anja Petrescu, and one unnamed human signatory. She read the opening clause. This covenant binds the signatories to silence and separation upon disclosure of nature. The memory clause activates at dawn following any revelation, with a single exception. If the human signatory produces material evidence of repeated consent across cycles, the clause may be suspended at tribunal discretion. Camille stopped, repeated, consent across cycles. The original covenant had a loophole, a legal path that her past self had found and preserved. She left this for you, the woman said. The woman in the chapel courtyard. She said you would need it when the second lock opened. Camille looked up from the page. Where is the infirmary entrance? The depot's lower level connects to the old tribunal utility tunnels. There is a sealed grate at the end of row 12. Beyond that, it is a straight line to the St. Agnes foundations. Show me. The woman did not move. There are 6 enforcers already inside the depot yard. Camille's blood went cold. I let them track me here, the woman said. I knew you would need a distraction. The boxes are bait. They will take them. They will burn them. But they will not find box 47 if you carry it out now. The words landed like a blow. You sacrificed your collection. The collection is not the work. The work is getting you to the infirmary with that page in your hand. The air shifted. Footsteps on gravel, voices low and sharp at the far end of the depot. The woman stepped aside and pointed to the rear of the carriage, where a rusted hatch was bolted into the floor. Row 12. Do not stop. Do not look back. Camille held the page against her chest. Your name. Elena. Elena, I will remember that you did this. The woman's mouth curved, sad and knowing. That is all I ever wanted. The voices grew louder. A door slammed. Camille crossed to the hatch, pulled the bolt, and dropped into the dark. Chapter 55. The tunnel swallowed her whole. Camille landed hard on packed earth, the covenant page still pressed against her chest. Above, the hatch groaned shut, and Elena's footsteps retreated across the depot floor. Then the voices came. Boots on metal, boxes overturning, the wet tear of documents ripped from their folders. She pressed her back against the tunnel wall and forced herself to breathe. Elena let them track her here. The words repeated. She sacrificed her collection. She let them burn it. Camille's hands shook as she folded the covenant page into her coat against the ribs where her heart punched against bone. The tunnel stretched ahead, narrow and damp, the ceiling low enough that she had to bend at the shoulders. Water trickled somewhere. The air smelled of rust, old stone, and the canal's mineral breath. She moved. The napkin map was burned into her memory, each charcoal line a lifeline. The tunnel forked at 15 meters, then again at 40. She took the left branch where the circle and line symbol had been drawn, feeling for the rhythm of the waltz in her stride. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The turns came at the right intervals. The melody carried her. Behind her, metal screamed, a hatch opening, voices, sharper now, echoing through the tunnels. She's in the utility system. Seal the St. Agnes exit. Camille broke into a run. The tunnel flooded at the next fork, ankle-deep seepage from the canal that turned her steps to splashing. She swallowed the panic and kept moving, one hand against the wall, the other gripping the oilcloth bundle. The waltz. Keep the turns, don't stop. A grate appeared at the end of the passage, rusted iron bolted into a stone frame. Beyond it, a corridor sloped upward toward dimmer air, toward the smell of old mortar and gold. The St. Agnes foundations. She reached the grate and stopped. The key impression from Odette was pressed into wax, not forged into metal. It had survived the tunnel in her coat pocket, but it was a copy of a copy, soft and unreliable. She drew it out anyway, pressed it into the lock mechanism. The tumblers shifted. Grit scraped against brass. The grate groaned open. Behind her, the tunnel filled with light. Camille did not look back. She stepped through the opening, dragged the grate closed, and found herself in a small stone chamber barely wider than her shoulders. The air was still, cold. A single bulb hung from a wire, casting yellow light over a door set into the far wall. The infirmary door. Iron, with a circle and line mark engraved at eye level. She crossed to it, pressed her palm against the cold metal. Her scar pulsed with low heat. Recognition, not warning. But before she could test the handle, a voice came from inside. She will come here. It is what she has always done. Bracourt. Camille's blood turned to ice. The voice continued calm and measured, speaking to someone she could not see. She follows the pattern, the same trajectory across every cycle. She finds the evidence, she believes she has outrun the law, and then she arrives exactly where I have been waiting. A pause. Footsteps on stone. Ilian, that is not. She will open that door in the next 60 seconds. She is standing on the other side of it now. Camille stopped breathing. The lock was not engaged. The door was unsealed. The trap was already sprung. She could flee. Back through the tunnel, into the depot, past the enforcers who were burning Elena's collection, back to Ezren, to the group, to 36 hours of borrowed time before the hearing. But the defector was inside. Anya Petrescu. The women who had asked for her by name. The woman who remembered the original covenant before it was corrupted. Camille pressed her palm flat against the iron. Her scar burned. The door trembled under her hand. She pushed it open. The infirmary stretched before her, rows of empty cots with tags tied to their footboards, names crossed out, doubts erased. The air smelled of antiseptic and old blood. At the far end, behind a low table stacked with files, Magistrate Ilian Bracourt stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not look surprised. Camille Aubert, his voice was almost gentle. You are exactly on schedule. She stepped through the doorway, and the door swung shut behind her with a hollow click. Chapter 56. The infirmary stretched in rows of iron cots, each tagged with a name crossed out by a single black line. The air smelled of antiseptic and old stone, and somewhere a machine hummed with a rhythm like breathing. The court stood at the far end, hands clasped behind his back. The bronze brand at his throat caught the low light. He did not move as she stepped through the door, did not signal for the enforcers who must have been waiting in the shadows. You have never made it this far before, he said. I want you to understand that. 17 cycles, and you have always arrived at a different door. Camille's palm burned. She kept her hand at her side, fingers curled against the heat. Where is Anja Petrescu? She is here. The court gestured toward the far wall where a curtain hung from a ceiling rail, dividing the infirmary into two zones. She is sedated. She fought the treatment longer than most. Treatment? Isolation from contaminated memory. He said it without apology. The original covenant was a limited emergency measure. It was never meant to span centuries, and it was never meant to produce a human who carries 17 lifetimes of forbidden knowledge in a single conscious mind. Camille took a step forward. The cots on either side of her bore names she recognized from the Ash Registry list: Elibeth Corvin, Anna Vashik, Claire Delacroix. Each date erased, each space empty. You told them I would come, she said. You told them I follow the same pattern. Bracourt's pale gray eyes held hers. You do, every time. You find the evidence I have already let you find. You follow the clues I have allowed to survive. You walk into the room I have prepared, believing you are the first person to discover the truth. He paused. Each prior incarnation believed the same, and each one, by dawn, had forgotten. The words landed like a blade between her ribs, but she was still standing. I am still here, she said. It is past dawn. I remember. Yes. His voice shifted. Something almost like respect moved through it. That is why this cycle is different. That is why I did not try to stop you from reaching this room. Camille's scar pulsed. The heat was no longer warning. It was recognition, a thread pulling her toward something she could not yet see. You let me find the covenant loophole. I let you prove what you have always been capable of proving. Bracourt stepped around the table, his boots silent on the stone floor. The original covenant draft was never destroyed. It was preserved because it is evidence, Camille. Evidence that your prior selves were given a choice, and each time they chose to forget rather than lie. Because the Accord threatened to kill them. Because the Accord offered a lawful alternative to extinction. He stopped a few feet away. The white scar across his jaw caught the light. I am not your enemy because I enjoy cruelty. I am your enemy because I have seen what happens when the bond between your kind and Ezren's kind is not controlled. Blood, panic, burned buildings and unidentified bodies. Camille's throat tightened, the St. Agnes fire. The child, she said, the one my past self was holding in the courtyard. Margit Aldman. Bracourt's expression did not change. She survived. She grew up. She left a sketch nailed to a door in the 7th district, drawn by a child who remembered the man who pulled her from the flames. He paused. Margit Aldman lived to be 87. She had 3 children and 7 grandchildren. She never knew why she woke screaming from dreams about a chapel fire, but her descendants carry the same nightmares. The words pressed against Camille's chest like a weight. She was one of the lucky ones, Bracourt continued. The ones who survived the breaches without becoming part of the cycle. The 3 who died in that fire were not Accord agents. They were civilians who happened to be inside a chapel when Ezren Caldemar's restraint failed and your prior incarnation tried to stop him. Camille's breath caught. That is not true. It is in the sealed records. Bracourt's voice was quiet now. The ones you have not found. The ones that prove every death attached to your bond was collateral damage from a love that could not contain itself. She wanted to argue, wanted to demand proof, documentation, a timeline that matched what she had found in the Wien Bibliothek and the Tram depot. But her scar had gone cold, and she remembered how Ezren had looked in the hidden flat, standing before the wall of Relics, his voice breaking as he told her about the children he could not say. Is Anja Petrescu the defector who remembers the original covenant? She asked. Yes. And you have been keeping her sedated so she cannot testify. Bracourt inclined his head. I have been keeping her alive so she can testify. The original covenant is the only document that can prove your consent was given freely across every cycle. Without her testimony, the revision hearing will proceed on the current covenant's language alone. Camille stared at him. You want me to win? I want the truth to be settled. Bracourt Spalish waits ahead. He is envisioned in his barely entirely selectually obstruction routine. His bronze grice just amained by a drain with dreadis craard. In his gaze, a meal to resin as it glassed. The viance hadn't of under-rescubbed here much barely. It's a decidin of my lead. She was in descripti vaults, around a storal, experiences I followed. Chapter 57. The handwriting on the envelope was her own. Camille stared at the slanted strokes, the way the final letter of her name curled upward in the same unconscious gesture she made every time she signed a condition report. She had seen that curve in restoration notes across 3 lifetimes. She had traced it in the cache behind the false panel. She had never seen it on a letter she did not remember writing. What is this? Bracourt did not answer. He stood beside the curtained alcove with his hands clasped behind his back, watching her with the patience of a man who had already rehearsed this moment. Camille crossed to the table. Her scar stayed cold. No warning pulse, no recognition heat. The wax seal was a deep rust color, almost bran, mixed with something granular that caught the infirmary light like crushed stone. She picked up the letter. The paper was heavier than the letters from her past selves, less intimate, official-grade stock, the kind used for tribunal filings and certified correspondence. She turned it over and broke the seal. The handwriting inside was not hers. Camille Aubert. If you are reading this, you have reached the infirmary before the revision hearing, which means you are already ahead of every cycle that came before you. Bracourt will tell you I am a fugitive. He is not wrong. But I am also the only person who can tell you where the confiscated panel is hidden, the one your past self sealed inside St. Agnes before the fire, because I was the one who removed it. My name is Ezren Vale. I witnessed your original covenant. I watched the Accord expand its clauses from emergency protection into permanent control. I opposed the expansion. That opposition cost me my position, my name, and 9 years of my life. I have been waiting for the cycle where you remembered long enough to read this. The panel is hidden in the old tribunal utility tunnels beneath the Ringstrasse, accessible through a maintenance hatch at the base of the Maria Amgestead bell tower. The hatch is locked with a seal that matches the key impression your ally stole from the collectors. You already carry the means to open it. I am offering this location in exchange for safe conduct, not for myself, for the records I preserved. 13 case files that the Accord ordered destroyed, each one documenting a human who consented to a memory clause and then withdrew consent. Each one proof that the covenant was never meant to be permanent. Come alone. Bring the key impression. I will meet you at the hatch 2 hours before dawn. The signature stopped her cold. Ezren Vale, P.S. You do not know the mole, but you have trusted them with your life. They have been reporting to Bracourt since the first letter arrived. I would name them here, but I do not know who they are either. I only know that someone inside your circle carries a debt mark that activates whenever you enter Accord-controlled ground. Check their wrist. Camille lowered the letter. The infirmary hummed with the low buzz of the overhead light. Anja Petrescu's breathing was slow and even behind the curtain. Bracourt had not moved. He wrote this, Camille said. Ezren Vale. Apparently. And you knew it was here. I found it on the table when I arrived. Bracourt's voice was flat. He has been using this infirmary as a dead drop. The seal is a chapel soot blend mixed with crushed tribunal clay. It matches no current Accord registry. Camille looked at the wax again. The granular flecks caught the light. Not stone, bone. He removed the confiscated panel from St. Agnes, she said. Before the fire. He has been holding it for 9 years. Allegedly. You do not believe him. Bracourt's pale eyes stayed on her. I believe he wants something. I have not yet decided whether what he wants is compatible with what I need. Camille read the letter again. The handwriting was precise, unhurried. A man who had had 9 years to compose this message. A man who had been waiting for a cycle where she remembered. 2 hours before dawn, she said. At the Maria Amgestead bell tower. That is inside your patrol grid. Yes, which means you could intercept him before I reach the hatch. I could. Bracourt inclined his head. But if I intercept him, I lose the chance to observe what he actually intends to give you. And I want to know what he has been protecting for 9 years. Camille's scar stayed silent. She looked at Anja Petresco's sedated form behind the curtain, then at the letter in her hands, then at the wax seal that used crushed bone as a binder. Someone had died for that seal. Someone whose bones had been ground into ink either by hands that knew exactly what they were doing. 2 hours before dawn, she repeated. The same dawn as the revision hearing. Bracourt's voice was quiet. If you go to the bell tower, you will not have time to return to the tribunal before the hearing begins. Then I will choose which matters more. She folded the letter and slid it into her coat pocket. Bracourt watched her. You trust him. I trust that he hid a panel for 9 years and waited for me to remember. She met his gaze. That is not the same as trust. That is evidence of patience, and patience usually means the truth is worth protecting. She turned toward the infirmary door. Camille, she stopped. Bracourt's pale scar caught light as he spoke. The bell tower is patrolled by enforcers who report directly to me. If Vale is still alive and you reach him, I will know within minutes. And if he tries to use the panel as a weapon against the Accord, I will burn it before it reaches any tribunal table. She looked back at him. You could have burned this letter before I saw it. Yes, you did not. Bracourt said nothing. Camille pushed open the infirmary door and stepped into the tunnel beyond. The grate clicked shut behind her. And somewhere in the dark, 2 hours before dawn, a man who had been waiting 9 years was about to learn whether the current Camille Aubert was worth the wait. Chapter 58. The tunnel air changed 50 meters past the grate. Camille felt it first in her lungs, then in the scar. The silver burn line on her palm pulsed once. Not hot, not cold, just aware. Somewhere ahead, the utility corridor widened into a chamber she could not see yet. She kept moving. The waltz rhythm played in her skull, not consciously. The turns had become muscle memory now, the way her body knew where to place each step even when her eyes could not find the next handhold. The napkin map had showed 3 forks after the infirmary access point. She had passed the first one 11 minutes ago. The second one waited somewhere in the dark ahead. Her footsteps echoed off stone that had not seen daylight in decades, maybe centuries. The old tribunal system the Accord abandoned predated the current house by 2 generations, and the utility tunnels had been dug before anyone thought to install electric light. She carried a small torch from her coat pocket, but she was husbanding the battery. The third fork appeared exactly where the map had promised. She turned right. The corridor narrowed. The walls changed from dressed stone to rough-hewn rock, and the ceiling dropped until she had to duck her head. Water dripped somewhere ahead. The sound was metallic, as if it fell on iron rather than stone. The maintenance hatch stood at the end of the passage. It was older than she had expected. The iron was pitted with rust, and the wheel mechanism required both hands and most of her body weight to turn. The lock mechanism beneath it accepted Odette's key impression without resistance, clicking into place with a softness that spoke of recent oil. Someone had been using this hatch. Camille turned the wheel. The hinges screamed once, then surrendered. She stepped through into a circular chamber that smelled of old water and older stone. The ceiling arched to 10 meters above her head, and the walls were lined with niches that had once held oil lamps. A single electric bulb burned in a cage at the room's center, throwing shadows that refused to settle. A man stood beside the bulb. He was older than she had expected, too. The letter had described a magistrate imprisoned for 9 years, but she had imagined someone preserved by patience, not worn by it. Ezren Vale looked like a man who had been folded into a space too small for his frame and left there long past the point where hope should have died. His hair was gray and uncut. His clothes were tribunal issue, but they had been mended so many times the original fabric was almost invisible beneath the patches. His hands hung empty at his sides. "You okay?" he said. His voice was rougher than she had imagined. Not from disuse, she thought, from waiting. "Your letter said to bring the key impression. And you did." He nodded at the hatch. "That lock has not turned in 9 years. I checked it every month for the first 3. After that, I stopped counting." Camille stayed where she was. "How do I know you are Ezren Vale?" He did not smile. Instead, he recited without hesitation a string of words that made her stomach drop. Article 14 of the original covenant states that the human signatory retains standing to petition for rescission of the memory clause at any tribunal session at which they can demonstrate they were not under duress at the time of consent. The exact phrasing from the original draft. The same sentence she had read in box 47 with Elena, 48 hours and what felt like a lifetime ago. "You were there," she said. "I signed it, Camille." His voice cracked on her name. "I witnessed 17 cycles of you walking into the dark, and I signed every extension of the clause that Bracourt wrote." "Why?" "Because I believed him when he said it was mercy." He reached inside his coat. His hand came out holding something wrapped in linen. "I kept this for 9 years. I thought you might not believe me otherwise." He held it out. Camille took it. The linen was soft with age, and when she unwrapped it, she found a miniature portrait no larger than her palm. The paint was oil on copper. The brushwork was precise, the handling of light familiar in a way that hurt to look at. It was Ezren. Younger, his face not yet carrying all the weight she knew it held now. But the same sharp cheekbones, the same amber eyes rendered in pigment that only a hand that loved them could have mixed. Her hand. She knew her own underdrawing, the way she built shadows from thin glazes instead of opaque layers. "That is yours," Vale said. "You painted it in 1862. You gave it to me to hold 6 hours before the dawn took your memory." "Why?" "Because you asked me to remind you, in the next cycle, that you had chosen him freely. You said the letters might not be enough." Camille's fingers traced the edge of the copper. The frame was plain, unadorned. A soldier's frame, she thought. Something meant to survive. "Bracourt did not create this system alone," Vale said. She looked up. The revision hearings, the expanded clauses, the collection orders for erased survivors. He paused. He inherited a machine that was already running. Someone built it before him, and that someone is still alive. "Who?" "I do not have that name, but the panel you are looking for does. The St. Agnes panel, hidden in a sealed infirmary beneath the old tribunal house. Not the current one, the one before, the one that was decommissioned after the 1739 breach." Camille's scar went cold. "You know where it is?" "I know how to get you inside." Vale reached into his coat again, this time producing a folded paper. "The route is marked. The entrance is through a maintenance shaft in the catacombs beneath St. Stephen's, opened by the Accord after the 1739 fire to move bodies out without being seen. It was never sealed because no one outside the original tribunal knew it existed." He held out the paper. Camille took it. "You have been waiting 9 years to give me this. I have been waiting 9 years for a cycle where you would remember me long enough to receive it." Something shifted in the air behind her. Vale's eyes widened. "Camille." She heard it a half-second later, a hiss, low and metallic, rising from the tunnel she had just left. Silver smoke. It curled through the gap beneath the hatch door, pale and dense, moving like a living thing. It did not billow. It flowed, deliberate, as if it knew exactly where it was going. Vale stepped toward her. "They tracked you through the utility system. The silver seals the Accord laid down in the 1800 seconds react to vampire passage, but they also react to bonded humans." He grabbed her arm. "You led them straight here. Then we move. We cannot outrun silver smoke in confined space." He looked at the hatch, then at the opposite wall, then back at her. "There is a secondary shaft. It opens into the old tribunal cistern. If we reach it before the smoke fills the chamber, we can seal the door behind us." "How far?" 30 meters, through a corridor that has not been maintained since 1881. The smoke was already pooling at the base of the hatch, testing the gap. Camille folded the miniature into her coat. She held the map Vale had given her. "Show me." He moved. His body remembered the passage, even if 9 years of disuse had weakened it, and he found the door in the far wall by touch alone, a panel of stone that looked like the rest of the chamber, except for a hairline crack at eye level. He pressed his palm against it. Nothing. "It was sealed," he said. "After the last breach. They must have—" The smoke touched her ankle. Camille did not think. She stepped forward, pressed both hands against the stone, and pushed. The panel swung inward. Vale stared at her. "How did you—" "The scar," She pulled him through the opening. It recognized the stone. They sealed the door behind them. The corridor beyond was dark and narrow, and the air tasted of rust and old plaster. Behind them, the silver smoke began to seep through the crack beneath the door. Vale looked at the hairline glow. "That is not Accord standard," he said. "Standard smoke disperses in confined space. This is being pushed." "By what?" "Someone who knew exactly when you would arrive." He looked at her, and for the first time since she had met him, Ezren Vale looked afraid. "We do not have 30 meters, Camille. We have maybe 10 before that smoke breaches the seal." She looked at the corridor ahead. The dark swallowed everything beyond a few arms' lengths. Behind them, the smoke pressed harder against the door. She started running. Chapter 59. The smoke pressed against the door crack, thin and pale, finding its way through stone that should have held. Camille ran. The corridor curved left, then right, and the darkness was absolute. She kept one hand on the wall, rough stone scraping her palm, and the other pressed against her coat where the miniature rested. The copper edge bit through fabric, grounding her. Behind her, Vale's footsteps followed. His breathing was ragged, 9 years of confinement having stolen whatever stamina he once had. "How far?" she called. 20 meters. The cistern entrance is marked with a cross, iron ring in the floor. Will the door hold? The seal will not. The smoke found the gap beneath the paneled stone. It curled through in a single continuous stream, testing the chamber beyond, and then it began to pool and spread along the floor like water seeking its level. Vale grabbed her arm. "Faster!" They rounded a second curve and the corridor opened into a wider passage, the ceiling rising into darkness. The air changed, tasting of wet stone and old iron. Camille's scar pulsed once, recognizing something in the stonework. "There!" Vale pointed. A rusted iron ring set flush into the floor, surrounded by a faded cross carved into the stone. The cistern entrance. Camille dropped to her knees and hooked her fingers through the ring. The iron was cold and damp, and it did not move. "It has not been opened in decades," Vale said. "The mechanism will be seized." She pulled. The ring bit into her fingers and held. Behind her, the smoke reached the entrance to the wider passage. It paused, as if orienting itself, and then it accelerated, moving faster now, as if it had found its target. "Camille!" She pulled again. The ring shifted a fraction of an inch, and the stone beneath it groaned. "It is moving." She planted her feet and threw her weight into the pull. The ring gave, and the stone hatch lifted, a disk of worked stone swinging upward on a pivot that had been oiled far more recently than the rest of the tunnel. Someone had been here. Someone had prepared this route. The hatch opened onto a dark shaft, a ladder bolted into the wall, descending into silence. Camille looked at Vale. He was not looking at her. He was watching the smoke. "Go," he said. "Come with me." "I cannot outrun it, not at my pace, and the hatch will need to be sealed from above if you want the smoke to stop following. Then I seal it, and you come after me. If I drop through while you are on the ladder, the smoke will follow me down and you will be trapped in the shaft." She understood. He was not coming. "Ezren, take the map. Take the miniature. Reach the panel before Bracourt does." He stepped toward the hatch, positioning himself between the smoke and the shaft. "I have waited 9 years to give you what I carried. That is enough." The smoke was 10 feet away. 5. "I will not let them take me again," he said. "Go." She wanted to argue. The words did not come. She swung onto the ladder and began descending. Above her, Vale lowered the hatch. The light vanished as the stone settled into place. She heard him moving above, heard the scrape of stone against stone, and then the sound of something else. A click she did not recognize. Then silence. The shaft was dark. The air was still. The ladder was cold and slick with condensation, and Camille climbed down because there was nothing else to do. The descent took forever, and no time at all. Her feet touched solid ground. Water, shallow and cold, pooled around her ankles. The cistern. She stood in the dark, breathing. The miniature was still in her coat. The map was still in her pocket. And in her hand, she realized she was still holding something she had not consciously reached for. A key. Iron, old, shaped to a lock she did not recognize. She must have taken it from Vale's hand as she stepped onto the ladder, or he had pressed it into hers. She did not remember. The waltz returned, not the melody itself, but the rhythm of it, the turn and return of the phrase she had memorized in the utility tunnels. 3 beats, pause. 2 beats, pivot. 3 beats, pause. The mop showed a route through the cistern toward a maintenance exit beneath St. Stephen's. 7 turns, 400 meters. She had no light except the faint glow of her scar, and that was barely enough to see her hand in front of her face. She started walking. The water splashed with each step, and the sound echoed off unseen walls. The rhythm of the waltz became her pace, a steady 3-beat stride across the flooded floor. 3 steps. Pause. She turned at the first fork, guided by the memory of the napkin map pressed into the charcoal lines. 2 steps. Pivot. The second fork was narrower, the walls closing in on either side until she had to turn sideways to pass. The water deepened, reaching her knees, and the cold seeped through her trousers. 3 steps. Pause. She did not know if the smoke had found a way through the hatch. She did not know if Vale was alive. She did not know if the maintenance exit would be sealed or open or guarded. She only knew the rhythm. The scar pulsed with each turn, and the pattern became instinct, her body remembering the way even when her mind could not see. 3. Pause. 2. Pivot. 3. Pause. The fourth turn opened into a wider space, and ahead she saw light. Gray, pale, the color of pre-dawn. She walked toward it, and the water shallowed, and the walls opened, and she reached a rusted grate set into the base of the stone wall. Beyond it, open air, the maintenance exit. Camille pressed her hands against the grate. It shifted, the lock broken long ago, and she pushed it open and pulled herself through into the base of a bell tower. Maria and Getstead. The sky above was the color of ash, the first gray light of dawn bleeding over the rooftops. The air was cold and clean, and it tasted like survival. She stood in the shadow of the bell tower, the miniature in her coat, the key in her hand, the map folded against her heart. And she was alone. Behind her, the maintenance hatch remained closed. Severin Vale had not followed. She turned and looked at the tower steps, and the route she had come, and the emptiness where he should have been. 3 beats. Pause. From the shadows beneath the bell tower arch, a woman's voice spoke. "Camille Aubert." She turned. The woman who had hummed the waltz in the coffee house stood 10 feet away, her hair loose, her coat dark, and her hand extended toward the key in Camille's grip. "I have been waiting for you." The smoke curled from beneath the maintenance hatch behind Camille, finding the crack between stone and hair, testing the gap. The woman did not look at the smoke. She looked at Camille. "That will track you as long as you carry the key. If you want to live past this dawn, you will give it to me." The hatch shifted. The smoke thickened. Chapter 60. She did not give him the key. The woman's hand stayed extended, palm up, fingers still. The smoke coiled at the edge of the hatch, testing the gap, and Camille felt the weight of the iron in her grip, cold and old and marked by the same salt corrosion that had stained Vale's hands. "I know what you are," Camille said. The woman's mouth curved. "Then you know I am not asking twice." "No." Camille closed her fingers around the key and stepped back, feeling the bell tower's stone at her spine. "You said the smoke tracks it. You did not say you could stop the smoke. You only said you wanted it." The woman's smile did not change, but her hand lowered. "You are learning," she said. "That is unfortunate. It makes you more difficult to predict." The smoke found the crack and poured through, a single silver thread testing the air. Camille turned and ran up the bell tower stairs. 3 beats, pause, 2 beats, pivot, the rhythm driving her feet faster than thought. Behind her, the woman did not follow. Behind her, the smoke did. The crypt door opened before Camille reached it. Lucien stood in the gap, his rainwater eyes scanning the street behind her, the sky, her empty hands. He pulled her inside and sealed the door with a sound that echoed through the stone. "You were supposed to come through the tunnel," he said, "not the front of the church. Plans changed. Plans always change around you." He studied her face, her wet coat, the key still clenched in her fist. "You found Vale." "He found me." "And the panel?" "Still hidden. He gave me a route." Lucien's gaze dropped to the key, the color drained from his broad face. "Where did you get Gat?" Camille held it up. Iron, dark with age, the teeth worn smooth by decades of use. The bow was shaped like a cross with a circle at its center, the same mark that had guided her through every tunnel. It was pressed into my hand, she said quietly. She came to me in 1791, 3 nights before the magistrate died. She told me the accord was already corrupting the covenant, even then, before it was even signed in blood. She asked me to hide one of the 2 keys and to forget where it was buried. I did not ask what the second key would open. I did not want to know. You have been holding this since 1791. No. Your 3rd incarnation retrieved it in 1862. Your 5th hid it again in 1901. Your 9th tried to destroy it and failed. And now Vale has given it to you. Lucian shook his head slowly. He has given you the choice your first self refused. Either you open the burial chapel, or you let the panel rot beneath the tribunal house forever. What is in the burial chapel? Lucian's mouth tightened. I do not know. I have never entered, but I know why it was sealed. Before he could finish, the sigil on Camille's wrist lit. Not the low burn of proximity, not the thrum of warning. A direct command, sharp and immediate, flooding through her veins like a current. She looked down at the mark and saw words forming, not written, but felt, pressed into her nerves like a brand. Present yourselves for revision by dawn, or be declared in breach. Ezren's wrist blazed beside hers, the same message, the same pulse. Bracourt, she said. Ezren's jaw tightened. He is forcing the hearing early. He is forcing us to choose between Vale's route and the tribunal. Camille looked at the key, at the numbers etched into the iron, at the mark glowing on her skin. If we go to the tribunal, we lose the panel. If we go to the chapel, we lose the legal fight. They will not wait until dawn to declare you in breach, Roxandra said from the crypt stairs. She descended slowly, her ash-gray eyes fixed on the key. The moment the sun rises, you are forfeit. No hearing, no argument, just the sentence. Then we do not let the sun rise. Roxandra's gaze lifted to Camille. There is a third route? Camille looked at the key, looked at the mark. Then she raised her eyes to Ezren, and she saw the answer in his face before she spoke it aloud. We go to the tribunal, she said, but we enter through the burial chapel. Chapter 61. The crypt door groaned shut behind them, and Camille felt the old iron key press against her ribs through her coat pocket like a second heartbeat. Ezren caught her wrist before she reached the first step. His fingers were cold, his grip careful, but the sigil on his sin glowed through his sleeve, casting amber light across the stone. This is not the tribunal route, he said. It is the only route that does not begin with them already holding us. You do not know what is beneath that building. Neither do they. She pulled her wrist free gently. That is the point. Roxandra stood at the crypt entrance, her ash-gray eyes tracking the exchange. Father Lucian had not moved from the stone table. His hand rested on the key's outline as if the metal had left a burn on his palm. The burial chapel was sealed before the accord built over it, Lucian said. If you enter that way, you are not under their jurisdiction until you step into the main chamber. They cannot legally detain you in consecrated ground. They will not care about legalities once dawn breaks, Roxandra said. Bracourt has already moved the hearing. He will declare you in breach the moment the sun touches the horizon, regardless of where you are standing. Then we get there before dawn. Camille turned to Ezren. Do you trust me? His jaw worked. The sigil pulsed again, a silent countdown written in light beneath his skin. I trust that you will find what you are looking for, he said. I do not trust the cost. That is not an answer. He held her gaze for a long breath. Then he moved past her toward the crypt's rear wall where Lucian had already lifted a loose flagstone to reveal a set of iron rungs descending into darkness. It is the only answer I have ever had, he said, and it has never been enough to stop me. Camille followed him down. The rungs were cold and wet, slick with condensation that had been gathering for centuries. The air changed as they descended, losing the dry chill of the crypt and taking on a dense, mineral weight that pressed against her lungs. Water dripped somewhere below, each drop striking stone with a rhythm that matched the old waltz still running through her skull. 3 beats, pause. 2 beats pivot. Her feet found the tunnel floor at the same depth as the cistern passage. The same construction, the same stone, the same pale fungus clinging to the mortar where the water table had risen and fallen across decades. Ezren struck a match, and the flame revealed a corridor that stretched straight ahead, its walls lined with arched alcoves where the stone had been carved with names. Not graffiti, not inventory marks, epitaphs. Camille moved closer to the nearest alcove and read the inscription cut into the limestone. Elibes Horvath, 1687, remembered by no one. Below it, a second line in smaller script. Her own hand wrote this stone. These are not graves, Ezren said. He had moved to the opposite wall where a different alcove held a longer inscription. They are witness stones. Each one records a woman who was erased from Accord records. Camille followed his voice. The matchlight caught the words as he angled his body to let her read. Marguerite Altman, 1889. She chose to forget so another might remember. The covenant kept its promise. She did not. Camille's breath caught. Marguerite. Her own name. Her own hand carved in limestone by someone who had known the stone would outlast her memory. How many? She asked. Ezren lit another match and swept the flame along the corridor. The light caught alcove after alcove, each one holding a name, a date, a brief epitaph written in the same elegant script. The corridor stretched beyond the match's reach, vanishing into darkness that had no visible end. I count 23, Ezren said, but the corridor continues. 23. 23 women who had been erased from Accord records, each one leaving a stone behind to prove she had existed. Camille touched Marguerite's inscription. The letters were deep, carved with patience and precision, the same steady hand that had restored paintings and written letters and painted a miniature portrait of a man she had lived across 17 lifetimes. She knew, Camille said. Marguerite knew she would be forgotten. She cut this stone anyway. Not for herself. Ezren's voice was quiet. For you. For the one who would stop forgetting. The match burned down to his fingers. He shook it out, and darkness swallowed them again. Camille felt for the wall, her palm skimming the limestone, counting alcoves by touch. The names passed beneath her fingers like braille, each one a woman who had existed, who had loved, who had been erased. 1718, 1793, 1862. Her own dates, her own names. The corridor ended at a door. It was iron, banded with rust that had bled into the stone, and it bore no handle, no lockplate, no visible mechanism, just a smooth surface marked with the same cross and circle symbol that had guided her through every tunnel. Camille pressed her hand against the symbol. Her scar pulsed. The door did not move, but she felt something shift behind it, a counterweight releasing, her mechanism engaging, the old building acknowledging her presence. It knows you, Ezren said. It knows the key. She pulled the iron key from her pocket and fitted it into a recess she had not noticed until that moment, a narrow slot hidden in the shadow of the symbol's lower curve. The key turned. The door swung inward. Water rushed past her ankles, cold and sudden, flooding from the chamber beyond. It carried the smell of old stone and older rot, the scent of spaces that had been sealed so long the air itself had forgotten how to move. Camille stepped through. The chamber was vast. The matchlight could not reach its ceiling, but the walls reflected fragments of light from a pool of standing water that covered the floor. In the center of the pool, rising from the water like a drowned island, stood a single stone slab, and on the slab, row after row, sat sealed cots. They were identical to the ones in the infirmary above, iron frames with canvas supports and leather restraints, because they were older. The canvas had rotted, the restraints had stiffened into permanent shapes, curved like hands that had been reaching when the seal was placed. Camille waded toward the nearest cot and read the tag tied to its frame. The ink had faded to a ghost, but the name was still legible. Marguerite Altman, Cycle 3, consent withdrawn, memory sealed permanently. Beneath it, A second hand had added a single word in fresh ink: escaped. Camille looked at the next cot. The tag bore a different name, a different cycle, the same final line: escaped. And the next: escaped. And the next: escaped. Every cot, every name, everyone who had been sealed in this chamber had escaped. Camille turned. Chapter 62. The water drained around her ankles, pulling toward the figure at the far end of the chamber. Camille's scar pulsed, the rhythm matching each breath she took. Ezren moved beside her, his hand finding her elbow in the darkness. "We should not be here." "Look at the tags," Camille said, her voice carrying through the vast space. "Every single one says escaped, which means this chamber was meant to hold them permanently, and someone let them out." The figure by the underground light source dropped its hand. The last of the water gurgled into unseen drains, leaving the stone floor slick and exposed. Camille waded toward the nearest cot, her boots squelching on the wet stone. The canvas supports sagged inward, empty. She touched the tag tied to the iron frame. Marguerite Altman. Cycle 3. Memory sealed permanently. Escaped. And the next. Hannah Weiss. Cycle 7. Memory sealed permanently. Escaped. And the next. Hannah Weiss. Cycle 7. Memory sealed permanently. Escaped. Name after name, cycle after cycle, all marked as escaped. But the ink on the escape annotations was identical across all the tags, written with the same hand, the same pressure, the same deliberate slant. One person had done this. One person had come down here, read every name, and marked every woman as free. Camille looked up, toward the figure standing motionless at the far end of the chamber. "Who are you?" The question echoed in the empty space, sliding across the wet stone walls. The figure did not answer. Ezren's hand tightened on her arm. "The water is gone. That means we can reach the far side." Camille moved forward, her palms skimming the iron frames as she passed. Each cot bore a name she recognized from the ephemeral society. Each date fell within known cycles. These women were the erased ones, the ones the Accord had judged too damaged to retain their memories. Someone had judged them differently. At the 8th cot, Camille stopped. The tag read, Sabine Jorin, circa 1893. Consent withdrawn. Further observation recommended. The name stopped her cold. Sabine Jorin, her employer at the conservation studio in Vienna. Sabine, who had preserved evidence for her, who had risked everything to help her infiltrate the museum archives, who had found the utility passages into the infirmary. Camille's hand trembled against the tag. "This cannot be." She turned to Ezren. "Sabine is human. She is mortal. She has never mentioned any covenant, any memory clause, any of this." Ezren's face was unreadable in the faint light. Perhaps she does not remember. Or perhaps she was never supposed to. The footsteps came from above. They were measured, deliberate, descending a staircase that should not exist in this sealed chamber. Camille looked up and saw a narrow stairwell cut into the stone wall 2 meters from where she stood, a staircase neither she nor Ezren had noticed when they entered. The infirmary lights ignited one by one. They traveled along the ceiling in a wave of pale fluorescence, revealing the full extent of the chamber. The rows of cots stretching into the distance, the stone slab island in the center, and the figure at the far end, now fully illuminated. She was a woman. Her age was impossible to guess, 60 or 100, her face lined with decades of hard living. Her hair was cropped short, salt and pepper strands falling across a forehead marked with a silver scar identical to Camille's. The woman was still. The footsteps continued descending, and a voice Camille knew all too well reached her ears. "I told you she would find it," Magistrate Bracourt said. Camille spun. Bracourt stood at the top of the staircase, his pale gray eyes fixed on her, his lips pressed into a thin line that might have been approval or disappointment. "The name's on cotton," he said. "You found them." "I found a woman named Sabine Jorin with a sealed memory. Your Sabine is not that woman." Bracourt descended another step, his hands at his sides. "The Sabine Jorin in this file died in 1942. Her daughter inherited nothing but a floor of faded annotations the Accord confiscated and filed." Camille's mind raced. "Sabine never told me." Because Sabine Joran, the conservator, does not known. Her grandmother was a different woman, a different life, a different debt to the Accord. The family name survived. The memory did not. The woman at the far end of the chamber spoke. Her voice was rough, unused. It is not memory I carry. Camille turned her fully as the fluorescence settled into steady white. My name is Veronica, the woman said. I am the one who let them out. All of them? Ezren asked. Every woman who is sealed in this chamber. I opened the cots. I removed the restraints. I watched them climb the stairwell and walk into the night. Veronica raised her hand, revealing a scar identical to Camille's. Because I am the one who sealed them in the first place. Camille's scar pulsed. The woman's scar pulsed in reply. I was the Accord's keeper of this chamber for 17 years, Veronica said. I administered the treatments. I recorded the observations. I wrote the letters that told families their daughters had died of pneumonia, of consumption, of accidents that never happened. When I understood what I was doing, I unlocked every door. Bracourt reached the bottom of the stairs. You cannot trust her. I do not trust anyone who works for you, Veronica said. But I am not asking for trust. I'm asking for a choice. She gestured to the chamber, to the empty cots, to the names written on the tags. These women were given no choice. I took theirs for 17 years. I am the one who owes a debt. Bracourt stepped forward, his boots clicking on the wet stone. Veronica Markovich, the woman said. She moved toward Camille with an unsteady gait, one arm held protectively across her chest. I was accord-enrolled in 1891. I sealed the first woman in 1893. I unsealed the last in 1910. I have been hiding in this chamber ever since. The Accord believes you are dead, Bracourt said. They should. Veronica's eyes glittered. I made certain of it. Camille looked between them, two figures from opposite sides of a war she had not known existed until weeks ago. Why are you still here? She asked. Because the chamber is still here. I could not leave until someone else came who could clothe it behind me. Veronica extended her hand, palm up toward Camille. Your scar is younger than mine. It carries less history. But it is the same mark, the same bond. You are the one who was meant to find this place. Bracourt's expression hardened. She is bait. She is the architect of your own system's failure. Veronica's voice rose. You built a cage for women who refused to forget. I opened it, and every single one of them walked free. The lights flickered. Camille looked at the tag in her hand. Sabine Joran, circa 1893. The grandmother whose annotations Sabine had never seen. The file that should not exist. Footsteps sounded from above, heavy and rapid. Bracourt's head snapped toward the staircase. They are here, Veronica said. The lights died. Agnes swallowed the chamber as the footsteps broke into a run, and Camille felt Ezren's hand close around hers. 263. The footsteps broke into a run, somewhere above, the sound ricocheting through the stone staircase. Camille's hand tightened around Ezren's. The dark was absolute. No light, no fluorescence, no trace of the impossible glow that had illuminated Veronica's face moments before. Stay still, Veronica whispered. Her voice came from the far end of the chamber, roughened by a century of disuse. They do not know this room the way I do. Camille heard movement, fabric against stone, a soft scrape with ebal. Then a click, and a single candle flame flared at the far wall. Veronica stood beside an alcove Camille had not noticed, a recessed shelf carved into the wet stone. She held a match in one hand and a short iron candle in the other, its base bolted to the shelf. Bracourt will not let them enter, Veronica said. Not until he decides what to do with you. You know him well, Ezren said. I knew his predecessor. Bracourt is the same breed, colder calculation, warmer conviction. Veronica lit a second candle, then a third. The chamber took shape around them. Rows of cots stretched toward the far wall. The water had drained completely, leaving a dark sheen on the stone floor. He will want to speak before he acts. That is your window. And you, Camille asked, would be gone before he finishes his first sentence. Veronica lifted a satchel from behind the alcove, old leather cracked with age, and slung it across her shoulder. I have waited 114 years for someone to close this chamber behind me. You are that someone. How? Veronica touched her own scar, the silver line identical to Camille's. The mark is bonded to the lock. When you leave, the seal will recognize your absence. The door will not open again unless someone with a living scar approaches it. She paused. Mine is dead. It closed when I walked out the first time. Yours is still open. Camille's palm pulsed as if in answer. From the staircase, Bracourt's voice carried down, calm and unhurried. Stand down. I will call when I need you. The footsteps halted. A door closed somewhere above. Veronica moved toward the far wall, where a second staircase Camille had not seen rose into darkness. She stopped at the bottom step and turned. You will find what you came for in the second alcove past the cot with the torn canvas. Bracourt's revision drafts are stored in the deepest cabinet. Your past self told me you would need them. Then she climbed, her unsteady gait steadying with each step, and vanished into the dark. Ezren moved first. He crossed to the alcove Veronica had indicated, his footsteps barely audible on the wet stone. Camille followed, her hand still tingling from the scar's pulse. The second alcove past the torn cot held a cabinet bolted to the wall, its iron door sealed with a mechanism Camille recognized, the same cross and circle symbol from the chamber's main entrance. She pressed her palm against it. The lock clicked open. Inside the cabinet lay 3 bound ledgers, their spines cracked and faded, and a sheaf of loose papers held together with waxed thread. The top page bore a date, 3 days from now, and a header in precise bureaucratic hand. Proposed revision to Clause 17, permanent classification of recurrent human signatories. Camille lifted the sheaf. The language was cold, clinical, framed as a protective measure. Any human signatory who has invoked consent across multiple incarnations shall be classified as a repeat hazard by nature. The Covenant's original elective structure shall be superseded by mandatory restriction. No further testimony shall be required for classification. She read it again, the words settling into her chest like lead. This is not about incapacitating me, she said. This is about retroactively making every human who consented across cycles unfit to consent at all. They are writing a law that erases the loophole before I can use it. Aaron took the page from her, his eyes scanning the text. His jaw tightened. If this passes, no human who has survived multiple cycles can ever be hurt again. And every keeper who helped us is suddenly a criminal. Camille's voice shook, but she kept reading. The lower pages were worse. Draft language proposing tracking implants for bonded humans, numbered designations replacing names, a clause authorizing indefinite containment without hearing for anyone classified as a repeat hazard. Ezren took the note. When he looked up, his eyes had changed, darker, old grief surfacing. The child I carried out of that fire, he said, the one who left the sketch on my door. She grew up to bury the evidence of her own survival. Camille stared at the ledger, the dates, the cycle numbers, the names. She was still holding Margit Esterhazy's warning in the door at the top of the staircase opened. Bracourt stepped through, alone, his pale gray eyes fixed on the sheaf in her hands. You found the deepest cabinet, he said. I wondered if you would. Camille did not hide the papers. She held them where he could see. You wrote this. I compiled it. He descended the stairs, his boots clicking on the wet stone. The language was drafted before my time. Margit Esterhazy wrote the first version in 1927. I inherited it, refined it, and planned to file it after the revision hearing. You plan to classify every bonded human as a repeat hazard. I plan to close a loophole that has already killed people. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs, his hands at his sides. The chapel fire was not the first incident. It was the fourth. Each time a human retained forbidden knowledge across cycles, civilians died before the accord could contain the breach. The classification is not cruelty. It is triage. It is erasure. It is mercy. He held her gaze. You have seen the cots. You have had the names. Those women were sealed because their memories were dangerous. But they survived. They escaped. And every single one of them is still alive, still carrying knowledge that could ignite a species war if the wrong person finds them. Then why aren't you telling me this? Because I want you to understand. He stepped closer. I am not your enemy, Camille. I am the man who has been cleaning up the wreckage of your 17 cycles for 300 years. I have buried witnesses, falsified records, and watched women I respected be sealed in chambers like this one. I have done terrible things to keep the peace. Then stop. I cannot. His voice dropped. If the revision passes, the cycle ends. You and Ezren live, bonded but contained. The other survivors are tracked and monitored, not sealed. It is a prison, but it is a humane one. And if I refuse? He looked at her for a long moment. Then I will file the revision without your cooperation. And the next time a human dies because a memory leaked through a cycle, it will be on your hands. He turned and walked back up the stairs without looking back. Camille stood in the drained chamber, the ledgers heavy in her arms, the draft language burning in her memory. Ezren was watching the staircase. He is afraid, he said. He is willing to destroy us to protect his version of mercy. Then we need to show the tribunal that mercy is not control. Camille looked at the warning note in her hand, at Noah's initial at the bottom. Then we need to find Margit Esterhazy's records. All of them. She turned toward the door, then stopped. Behind the cabinet, where the note had been wedged, a second piece of paper lay flat against the stone. She pulled it free. It was a photograph, yellowed and brittle. A woman stood in a chapel courtyard holding a child. The woman's face was partially turned, but Camille recognized the bone structure, the way she tilted her head, the gray-green eyes visible even in the faded print. Her own face. The child was Margit, and in the background, half hidden behind a pillar, a man stood watching. He had Ezren's build. He wore a dark coat, but his face was younger, softer, and his amber eyes were fixed on the woman with a look Camille had never seen on anyone's face before. Hope. She slipped the photograph into her coat and followed Ezren toward the stairs. Above them, the door clicked shut. Grammet for they can't rotely amander. The send would love too much a samp. The feel stikra within ream to gets there. When their miskers should be terrified. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs, his pale gray eyes fixed on the photograph in Camille's hand. The candlelight caught the thin white scar crossing his jaw, pulled the bronze brand at his throat into shadow. I know what you are holding, he said. I know what she was to you. Camille did not hide the photograph. She held it where he could see. Margit Esterhazy is the child I carried from the fire, Ezren said. His voice was flat, controlled. She left a sketch on my door. She grew up to become your archivist. She grew up to become the architect of her own containment. Bracourt reached inside his coat and produced a leather folder, its surface worn at the edges. She wrote the first draft of the revision because she saw what happened when mercy failed. He held the folder out. Camille did not take it. She spent 40 years burying truth inside the Accord's records, Bracourt said. Not destroying it, burying it so no one would find it until the right person came looking. She planned for you, Camille. She believed you would finish what she started. Finish what? A law that classifies survivors as hazards? A law that saves lives. He opened the folder himself, pulled out a single sheet of paper, and laid it flat on the stone slab beside him. 7 names. The people who died because memory crossed cycles before the Accord could contain the breach. Camille stepped closer before she meant to. The paper was yellowed, the ink browned with age. 1687, Vienna. He pointed. Elizabeth Horvath's keeper disclosed the truth to her husband. He panicked, attacked the Accord team that came to seal her, and killed 2 officers before you stopped. His name was on this list. So was his wife's. She read the names, 7 of them, dates and places she had never seen before. 1702, Pressburg. A cycle woman named Anna Varga remembered enough to tell her daughter. The daughter told a priest. By the time the Accord contained the breach, 3 people were dead, and the priest's testimony had been burned in a rectory fire that the diocese recorded as a candle accident. He pointed again. 1739. The tribunal house decommissioning. You have seen the records. 6 dead, 4 of them human. The Accord sealed the building and abandoned it, not because the covenant failed, but because the aftermath was too visible to hide any other way. Camille's throat tightened. The names were real. The dates matched the gaps in the tunnel history. In 1927, St. Agnes Chapel. He laid a second sheet beside the first. 4 dead, 3 civilians, 1 Accord officer. The fire began when a human who had retained fragmented memories of a past incarnation confronted the keeper who had helped her. She did not mean to start the fire. She was frightened. She knocked over a candle tray while trying to escape. The paper was crisp. The ink was darker, newer. The dead were listed as unidentified persons, Bracourt said. No family claimed them. No records exist of their names in any public registry. But the Accord knows who they were. He tapped the second line. Magdalena Vasquez, 23 years old, a clerk at the St. Agnes supply office. She was 3 months pregnant when she died. Camille's hand went still. The third line. Camille read it. Then she read it again. Something was wrong. The ink on the third line was slightly darker than the ink on the first 2. The spacing was tighter, as if the clerk who wrote it had been running out of room and compressed the letters to fit. And the name did not match the fire ledger she and Noah had found in the Wienbili Thoke. Camille looked up. This list was altered. Bracourt's expression did not change. The original casualty count was 3. The Accord added a 4th name after the investigation to justify the expanded restrictions. You altered the dead. I inherited a system that already contained the alteration. His voice was quiet. Margaret Esterhazy made the change herself. She wrote the 4th name into the record in 1928, a year after the fire, because the Accord needed 4 dead to authorize the classification she was ordered to draft. So she lied. She survived. Bracourt's gaze did not waver. She was 9 years old when Ezren carried her out of that fire. She saw the bodies. She spent the next 40 years doing whatever the Accord required to keep other children from being carried out of other fires. Camille's hand trembled around the photograph. The child in the picture looked up at her past self with absolute trust. The man in the background watched with hope. And that child had grown up to write the law that would have sealed Camille away. Margaret believed a revision was necessary, Bracourt said. She believed that if the Accord could track every survivor, contain every loose thread, and close every loophole, no one else would have to die. She gave 40 years of her life to that belief. And then she disappeared. She disappeared because she realized the truth. Camille held the photograph up. She realized you had never intended the revision to be a humane prison. You intended it to be permanent. Bracourt's jaw tightened. I intended it to be final. Silence stretched between them. Ezren moved first. He stepped forward, took the second sheet from the slab, and studied the altered line. The spacing is wrong, he said. The ink on this line was mixed with a heavier binder. It was not written at the same time as the others. Margaret wrote it herself. And the Accord has been using a dead woman's name to justify restrictions for 90 years. Bracourt did not answer. Camille looked at the photograph again. The child's face, the hope in the man's eyes. She thought of Noah, leaving a note for her in the dark. She thought of Elena, sacrificing her collection. She thought of Veronica, waiting 114 years in a drained chamber for someone to close the door behind her. You told me the classification was triage, she said, not cruelty. It is both. Bracourt's voice was the first thing to break. A crack, thin and unexpected, at the edge of the word. That is what this work requires. It requires cruelty dressed as mercy, and mercy dressed as lies. I have done both for 300 years because I believe the alternative is worse. You believe? I know. He took the altered sheet back, folded it, and placed it inside his coat. I have seen the alternative. In 1687, in 1702, in 1739, in 1927. I have seen humans who remembered too much, panicked, and died. I have seen vampires who tried to protect them and were executed for it. I have seen children carried out of burning buildings. He looked at Ezren. You carried one out, and I have spent 90 years cleaning up the legal wreckage of that single act. Ezren did not look away. How many more names would you add to that list to protect the living? Bracourt asked. How much mercy can you afford before mercy becomes negligence? Camille felt the question land. It was not rhetorical. It was not a trick. It was the raw center of everything he believed, laid out in the candlelight for her to measure. She nearly wavered. Nearly. Then she looked at the photograph again, and she saw what Bracourt had not accounted for. The man in the background, Ezren, was watching her past selves with hope. Not fear, not warning. Hope. And that hope had already survived 300 years of cleaning up wreckage. I do not know how many names I would add, Camille said, but I know I will not let you add any more in mine. She tucked the photograph into her coat, turned, and walked toward the stairs. Behind her, Bracourt did not move. Above, the door clicked open as if someone had been waiting on the other side. Chapter 65. The door swung open before she reached it. Sabine Joran stood on the landing, still wearing her studio coat, her gray-streaked hair escaping a hasty knot. Her eyes moved past Camille to the stairwell behind her, checking for pursuit. Sabine's cells, add on the laddings. The air up here tasted different, colder, cleaner, concrete and dust instead of stone and old water. I found something, Camille said. In the chamber? Your grandmother. Sabine's hands went still on the frame. The silence stretched long enough for the crypt door to click shut below, long enough for Ezren to reach the landing behind her and stop, waiting. I do not have a grandmother who was sealed, Sabine said. I have a grandmother who died in 1942. Bombing casualty, Vienna. There is a grave in the central cemetery with her name on it. There is a cot tag in the chamber with her name on it, Camille said. Circa 1893. Consent withdrawn. Further observation recommended. The voice jars tightened. She did not look away. The grandmother in the central cemetery, Camille said, is the one Veronica wrote the false death letter for. Veronica. The accord keeper who sealed her, who freed her, who wrote the letter that let her live under another name. Sabine's breath caught, a single one, sharp and quickly suppressed. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out a leather folder. Rocantra said you would need this, Sabine said, and her voice was steady again, but the steadiness cost something visible in the way her shoulders set. The St. Agnes inventory, the fire brigade log, the municipal intake record for the child named Margit Altman. She held it out. Camille took it. That is not all I brought, Sabine said. She reached deeper into her coat and pulled out a second folder. Thinner, older, the edges frayed. That one I did not tell Rocantra about. What is it? My grandmother's conservator notes. Sabine's voice cracked on the word grandmother. From 1926. She worked at the same studio I run now. She was restoring a devotional panel from St. Agnes when the accord came to collect it. Camille felt the weight of the folder in her hand. Your grandmother handled the panel. She handled it before the accord took it. She saw the witness copy hidden behind the backing paper. She recognized what it was and she told no one. Sabine swallowed. Except her daughter, my mother, who told me. Why did you not tell me sooner? Because I did not believe it. Sabine's voice was raw now, unarmored. My grandmother was a woman who mended paintings and never raised her voice. She died when I was 12. My mother was a woman who told bedtime stories about vampires hiding in the archive stacks. I thought it was a family myth, a way to make the war bearable. She looked at Camille. I thought it was a story. Camille opened the folder. Inside were conservation notes in a handwriting she recognized before she read a word. The same elegant script that had written letters across lifetimes. The same hand that had carved Margaret Altman's epitaph into limestone. The notes documented the removal of a devotional panel from St. Agnes in March 1927. The panel had been commissioned in 1791. The backing paper was original, but someone had replaced it after the commission. replaced it with a hidden copy of the Covenant's first page. The handwriting and the margins of the restoration notes matched Camille's own. "She knew," Sabine whispered. "My grandmother knew. She saw your handwriting in the panel margins, and she knew who had put it there. She kept the notes for 60 years. Camille looked up from the folder. "Your grandmother helped hide the evidence that will undo the Accord's authority. She helped hide it because she saw what the Accord called treatment." Sabine's voice was barely audible now. She saw the women who came out of the infirmary. She saw the ones who did not come out. She knew what the Covenant meant, and she chose to preserve the truth even though it meant she could never speak it. Silence settled between them. Then Sabine straightened, and the steadiness returned. But this time it was different. This time it was not will holding her up. It was choice. "I am coming with you," she said. "Sabine. I am coming with you to the revision hearing. I am standing in front of the tribunal, and I am telling them what my grandmother saw, what she preserved, what I have been preserving in her name." Camille shook her head. "If you stand with me, the Accord will bury you the way they buried her." "Good." Sabine's eyes were dry. "Then I will ever end the name my grandmother actually lived under." Camille looked at the folder in her hands, at the handwriting that spanned centuries, at the woman who had spent her life restoring paintings and had never known she was restoring the same truth her grandmother had hidden. "When is the hearing?" Sabine asked. "Dawn." "Then we have 5 hours." Camille closed the folder. "We have less than that." She looked at Ezren. "Bracourt had filed the revision early. He did declare me in breach at sunrise regardless of where I stand." "Then we stand before sunrise," Sabine said. The words landed like stone. Camille turned to face her. "Why?" "Because my grandmother waited 60 years to tell the truth, and she died before she could." Sabine's voice did not shake. "I am not going to wait 60 years. I am going to stand now." Ezren moved to Camille's side. "Then we need to move before Bracourt seals the tribunal house," he said. "If he suspects we have the original witness copy, he will close every entrance and hold the revision in a sealed chamber." "Can he do that?" Sabine asked. "He can try." Camille tucked the folder into her coat. The photograph of Margit and her past self was still warm against her chest. "Then we need to move before he does." She took the first step toward the stairwell. Sabine caught her arm. "There is something else." Camille stopped. "The moment my grandmother recognized your handwriting in the panel margins, she logged it in a separate ledger. She marked the date. She marked the location." Sabine's grip tightened. "And she marked the name of the Accord clerk who supervised the panel's removal." "Whose name?" "Margit Esterhazy." The name landed like a second stone. The child in the photograph. The archivist who wrote the revision. The woman who spent 40 years burying the truth inside the system her own survival had built. "She supervised the removal," Sabine repeated. "She was 16 years old. She had been an Accord clerk for 1 year." Camille stood very still. "Margit knew about the panel before the fire." "She supervised its removal," Sabine said. "She handed it to the conservators. She watched my grandmother log it, and she logged nothing. She buried the trail. She started burying it the day she began." Camille looked at the folder, the handwriting in the margins, the lines that had been waiting 90 years for someone to read them. "Then she left a trail for us to follow," Camille said. The truth sat between them, heavy and cold and possible. Camille turned toward the stairs. "Let us go find the rest of it." Sabine followed without another word. Behind them, Ezren pulled the door closed, and the lock clicked into place like a seal breaking. Chapter 66. The courtyard smelled of wet stone and candle fat. Camille walked through the tribunal gate with Sabine at her left shoulder, Ezren at her right, and the keepers fanning out behind her like an army that had never been trained to march together. Marta carried a leather satchel stuffed with folded papers. Noah had the fire ledger pressed against his chest. Father Lucian wore his cassock like armor, and Roxandra moved ahead of them all, her gray eyes fixed on the iron door that led to the chamber where Bracourt was already speaking. They had 3 minutes until sunrise. The door was not locked. Roxandra pushed it open, and the sound of Bracourt's voice spilled into the corridor like smoke. Filed in accordance with Clause 17, subsection 4, on grounds of cross-cycle contamination rendering the signatory incapable of sustained consent. The respondent is not present. I move for default judgment. Camille stepped into the chamber. I am present. The room went still. Bracourt stood at a long oak table, one hand flat on a bound ledger. Behind him, 3 magistrates sat in elevated chairs, their faces half lit by candles. The older woman with the blade-scarred throat was in the center. The others Camille did not recognize. Bracourt's pale gray eyes found her, and something flickered there. Not surprise. Recognition, with the weight of a man watching a door he had known would open. You are early, he said. You filed early. Camille walked past the empty chairs and stopped at the edge of the table. I thought I would match your pace. The 3 magistrates exchanged glances. The older woman leaned forward. Magistrate Bracourt, she said, you did not list additional respondents. I did not anticipate any. And yet, the silence stretched like a wire. Camille turned to face the tribunal directly. I have brought evidence. I have brought witnesses. I have brought the original witness copy of the covenant, hidden behind the St. Agnes devotional panel in 1927, and preserved by a conservator who knew the accord would bury it if she spoke. She pulled the grandmother's folder from her coat and set it on the table. I have brought the fire ledger that lists 3 casualties, not the 4 the accord has used since 1928 to justify expanded restrictions. Noah stepped forward and placed the ledger beside the folder. I have brought the Ash Registry fragment that documents the systematic collection and transport of erased survivors to a secondary location, and a sealed directive proving the Accord's debt collection apparatus operates outside even its own published rules. Marta set the satchel down with both hands, as if it contained something that might bite. Bracourt's jaw tightened. The tribunal does not accept evidence filed at the hearing table. The tribunal accepts evidence filed before the hearing begins, the older woman said. These documents were filed in the Chancery Register 40 minutes ago by a notary with standing. Bracourt turned. A notary with standing? Rosandra stepped into the candlelight. Me. The air in the room changed. Bracourt stared at her for a long moment, and Camille saw something move behind his eyes. Not anger. Calculation. The sound of a trap resetting. You anticipated me, he said. You have been cleaning up Camille's cycles for 300 years. Rosandra pulled off her gloves. I have been watching you clean. Do you think I did not learn your rhythms? The older woman magistrate raised her hand. Enough! The word landed like a gavel, though none had been struck. She looked at the 3 people behind Camille. Sabine, Noah, Marta. Her gaze moved over them slowly, the way a cataloger assessed damage before restoration. These are human witnesses. Yes. Mortals who are not bonded debtors and have not signed accord jurisdiction waivers. No, Camille said. They have not. The older woman sat back. Then they cannot remain in this chamber during deliberation. You know the law, conservator. I know the law. Camille's voice did not rise. I also know the law was written to exclude exactly the kind of testimony that will undo it. My employer's grandmother restored the St. Agnes panel and left notes that document the trail Margit Esterhazy buried. My archivist found the fire ledger that proves the casualty list was falsified. My keeper preserved the Ash Registry fragment at the request of a past incarnation who told her I would come. She stepped closer to the table. If you exclude them, you confirm that the accord cannot survive the truth. The older woman's blade-scarred throat caught the candlelight. You are asking me to break procedure for you. I am asking you to honor the covenant's original intent, emergency protection, not perpetual control. The memory clause was never meant to be permanent. The women who carved their own witness stones knew it. Marguerite Aldman knew it. My first incarnation knew it in 1791, and she asked Father Lucian to strike the lockmaker's name from your records so this moment would be possible. The silence held. Then the older woman tilted her head, a fraction of an inch, and Camille understood that she had been watched for longer than she knew. Your first incarnation, the magistrate said slowly, taught me pigment analysis at a work table that smelled of turpentine. Camille's breath caught. She knew I would be in this room one day. She told me that when the woman who stopped forgetting arrived, I would recognize her by the way she held evidence, like it was the only thing keeping her upright. The older woman's voice dropped. She was right. The magistrate looked at the two hooded figures beside her. I will hear the mortal witnesses. Bracourt moved. You cannot. I can. The older woman's hand came down on the arm of her chair. I sit on this tribunal under a writ older than Clause 17. I have authority to admit fact witnesses where the respondent's legal capacity is in question, and the respondent's capacity is precisely the question before us. Bracourt's face did not change, but his hand pressed flat against the ledger, and Camille saw the muscles in his forearm tighten. Then I request a closed session, he said, before the witnesses speak. For what purpose? To establish standing. His voice was level. If the respondent is contaminated, she cannot instruct counsel. If she cannot instruct counsel, the evidence she filed is not hers to offer. It becomes third-party material with no chain of custody. The older woman considered this. Roxandra Mirek is her counsel of record. Roxandra Mirek is a vampire contract scholar with a known bias against the Accord's expanded jurisdiction. Bracourt's tone did not waver. Her standing as notary does not immunize the evidence from procedural review. The older woman's hand tightened on the chair arm. A closed session, she repeated. 5 minutes. The older woman looked at Camille. Your witnesses will wait in the corridor. Sabine opened her mouth, but Camille touched her arm. Wait. Sabine stopped. Camille turned to face Bracourt directly. If this is a trap, I want it on record. It is procedure. You filed early. You scheduled the hearing before sunrise. You did not list respondents because you expected us to arrive too late. Camille held his gaze. That is not procedure. That is a net. The room breathed. Bracourt said nothing. The older woman rose from her chair. Closed session. 5 minutes. She looked at Camille. Your witnesses stay until the door closes. Sabine, Noah, and Marta did not move. Camille watched Bracourt's hand, still pressed against the ledger, and understood that he had already accounted for every piece of evidence she had brought. The question was whether he had accounted for what she carried in her chest. The photograph of Margit, the grandmother's notes, the name that had been waiting 90 years to be spoken. She folded her arms, as if bracing for cold, and watched the magistrates confer in low voices while Bracourt stood motionless at the table. A man who had been cleaning up cycles for 3 centuries and still believed he was saving people. The door did not open. The corridor stayed silent. And then the older woman raised her hand, and the chamber fell into the kind of quiet that precedes a ruling. Magistrate Bracourt, she said, you will state your case in open hearing, with witnesses present. Bracourt went still. Magistrate, the law does not require secrecy when the respondent is present and capable of instruction. The older woman's voice carried. I will not permit you to argue standing in a room where only vampires hear the testimony. Camille's pulse beat against her scar. Bracourt turned to face the tribunal, and his hand finally lifted from the ledger. So be it. But Camille saw something in his eyes that did not match his voice. Relief. He had wanted this. He had wanted the witnesses present, wanted the open hearing, wanted her to bring every ally into the same room. She understood it a second too late. The older woman raised her hand again, and the 2 hooded magistrates stood. Then we will hear the witnesses. All of them. She paused. And we will begin with the question of who logged the St. Agnes panel's removal. Camille's scar burned. The door behind her clicked shut. Chapter 67. The chamber sealed behind her. Camille heard the bolt engage, a sound like a bone settling into its socket. The air in the room changed, became denser, as if the walls had drawn closer while she was not watching. The older woman magistrate remained standing. Camille Aubert, you have brought evidence. You have brought witnesses. You have brought counsel. She paused. Do you bring a claim? Camille's scar pulsed once, low and steady, like a second heart. I bring the truth. The tribunal does not adjudicate truth. It adjudicates fact. The older woman's voice was patient. What do you ask of this house? Camille looked at Bracourt. His hand was flat on the ledger again, motionless, a man waiting for the next move in a game he had been playing for 3 centuries. I ask that the revision be denied. I ask that the covenant clause be returned to its original terms. And I ask that every woman sealed under the expanded memory clause be found and told that their consent was taken under false law. The chamber breathed. Bracourt did not move. The older woman inclined her head. "And on what authority do you make this request?" Camille reached into her coat. Her fingers found the folded debt order, the document Rosandra had filed, the paper that made her labor lawful under accord law. She held it up. "On the authority of this." The older woman's eyes scanned the page. "You are a bonded debtor of the covenant." "I am." "Then your labor belongs to the accord. Your movements are subject to tribunal direction. Your standing to challenge the very law that binds you is not established." Camille lowered the paper. "Then neither is the revision." The older woman's eyebrows rose. "Explain." Camille turned to face the chamber, the hooded magistrates, the shadows that lined the walls like waiting witnesses. "The revision defines me as a repeat hazard. If I am a repeat hazard, my labor is void. Every hour Ezren and I have already served under this debt order is unlawful. Every seal we have broken, every record we have retrieved, every truth we have carried to this room is evidence taken without valid contract." She paused. "Either my labor is lawful, which means I have standing to speak, or my labor is void, which means the revision has already been enforced with stolen work." The older woman's hand went still on her chair. Bracourt spoke before the silence could harden. "That is a procedural argument, not a legal one." "It is both." Rosandra rose from her seat at the side table. Her voice carried the weight of a woman who had been watching the Accord's machinery for 300 years. "The respondent is correct. If the revision's classification is sound, then every act she has performed under bond is void. The evidence she retrieved is tainted. The seals she broke are unlawful entries." She looked at Bracourt. "Your own ledger will show that she delivered the Ash Registry fragment, the fire ledger, and the grandmother's notes under the authority of the debt order. If she had no standing to serve, then that evidence was obtained without valid process." Bracourt's jaw tightened. "The evidence was filed by her counsel. Filed by her counsel on her instruction. Instruction requires capacity. If she has no capacity to challenge, she had no capacity to instruct. The evidence falls." The older woman magistrate leaned forward. "Magistrate Bracourt, you argue that Camille Aubert is legally contaminated and cannot instruct counsel. Yet you accepted the evidence her counsel filed on her behalf. You cannot have both." Bracourt's hand moved from the ledger. "I can have the truth." "Then you can have it on record." The older woman's voice sharpened. "I will admit the contradiction into the Chancery Register. The respondent's labor under bond stands as evidence of capacity until proven otherwise." Rosandra sat down. Camille kept the debt order in her hand. The hooded magistrates exchanged glances, and Camille saw the older woman's fingers drum once against the chair arm, a gesture that might have been impatience, or might have been the rhythm of a woman counting her own options. Bracourt turned to face the magistrates directly. "Very well. Then I will call the first witness." He did not look at the corridor where Sabine, Noah, and Marta waited. He looked at Camille. "Camille Aubert, you are a bonded debtor of the covenant. You claim capacity. You claim standing. You claim that your labor under the debt order is lawful." His voice dropped. "Then tell this tribunal who logged the St. Agnes panel's removal." The room went still. Camille's palm burned. She had expected this, had known it would come, but knowing did not make the weight of it lighter. "I can tell you who did not log it." "Who?" "Margit Esterhazy." Camille's voice did not waver. "She was the supervising clerk. She was 16 years old. She logged nothing. And you know this because? Because the grandmother's notes document her presence. Because the fire ledger shows 3 casualties, not 4. Because Margit Esterhazy spent 40 years burying the truth inside the Accord system." Bracourt's face remained neutral. "A child clerk who failed to log a panel removal is not evidence of conspiracy. She is evidence of concealment." Camille stepped forward. "And she is evidence that the Ord's own records have been altered, Not by accident, but by design. The older woman magistrate raised her hand. Magistrate Bracourt, the respondent has answered. Do you have further questions? Bracourt did not look away from Camille. Not at present. The older woman's hand lowered. Then I will call the next witness. She looked at the corridor door. Marta Weiss. The door opened, and Marta stepped through. She walked to the center of the chamber, her hands clasped in front of her, her face pale but composed. The older woman magistrate regarded her. You were held in accord custody. I was. For how long? 72 years. The chamber stirred. And you were released by Camille Aubert and Ezren Caldemar under the authority of the counterclaim. I was. The older woman leaned forward. What do you know of the revision drafts? Marta's hands tightened. I know the seal that bound them. She reached into her coat and produced a small leather folder. From it, she drew 2 wax impressions, identical in size, identical in the curve of their edges. The first is from the revision draft Bracourt filed this morning. The second is from a draft I saw 43 years ago when I was still in custody. She held them up. They are identical. Bracourt's face did not change, but his hand moved toward the ledger. The seal is a standard tribunal stamp. Many documents bear it. Many documents bear similar stamps. Marta's voice was steady. But this seal carries a flaw, a hairline crack in the lower curve. 2 drafts, 17 years apart, the same crack. She looked at Bracourt. Your office has been using the same seal for decades, which means your office produced the revision drafts. The room tilted. Camille felt it shift, the weight of accusation, the weight of truth. The older woman magistrate's voice was quiet. Magistrate Bracourt, do you deny this? Bracourt did not answer. He stood motionless at the table, his hand flat on the ledger, and Camille saw something flicker in his eyes. Not fear, calculation. I do not deny that my office produced drafts. The older woman's hand tightened. Then you admit the revision was not a response to the current breach. It was already written, years before Camille Aubert remembered. Bracourt's voice was level. The revision was written because the covenant was failing, not because of one woman. But it was written in anticipation of her. Bracourt said nothing. The older woman rose from her chair. Then the question before this tribunal is no longer whether Camille Aubert has standing. The question is whether the Accord's own magistrates have been preparing to expand their authority before any breach occurred. She looked at Bracourt. I will hear the evidence. Camille's scar burned. The chamber waited, and in the silence, Camille saw Bracourt's hand lift from the ledger, and she knew that she had not escaped the trap. She had only made it larger. Chapter 68. The silence that followed Marta's evidence did not break so much as crystallize. Camille stood at the center of the chamber with the 2 wax impressions still visible in Marta's hands, the hairline crack catching the candlelight like a scar. The older woman magistrate had not sat down again. She stood at the bench, her blade-scarred throat working, her breathing audible in the stillness. Then the corridor door opened again. Ezren Vale walked through it. He moved slowly, as if every joint ached, his face carrying the pallor of 9 years without daylight. The rust-colored seal on his coat marked him as a prisoner brought under guard. But he walked with his head up, and when he reached the chamber floor, his eyes found Camille. The older woman's voice carried authority. Magistrate Vale, you were not called. No. Vale stopped at the table across from Bracourt. But I have something this tribunal needs to hear. Bracourt's hand moved toward the ledger. Anything you say carries the weight of a condemned witness seeking leniency. I seek nothing. Vale turned to face the room. I am speaking because the truth has been buried long enough. The older woman held up her hand. Say what you came to say. Vale stood alone at the table. He did not look at Bracourt. He looked at Camille. The 1927 fire was not an Accord breach. Camille's scar pulsed. They told you it began because a keeper disclosed the truth to a civilian, that a memory leak triggered panic, and the panic spread faster than containment could reach it. That is what the records show, the older woman said. The records were written to show that. Vale's voice was thin but steady. What actually happened was simpler. A group of frightened civilians discovered what the Accord was doing to the sealed women beneath St. Agnes. They gathered in the chapel to decide what to do. They did not bring weapons. They brought their children. The chamber stirred. Someone in the Accord's chain of command learned of the meeting and ordered the chapel sealed from the outside. Locked doors, barricaded exits, then a fire was started on the ground floor. Camille's hand pressed flat against the table. They burned it down with everyone inside, Vale said. 37 people. 21 were human. 16 were vampires who had refused to help contain the truth. 3 children. The name caught in Camille's throat. Margaret. Ezren reached the chapel before anyone else. He carried out 1 child and pulled 7 others to safety before the roof collapsed. He did not kill anyone that night. He saved lives. The court's voice cut through. He saved 1 child. He also pulled her into direct knowledge of the Accord and the Covenant, which required her to be sealed or erased. That child became Margit Esterhazy, who spent her life burying what she knew. She spent her life hiding it, Vale said. That is not the same. The older woman leaned forward. Magistrate Vale, you are saying the Accord started the fire. The Accord ordered the building sealed. The fire was a secondary measure ordered by someone above Bracourt's rank, someone who needed a catastrophe to justify expanding the Clause 17 restrictions. Who? I do not have a name, but I know the office. Vale's voice dropped. The office Bracourt now holds. Bracourt did not flinch. You are accusing me of inheriting a murder doctrine. I am accusing you of continuing it. The chamber broke open. Voices rose from the benches, sharp and overlapping. The older woman struck the bench with her palm, and the noise subsided. Camille's eyes stayed on Bracourt. He had not moved. He stood with both hands flat on the ledger, his face composed, his pale gray eyes fixed on Vale with something that looked almost like recognition. You have no proof, Bracourt said. I have the 1928 casualty alteration Margit made under duress, Vale said. And I have the original fire brigade ledger that was never filed with the Accord. It lists 37 names, not 4. 21 human, 16 vampire, 3 children. The older woman's hand tightened. Where is that ledger? It was kept by the keepers, Vale's voice carried. The same keepers Bracourt has just ordered his seizure teams to purge. The room went still. Camille turned. Bracourt's face had not changed, but his hand had lifted from the ledger, and in that small movement, she saw confirmation. You said you wanted an open hearing, she said. You wanted all of us in one room so your teams could move without resistance. Bracourt did not answer. You are burning the archives while we stand here. The older woman rose. Magistrate Bracourt, is this true? Bracourt's gaze did not waver. The Keepers are a non-authorized network operating outside Accord jurisdiction. Their archives contain unverified materials that could destabilize the Accord's legal framework. I ordered preservation review, not destruction. Preservation review does not require seizure teams, Roxandra said from the side of the chamber. Bracourt turned to face her. You have never held command responsibility. You do not know what it requires. I know what it looks like when someone prepares to destroy evidence before it can be entered into a tribunal record. Camille took a step toward him. Call them off. Bracourt's smile was thin. I cannot. The order has been executed. By now the archives are already secured. What survives will be catalogued. What does not will be regrettable. The older woman's voice dropped. You have just admitted to preemptively seizing materials relevant to an ongoing hearing. I admitted to securing non-authorized archives. Bracourt's composure did not crack. If those archives contain materials relevant to this hearing, that is a coincidence. The chamber erupted. Camille did not hear it. She was watching Vale, whose face had gone gray. Ezren's hand found her wrist under the table. He timed it, he said quietly. She knew. Bracourt had not waited for the verdict. He had already moved. The older woman struck the bench again. This hearing is adjourned until the seizure materials are produced for review. You cannot adjourn, Bracourt said. The revision clock is still running. By sunrise, the default terms take effect if no ruling has been rendered. The older woman's eyes narrowed. Then I will rule tonight. She looked at Camille. And so will you. Chapter 69. The older woman's words hung in the chamber air like smoke. You will rule tonight. Camille did not wait for the gavel. She turned from the bench and crossed the floor in 7 steps, her coat catching the candle drafts. Ezren was already moving beside her, matching her pace without asking where. The chamber doors groaned open before she reached them. Camille, Vale's voice stopped her at the threshold. The depot records. If he has not destroyed them yet, the keepers hid a second access through the apartment passage network. Elena's grandmother used it. How do I find it? The waltz. She taught her granddaughter the same rhythm your past self used to mark the cache locations. The building remembers what the accord once burned. Camille's hand found the doorframe. Noah. She turned. You and Sabine take the mortal records. Get them out of the tribunal house. If Bracourt's teams are purging archives, they will come for the Wien Biblioth next. Noah's face went pale. The fire ledger is still in my locker. Then move. Sabine was already gathering her folder. Where do we meet? The coffee house at Maria M. Gestad. If I am not there by midnight, take everything to Father Lucian. The corridor swallowed them before anyone could answer. Camille ran. Ezren's footsteps were silent beside her, his hand brushing her elbow at each turn to guide her through the dark passages she did not know. The tribunal house's old walls breathed damp stone and candle wax, and somewhere above, she heard the scrape of boots on wooden floors. Seizure teams. They hit the service door at the east wall and spilled into the alley. Night air hit her face, cold and wet with the promise of rain. The tram depot was 4 blocks north, and the apartment passage network branched from its lower level into the old city's buried walks. Ezren did not ask if she was sure. He just ran beside her. The streets blurred. A carriage clattered past, its driver a silhouette against the gas lamps. Somewhere a clock tower struck the half-hour, and Camille counted the beats as they passed. The depot's chain-link fence came into view, the same rusted cut from 2 nights ago, the same gap she had slipped through while Elena's collection burned above. This time, the gate stood open. Camille stopped at the threshold. The yard was empty. The tracks gleamed under the single working lamp, and the old tram car sat where it had always sat, its windows dark. But the air had changed. The silence was too deliberate, the kind that waited for a footfall to break it. He has been here, she said. Ezren's jaw tightened. Or he never left. They moved through the yard in low strides, keeping to the shadow of the tram car's bulk. The maintenance hatch at the far end was still in place, but its lock was gone. The hasp hung open, freshly oiled. Camille pulled the iron key from her coat pocket. She did not need it for this lock. She needed it for what was below. The ladder creaked under her weight as she descended. The smell hit her first, paper and smoke and something sharper, solvent or chemical. Below, in the dark, a light flickered. She landed on the compacted dirt floor and turned. The keeper's basement was burning, not in flames, but in sheets. Piles of ledgers, boxes of case files, old cot tags that had been salvaged from the chamber, all heaped in the center of the room and fed to a low, controlled fire that licked at the edges of the last surviving records. A figure in accord black stood beside the blaze, feeding another armful of paper into the heat. Camille stepped forward. Stop. The figure turned. A woman, young, her face smudged with ash, her eyes holding the same tired resignation Camille had seen in Elena's face before the collection burned above. You are too late, the woman said. He ordered the purge at midnight. Every keeper archive in the city. The Sopran depot is already gone. The Pressburg one fell an hour ago. This is not midnight. Bracourt moved the schedule. Did you think he would wait for the hearing to end? The fire crackled and a sheaf of paper curled, its ink turning to ash before Camille's eyes. Somewhere inside that pile was the fire brigade ledger, the original names. The proof that 37 people died in 1927, not 4. She took a step toward the blaze. The Accord woman did not stop her, but something else did. A voice, thin and high, rising from the dark of the tunnel beyond the fire. A child's voice, singing. The Imperial Waltz? The notes drifted through the smoke, each one perfectly pitched, and Camille's scar flared so hard she gasped. Ezren's hand caught her wrist. That is not a child. The woman at the fire turned, her face going gray. She comes out when the archives burn. She has been singing for 3 hours. Who? Camille's voice cracked. She does not know her name. She says she is waiting for the woman who stopped forgetting. The singing stopped. From the dark, a small figure stepped into the firelight. A girl, no older than 7, her dress stained with old smoke, her hair dark and matted, her eyes gray-green and familiar in a way that made Camille's stomach drop. The girl looked at her. You came back, she said. I thought you would forget me again. The fire snapped, and the girl's reflection wavered in the heat like a memory that had never learned to stay. Chapter 70. The fire snapped, and the girl's reflection wavered in the heat like a memory that had never learned to stay. Camille's scar pulsed. The girl saw it and took a step closer, her bare feet soundless on the compacted dirt. You have it still? The girl said. Mama said you would. She said the white line would tell me it was really you. Ezren's hand tightened on Camille's wrist, but he did not pull her back. Who is your mother? Camille's voice came out raw. The girl tilted her head. The firelight caught her face, and Camille saw the resemblance clearly now. The same jawline, the same grave set of the mouth, a child of her own blood, of Marguerite's blood, of some past self she had never met. She said you would not remember, the girl said softly. She said the Accord took it, and I was not to be angry. She said you did not choose to forget me. The Accord woman at the fire had stopped feeding the flames. She stood with her arms at her sides, watching the exchange as if she had stepped onto ground that no longer held her. Get out, Camille said to her. The woman did not argue. She turned and walked to the far ladder, climbed, and did not look back. Camille dropped to her heels, bringing herself level with the girl's eyes. Close now, she could see the grime on the girl's cheeks, the raw edge of her hem where it had snagged on something sharp, the way she held her thin arms crossed, like a person who had learned to guard her ribs. How long have you been down here? 3 days. The girl's chin lifted. I have been moving boxes through the wall channels. That is what Mama taught me, in case you came back and the archives were burning. Through the walls? The girl turned and walked toward the dark tunnel beyond the fire, her small silhouette swallowed by the smoke. She stopped at a section of stone that looked like solid wall, pressed her palm to a brick that was darker than the others, and pushed. A section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow passage lined with shelves. Camille followed, Ezren behind her, and stepped into a chamber that had been hollowed from the earth between the depot's foundations and the old city's buried walks. Shelves lined every surface, stacked with bound ledgers, boxes of letters, and rows of glass jars containing sealed scrolls. The girl reached to a lower shelf and pulled out a book bound in stained leather. She held it out with both hands. Your letters, she said. The keepers copied them. Mama said if the originals burned, the copies would still be real. Camille took the ledger. Her fingers found the familiar green of restoration bond leather, the same stock she used in the conservation studio. She opened it to the first page. Handwriting. Her handwriting. Dated 1862. To the woman I will become. I remember him tonight. I do not know if I will remember him at dawn, but I have written it down so you will know he is worth the cost. The breath left her. I am sorry, the girl said. I read them. I did not understand all of them, but I read them anyway. Camille looked up from the page. What is your name? The girl's mouth moved, a shape that did not quite become sound. Then she shook her head. Mama called me something, but the Accord took her before she could say it enough times for me to remember. Camille's chest tightened. She wanted to reach for the child, to pull her close and promise something she did not know how to keep. But she did not know this girl, did not know her mother, did not know which Camille had left a daughter behind in the tunnels beneath Vienna. "Come with us," she said. The girl looked past her, toward the tunnel where the fire still burned. "No," she said. "I am the one who remembers. I am the one who moves the boxes. If I leave, there will be no one to keep the copies safe." Ezren stepped forward. His voice was low, careful. "The Accord will find this chamber. They are burning every Keeper archive in the city. It is only a matter of time." The girl's gray-green eyes held his for a long moment. Then she smiled, a thin, knowing smile that did not belong on a 7-year-old face. "They have already found it," she said. "They do not know I am inside." From somewhere beyond the chamber's stone walls, a sound rose, a low hiss, like water finding cracks in old mortar. Camille's scoff flared so hard she dropped the ledger. Smoke was seeping through the cracks in the stone, not from the fire above, but from 2 directions at once, the tunnel ahead and the passage behind. Thin, white, smelling of solvent. The girl's smile vanished. "They brought the silver," she whispered. "They brought it into the walls." Ezren grabbed the ledger from the floor and pressed it into Camille's hands. "We move." The girl was already running, not toward the main tunnel, but deeper into the chamber, between the shelves, toward a gap in the far wall that Camille had not seen. A passage so narrow a child could slip through, but an adult would have to turn sideways. "Follow me," the girl called over her shoulder. "The smoke cannot bend the way I can bend." Camille looked at Ezren. His face was tight, his jaw set, but he did not argue. He did not try to carry her. He just nodded. They ran. The girl's small form twisted through the gap and disappeared. Camille pressed herself after her, the ledger clutched to her chest, the stone scraping her shoulders. Ezren followed, his breath coming in controlled bursts. Behind them, the silver smoke curled into the chamber and began to fill it, slow and patient, like a tide that had all the time in the world. Chapter 71. The passage twisted and dropped. Camille's shoulders scraped against stone that had been cut before she was born in any of her lives. The silver smoke followed, not fast, but patient, curling through gaps like it knew where they were going better than they did. The girl moved ahead of them, her small body folding through spaces that forced Camille to turn sideways and breathe shallow. Somewhere above, the depot fire still fed. Somewhere below, the smoke kept coming. And then the passage opened. Camille stumbled into a chamber no larger than a confessional. The girl stood at the far end, her gray-green eyes catching the faint light from a crack in the ceiling. A rusted ladder bolted to the wall led up to a metal hatch. "This connects to the old apartment passages," the girl said. "The ones Elena's grandmother used. You follow the 4th rhythm, the one with the broken 3rd bars." "The waltz," Camille said. The girl nodded. "You know it." Camille's chest ached. She wanted to ask again, wanted to say, "Come with us," and mean it hard enough to move stone. But the girl's face had already closed, sealed around a purpose that did not include leaving. "I will keep the copies safe," the girl said. "That is what I am for." Ezren moved past Camille and tested the ladder. It held. He looked down at the girl and something passed between them, a recognition that did not need words. "You used the chamber beneath the cistern?" he said. "The narrow route through the old waterworks." The girl's mouth twitched. "Mama showed me. She said the Accord never checks the wet places." Camille's throat tightened. Mama. Another version of herself, gone now, leaving only this, a daughter who did not know her own name and a network of passages that had been waiting for decades. "Where's she?" Camille asked. "Your mother." The girl's eyes stayed steady. "The Accord took her, 2 winters ago. They asked about you. She would not tell them anything, so they kept asking." Camille wanted to ask if she was dead, could not form the words. The girl answered anyway. "I do not know if she is alive, but she told me to wait, and I have been waiting." The smoke hissed behind them, closer now. Ezren's hand found Camille's elbow. "We need to move." The girl stepped back into the narrow passage, her small body already half claimed by the dark. The hatch opens into a storage cellar on the 4th floor of the building with the green door. You will know it by the loose tile in the 2nd window. Go through the passages. Do not stop. She looked at Camille, and for a moment, The gray-green eyes held something ancient, something that had been watching from the dark for longer than a child should know how to wait. "I will find you again," the girl said, "when the archives stop burning." Then she was gone. Camille climbed. The ladder groaned under her weight. The ledger pressed against her ribs, thick and heavy, a weight that felt like a debt she had not known she owed. She pushed the hatch open and pulled herself into a cellar that smelled of potatoes and old dust. Ezren followed and closed the hatch behind them. The cellar was small, low-ceiled, lined with empty wine racks and a single bare bulb that hummed. Camille leaned against the wall. Her hands were shaking. She looked down at the ledger. The leather was cracked, the binding held with thread that had been replaced more than once. She opened it to the first page. Her own handwriting from 1862 looked back at her, steady, deliberate, the hand of a woman who had known she would not remember writing it. "To the woman I will become. I remember him tonight. I do not know if I will remember him at dawn, but I have written it down so you will know he is worth the cost." She turned the page. The handwriting changed. Different ink, different pressure, a different century. Vienna, 1889. Subject, Marguerite Altman, Cycle 5. Disclosure event confirmed. Subject retained memory for approximately 6 hours before erasure took effect. During that interval, she produced a self-authored mark on the inside of her left forearm using a conservation needle and chapel suit. The mark is a circle crossed by a line. It matches marks found on 16 other erased subjects across Pressburg, Sopron, and Graz. Camille read the line again. 16 other erased subjects. She turned another page. Pressburg, 1702. Subject, Anna Varga. Cycle 3. Disclosure event followed by coerced consent. Subject signed an amended covenant cut her threat of harm to her family. The amendment was later used as precedent to expand the memory clause beyond active threat of exposure to any knowledge whatsoever. Graz, 1754. Subject, Helena Farkas, Cycle 7. Self-authored resistance mark found beneath overpaint on a devotional panel recuddled from a sealed chapel. The mark reads, I-999, not forget, they made me. The panel was destroyed by a court order in 1755. Camille's hand pressed flat against the page. For a moment, she could not breathe. This was not just her story. It had never been just her story. Women in Pressburg, Graz, Sopron, Vienna, generation after generation, had been sealed, erased, coerced, and their silence had become the law the Accord used to justify the next sealing. Ezren's voice came low. "What have you found?" She could not answer. She turned another page and stopped. The entry was shorter than the others, written in a different hand, a clerk's hand, neat and without flourish. Prediction recorded by Senior Clerk Anne Esterhazy, 1928. If the Aubert Covenant fails, the precedent will ripple across every sealed Accord compact in Europe. The memory clauses are not independent. They are a single net, and Aubert is the knot that holds it closed. If she remembers, the net begins to fray. If she speaks, it tears. If she acts, the whole system may find itself recalling things it was never meant to know. Camille read the last line again. May find itself recalling things it was never meant to know. Marzik Esterhazy had seen it coming, had predicted exactly what would happen if Camille stopped forgetting, had written it down and buried it where a future self might find it. And now, somewhere above her, the revised terms were running toward their deadline. Ezren's wrist flared. The sigil burned bright enough to cast shadows across the cellar wall. He looked at it, and his face went still. "They are broadcasting a citywide breach alert," he said. "Your name, my name, a contagion designation." Camille's scar pulsed. Once, twice, a beat that matched the waltz she had been humming since the first letter appeared. Contagion. She looked at the ledger in her hands, at the prediction that had been waiting for 80 years, at the names of women who had marked their skin with soot and needles because they had known they would not be allowed to speak. And then she felt it. A shift in the air, a pressure change, like a door opening somewhere far above them. Bracourt had not waited for the tribunal's ruling. He had already declared her a plague. Chapter 72. Rusandra found them in the cellar within 10 minutes. She came through a door that should have been bricked shut, her coat dusted with mortar, her gray eyes the color of ash in dim light. She looked at the sigil still glowing on Ezren's wrist. She looked at the ledger in Camille's hands. Then she sat down on an overturned crate and said nothing for a long moment. "You have seen the alert," Ezren said. "Half the district has seen it." Rosandra's voice was flat. Bracourt is broadcasting on every Accord channel. Contagion designation. Citywide lockdown. He has already dispatched patrols to the 7th, the 1st, and the Canal districts. Camille closed the ledger. Her hands had stopped shaking. She did not know when that had happened. "He is isolating you," Rosandra said. "Before the tribunal can rule, he will make it impossible for any witness to reach the chamber. Sabine will be stopped at her door. Noah cannot cross for Ringstrasse. Marta's immunity expired the moment the alert went active." "And the magistrate?" Camille asked. Rosandra's mouth tightened. "She is still in chambers. She has not ruled. She will not rule until she has heard the full evidence. Then we bring it to her." "How?" Ezren's voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of 4 centuries. "We cannot cross the city without being tracked. The Accord has patrols on every bridge." Rosandra lifted her head. Her gray eyes caught the bare bulb's light. "You do not cross the city. You go to the Facade house. You appear publicly. You force the tribunal to reconvene in full session before dawn, with every magistrate present, and you enter the Ash Registry into the record as evidence of the covenant's original terms." The silence that followed was thick enough to taste. Camille understood the shape of what Rosandra was proposing. The Facade house was the public face of the Accord's tribunal system. It sat on consecrated ground that predated the Accord itself, a loophole Bracourt could not close without acknowledging the Covenant's founding geography. If Camille appeared there, standing on ground where the Accord's own foundational law protected her, Bracourt could not have her seized without violating the very charter he claimed to defend. But to get there, she would have to move through a city that was actively locking down around her. "Patrols will see her before she reaches the Facade house," Ezren said, his voice harder now. "They will intercept her before she can step onto consecrated ground. Not if she moves before they finish sealing the cordon." Rosandra pulled a folded paper from her coat. A hand-drawn map, streets marked in pencil, the old waterworks route traced in red. "The girl in the tunnels. She showed me the path before I left her. There is a passage that opens into the Facade house sacristy. It was used by the original builders to move materials without crossing the square. The Accord does not know it exists." Camille studied the map. The red line curved beneath the Ringstrasse, threaded through a maintenance shaft marked with the 4th waltz rhythm, and ended at a small circle labeled Sacristy Door. She looked at Ezren. He was watching her with an expression she had seen before, the careful stillness of a man who wanted to argue, but he had no right to choose for her. "Say I reach the Facade house," Camille said. "Say I enter the sacristy. What then?" Rosandra met her gaze. "Then you stand on consecrated ground before every Accord magistrate who can reach the chamber before dawn. You present the ledger. You enter the Ash Registry into law, and you ask them to decide what the covenant was meant to protect. Ask them. Bracourt's authority depends on the tribunal majority. If enough magistrates see the ledger and understand that the memory clauses were never part of the original covenant, they will vote to suspend the revision. Bracourt becomes a faction, not a law." Camille let the words settle. Bracourt had spent 3 centuries cleaning up the wreckage of her cycles. He had inherited a system designed by someone above his rank, someone who had ordered a fire that killed 37 people to bury the truth. He was a magistrate who believed he was saving lives by controlling memory, and he had just declared her a contagion to stop her from speaking. If she appeared at the Facade house, she was forcing him to choose between his own doctrine and his own authority. He could not crush her on consecrated ground without breaking the law he claimed to uphold. Ezren stepped closer. "The path through the waterworks will take 30 minutes. After that, you will be exposed for at least 50 meters crossing the square to the Facade door. I will be exposed for 50 meters no matter which route I take. I can draw the patrols to the east cordon, give you a clear window." "No. Camille." She turned to face him fully. "You are not drawing them anywhere. If they catch you while I am inside the passage, I lose my bodyguard, my partner, and the only witnesses who can confirm the 1927 ledger against the Accord's records. You stay with me." His jaw tightened. The sigil on his wrist pulsed, still broadcasting the contagion alert, but he did not argue. Wassandra stood. "I will contact the tribunal secretariat. The older woman magistrate has a direct line. If we reach her before Bracourt's loyalists seal the chamber doors, she can open the session." "And Bracourt?" "Bracourt will learn you are alive the moment you step onto the square. He will have a choice. He can order the patrols to seize you on unconsecrated ground, which means violating the Facade house's historic immunity and risking a revolt from the lesser houses. Or he can let you enter." Camille looked at the map again. The red line trembled slightly under her thumb, where the paper had been folded and refolded across decades. "What about the offer?" she asked. "The one Bracourt already made." Wassandra's expression did not change. "What offer?" "On the alert. He did not just declare me a contagion. He offered safety if I submit alone." Ezren went still beside her. Wassandra was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "That was not in the alert they received." Camille pulled the ledger closer. The pulse in her skull had begun to match the waltz rhythm again, slow, patient, a beat that had been waiting for him across centuries. "Check again," she said. Wassandra touched the sigil at her own wrist, her fingers pressed against the bronze mark. Then her face changed. "He added it 5 minutes ago," she said. "Standalone submission. You report to the Facade house alone. No allies, no witnesses. If you comply, the contagion designation is lifted for everyone else. Sabine, Noah, Marta, Alim, the grandmother, the girl in the tunnels." Ezren's voice was barely controlled. "And you?" Wassandra's gray eyes met Camille's. "The offer does not say." The cellar was silent. The Vare Gulb hummed above them. Camille looked at the map, at the red line curving through the dark, at the small circle that was the sacristy door, no larger than her thumb. Bracourt had given her exactly what she needed, a way to reach the Facade house, and a reason to go there alone. Chapter 73. The cobblestones were wet under her boots as she stepped out of the waterworks passage and into the narrow street behind the Facade house. The air smelled of rain and coal smoke, and the sky above the rooftops was the color of old bone, not yet dawn but no longer night. Camille stopped at the mouth of the alley and looked up at the tribunal house. It rose 3 stories above the square, its Baroque facade pitted with age, its windows dark. A single lantern burned above the main door, throwing a weak circle of light onto the wet stone steps. There were no patrols in the square, no black cars, no enforcers waiting in formation. Bracourt had cleared the approach. She did not know whether to call it courtesy or a trap. Behind her, Ezren stepped out of the passage and stopped, letting her take the measure of the building before he moved. She felt his presence as a steady pressure at her back, a warmth in the cold air that her body registered faster than her mind could name. Wassandra followed, then Father Lucian in his frayed cassock, then Marta, her face pale but her jaw set. Noah was already waiting by the Facade door, having crossed the city through the servant tunnels beneath the cathedral. He was breathing hard, and his cardigan was wet at the shoulders, but he held the fire ledger against his chest as if it were a shield. Camille looked at them, at each face, at the evidence they carried and the risks they had taken to carry it. "Bracourt knows I am here," she said. Noah nodded. "He sent a message through the tribunal clerk 10 minutes ago. He said the door would be open." "And the patrols?" "Pulled back to the eastern cordon. He is giving you an unguarded path." Wassandra stepped forward. "He wants to be seen as granting you entry. It makes his arrest look like lawful procedure." "Then I will make it look like something else." Camille walked into the square. The cobblestones were uneven, slick with the night's rain, and her boots found each dip and rise without hesitation. The ledger was tucked under her arm, its cracked leather binding against her ribs. The pulse in her scar had slowed to a steady, patient beat, no longer urgent, no longer frantic. She had stopped shaking in the cellar, and she had not started again. Behind her, the footsteps of her allies followed in a rhythm that matched her own. The square was small, barely 50 meters across, flanked by old buildings whose upper stories leaned toward each other as if sharing secrets. A single fountain stood in the center, its basin dry, its stone cherub faded to a featureless shape. The facade house faced east, and the first gray light was beginning to gather behind its roofline, not yet breaking over the city, but gathering, the way breath gathered before speech. By the time she reached the steps, she could see faces in the windows, not enforcers, not patrols, witnesses. The keepers had spread word through channels that no accord seal could close. Archivists from the Wien Bibliothek, 2 of them, standing in the window of a corner bakery that had not yet opened. A woman in a dog coat at the fountain, pretending to adjust her shoe, her eyes fixed on Camille's approach. A pair of students on the far side of the square holding instruments, their music cases their only luggage, their presence a message that the mortal world was watching too. Sabine stood at the base of the steps, her coat collar turned up against the cold, her hands wrapped around a leather portfolio. "You should have stayed inside," Camille said. "I should have done a lot of things," Sabine answered. "I spent 60 years not knowing what my grandmother carried. I am not spending another 60 not knowing what I can carry myself." She held out the portfolio. Camille took it. The weight of it, the familiar feel of the buckled leather, the smell of old paper and varnish, sent a crack through the composure she had been holding. "Panel notes," Sabine said. "The St. Agnes inventory, and a letter from my grandmother to yours, written in 1927, explaining why she was hiding the Covenant copy behind the panel backing. She never mailed it. She kept it in her studio chest until she died." Camille opened her mouth, but no sound came. "Go," Sabine said. "I will hold the door until you are inside." Camille turned and climbed the steps. The facade door was oak, banded with iron, its surface scarred by centuries of weather and the marks of hands that had pushed it open before her. She did not need to knock. The door swung inward before she reached it, pulled by a man in a charcoal coat who did not knit her eyes. The foyer was dim, lit by a single gas lamp on the wall. The tiles underfoot were worn to a shallow curve by generations of footsteps. A staircase rose to the left, and a corridor stretched straight ahead into darkness. Magistrate Ian Bracourt stood at the end of that corridor, his hands clasped behind his back, his pale gray eyes fixed on her. He had opened the door himself. "Camille Aubert." "Ian Bracourt." "You came alone." She heard Ezren step up behind her, close enough that his shoulder brushed hers. She did not turn. "I came with my witnesses," she said. "I came with evidence. I came to present my case before the tribunal in open session, on consecrated ground, under the charter your accord claims to uphold." Bracourt's expression did not change. The white scar crossing his jaw caught the lamplight, a thin seam of old damage in a face that had learned to hide everything. "You are declared a contagion under Accord Protocol 14. The moment you step past this threshold, you surrender your right to move freely. You will be confined to the hearing chamber until the tribunal reaches a verdict. If the verdict goes against you, you will be remanded to Accord custody for indefinite containment." "I know the terms." "Then you know what you are risking." Camille held up the ledger. "This is a record of erased women. Marguerite Aldman, Anna Varga, Helena Farkas, Sabine Joran, Elena Horvath. 17 cycles of women whose memories were sealed, whose names were stripped, whose children were taken, whose deaths were logged as natural causes while their bodies lay in submerged iron cots beneath the city." Bracourt's jaw tightened. "You think I do not know what is in that ledger," he said. "I am the one who has been cleaning it up for 300 years. Then you know it is not a single woman's breach. It is a systemic failure, and the tribunal has a right to see it before your revision closes the door on every future cycle." Bracourt was silent. The gas lamp lit. The corridor stretched dark behind him. The witnesses in the square had not moved. Then he stepped aside. "Enter," he said. "The tribunal is seated. The older woman magistrate is waiting." Camille walked past him. Ezren followed, close enough that his breath stirred the hair at her temple. She did not look back. She did not look at Bracourt. She kept her eyes on the darkness ahead and her hand on the ledger, and her pulse steady beneath the scar that had not stopped pulsing since she had remembered his name. Behind her, as the facade door closed, she heard the iron bolt slide home. Chapter 74. The chamber was smaller than she had expected. 23 magistrates seated in 3 rising tiers, their faces half lit by candles set in iron brackets along the walls. The older woman sat at the center of the lowest tier, her blade-scarred throat visible above the collar of her robe, her hands resting flat on the worn wood before her. The other magistrates flanked her in descending order of seniority, their expressions unreadable in the shifting light. Camille stood at a low table positioned in the center of the floor. The ledger lay open before her. Beside it, she placed the Ash Registry fragment, the Infirmary records from the sealed chamber, the altered 1928 casualty list, the duplicate wax impressions Marta had carried for 43 years, and the hidden Covenant copy Sabine's grandmother had preserved behind the St. Agnes panel backing. Her hands moved with the precision of a conservator arranging tools. Behind her, she heard Ezren's breath. Steady. Present. She did not turn around. The older woman magistrate spoke first. "You have brought evidence. I have brought the truth of what the Accord has done," Camille said. "I have brought the names of erased women. I have brought proof that your revision was pre-written decades before my current cycle, that your casualty lists were falsified to justify expanded restrictions, and that the memory clause was broadened from active threat of exposure to any knowledge at all without a single tribunal vote." She touched the Covenant copy. "This is the original text. 3 pages. It does not authorize indefinite containment. It does not authorize cot tags that read, 'Memories sealed permanently.' It does not authorize silver smoke in tunnels where children hide." A murmur moved through the tiers. Magistrate Bracourt rose from his seat on the upper tier, his pale gray eyes fixed on her, the white scar across his jaw catching the candlelight. "The human speaks as though she has standing." "She has standing," the older woman magistrate said, "because this tribunal granted her a hearing. Sit down, Alien." Bracourt did not sit. "She is presenting evidence that has not been vetted by Accord archivists. She is making claims that cannot be verified within the time constraints of this session. The revision clock runs until sunrise. If we allow her to filibuster with unsubstantiated materials, we hand her the procedural victory she has been chasing across 17 cycles." The older woman magistrate turned her head slowly. "You filed your revision drafts 43 years before her current cycle. You ordered seizure teams to purge the Keeper's archives while this hearing was in session. You declared a citywide contagion designation before any verdict was rendered. And you added a submission offer that lets you detain her indefinitely if she comes alone." She paused. "You have been running this case for 300 years, Eileen. I think you can wait for the evidence to be presented." Bracourt's jaw tightened. He did not sit, but he did not speak again. Camille turned back to the table. She began with the ledger. "Margaret Altman, Cycle 5, Vienna 1829, Disclosure Event, Self-Authored Resistance Mark." She pointed to the circled cross on the yellowed page. "Anna Varga, Cycle 3, Pressburg 1702, Coerced reconsent under threat to her family. The Accord used her case to expand the memory clause 2 years later, citing her signature as evidence that the clause was acceptable." She turned a page. "Helena Farkas, Cycle 7, Graz 1754, carved a message beneath overpaint on a devotional panel. 999, not forget. They made me." The panel was destroyed by Accord order in 1755. She looked up. "These women are not anomalies. They are the evidence of a system that treats memory as a resource and consent as a technicality. Every cycle, the Accord expanded the clause. Every cycle, more women were sealed. Every cycle, the definition of breach grew wider." She held up the duplicate wax impressions. "Maga Weiss worked in Bracourt's archive for 43 years. She lifted the seal from the revision draft on the day it was filed. She kept it. When we found it, she produced an identical seal from a draft that had been filed years before my current cycle." She placed the impressions side by side. The same hairline crack, the same flaw in the die. The Accord has been preparing this revision for decades, waiting for a breach it could use to justify what it had already written. The chamber was silent. Then a voice spoke from the upper tier. A magistrate Camille did not recognize, an older man with a lined face and hands that gripped the armrests of his seat like a man bracing against a fall. If what she says is true, then every house in this room has been living under laws that were expanded without our knowledge. Bracourt turned sharply. She is manipulating you with sentiment. These are isolated cases, stretched to fit a narrative. Are they? The older man said. You declared a contagion designation before the verdict. You pre-wrote the revision. You purged the archives while the tribunal was in session. Which of those actions was authorized by the full body of magistrates? Bracourt did not answer. The older woman magistrate let the silence stretch, then turned to Camille. You have presented evidence of systematic expansion. You have shown that the covenant was altered without proper authority. You have proven that the revision was prepared in advance and that the archives were purged to conceal the evidence. She paused. What remedy do you seek? Camille felt the weight of every eye in the chamber. She had prepared for this. She had rehearsed the words in her mind during the run through the tunnels, during the climb through the waterworks, during the long wait in the cellar. But standing here, with the ledger open and the evidence spread across the table, the words felt too small for what she needed them to carry. I seek recognition, she said, that the covenant clause was never intended for permanent enforcement. I seek acknowledgement that my memory and consent belong to me, not to a contract I did not sign. And I seek a ruling that the revision is void, because it was prepared in bad faith and would be enforced against a woman who has already proven she can choose. She looked at Bracourt. I am not asking to be returned to a fate I never chose. I am asking to be allowed the fate I have been choosing, across 17 cycles, without the Accord's permission. The chamber held its breath. Then Bracourt moved. He stepped down from the upper tier, his boots striking the stone floor with deliberate force, and walked toward the table where the ledger lay open. His hand went to the bronze brand at the base of his throat, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of 30 decades. Emergency powers, Protocol 19. I am invoking the security clause that predates this tribunal's authority. He looked at the older woman magistrate. I am arresting Ezren Vale for treason against the Accord, and I am moving to have this session suspended until the security threat is neutralized. The chamber erupted. Chapter 75. The chamber did not settle. Magistrates spoke over each other, voices rising and overlapping demands for clarification, for order, for the session to continue or to end. The older woman magistrate raised her hand, palm flat, but the noise kept climbing. Bracourt stood at the low table, one hand still resting on the leather cover of the ledger, and watched the chaos he had created. Camille did not move. She stood where she had been standing when Bracourt descended the tier, her hands at her sides, the silver scar on her palm pressed against the seam of her trousers. She had stopped shaking sometime between the cellar and the Facade steps. The tremor was gone. What remained was a cold, waiting stillness that felt older than her own body. The older woman magistrate struck the arm of her chair once with an open hand. The sound cut through the noise like a blade hitting bone. Bracourt, she said, you have invoked an emergency clause that predates this tribunal's authority. Name the threat. Bracourt straightened. His hand left the ledger. Ezren Vale has been feeding information to the human network for 9 years. He directed Camille Aubert to the sealed chamber. He gave her the key to the burial chapel. He compromised the Accord's security across 3 jurisdictions. Those are not acts of treason, the older woman magistrate said. Those are acts of disclosure to an enemy of the Accord. Camille Aubert is not an enemy of the Accord. She is a petitioner with standing, as this tribunal already determined. Bracourt's jaw tightened. She is a breach vector. She remembers across cycles. She has presented evidence that the covenant is failing. If she leaves this chamber without being contained, the entire memory structure collapses. Not just Vienna. Every jurisdiction, every sealed compact, every erased woman who was told the forgetting was permanent. The older male magistrate from the upper tier leaned forward. You are describing a system you claim is failing. If the covenant was already breaking, then Camille Aubert did not cause the collapse. She revealed it. Bracourt turned to face him. Semantics. No, Camille said. The word was quiet. It did not carry. But the chamber heard it anyway, because the silence that followed was the kind that happens when someone who has been underestimated finally speaks. Bracourt looked at her. "I am not a breach vector," Camille said. "I am not a contagion. I am not a case file that needs to be contained." She stepped forward, past the low table, past the spread evidence, until she stood at the center of the lowest tier with nothing between her and the magistrates but candlelight. "I asked for recognition that my memory and consent belong to me, but that is not enough, because even if this tribunal rules in my favor today, the next cycle woman will face the same arguments, the same emergency powers, the same trap dressed as mercy." The older woman magistrate watched her with an expression that Camille could not read. "What do you ask for, Camille Aubert?" Camille took a breath. "I ask for a doctrine of renewed, informed choice." She let the words settle. "Any human bound by a memory covenant must be given the complete truth of what was taken, the full record of their prior selves, the full text of the original clause, and the opportunity to consent again, with memory intact, before any enforcement action." The older male magistrate spoke. "That would require the Accord to produce records it has already destroyed." "I know," Camille said. "That is the point." The chamber went still. If the records were destroyed, then the Accord cannot prove consent was ever given in the first place. You cannot silence a woman and then claim she agreed to be silenced. You cannot seal her past and then use her ignorance as evidence that she accepted the terms. She looked at Bracourt. "You built a system that erased the proof of its own corruption. The revision drafts were pre-written, the archives were purged. The original covenant was buried behind a devotional panel in a forgotten chapel. You have spent 300 years cleaning up a ledger that should never have been written." Bracourt's face did not change. "Every word of what you have said is true," Camille said. "And whatever happens to me tonight, that truth is now in this room. It cannot be sealed. It cannot be erased. It cannot be cleaned up." A magistrate from the second tier rose. "She is asking for a legal framework that would invalidate every sealed compact currently in effect." "Yes," the older woman magistrate said. The chamber erupted again. Bracourt did not move. He stood at the low table, his hand no longer on the ledger, his pale gray eyes fixed on Camille with an expression that looked almost like recognition. "You are not asking for exceptional mercy," he said. "No. You are asking for a rule. I am asking that the rule be written the way it should have been written from the beginning, that no human shall be bound by a covenant they cannot remember accepting, and that any bond created under such conditions shall be reviewable by the human bound within it, at any time, without penalty." The older woman magistrate was silent for a long moment. Then she stood. "The petitioner seeks a declaratory ruling that would restructure the Accord's relationship with every human it has sealed. That is not a remedy for one woman. That is a reformation of the covenant itself." "Yes," Camille said. The older woman magistrate looked at Bracourt. "You invoked Protocol 19 to arrest Ezren Vale." "I did." "You claimed Vale's disclosure endangered the Accord's security." "Yes." "Camille Aubert has just argued for a doctrine that would make every sealed compact reviewable by the human subject. That is a more direct threat to the Accord's security than anything Ezren Vale has done." Bracourt's hand moved toward his coat. "I am aware. Then why did you not arrest her?" "Because she is standing in consecrated ground," Bracourt said, "on a tribunal house that predates my authority, surrounded by witnesses who have already heard her case." The older woman magistrate nodded. "Then you understand your position." Bracourt's hand stopped moving. "I understand that I have lost this chamber, but I have not lost the city. I have not lost the contagion designation, and I have not lost the authority to act outside this room." He looked at Camille. "You asked for the truth. You have it. But the truth does not change the law, and the law does not change until someone with more authority than this tribunal ratifies it." He turned and walked toward the side door. The older woman magistrate did not stalk him. Camille watched him go. The door closed behind him with the same iron click as the facade bolt. The chamber was silent again. Then the older woman magistrate sat down, folded her hands on the armrests, and looked at Camille. "You have asked for a doctrine that does not yet exist. You have asked this tribunal to write law on a subject it has spent 3 centuries avoiding, and you have done it while standing in a chamber where Bracourt can no longer reach you." She paused. "But he is still out there, and the contagion designation is still active, and Ezren Vale is still under arrest." She leaned forward. "So I will ask you once more, Camille Aubert, because the answer changes everything that happens next. What remedy do you seek from this tribunal, tonight, before the sun rises?" Camille looked at the older woman magistrate, at the candlelight, at the spread evidence, at Ezren, standing silent against the far wall with his hands open at his sides. "I seek the doctrine I described, written and sealed before dawn, enforceable in every jurisdiction the Accord controls. And I seek it applied to me first, as a test case, so that every other sealed woman knows what is possible." The older woman magistrate did not answer immediately. Then she turned to the scribe at the left end of her tier. "Begin drafting." The side door opened. Bracourt stood in the frame. He did not step through. He looked at Camille, and his expression was not anger. It was something quieter, something that looked almost like grief. "The doctrine you have asked for will not save you," he said. "Because even if it is written, even if it is sealed, even if it is enforced, the human who claims it must prove that their consent was violated. And to prove that, they must remember what was taken." He stepped back. "You remember, Camille. That is your gift and your curse. But the other sealed women do not. They cannot. And the doctrine you have asked for will leave them exactly where they are, because they cannot ask for what they do not know they have lost." The door closed. The older woman magistrate's hand paused over the scribe's paper. Camille stood at the center of the chamber, the candlelight casting her shadow long across the stone, and felt the weight of what Bracourt had just said settle into the room like dust. Chapter 76. Bracourt's side door did not close fully. The gap was the width of a finger, and through it the candlelight from the chamber bled into the corridor beyond. Camille watched the shadow of his coat vanish, then counted 3 heartbeats before the door clicked all the way shut. The older woman magistrate's hand had not moved from the scribe's paper. "You heard him," she said. "I heard him," Camille said. And he is right. The other sealed women cannot ask for what they do not know they have lost. But that does not mean I should stop asking for them." The older woman magistrate looked at her for a long moment. Then she turned back to the scribe. "Continue drafting." The chamber released a breath Camille had not realized it was holding. Magistrates shifted in their tiers. The scribe's pen scratched across the paper with the sound of a small animal moving through dry leaves. Then the corridor beyond the side door exploded in noise. Boots, voices, a body hitting stone. The side door slammed open and Ezren Vale crashed through it, his wrists still bound in silver cord, 2 enforcers behind him with their hands on his shoulders. One of the enforcers had a split lip. The other was reaching for something at his belt. Vale hit the chamber floor and did not get up. Enforcers poured through the door behind him. 6, 8, 10. They spread along the wall in a formation that cut the chamber in half, blocking the exit to the facade and the corridor to the crypt alike. Their boots left dark prints on the stone. The older woman magistrate rose. "Who authorized entry to a sealed tribunal session?" No one answered. Then Bracourt's voice came from the corridor beyond, but he did not appear in the doorway. "The arrest of Ezren Vale was initiated under Protocol 19. Protocol 19 grants the arresting magistrate the authority to secure the subject by any means necessary during the pendency of emergency proceedings." The older woman magistrate's hand moved to the blade scar at her throat. "The session is not in emergency. I ordered drafting." "The session is in whatever condition I determine it to be," Bracourt's voice said from the dark, "until the protocol is discharged." Camille moved before she finished thinking. She crossed the chamber floor at an angle that took her between Vale and the nearest enforcer, not directly toward Vale, but toward the low table where the evidence still lay. The ledger, the wax impressions, the covenant copy. Ezren moved with her, not ahead of her, not reaching for her arm, but matching her pace exactly. The nearest enforcer took a step forward. Ezren shifted his weight. The enforcer stopped. Camille reached the table and picked up the fire ledger. "You want Vale for treason," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the chamber. But he did not hide the evidence. He only helped me find what your own people buried." No one answered. She opened the ledger to Margit Esterhazy's 1928 entry and held it up so the candlelight caught the ink. The senior clerk who made this entry supervised the St. Agnes panel removal. She logged nothing. She spent 40 years burying the truth from inside your system. And when she died, she left a granddaughter who did not know what she was carrying until I put a name to it. She turned the page. Vale did not create this ledger. He only held it long enough for someone else to find it. The enforcers did not move, but Marta Weiss did. She stepped past the end of the bench where she had been standing, her hand out, her palm open. At first, Camille thought she was reaching for the ledger. Then she saw Marta was looking at the tribunal register, the heavy bound book that sat on the scribe's desk, the official record of every ruling and filing made in this chamber. Marta's hand hovered over the register's cover. "The seal," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Look at the seal." The scribe's pen stopped. The older woman magistrate turned. The register was closed, its pages pressed flat under a leather strap, and on the strap, holding the book shut, was a disc of black wax bearing the Accord's cross and circle mark. Marta's trembling fingers touched the edge of the wax. "It is fresh," she said. "This seal was not here when the session opened." The older woman magistrate took 2 steps toward the scribe's desk. Her boots sounded like hammer blows on the stone. "Who sealed the register?" The scribe stared at the wax. His face had gone the color of old paper. "I did not," he said. "I have not closed it since the session began." Camille set the ledger down and crossed in the desk. Up close, the black wax was almost glossy, still holding the slight softness of a seal set within the past hour. The cross and circle mark was crisped, but the edges were too clean, as if the die had been pressed by someone who did not often handle wax. She looked at Marta. "You have seen this before." Marta's hand was still trembling. The same crack, the same hairline at the cross's lower arm, the same flaw that ran through Bracourt's revision drafts, the ones I showed you, the ones from 43 years ago. She looked up. This seal came from the same die, the one that should have been retired when Esterhazy disappeared. The enforcers shifted. The older woman magistrate did not look away from the wax. "Break it." Marta's hand did not move. "I cannot. If the seal is forged, breaking it without witnesses renders the register's contents inadmissible." The older woman magistrate's scarred throat thrilled once. "Then we will need witnesses." She looked at the 22 other magistrates on their tiers. "Every magistrate in this chamber will witness the breaking of this seal. Every human attendant will witness it. And when it is broken, the paper demoted will speak for itself." Marta's fingers closed around the wax. She pulled. The seal cracked along the hairline flaw Marta had predicted, splitting into 3 pieces that fell onto the scribe's desk with a sound like dry leaves breaking. The strap fell loose, the register's cover lifted, and from between the first page and the binding, a folded sheet of paper slid free, landing face up on the desk. The handwriting on it was not the scribe's. It was not Bracourt's. It was a hand Camille had never seen. Dark ink, cramped letters, the strokes of someone who had written before the Accord had a name for itself. The older woman magistrate picked it up. She read the first line. Then she read it again. Her face changed. "Where did you find this register?" she said. The scribe's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Camille stepped closer. The sheet was parchment, not paper, the surface rough with age, the edges darkened by decades again pressed between heavier leaves. At the bottom, a seal she did not recognize, not the cross and circle, but a single open hand with the fingers spread, palm outward. The older woman magistrate's hand was steady, but her voice was not. "This is the founding hand, the original Codex hand, the signature of the Accord's first architect." She looked at Camille. "This codicil predates the covenant you are trying to void. It predates the tribunal. It predates every authority in this room." She held the parchment up. "And it states that if the covenant ever failed to hold, the memory clauses were to be dissolved, not expanded. The sealed were to be freed, not contained." The chamber held its breath. Bracourt's voice came from the corridor again, closer now. "Made the rest of it." The older woman magistrate's eyes moved down the page. Her hand dropped. Because if it is an original directive, Bracourt said, stepping into the doorway at last, then the authority to dissolve the clauses passed to the founding hand's bloodline, not to this tribunal. And I have been searching for that bloodline for 300 years. The candlelight flickered. Camille looked at the open hand on the seal, at the older women magistrate's face, at Bracourt, standing in the doorframe with his pale gray eyes fixed on the parchment. The older woman magistrate folded the codicil slowly, carefully, as if it might dissolve in her fingers. Then you already know whose hand signed it. Bracourt did not answer. The older woman magistrate turned to Camille. The signing witness to the Accord's founding was a woman with grey-green eyes who gave no surname. She wrote her name as Marguerite Althman. Chapter 77. The older woman magistrate did not lower the parchment. Her scarred throat moved as she swallowed once. Then she turned and held the sheet toward the scribe's candle, letting the light catch the cramped strokes of ink that had dried centuries before this chamber was built. "Read it aloud," she said, not to the chamber, to Rusandra. Rusandra stepped forward from the wall where she had been standing with her arms folded, her gray ash eyes tracking the parchment as if she had been waiting for this page her entire life. She took it with both hands, handling it the way Camille handled a panel with cracked gilding, as if the wrong pressure could turn it to dust. The chamber held still. Rusandra read, "I, signatory to the Accord's first covenant, do declare that any compact which preserves life through altered memory is conditional by nature. It is not a sentence. It is a door left open. Should the protected human demonstrate sustained remembrance across a full cycle and reaffirm their choice before witnesses, the covenant's restrictive clauses shall lapse without further action from any authority. The door closes only when the one who walks through chooses to remain on the other side." Her voice was flat, scholarly, as if she were reading a tax clause from a ledger she did not trust. But her hands were shaking. She read the signature at the bottom. Marguerite Altman, founding witness. No kin listed, no house, no territory. The hand that opened the door. Rusandra looked up. The chamber did not speak. Camille's fingers found the edge of the evidence table and held it. She had given no surname. She had written the codicil before the Accord had a name for itself, before the tribunal was built, before Bracourt had been born or turned or appointed to clean up the consequences of a bargain she had made with her own future self. And she had written the escape clause first. The older woman magistrate's voice cut the silence. Magistrate Bracourt. He was still in the doorway. His pale gray eyes had not moved from the parchment, but his face had changed. The composure was still there, the severe line of his jaw held tight, but something behind his eyes had gone very still, the stillness of a man watching a wall he had spent 3 centuries building crack from foundation to capstone. "That is not a binding codicil," he said. "The seal says otherwise," the older woman magistrate replied. "Seals can be forged." "Then explain the bloodline you have been hunting for 300 years. The older woman magistrate's voice did not rise. "Explain why you have been searching for Marguerite Allman's descendants if her signature carried no authority." Bracourt said nothing. The older woman magistrate turned to face him fully. "You knew this codicil existed. You have been trying to find it before anyone else could. And you failed, because it was hidden in the register you've been sitting on for 3 centuries. Placed there by a woman you never thought to look for inside your own house." The enforcers at the doors had not moved, but their attention had shifted. They were watching Bracourt now, not Camille. Camille let go of the table. "The doctrine of renewed informed choice," she said. "That is what I asked for. The codicil says the same thing in older words. The Accord's own founding hand wrote it before the covenant was corrupted, before the memory clauses were expanded, before any of this was built on a lie." Bracourt's jaw tightened. "The codicil was written when the Accord had 17 members and no territory," he said. "It was not designed for a system of 200 sealed compacts across 9 cities. It was a gesture, a hope. It was never meant to be enforced." "Then why hide it?" Camille said. His eyes met hers. The answer was in his silence. The older woman magistrate's hand came down on the desk. "Magistrate Bracourt, you have invoked Protocol 19 to arrest Ezren Vale. You have declared this house under emergency authority. You have argued before this body that the Covenant is failing and that expansion is the only path forward. And now a document signed by the Accord's own founding hand states that the Covenant was designed to lapse, not expand, when the protected human chose to remember. She picked up the parchment. This tribunal recognizes the codicil as a binding directive predating every authority in this room. The memory clauses restricting Camille Aubert and Ezren Caldemar are dissolved as of this moment. The covenant between them lapses by its own terms. The chamber erupted. Magistrates spoke over each other, half rising from their tears, voices tangling in the candle smoke. The scribe's hand was frozen above the register. Marta Weiss had not moved, but her eyes were wet. Bracourt stood in the doorway. He did not speak. Chapter 78. The first thing Camille learned, in the dark, was that the chamber had never been truly silent. There was breathing. There was the shift of cloth against stone. There was the small, wet sound of a candle wick still smoking on the desk where the older woman magistrate had been standing. And there was movement. Camille's hand found the edge of the evidence table. The ledger was still there. The Ash Registry fragment, the duplicate wax impressions. The codicil parchment had been on the older woman magistrate's desk when the lights went out, and Camille had no way of knowing whether it had been seized or dropped or simply lost in the black. She counted. 1, 2, 3. The space between heartbeats was the space she had to decide. "Everyone down," she said. Her voice was not loud. It did not need to be. The chamber had gone so dark that sound carried differently, each word falling into a well of absorbed light and hungry stone. A body hit the floor near her left, then another. Camille's palm found the scar and pressed. The heat came instantly, a low thrum that did not burn but hummed against her skin like a tuning fork struck against bone. She did not know if the others could see it, the faint silver glow bleeding through her closed fingers, but she felt it. The building remembered where she hid things. The building remembered her. She stepped left, then forward, then left again. The floor plan had been in her head since Marta Weiss showed her the tribunal register's margin sketches the night before, the original architect's lines overlaid with 3 centuries of additions, false walls, and sealed passages. The archive stair was 12 paces from the evidence table, behind the third tier of magistrates' benches, past a door that no longer opened but whose frame still held the old servant's passage to the Facade sacristy. She counted her steps. Behind her, the older woman magistrate's voice cut through the dark. "Enforcers, stand! No one leaves this chamber until I speak." A clash, metal against stone. Then Ezren's voice, low and precise, from somewhere to Camille's right. "I have the door." She did not stop. The third tier of benches loomed in the dark, and she felt her way around it with her fingers trailing the carved wood, counting the notches where centuries of magistrates had worn the grain smooth. The servant's door was there, exactly where Marta's sketch had placed it, a panel that looked like wall, but whose hinge had been oiled within the year. Someone had prepared this. Someone had known the lights would go out. Camille pulled. The panel swung inward on silent iron, and a draft of cold air hit her face, carrying the smell of old plaster and the faint trace of canal water. "Here," she said. "This leads to the sacristy. The Facade house. The witnesses go first." Noah's voice came out of the dark. "Camille, the records. The ledger stays with me." She turned. "Sabine, Father Lucian, Marta, take the scribe's notes. Take everything that proves what happened here tonight. If I do not come out, the doctrine and the codicil go to every neutral house in Vienna before dawn." She felt Sabine's hand find her arm, grip once and release. "Be fast," Sabine said. The passage swallowed them. Camille counted the footsteps fading, then turned back into the dark. The archive stair was narrower than she remembered. Camille climbed with one hand on the wall, the ledger pressed against her chest, her scar still glowing faintly enough to show the next step, and the next. Below her, the sounds of the chamber had changed. There were voices now, and the scrape of furniture being moved, and somewhere a magistrate was demanding order in a voice that cracked at the edges. And there was Bracourt. She did not see him. She heard him. His footsteps were measured, unhurried. The steps of a man who knew the building as well as she did, who had spent 3 centuries learning every corner of the house he had built to contain her. Camille Aubert. His voice came from the bottom of the stair, 2 turns below her. She stopped. "I will not chase you," he said. "You know the passages, and I know you know them. I have been watching you learn them for 300 years. That advantage is yours tonight." The ledger was warm against her chest. The Ash Registry fragment was tucked inside her coat. The codicil parchment was gone, carried by the older woman magistrate or lost in the dark. But its words were in her skull, burned there by candlelight and certainty. "I am offering you a bargain," Bracourt said. She turned. He was standing at the foot of the stair, a single candle in his hand. The flame was small, barely enough to show his face, but she saw the pale gray eyes, the severe line of his jaw, the bronze accord brand at the base of his throat catching the light like a wound. "I will let them go," he said. "All of them. Your allies, the witnesses, the records they carry. I will let the doctrine stand as a document on file, unenforced but unerased. I will release Severn Vale. I will recall the enforcers, the contagion designation lifted before dawn." She waited. "In exchange," he said, "you forget. By choice. You walk into the archive fire and let the Ash Registry take what it was meant to take. No resistance, no codicil, no claim of bloodline authority. You become what you were before this cycle, a woman who does not remember, and the accord remains what it has always been." The ledger felt heavy. Behind her, somewhere in the darkness of the upper archive, Camille heard a sound she did not recognize at first. A low crackle, the whisper of paper curling in heat. The archive fire. Bracourt had said it. "Your allies walk free," he said. "Your love survives intact, even if you do not remember it. Ezren Caldemar lives. The child in the tunnels lives. No one else dies tonight because you chose to be reasonable." Camille looked down at the ledger in her hands. 17 cycles. 300 years of erased women. Names carved into wood and recorded in ink and hidden in the margins of paintings that the Accord had tried to destroy. And Avargar, coerced under threat to her family. Helena Farkas, who carved defiance beneath overpaint. Marguerite Altman, who wrote the codicil before the Accord had a name, who knew the system would fail and built an escape clause into its foundation. And all of it, every name, every survival, every hidden cache and encrypted letter, had been leading to this moment. A choice, not compulsion, not fate, not the Covenant's failing machinery deciding for her. A choice. She looked at Bracourt. "Let me see them go," she said. "Let me watch my allies reach the sacristy door, and then I will give you my answer." His eyes held hers for a long moment. "Agreed." He stepped aside. Camille descended the stair with the ledger still pressed against her chest, and when she reached the bottom, she did not look at him. She walked past the dark chamber where the enforcers stood frozen in their lines, past the empty benches where the magistrates had scattered, past the door that Ezren was still holding with his body and his silence. The Facade house was ahead, the sacristy door was open, and through it, she saw Sabine's silhouette against the pale gray of pre-dawn, and Noah's dark hair, and the older woman magistrate's blade-scarred throat as she turned to look back. Camille stopped. She lifted the ledger, and she let it fall. The book hit the stone floor open, pages catching the draft, and the first sheet lifted free, curling in the heat of the archive fire that was already climbing the walls behind her. Bracourt's hand shot out, but he was too slow. The Ash Registry ledger skidded across the stone, caught the edge of the flame, and the corner of Marguerite Altman's name blackened, curled, and began to burn. Chapter 79. The flame caught the corner of Marguerite Altman's name and crawled across the page. Camille watched it burn. The ink blackened first, then the paper curled, and the name that had started everything folded into ash. Bracourt's hand was still extended, reaching for what was already gone. "That ledger," he said, "contained 3 centuries of Accord enforcement records. I know what it contained. Without it, the erased women have no legal proof of their erasure. They never needed a ledger," Camille said. "They needed someone to stop letting you decide what they were allowed to remember." Bracourt's hand lowered. The single candle in his grip flickered, and the pale gray eyes found hers with something she had not seen before. uncertainty, not of outcome, of her. You have burned the only surviving copy of the Ash Registry's collection index. I have burned the tool you used to hunt them. The fire was climbing the archive wall behind her. The heat pressed against her back, and she could feel the draft pulling the flames toward the older papers stacked in the upper shelves. The Facade sacristy door was still open. Sabine was still standing in the pale gray light, and Noah had turned, and the older woman magistrate had stopped at the threshold to watch. They were all watching. Bracourt took a step toward the stair. The fire will reach the main chamber in minutes. If we do not contain it, then contain it. You do not understand what you have done. I understand exactly what I have done. Camille's voice did not shake. I have refused your bargain. I have kept my memory, and I have let the evidence of your crimes burn in front of witnesses who will testify that you stood here and watched it happen because you valued control of preservation. The older woman magistrate stepped back through the sacristy door, returning from the threshold. Her blade-scarred throat caught the firelight. Magistrate Bracourt, she said, did you set the archive fire? He did not answer. Did you set it? She repeated. Before or after you invoked Protocol 19? The silence stretched. I set it, Bracourt said, when I knew the codicil would be read. The older woman magistrate nodded slowly. Then she turned to the empty bench where the tribunal scribe had been sitting. The record will show, she said, that Elian Bracourt, senior magistrate of the Vienna tribunal, set fire to Accord archives without authorization, attempted to coerce a petitioner into voluntary erasure under threat to Allied lives, and invoked emergency powers to prevent the reading of a founding document he had been ordered to produce for 300 years. Her voice carried through the open door, into the Facade sacristy, into the square beyond. The codicil of Marguerite Altman is recognized as a binding directive predating all Accord authority currently seated in this city. The memory clauses restricting Camille Aubert and Ezren Caldemar were dissolved before the blackout. That ruling stands. She looked at Bracourt. You are stripped of enforcement authority pending formal judgment by the tribunal that will convene to review your actions tonight. Your enforcers answer to this chamber now. Your seal is void. Your voice carries no weight in any Accord matter until the review is complete. Bracourt's jaw tightened. The bronze brand at his throat caught the light as he turned his head slowly, surveying the chamber, the witnesses, the open door, the rising fire. This is not a removal, he said. This is a suspension. It is a suspension. And who presides over the review? The older woman magistrate did not answer. Bracourt smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. You cannot convene a review without a presiding magistrate, he said, and the only magistrate withstanding to sit in judgment of my actions is currently standing in a burning archive, watching her authority burn with the ledger. The older woman magistrate's hand moved to the scar on her throat, touching it as if checking that it was still there. Then we will find another presiding magistrate, she said. There is no other. The tribunal's founding charter specifies that only a magistrate who holds the Accord's original seal may preside over disciplinary review. The original seal was lost when the St. Agnes Chapel burned in 1927. The fire crackled behind them, a shelf collapsed, and sparks rose into the dark. Camille looked down at her right hand. The silver burn line was glowing, not the slow pulse she had felt in the tribunal chamber, a steady, even light, like a candle held steady in still air. She lifted her hand. I am Marguerite Altman, she said. Bracourt's head turned toward her. I wrote the codicil. I signed the founding. I placed the escape clause in your register and watched you walk past it for 3 centuries. She stepped forward, past the burning basket, past the scattering of ash that had been the ledger. I am the founding hand, Bracourt, and if the original seal was lost in 1927, then I ask the tribunal, who held the seal before it was lost? The older woman magistrate's eyes found hers. You did, she said. The founding hand held the original seal. It was your mark on every Accord document before the revision classified them as sealed compacts. Camille's scar pulsed, and if the original seal was Marguerite Altman's personal mark, the older woman magistrate continued, then it cannot be missing, because the mark is not a physical object. It is a body, a signature, a woman who is standing in this burning archive, asking for the truth she was promised. Bracourt's face changed. The certainty cracked. The composure went dark at the edges. You cannot claim. I am not claiming anything. Camille held up her right hand. The silver glow illuminated the lines of her palm. The burn scar that had been placed there before she was born, before the Accord had a name, before Bracourt was a flicker in anyone's imagination. I am Marguerite Altman. I have always been Marguerite Altman, and I am invoking the founding hand standing to preside over the disciplinary review of Maestrati. Behind her, the fire spread. Behind her, Bracourt stood in the dark, the single candle flickering in his hand, his pale gray eyes fixed on the spot where she had been standing. And as Camille reached the passage entrance, she felt the debt mark on her wrist flare with a heat that had nothing to do with the flames. The Accord was recalculating, and what it owed her had just changed forever. Chapter 80. Dawn over Vienna arrived in stages. First, the cold, seeping up through the cobblestones where the tribunal house cast its last shadow. Then the birds, tentative at first, building into something that sounded almost like the waltz if you did not listen too closely. Then the light, pale and liquid, washing across the facade stone where Camille stood with Ezren beside her, still breathing, still remembering. She tested it the way she had tested every dawn since the first one failed. The memory of the codicil stayed in her chest exactly where she had placed it. The shape of Bracourt's face when the certainty cracked. The weight of the older woman magistrate's hand on her shoulder as they emerged from the waterworks passage. The smell of the archive fire still clinging to her coat. All of it. Present. She turned her palm up and watched the silver scar catch the dawn light. It glowed faintly, steady now, no longer pulsing with every shift in the Accord's calculations. Ezren stood close enough that she felt the heat of him before he touched her. "You are still here," he said. It was not a question. "I am still here." She looked at him, at the light in his amber eyes, at the way his composure had settled into something softer than she had ever seen. "So are you." He did not smile, but something in his face loosened, a tension she had not realized he had been carrying since the moment she met him, since before she was born, since the first cycle when Marguerite Altman had written a codicil she knew she would not remember writing. "Margot took the doctrine draft to the Crypt," Camille said. "Sabine has the scribe's notes. Noah and Marta are copying the codicil by hand in case the original is seized." "You are delegating." "I am learning." She let the corner of her mouth lift. "From you." The facade door opened behind them. The older woman magistrate stepped out, still wearing the same robe, the blade scarred throat catching the pale light. She carried a leather folder sealed with fresh wax, no hairline crack this time. "The crypt is secured," she said. "The consecrated ground will hold until the disciplinary review convenes. After that, I cannot promise anyone's safety except by the strength of your standing." Camille nodded. "And Bracourt?" "Vanished into the waterworks before the fire reached the lower corridor. He knows the tunnels. He has been using them longer than any living Accord operative." The older woman magistrate paused. "He will surface again. Men like him always do. But he has no seal, no enforcement authority, and no tribunal that will recognize his voice until the review clears or condemns him. That is not nothing. It is a reprieve, not a victory." The older woman magistrate held her gaze. "You understand the difference?" Camille understood. She had spent 17 cycles earning the right to understand. "I will take the reprieve," she said, "and I will use the time to build something that outlasts his return." The older woman magistrate studied her for a long moment, then nodded once, a gesture that carried centuries of weight. "Then I will leave you to it." She turned and walked back through the facade door, the leather folder pressed against her chest like a shield. The door closed. The iron bolt did not slide home this time. Camille stood in the growing light and felt the city waking around her. A tram clattered 3 streets away. A coffee grinder started somewhere above a butcher's shop. The ordinary world was returning, indifferent to what had happened in the hidden house behind the old facade. Ezren's hand found hers. His fingers were warm, calloused, steady. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now we wait for the first demand on the debt." "The mark?" He touched her wrist, where the debt mark had flared with heat as they left the burning archive. It was still there, faint but visible, a ring of pale lines circling her skin like a bracelet of old scars. "The Accord recalculated," he said. "That means it has acknowledged a change in your status. But acknowledgement is not forgiveness. The bond still exists. The debt still needs to be paid. How? I do not know yet. His jaw tightened. That is what the waiting is for. They stood together as the sun cleared the rooftops and turned the cobblestones gold. The first bird landed on the tribunal house gutter and began to sing. Camille was still holding his hand when the courier arrived. She came from the direction of the crypt, a young woman in a charcoal coat with a leather messenger bag slung across her chest. She moved like someone who had been trained to cross stone without sound, but she stopped a full 10 paces away and waited. Camille studied her face. Gray eyes, no scar, a pulse visible at her throat. Human, then. I have a delivery for the founding hand, the woman said. I am the founding hand. Then the delivery is for you. She stepped forward and held out a sealed envelope. The wax was fresh, the same open hand mark that Camille had seen on the codicil, but smaller, pressed into a seal pulse that matched the rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her palm. The city had woken. The light was golden. And somewhere beyond the hidden tunnels and the consecrated crypts, the Accord's first demand was already waiting for them. Camille tucked the revised terms into her coat, turned toward the crypt where her allies were waiting, and did not look back.